On June 16th, 2050, in the year of the blue planet, an extraordinary meteor shower, rare in a century, traversed the night sky. Amongst the celestial bodies, a significant meteor penetrated the atmosphere of Blue Planet, plunging directly into the ocean, subsequently triggering a series of natural disasters, including earthquakes and tsunamis, causing quite a stir. Experts from various nations rushed overnight to the site of the meteor's descent, eager to collect the myriad elements attached to the meteorite, hoping to elevate their own national strength. However, the moment the meteorite was salvaged and divided among the nations, the Pandora's box that would alter the world was irrevocably opened. The following day, in a classroom at Magic City University, knock knock. The unexpected sound of knocking jolted Lenny Chen from his slumber. Bewildered, he gazed at the back of a girl in front of him who had turned around with remarkable agility, clearly unaware of why she had awakened him. This student who has just conversed with the Lord of Dreams, what is your name? At this juncture, an irate voice emanated from the podium, elucidating his confusion. It was, in fact, the teacher reprimanding him for sleeping in class. Lenny Chen. Yet, he felt no embarrassment at being caught. He merely shook his groggy head, dismissing the incident as mere classroom slumber, at worst a deduction from his participation score. Wow! Upon uttering Lenny Chen's name, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of whispers before the professor could even respond, as it was evident that his name held considerable renown among his peers. Who? Lenny Chen. Isn't he this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination? I heard he won a Jingda. So who is this? A namesake. The one who scored 749 points in this year's exam? Indeed, the top scorer is indeed a Lenny Chen. I wonder if it's the same person before us. Goodness, Mom, I've made it. I'm sharing a room with the top scorer and the campus belle. Sister, he's so handsome. I think I'm falling in love again. Get lost, you fickle-hearted girl. Where's the harm? I'm just trying to provide a home for all the handsome men in the world. Hearing the class buzzing discussions, the professor took an interest. He had initially intended to use this as a warning to instill seriousness in his students. But unexpectedly, a great figure had emerged. As a professor, he was acutely aware that this year's top scorer had indeed enrolled in Magic City University. Thus, the person before them was not merely a namesake, but the very Lenny Chen who had achieved a remarkable score of 749. Nevertheless, he did not forget his primary duty. Once the tumult of chatter in the classroom subsided, he addressed Lin Chen sternly. I do not care who you are, even if the King of Heaven were here. Sleeping in my class is unacceptable. Should this occur again, you may prepare for a retake in my subject. Is that understood? Understood, Professor. In response, Lenny Chen did not argue. Acknowledging he had been caught, he decided to comply, knowing there was a reason behind it, but that he had indeed slept in class. Seeing his reaction, the professor nodded in satisfaction, then resumed his lecture after allowing Lenny Chen to take his seat. Are you all right, brother? I noticed you seemed unwell last night. Should we visit the infirmary? Once Lenny Chen settled down, his younger brother Lin Mo asked with concern. The professor might have missed it from afar, but Lin Mo had observed Lenny Chen's slightly flushed face, which was somewhat abnormal. I'm fine, I probably just caught a chill last night. I feel much better today. Looking at his younger brother, who had always trailed behind him, Lenny Chen smiled and shook his head, then leaned down to rest again. Ding, ding, ding. This time, no one interrupted his slumber, and he slept soundly until midday. Please remember to complete your assignments. I will randomly check next week. Upon hearing the bell signaling the end of class, the professor hastily assigned the weekly homework before departing, ignoring the chorus of lamentations behind him. He was quite busy, with numerous research projects demanding his attention. Managing to squeeze in one class each week was already a feat. Finally, class is over. I'm exhausted. I heard the cafeteria has introduced a delicious pork chop rice dish. Luo Luo. Shall we go try it? In the back row by the window, Su Xiao's delicate doll-like face was etched with fatigue. Yet she instantly perked up at the mention of food. Undeniably a food enthusiast. Sounds good to me. Watching her friend's rapid change in demeanor, Luo Yunxi affectionately pinched her cheek. Luo Yunxi, a newcomer who had only arrived in Magic City 2 days prior, had already overshadowed numerous seasoned campus beauties to become the most beautiful girl in the university. With cascading hair reminiscent of a waterfall and a fair, exquisite face, complemented by a hint of cool elegance, She had become the romantic ideal for many students in Magic City. Brother, class is over. Oh, you want to head back to the dormitory to rest? I can bring you food. After most had left, Lin Mo called out to the still drowsy Lenny Chen. No need, just a little cold. It's not like I'm missing a limb. Let's go eat. Lenny Chen shrugged off the concern, stretching lazily before leading the way to the cafeteria. By coincidence, both groups found themselves in the same cafeteria, seated not too far from one another. Brother, look at those beauties. As soon as they sat down, Lin Mo nudged Lenny Chen, indicating toward the left front where Luo Yunxi and her friend Su Yueyao were seated. What's this? Have you been itching for scolding after all this time? Lenny Chen, however, did not even glance up, remaining focused on his meal, clearly already aware of who was seated there. And oh, the mention of itching for a scolding made Lin Mo shiver involuntarily, and he quickly shook his head in denial, then earnestly stated, I just think you're too tired. Now that we don't have to worry about making ends meet, and you've been accepted into one of the top universities in Long Country, you should take some time to rest, perhaps even pursue a romantic relationship. So you decided to play matchmaker. How could that be, brother? I've done my homework. The new campus belle, Luo Yunxi, is not only stunning, but also possesses a kind heart and excellent grades. You two are simply a perfect match. Upon hearing this, Lenny Chen cast a surprised glance at Luo Yunxi. Indeed, such a perfect girl was rare these days, yet he felt no interest and quickly averted his gaze. You should focus on yourself first. Let's see if you can bring home a few siblings during these 4 years of university. And I'm not tired. Towards the end, Lenny Chen couldn't help but pat Lin Mo on the shoulder, his voice tinged with undeniable pride. His younger brother had grown up and learned to care for others. Sigh, how can I not be tired? Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Lin Mo sighed inwardly, but did not show it. Instead, he grinned and said, of course. After all, your brother is a charming young man. Finding a few younger siblings should be a piece of cake. Observing Lin Mo's self-absorbed demeanor, Lenny Chen chose silence, merely pushing his empty tray towards him before rising to leave. Yet, the faint smile on his face revealed his excellent mood at that moment. As he passed by the table where Luo Yunxi sat, he exchanged a polite nod with her before continuing on his way. Hey, brother, wait for me. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, noticing that Lenny Chen was about to exit the cafeteria, hurriedly finished the last few bites of his meal, cheeks puffed up, and raced after him. The two figures swiftly exited the cafeteria, disappearing around the corner. At that moment, Luo Yunxi remained lost in thought after their brief exchange of glances. I'm so full. Let's go, Luo. It was only when Su Yao's satisfied voice broke the silence that she returned to reality. Responding lightly, Luo Yunxi walked alongside Su Yueyao back to the dormitory. Yet her mind was filled with questions about the sudden sense of familiarity she had experienced. What are you thinking about, Luo? On their way back, noticing Luo Yunxi's preoccupied expression after leaving the cafeteria, Su Yueyao couldn't help but inquire. Oh, it's nothing, just feeling challenged by the assignments the professor left. I'll look up some materials once we reach the dormitory. Seeing Su Yao's concerned expression, Luo Yunxi smiled and shook her head, dismissing her inner confusion, surmising that perhaps she had encountered something similar at some point. Even Luo finds it difficult? I guess there won't be many who can finish the assignments this time. Luckily, I have Yuhi. And meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, you want to take a nap, call me if you need anything. Okay, but seriously, brother, aren't you reconsidering? Luo Yunxi is truly a wonderful girl. Lin Mo pressed, still not ready to give up. Are you close to her? Not really. Then do you know her well? Not particularly. How do you know she's definitely a good girl? Thus, Lenny Chen reiterated, focus on your own matters first. Get some rest early. Fine, it'll keep quiet. Realizing he couldn't win the argument with Lenny Chen, Lin Mo abruptly changed the subject, pointing to the freshly opened laptop on the table. Brother, look. A meteorite fell into the sea during last night's meteor shower, causing quite a disaster. What does that have to do with you as a university student? Just take care of your own responsibilities. True enough, such matters are beyond our concern. Lenny Chen shook his head and fell silent, closing his eyes to rest. Chapter 2. The Awakening of Dual Systems. At midnight in the boys' dormitory, Lenny Chen, sound asleep, was suddenly jolted awake by an overwhelming chill that enveloped him as if encased in ice. The temperature in the dormitory plummeted rapidly. Akin to the onset of winter, Lin Mo, clad in his silk pajamas, was abruptly roused from his slumber. What on earth is this dreadful weather in Magic City? It's only June. How could it be so cold? Shivering from the sudden cold, Lin Mo hastily turned on the air conditioning and pulled the blanket over himself, attempting to drift back to sleep. Yet, mere moments after closing his eyes, he jolted awake once more. Sensing that something was amiss with the temperature, the air-conditioned room was becoming increasingly frigid. Brother, realizing the urgency, Lin Mo decided to awaken Lin Chen, for if this trend continued, it could easily lead to a perilous slumber from which he might never awaken. Brother, after several calls with no response, Lin Mo understood that something was gravely wrong and climbed to the upper bunk to check. Indeed, Lin Chen lay there, his complexion ashen, shrouded beneath a layer of ice resembling ancient precious jade, exuding an aura of frigid terror. Faced with this alarming situation, Lin Mo dared not make any sudden movements. Instead, he descended to search for his phone to call for emergency assistance, hoping against hope for a sliver of salvation. Beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Damn it. Why won't they pick up? Frustrated, Lin Mo kicked the desk beside him in anger, yet his fingers did not cease their frantic dialing. After hanging up, he leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear and whispered, Brother, it's me, Xiaoma, the mischievous Xiaoma. You can hear my voice, can't you? Do you remember what you promised me, brother? You promised to officiate my wedding and to witness me marry and have children. You said you would be a person of integrity, so you wouldn't lie to your younger brother, right? As he spoke, Lin Mo's voice quivered with suppressed sobs, frantically redialing the emergency number, for if Lin Chen were to depart this world, he could scarcely fathom how he would continue living. In the depths of darkness, an indistinct figure murmured to itself, Where am I? Why is it so cold? Why can I see nothing? And who am I? Why am I here? Where am I destined to go? After an indeterminate span of time, a familiar crying sound echoed through the void, interspersed with a voice demanding, Are you forsaking your promise to me? Yaij, forsake my promise. I, Lin Chen, have never broken a promise, not in the past, nor shall I in the future. With that declaration, Lin Chen's eyes flew open, his once dark irises transformed into a brilliant blue, and an overwhelming aura surged from him, shattering the icy prison that confined him. Brother, hop ha ha, I knew it. I knew it. Hop ha ha. Lin Mo erupted into laughter, witnessing the extraordinary transformation. You're quite grown up now, yet still crying like a child. But alas, no one is here to pamper you now. Lin Chen teased, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. I don't need anyone to pamper me. Lin Mo retorted defiantly, his voice concealing his unease. For it was indeed Lin Chen who had nurtured him through his childhood. Indeed, Xiaoma has grown up and no longer requires pampering. Lin Chen replied with a smile. By the way, brother, what just happened to you? Embarrassed and desperate to change the subject, Lin Mo seized the opportunity. After all, his childhood secrets were far too numerous to be casually discussed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Chen ceased his teasing, gesturing for Lin Mo to remain silent as he began to explore the changes within his body. It seemed he had acquired something inexplicable by scientific standards. Observing Lin Chen's actions, Lin Mo wisely fell silent, pulling out his phone to browse through the latest news, recalling that his disobedience in childhood had often resulted in punishment. Nightly news. A biting incident erupts on Eagle Country Street. The top news piece featured a video, and without caution, Lin Mo clicked to view it. What the hell? What is this? Startled, Lin Mo was taken aback by the video, which depicted a woman from Eagle Country shopping when suddenly a man with a grotesque expression lunged at her from behind, tackling her to the ground and biting her, blood splattering high into the air. Just as Lin Mo prepared to continue watching, he discovered the video had turned into a 404 error, leaving him no choice but to scroll through the comments below. How terrifying. Is this real? Surely, this is another experiment gone awry from one of Eagle Country's laboratories. Feeling nauseous, I might need to throw up. I saved the source code. Interested parties can message me privately. I just showed this to my girlfriend and ended up sleeping on the floor all night. Haha, the brother above seems to have calculated well. I'm out here enjoying a midnight snack. Did anyone catch a glimpse of the face of that biting man? I swear he looked like a zombie. Could the apocalypse be upon us? Should we stock up on food? Haha, the brother above has been watching too many movies. I also think it's an experiment from Eagle Country gone wrong. What are you so engrossed in? Just then, Lin Mo heard Lin Chen's voice interrupting his thoughts. Nothing, brother, just a video about the apocalypse. Isn't it ridiculous? Lin Mo replied with a chuckle. The apocalypse? Yes, it's just a video of a man biting another person. And the comments are filled with theories about experiments, conspiracies, and the end of the world. Is the video still available? It's gone, for 04. But someone has saved it. Should I ask him for a copy? Not necessary. A single video reveals little. We should keep a close watch on such matters. Something may be occurring in this world, or perhaps something is about to happen. Does this relate to what happened to you earlier? Realizing the abnormality of Lin Yichen's experience, Lin Mo pondered, for it was no small feat for a normal person to be encased in such a layer of ice without dire consequences. Indeed, Lin Yichen nodded, waving his arm before Lin Mo, conjuring a smooth, mirror-like ice mask that appeared on his face. Feeling the chill upon his skin, Lin Mo instinctively removed the mask, gazing at the glistening object in his hand. And, recalling the earlier events surrounding Lin Yichen, he became electrified with excitement. Superpowers. This phenomenon, once confined to the realm of imagination, has manifested in reality. How could one not be elated? This is one of the abilities I acquired earlier. What just transpired may have been part of the awakening process or an infusion of energy, virus. We currently know too little. We can only speculate broadly. As for why this change occurred, I am uncertain. The individual you witnessed biting others might be a failed awakener or a distorted being unable to withstand that mysterious energy, virus. We also cannot ascertain how this mysterious energy, virus, propagates or if there is an incubation period. So we ought to refrain from venturing outside if we can help it. Tomorrow, I will make a trip to the supermarket to procure supplies. We must prioritize safety given the scan information available. Understood, brother. Lin Mo nodded, feeling calmer in light of Lin Yichen's words, for acquiring such power was not without its risks. By the way, brother, you mentioned that ice is merely one of your abilities. Do you possess another? Yes, space. Lin Yichen, not wishing to conceal his abilities, lightly brushed his fingers across the computer on the desk, causing it to vanish from Lin Mo's sight. Wow, brother, why have your eyes turned blue? They exude such an imposing presence. As Lin Mo marveled at the utility of this newfound ability, he caught sight of Lin Yichen's azure eyes and exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps it's a side effect of the ice powers. Observing Lin Mo's amazement, Lin Yichen waved dismissively. A mere change in eye color was hardly a significant matter. It looks impressive. Coupled with your nonchalant demeanor, your aura is positively striking. It could easily captivate a throng of school beauties. Lin Mo teased mischievously. Stop fooling around. Get some proper rest tonight. I sense a new era is dawning, and this is no game. We do not have the luxury of a second chance. Noticing that Lin Mo had yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation, Lin Yichen's expression turned grave as he cautioned his younger brother. The early awakening had not inflated Lin Yichen's ego. Instead, it filled him with a sense of impending crisis. For his years of navigating the underbelly of society had taught him that those who ultimately prevail are often those who rise from obscurity. Understood. Chapter 3. The era of universal evolution approaches at around 5 in the morning. While Lin Yichen was still familiarizing himself with his newfound abilities, he suddenly heard a faint cry for help. Though it was weak, it persisted, making it difficult for him to remain calm. He decided to wake Lin Mo as well. What's wrong, brother? Lin Mo, roused from his sleep, looked bewildered, evidently unaware of the cries Lin Yichen had mentioned. Did you not hear any sounds? Hear what, brother? Surely you must be mistaken. Before Lin Mo could finish, Lin Yichen swiftly locked the dormitory door and pressed his ear against it, straining to listen to the commotion outside. It was during Lin Mo's prior words that Lin Yichen had heard the distant roars and the approaching footsteps below, a cacophony of hurried and chaotic sounds. The sound drew closer, and Lin Mo heard it as well. However, he refrained from speaking. Instead, he quietly maneuvered a cabinet, typically used for storage, to position it behind Lin Yichen, his gaze silently inquiring about the unfolding situation. Lin Yichen gestured for silence and, after securing the door with the cabinet, retreated to the window to observe. Noticing this, Lin Mo joined him at the window, and what they beheld was startling. Their dormitory was situated on the 6th floor, and through the window, they had a clear view of the horrific scene unfolding at the small supermarket across from the boys' dormitory. The dim light of the night lamp at the supermarket's entrance illuminated the aftermath of a recent calamity. Blood pooled on the ground, dismembered limbs scattered about, and a figure hunched over, feasting on the remains. In the distance, people were fleeing, yet they could not escape the relentless pursuit of a group with bloodshot eyes, who pounced upon their prey, their anguished screams echoing far and wide. Lin Mo, though accustomed to training with Lin Yichen and having engaged in sparring that resulted in injuries, had never witnessed such a gruesome sight and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Lin Yichen, observing this scene, furrowed his brow, not out of disgust, for he had encountered many similar sights in his childhood while struggling to provide for himself, and Lin Mo his concern stemmed from the scan information at hand, which left him feeling profoundly insecure. Brother, what is happening? After regaining his composure, Lin Mo whispered from the bedside, clearly reluctant to approach the window again. Clearly, The apocalypse you have stumbled upon has arrived. I, too, am uncertain of the specifics. Lin Yichen replied, shaking his head before casting a glance at Lin Mo. First, let us gather whatever food and supplies we can salvage. In times like these, our only assurance lies in our own survival. Rest assured, brother, I am not foolish, Lin Mo said. Nodding at Lin Yichen before commencing the task of collecting usable items, he understood the significance of that glance and recognized when compassion should be expressed and when it should be withheld. As Lin Mo busied himself, Lin Yichen continued to familiarize himself with his newfound abilities, as they were crucial for ensuring their survival in this apocalyptic landscape. Outside, the world resembled a hellish nightmare. While the interior of their room remained undisturbed by the chaos, before long, Lin Mo's voice broke the silence. Brother, I have nearly finished gathering everything. We have 2 buckets of water, one unopened and the other half full, totaling around 30 liters. If we ration it, it should suffice for about 2 weeks. Our food supply is rather meager. We are not fond of snacks. There is merely a bag of the compressed biscuits you bought during military training and a few apples. 20 small packets of biscuits, which, if rationed, might barely last us 10 days. As for weapons, we can only dismantle our surroundings when we leave. I managed to find some hollow steel pipes, a few antipyretics, a roll of bandages, a bottle of iodine, and a powerful flashlight. After listening intently to Lin Mo's inventory, Lin Yichen opened his eyes and began storing the items in his spatial storage, eliciting a look of envy from Lin Mo. Brother, how vast is this space of yours? Will I also possess such abilities in the future? Lin Mo inquired, his face alight with anticipation. It measures about 10 cubic meters now, but who can say what the future holds? However, there will undoubtedly be opportunities for you, Lin Yichen replied, gazing out the window at a sliver of sunlight piercing through the darkness. That should be ample for raiding the supplies at that small supermarket across the way. Lin Mo nodded, then, with a hint of bravado, declared, then I shall surely awaken to a magnificent ability. After all, I am quite handsome, am I not? Lin Yichen chuckled softly at Lin Mo's boastfulness and nodded in silent encouragement. Let us take a brief rest. We shall set out at dawn to address our food situation at the small supermarket, and then assess the circumstances for potential relocation. Lin Mo gestured in understanding and returned to his bed to rest. Meanwhile, a video from the highest governing body of the Dragon Nation, the Dragon Pavilion, was being disseminated to every intact mobile device within the country's borders. At precisely 8 in the morning, as the phone vibrated. Lin Mo, with quick reflexes, silenced it instantly. Damn, I forgot to turn off the alarm. He anxiously watched the dormitory door, only relaxing when he confirmed that all was quiet outside. Attracting the creatures lurking beyond would be a grave misstep. As he calmed down, Lin Mo noticed Lin Yichen still resting and decided to seize the opportunity to explore the internet while it remained accessible. However, as he opened his phone, the official video from the Dragon Pavilion popped up automatically. Recognizing it as an official broadcast, Lin Mo retrieved his earphones from the desk drawer and began to watch. In the video, a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat stood in a training facility. Addressing the viewers, greetings, survivors of the Dragon Nation. I am Zhong Fabai, the director of the Dragon Nation Research Institute. I trust that upon awakening, you have discovered that the world has undergone a drastic transformation. Please watch this video carefully from a safe location and strive to survive. On June 16, 2050, just 2 days ago, a meteorite traversed the atmosphere and struck Blue Star. Our research institute promptly recorded and commenced investigations. And as our research progressed, we acquired some insights that I will now share with you. This meteorite has introduced a new element to our planet, which we have named Y element or anomalous element. The Y element spreads through the air, and within just 1 day, it became one of the common elements on Blue Star. Furthermore, the Y element is reacting with human cells, referred to as Y reaction upon successful reaction. It grants individuals the ability to recognize and manipulate certain common elements, which we term anomalous abilities. In the video, a major replaced Zhong Fabai at the forefront, raising his palm towards the camera. His tanned hand gradually transformed into a golden HUE. At this moment, a soldier approached with a bayonet. The major nodded at him, and the soldier lunged forward, aiming the bayonet at the major's golden palm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the palm met the bayonet, yet the major's hand remained unscathed. We have identified several types of anomalous abilities, including body enhancement, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, poison, and lightning. It is certain that there are more, but we have yet to discover them. Of course, acquiring these abilities is not without risks. During the Y reaction, individuals may experience high fever, dehydration, and other changes, with varying experiences among different people. If the reaction fails or one's willpower is insufficient, They may become mindless creatures akin to zombies in films, a phenomenon we have designated as zombies. However, these zombies do not possess the ability to infect others. Back at the training facility, the same Major faced a zombie with a grotesque visage and crimson eyes. The zombie let out a roar and lunged at the Major. The Major clenched his fist, transforming it entirely into gold to confront the zombie, landing a blow while deftly evading its attack. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed from the zombie's arm, yet it merely turned back and continued its assault. Undeterred even after its arm was rendered useless, soon, the Major shattered the bones of both of the zombie's legs, but the creature, seemingly impervious to pain, crawled towards the Major, attempting to bite him until the Major decapitated it with a swift strike. Zombies possess strength roughly twice that of an average adult male, their bodies rigid and impeded by steep surfaces, with blurred vision but adequate smell and sharp hearing. They lack self-awareness and will only perish upon decapitation. I implore everyone to remember these characteristics and strive to survive. The Y element has irrevocably entered our lives. We are now in an era of universal evolution. Lastly, I must note that not everyone will awaken anomalous abilities after the Y reaction. Some may only experience slight enhancements in physical fitness. I hope everyone takes care to survive. The Dragon Nation will not abandon any citizen. Await rescue. As the video concluded, the spirited Zhong Fabai stood beneath the fluttering dragon flag, instilling a sense of inexplicable calm. Chapter 4. The first glimpse of the crystal core. Upon finishing the video, Lin Mo was left in a state of shock, the phrase era of universal evolution echoing in his mind. After a moment to collect himself, he decided to awaken Lin Chen. Brother, take a look at this. Lin Chen, now awake, gazed at the phone Lin Mo presented to him, accepted it, and replayed the video. So, that is how it is. After a while, Lin Chen gradually lowered the phone. The era of universal evolution. Aren't you the least bit excited, brother? Lin Mo asked, noticing Lin Chen's calm demeanor. Observing Lin Mo's enthusiasm, Lin Chen shook his head. Dousing his excitement with a splash of cold water. It would be more accurate to call it the era of universal apocalypse, immense power, unpredictable human nature, a crumbling order, and boundless uncertainty. The nations are aware of this. Perhaps even more than we realize, but their positions do not permit them to succumb to despair. Our primary concern should be how to survive. Thus, let us first fill our stomachs. We must see if we can access the small supermarket today. Time is of the essence. After speaking, Lin Chen retrieved the compressed biscuits and water from his spatial storage. Judging by the commotion from that morning, it was evident that the dormitory was not devoid of zombies. Yet, Lin Chen was not overly apprehensive. His years of training had endowed him with a robust physique, and he felt that, after awakening, his physical capabilities had more than doubled. Under his guidance, Lin Mo also possessed a strong constitution. And if he could overcome his psychological fears, dispatching one or two zombies should pose no significant challenge. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo also picked up a compressed biscuit and began to nibble on it. The emotion stirred by that video gradually dissipating in his heart, ultimately transforming into his the future. After hastily consuming this rather meager breakfast, Lin Chen set about dismantling the stainless steel pipes from the bed frame, subsequently beginning to polish them against the wall. Mimicking him, Lin Mo took up a steel pipe and started to grind it against the wall as well. After approximately half an hour, the steel pipe had been sharpened to a slight point. Lin Chen tested the makeshift spear in his hand, finding it a bit unwieldy, and then pulled a utility knife from the desk drawer to begin cutting the bed sheets. Observing Lin Chen's actions, Lin Mo understood his intentions and thus took up the spear he had fashioned to guard the doorway. The noise from their earlier dismantling and polishing had not been insignificant, and zombies had already begun to crash against the door outside. Fortunately, the dormitory door was sufficiently sturdy. Once the grinding ceased, the zombies outside continued to pound for a while longer, but upon realizing that the sounds had completely vanished, they resumed their aimless wandering. While Lin Mo stood sentinel at the door, Lin Chen finished cutting the strips of cloth, which he then wound around the steel pipe weapon in circles, creating a simple yet effective anti-slip spear in no time. Here, take this, he said, handing over the steel pipe weapon to Lin Mo, who accepted it with a smile and promptly tested it with a couple of thrusts, indicating its comfort in his grip. Lin Chen chuckled at this and continued to polish the steel pipe and wrap the cloth strips, while the familiar sound of zombies banging on the door echoed once more, yet no one paid it any mind. After crafting 4 makeshift spears, Lin Chen finally paused, then retrieved 2 backpacks. He took out some compressed biscuits and water from his storage space and placed them inside, along with a few articles of clothing from the wardrobe. Stuffing the remainder into the space. As for the reason behind carrying backpacks despite possessing storage space, it was simply wise to remain cautious. Strapping on his backpack, He handed Lin Mo's backpack to him before grasping his self-made spear. "Are you nervous?" Lin Chen inquired, looking at Lin Mo. "Haha. With my brother here, what do I have to be nervous about? My body tells me it's already buzzing with excitement." Lin Mo tightened his grip on his makeshift weapon. "Then let us prepare. First, we'll practice on the zombies outside, get familiar, and then head downstairs." As Lin Chen spoke, he moved aside the cabinet blocking the door and opened it. 3 zombies, already gathered at the entrance, attempted to rush into the room, but the doorway was too narrow, causing 2 of them to get stuck, leaving the third one helplessly furious behind its companions. "What a great opportunity," Lin Chen exclaimed. As he and Lin Mo positioned themselves on either side, their spears aimed at the heads of the trapped zombies, thrusting with all their might. With a swift thrust, Lin Chen's spear pierced through the skull, sending forth a spray of dark red blood and some red and white matter. Meanwhile, Lin Mo's spear only managed to penetrate halfway despite his full exertion. The zombie on the left collapsed without a struggle, while the one on the right flailed for a few moments before succumbing. The remaining zombie lunged over its fallen comrade towards Lin Chen. Stepping back, Lin Chen pulled out the steel pipe and thrust it into the heart of the incoming zombie. The impaled zombie continued to press forward, seemingly drawn by the allure of its prey, only to be met with a series of thrusts from Lin Mo's spear, sending it to its end. Lin Chen, unperturbed, pushed the 3 corpses out into the hallway, knowing that had it not been for Lin Mo's need to acclimatize, he could have single-handedly dealt with them. Observing Lin Mo's slightly pale complexion, he recognized the need to allow him a moment to adjust, then turned and stepped into the bathroom to wash his hands. Ugh. Lin Mo followed him into the bathroom, then retched violently, the sight of the red and white brain matter overwhelming him. After a considerable time, he finally ceased, and Lin Chen, at the right moment, handed him a glass of water. "Brother, did I just kill someone? They no longer count as people, but you must adapt, consider them human. For in this situation, killing may become as routine as daily life," Lin Chen stated, fixing his gaze on Lin Mo with deliberate clarity. Lin Mo fell silent, but Lin Chen knew he had absorbed the message. It would merely take some time for him to adjust. Lin Chen, unhurried, took out his phone and downloaded an offline map of Longhua, for no one knew how long the network would last or where they might venture next. So it was wise to be prepared. "Let us go, brother. These minor zombies pose no threat. I'll dispatch them with a single thrust." A few minutes later, Lin Mo's spirited voice rang out in the dormitory. Clearly having come to terms with the situation, Lin Chen nodded, grasping his steel pipe spear as he stepped out the door, with Lin Mo swiftly following suit, weapon in hand. The corridor was eerily quiet. Perhaps due to the awakening time being in the early hours, most zombies were still holed up in the dormitories. The 2 quickly reached the emergency exit, and at this hour, surely no one would think to take the elevator. Lin Chen signaled Lin Mo to remain alert, then cautiously opened the door and descended, taking each step with utmost care. However, upon reaching the 5th floor, they were unexpectedly confronted by a wandering zombie that had made its way to an ajar emergency exit door, which led to an immediate charge towards them. The slightest disturbance could provoke a chain reaction. With the noise caused by this zombie, the entire 5th floor saw its dormitory zombies converge towards their location. "Oh no, so many. Brother, we need to retreat," Lin Mo exclaimed, startled at the sight of a dozen zombies rushing towards them, ready to execute a strategic withdrawal. Yet, Lin Chen did not flee. Instead, he thrust his spear into the nearest zombie, dispatching it, then raised his right hand towards the horde gathering in the corridor. Simultaneously, ice elements began to coalesce violently in his palm, culminating in a swirling vortex of icy blue that swept across a 5-meter stretch of the corridor. Wherever the whirlwind passed, a thin layer of frost formed, solidifying the advancing zombies into lifelike ice sculptures. "Wow, brother, that move is incredibly cool," Lin Mo exclaimed, his previous fear dissipating as he took a few steps back and clung to Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen did not respond. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his temple and gently massaged his forehead, aware that he had overexerted his abilities. Yet, given that this was his first use of such powers, complete control was unattainable and would require time to master. Observing Lin Chen's actions, Lin Mo ceased his laughter, tightening his grip on his weapon and commencing to shatter the ice-encased zombie skulls, ensuring none would resurrect. Amidst the sounds of zombies crashing against doors and their guttural roars from nearby dormitories, Lin Mo swiftly completed the task at hand. "Brother, look at this. It just flew out from a zombie's head," Lin Mo exclaimed, extending a transparent diamond-shaped crystal towards Lin Chen, who was resting against the wall with his eyes closed. Lin Chen examined it for a moment, then squeezed it in his hand, unsure of its nature, before shaking his head at Lin Mo. "All right, brother, you keep it. I may not know its purpose now, but after all, it is something that came from a zombie's head." noting Lin Yichen's uncertainty. Lin Mo shrugged. Lin Yichen nodded, storing the transparent crystal before leading Lin Mo back to the 6th floor. He was unsure whether prolonged overexertion of his abilities would yield any aftereffects, so it was best to recover swiftly. Upon returning to the familiar dormitory, Lin Yichen immediately collapsed onto his bed to recuperate, delegating the task of barricading the door to Lin Mo. Chapter 5. Mu Qifeng. Lin Mo awakens, after securing the door. Lin Mo took his steel pipe spear to the balcony, welcoming the gentle midday breeze as he began to practice his thrusting techniques. Occasionally, he glanced down at the grim scene below, using it to build his tolerance. For he aspired to be Lin Yichen's right-hand man, rather than a burdensome liability. While Lin Mo trained earnestly, a head suddenly popped up from the adjacent balcony. Mu Qifeng had intended to gather laundry and take a shower the previous night. But upon reaching the balcony, he had unexpectedly fainted from a high fever. It was only now, awakened by the sounds of Lin Mo's training, that he noticed someone wielding a makeshift spear. Upon seeing the scene below, he was immediately struck with shock, covering his mouth. Despite his quick response, a faint sound escaped him, caught by Lin Mo's keen ears. Adjusting his stance, Lin Mo readied his spear, and upon recognizing that the figure wore gold-rimmed glasses, he sighed in relief. It was not a zombie. He turned back to continue his training. As for Mu Qifeng, he appeared frail and delicate. Should he dare to harbor any ill intentions, Lin Mo would not hesitate to show him why flowers bloom red. Brother, my name is Mu Qifeng. Could you please tell me what has happened? It feels as if the world has transformed overnight since I fainted, he implored, clearly in a state of confusion. Lin Mo initially intended to ignore him, but after hearing him mention fainting the previous night, he changed his mind and recounted the gist of the video, urging him to assess whether he felt any changes in his body. Mu Qifeng stood stunned upon hearing the news, yet the hellish scene below compelled him to believe Lin Mo's words. Soon, he began to feel the changes within himself. Moments later, a small cluster of red sparks appeared in his palm, causing him to marvel at the lack of harm it brought him. However, within less than 2 minutes, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the sparks dissipating, nearly causing him to stumble. Watching Mu Qifeng's comical struggle, Lin Mo chuckled, though a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. Wondering when he would awaken. You're smiling, Mu Qifeng remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow, feeling slightly embarrassed by his predicament. Not at all. I actually envy you. However, you do seem rather inferior, akin to a feeble lad, only capable of lasting 2 minutes. Lin Mo chuckled, a sound that, though soft, was laced with potent derision. Observing Lin Mo's incessant laughter, Mu Qifeng's previously uplifted lips drooped instantaneously, and he shot a disgruntled glare in his direction. After a brief bout of mirth, Lin Mo proposed the idea of forming a team. Judging by Mu Qifeng's responses since awakening, he would undoubtedly prove to be a competent ally. Moreover, Lin Mo was unperturbed by the potential for misjudgment, as he had an older brother to back him up. After pondering for a moment, Mu Qifeng acquiesced. Given the current circumstances, collaboration was essential for survival. Of course, this was contingent upon avoiding any parasitic teammates, and he clearly recognized Lin Mo's capabilities. It was undeniable that their thoughts were nearly in sync. Once the agreement was reached, Lin Mo promptly urged Mu Qifeng to review the video from the Dragon Pavilion, followed by sharing various observations he had made while dispatching zombies. Ultimately, he requested Mu Qifeng to gather any usable and edible items from his dormitory in preparation for their impending relocation. Relocation? Have you discovered an official base? Mu Qifeng inquired, genuinely perplexed, for in the present situation, he could scarcely conceive of any place being safe. Noticing the confusion etched on Mu Qifeng's face, Lin Mo was about to elucidate, when suddenly he felt an overwhelming heat within his body and promptly fainted. Lin Mo? Mu Qifeng exclaimed in shock as he witnessed Lin Mo collapse. It struck him that he himself had experienced a similar fainting spell the previous night. To prevent their newly formed team from disbanding, Mu Qifeng scrambled to the edge of the balcony, preparing to leap across. The gap between the 2 dormitory balconies measured a daunting 2.5 meters. While his previous physical test had recorded a jump of 2 meters and 67 centimeters, after adjusting his stance, he launched himself forward with all his might, nearly colliding with the railing on the opposite side of Lin Mo's balcony. In essence, Mu Qifeng's leap spanned nearly 4.5 meters, though he remained blissfully unaware of this fact. Upon landing, Mu Qifeng patted his chest, relieved he hadn't overshot his jump. The adrenaline rush was exhilarating. He turned to check on Lin Mo's condition when, all of a sudden, a dozen sharp eye spikes materialized before him, threatening to impale him should he take another step forward, swallowing hard at the sight of the poised eye spikes. Mu Qifeng abandoned any thoughts of resistance and shouted, "Please, spare me. I just came to check on Lin Mo after he fainted. I mean no harm. His voice triggered a cacophony of growls from the zombies below. But fortunately, the zombies in the sixth-floor corridor had already been cleared. Otherwise, his exclamation might have led to a barricaded escape route. At that moment, the balcony door swung open. Lin Yichen emerged, clad in simple yet elegant attire adorned with delicate plum blossom motifs. His understated garb exuded an air of nobility, further accentuated by his piercing blue eyes, which imparted an intense sense of pressure. Merely receiving a fleeting glance from Lin Yichen left Mu Chenfeng feeling as though he were being throttled. A suffocating sensation washing over him, causing his blood to flow sluggishly and a chill to envelop him. It was only when Lin Yichen lifted Lin Mo and retreated into the room that the oppressive atmosphere receded like the tide. After catching his breath for a moment, Mu Chenfeng stared at the balcony door for an extended period, fortifying his resolve before finally stepping inside. In truth, Lin Yichen had already recovered, but had been engrossed in examining the transparent crystal found within the zombie's head. Later, as Lin Yichen activated his powers, he discovered that the crystal was gradually being absorbed into his palm, simultaneously augmenting his overall abilities. Although the increase was modest, it was perceptible, thus revealing the crystal's utility. Consequently, Lin Yichen had overheard the conversation between Lin Mo and Mu Chenfeng. While he believed he could thrive independently without a team, he permitted Lin Mo to pursue his whims, though he intended to maintain discipline, as it was beneficial for teammates to be obedient. When Mu Chenfeng stepped into the dormitory, he found Lin Mo already laid on the bed, surrounded by a circle of ice blocks to alleviate his elevated temperature. Lin Yichen sat at the desk, scribbling notes in a notebook. Summoning his courage, Mu Chenfeng approached Lin Yichen from behind and recounted the events that had transpired since he regained consciousness, regardless of whether Lin Yichen was truly listening. It was undeniable that this was indicative of Mu Chenfeng's astuteness. After sharing his account, he stood frozen in place. The atmosphere settled into silence, punctuated only by the occasional growls and cries for help emanating from downstairs, alongside the sound of the pen gliding across the pages of the notebook. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Yichen paused his writing and turned to glance at Mu Chenfeng. Although it was merely a casual look, it sent waves of anxiety coursing through Mu Chenfeng, primarily due to the immense pressure that Lin Yichen exuded, reminiscent of a cold-blooded butcher. Lin Yichen was not inherently amiable, having raised his younger brother while grappling with the harsh realities of life. He had seen the dark underbelly of society, thus mastering the art of disguise. In the wake of the world's upheaval, it was only natural that Lin Yichen would revert to his true self, and his ice-based powers further amplified his imposing aura. Lin Mo, fully aware of Lin Yichen's authentic nature, had voiced his exhaustion, stating, "We don't need a decorative vase." At those words, Mu Chenfeng recognized an opportunity to prove his worth. "I have awakened my fire-based powers and have been training regularly. Once I become accustomed to my abilities, my combat prowess will undoubtedly be formidable. Furthermore, I have minored in psychology, which will enable our team to secure greater advantages during conflicts with other factions. Lastly, I possess a remarkable aptitude for household chores and culinary arts." After considerable reflection, Mu Chenfeng surveyed the disarray of the dormitory and articulated 3 points he believed would benefit the team most. It was that he lacked other skills, but some things, if mentioned at that moment, would only elicit ridicule. For instance, if he claimed to have outstanding academic performance, Lin Yichen would likely deem him foolish. Lin Yichen had not initially harbored high expectations, but upon hearing Mu Chenfeng boast of his culinary expertise, his interest was piqued. After all, who wouldn't he desire delectable meals daily? While Lin Yichen could cook, he was only proficient enough to prepare basic dishes, and Lin Mo's culinary skills were even less impressive. His creations would elicit disdain from even a dog. As for disputes over benefits, Lin Yichen was confident in his own capabilities, convinced such situations would never arise. He nodded, gesturing for Mu Chenfeng to proceed, before returning to his notebook. The moment Lin Yichen acknowledged him with a nod, Mu Chenfeng felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. In such perilous times, nothing offered a greater sense of security than aligning oneself with a powerful ally. He settled down and began familiarizing himself with his newfound powers. Although he wasn't entirely sure which aspect Lin Yichen valued, he figured that diligently perfecting all 3 points would be wise. The afternoon slipped away swiftly, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening breeze began to weave through the dormitories. Suddenly, the gentle zephyr transformed into a brisk gust, causing Lin Yichen's notebook to flutter wildly while tousling Mu Chenfeng's hair. Is this wretched weather going to bring rain? Mu Chenfeng murmured, roused by the wind's howl, as he prepared to close the balcony door. Lin Yichen, lost in thought, cast a contemplative glance at the flushed Lin Mo, then, with a flick of his mind, Encased Lin Mo's legs and eyes thought you've made a mistake. Brother, please, have mercy. The moment Lin Mo sensed something amiss, he immediately begged for leniency. In response, Lin Chen shook his head in exasperation, acknowledging the familiar antics of his younger sibling. With a wave of his hand, the ice enveloping Lin Mo's leg shattered, liberating him. Freed from his icy confines, Lin Mo hastily approached Lin Chen and began to massage his shoulders, boasting, "See, brother, I told you I was right. I've awakened an incredibly cool ability, wind powers, riding the winds across the realms. Isn't that magnificent? More importantly, I can finally keep pace with you and won't be reduced to a mere burden." As Lin Mo spoke, Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart, though he did not hesitate to reply sharply, "You should focus on yourself first. Helping me is the least of your concerns. And avoiding trouble is paramount. Come on, show me some grace, brother. There are others present." Lin Mo interjected, shaking Lin Chen's shoulders playfully before darting over to Mu Chenfeng's side. Watching Lin Mo scamper away, Lin Chen chuckled softly, then turned his attention to more pressing matters. "Chifeng, you are fire, and I am wind. How about we brand ourselves as the thunderous wind-fire duo?" Lin Mo suggested cheerfully, draping his arm around Mu Chenfeng's shoulders, neglecting to inquire how he had arrived, as his mere presence sufficed to convey much. "How childish, and keep your distance from me." While Mu Chifeng verbally protested, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy toward the unblemished bond shared between Lin Chen and Lin Mo, a stark contrast to the facade of affection within his own family. Thus, he made no move to push Lin Mo away. "Don't be like that. Come closer," Lin Mo insisted, rubbing against Mu Chifeng until his pristine clothes were rendered wrinkled and disheveled. After admiring his handiwork, Lin Mo chuckled mischievously before heading off to the bathroom for a much-needed shower, having just awakened to a pungent stench of sweat. "Lin Mo." Mu Chifeng glared at his now crumpled attire and the faint odor of sweat that lingered. His teeth clenched in frustration as he retreated to his own dormitory. That he couldn't fathom how someone as seemingly aloof as Lin Chen could have such a wildly exuberant brother. Upon Mu Chenfeng's return, he found Lin Mo still occupied in the bathroom. Thus, he approached Lin Chen from behind, observing him as he sketched something. To his surprise, it was a hand-drawn map of their school, complete with vital buildings and intricate pathways being meticulously detailed by Lin Chen's skilled hand. This discovery filled Mu Chifeng with a sense of relief, grateful for having boarded this formidable vessel. Lin Chen noticed Mu Chifeng watching from behind but said nothing, continuing to refine the map according to his memory. Originally, the plan for today was to visit the small supermarket across from the dormitory, but plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. First, he miscalculated while clearing zombies, leading to the overexertion of his abilities. Fortunately, he discovered the transparent crystal inside the zombies' heads and learned of its potential. Then, Lin Mo awakened and brought someone along. As Lin Chen pondered, Lin Mo emerged from the bathroom, receiving a fierce glare from Mu Chifeng. "Don't look at me like that. It's making me shy. You all right? Everyone come over," Lin Chen interjected, dispelling the notion of bickering between the two. With nightfall approaching, their primary task remained to enter the small supermarket across the street. Food was of utmost importance, and securing it early would bring peace of mind. Additionally, their weapons were inadequate. Those hollow steel pipes were far from reliable. Lin Chen pointed at the spear tip that was nearly worn down after killing merely 2 zombies. Lastly, they needed to eliminate as many zombies as possible within their capacity while seizing opportunities to loot bodies, as that was crucial for enhancing their strength. The transparent crystals in the zombies' brains could stimulate abilities and increase their capacity. Once Lin Chen finished speaking, both Lin Mo and Mu Chifeng nodded in understanding. Mu Chenfeng's eyes even glistened with moisture upon hearing Lin Chen's last point, which, in the current context, felt like an earth-shattering secret. The sensation of being trusted was truly wonderful. At that moment, he yearned to genuinely integrate into this small group, rather than merely seeking to cling to someone powerful for survival in this apocalypse. Observing Mu Chenfeng's reaction, Lin Chen understood what had transpired but said nothing. "Was it because I didn't regard you highly enough? If you understand, let's eat something first. We'll set out after." With that, Lin Chen retrieved some compressed biscuits, an apple, and a half-empty bottle of water from his space. Dual abilities. Mu Chenfeng's pupils dilated as he witnessed Lin Chen conjure food from thin air. Then he dryly remarked, "Indeed, envious, aren't you? I was quite envious back in the day, but now the wind ability is quite nice. Just thinking about flying excites me." "Huh?" Before Lin Chen could respond, Lin Mo interjected, "You're just lucky. Cooking will be your task from now on. Just tell us what you need, and we'll go find it." Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement and had no intention of hiding it, as they would need it going forward. "All right, Yaij, Mu Chifeng had just learned Lin Yichen's name from Lin Mo and began to address him as such. Hearing this, Lin Yichen nodded, but Lin Mo was not pleased and playfully lunged at Mu Chifeng. What do you mean, little Chinzi? Trying to steal my brother? However, Mu Chifeng was unfazed, and soon the two began to playfully tussle in the dormitory. After a while, they sat side by side, munching on the compressed biscuits, clearly not forgetting their main task. Yaij, I love watching anime in my spare time, but you think we can condense our own unique weapons using our abilities? Mid-bite, Mu Chifeng suddenly had a flash of inspiration regarding weapons and turned to Lin Yichen, who was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing this proposal, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. He too watched anime and wondered why he hadn't thought of it before. Lin Yichen found it feasible and began to activate his abilities. Before long, a 90-centimeter long ice blade resembling a tang saber appeared in Lin Yichen's hand. The blade was pure white, as thin as a cicada's wing. Exuding a chilling aura, with a swift motion, Lin Yichen struck the remaining bedboard from when he disassembled the bed. Thud. The sound of impact resonated as the ice blade shattered into pieces, and the bedboard merely cracked due to the force of the blow. Observing this, Lin Mo and Mu Chifeng shook their heads in disappointment. It had failed. Lin Yichen, however, was undeterred and activated his abilities once more. Soon, another ice blade materialized, but this time it was not entirely white. It was a blend of blue and white, with a deep blue body and a translucent white edge that captivated the eye. As Lin Yichen swung again, this time the bedboard was effortlessly cleaved in two, with a smooth break revealing some icy residue. Shifting his target to the disassembled steel pipe, he applied his abilities to enhance the strike. The result was akin to cutting wood. The steel pipe was severed, but this time, numerous ice spikes erupted from the break, some even piercing through the pipe itself. Witnessing the outcome, Lin Yichen felt a rush of joy. The malleability of this weapon was extraordinary. It's done. Mu Chifeng shouted in excitement, drawing the attention of the zombies below. Lin Mo promptly snatched the blade from Lin Yichen's hand, showing off in front of Mu Chifeng. This weapon's adaptability is remarkable, but it requires continual use of abilities to maintain. Its power depends on the amount of energy infused. As Lin Yichen finished speaking, the ice blade in Lin Mo's hand began to drip water. While it didn't immediately melt, it certainly couldn't withstand much impact. Once you condense your weapons, consider them an extension of your body. This will allow you to master them more swiftly. Go ahead and give it a try. We won't have to worry about weapons in the future, Lin Yichen said with a smile. Understood. All right. After acknowledging, Mu Chifeng and Lin Mo began to condense their unique weapons. Lin Mo formed a 3-foot-long sword. In his mind, flying with a sword was every boy's romantic dream. Mu Chifeng, lacking any particular vision, simply conjured a fire blade similar to Lin Yichen's ice blade. He even took a moment to open his phone, seizing the opportunity to download some basic sword techniques while there was still internet access. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to only know how to slash. Lin Yichen, being a skilled swordsman himself, had no such troubles. By the time Lin Mo and Mu Chifeng could effortlessly condense their unique weapons, night had already fallen. Lin Yichen had no choice but to postpone their plans, instructing Mu Chifeng to return to his dormitory and gather any usable items. After all, nighttime invariably breeds insecurity, and Lin Yichen was no exception. Lin Mo eagerly volunteered to help, and Lin Yichen did not stop him, merely advising Mu Chifeng to prepare a backpack filled with daily necessities and clothing. Mu Chifeng nodded and, accompanied by Lin Mo, returned to his dormitory. He understood Lin Yichen's intent. Human nature can be malevolent, and while one should not harbor ill will, one must also be vigilant. Chapter 7. The formation of the Chifeng squad in Mu Chifeng's dormitory. Hey, Chifeng, do you live here alone? Yes, I prefer peace and quiet. So I spent a little money to have my roommate move out. Oh, I see. Wait, what's up with this kitchen? Lin Mo nodded but then turned to see the built-in kitchen in the corner, his face a mask of astonishment. I have some connections at home, and since I enjoy cooking, I made a few modifications. Mu Chifeng replied nonchalantly. I didn't see that coming. You're quite the affluent individual who knows how to cook. I used to learn too, but I have no talent for it at all. Hearing this explanation, Lin Mo laughed as he took a can of drink from the fridge, tossing one to Mu Chifeng as well. Ah, refreshing. Mu Chifeng cracked open the tab and took a large gulp, then chuckled. I did have a bit of money before, but now it's probably worth less than a blank sheet of paper. No worries, just find the ingredients you want to eat. I can cook a bit of everything. Haha, then I won't be shy about it later. It's a pity that all the money I saved has turned into a useless string of numbers. Do you know what I went through this summer to buy a new phone for tutoring elementary students? It was incredibly torturous. If I had known, I would have just used my savings to buy it. Why did I have to put myself through that nonsense? Now I'm left with no money and a sour mood. It's truly dismal. Mu Chenfeng chuckled at Lin Mo's complaints. After all, anyone who tutors elementary students ends up a bit mad. As they chatted, they finished the last sip of their drinks and began organizing supplies. Before long, they had gathered all the usable items. There was a large box of snacks, an entire case of bottled water, a bag of rice that had been partially consumed, a small bag of flour, a heap of spices, 4 bags of frozen dumplings, and various frozen meats. Additionally, there were some fresh fruits and drinks in the refrigerator. The usable items were fewer in number, just a set of kitchenware, a medical kit, a power bank, and a few wrenches for repairs. Your provisions are quite decent, Lin Mo remarked, patting Mu Chenfeng on the shoulder, feeling elated that he no longer had to munch on compressed biscuits. Not bad, mainly because I don't go out much. So I have some supplies saved up. By the way, what do you think about directly calling Yaij over? After all, he is coming by tomorrow to collect supplies, and I have a place to cook here. After considering this, Lin Mo thought it made sense and returned the way he came to summon Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Mo leave, Mu Chenfeng diligently prepared the ingredients. This would be the first meal of their trio. And he, as the chief cook, couldn't afford to make mistakes. When Lin Chen arrived with Lin Mo, Mu Chenfeng had already prepared the ingredients and set up the pot, just waiting for the water to boil. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Mu Chenfeng immediately activated his abilities, and the water quickly reached a boil, the unique aroma of hot pot wafting through the air. Wow, it smells amazing. Old Chen, your cooking skills are impressive. They pair well with your abilities. Once things stabilize, opening a hot pot restaurant would surely bring in a fortune, Lin Mo teased with a grin. Go. You're the one who opened a hot pot restaurant. Egu, please sit down and sample my culinary skills. The base I made is clean and hygienic. Mu Chenfeng retorted to Lin Mo, and then invited Lin Chen to take a seat. All right, you sit too. There is no need to be so tense. I don't bite. Lin Chen sat down, and it was quite rare for him to crack a joke. Indeed, my brother is very easygoing. This is delicious, brother. You must try it. It's been ages since we've had hot pot together. Without needing to be asked, Lin Mo seated himself and even started eating before Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen paused, as it indeed felt like a long time, and then picked up his chopsticks to join in, noting that the flavor was truly delightful. Mu Chenfeng, observing the two enjoying their meal, exhaled in relief. It seemed he hadn't messed things up after all, and he sat down to eat as well. Come on, Chef Mu, eat more. You've worked hard. You can't silence my mouth with food. Can you? He chuckled. As they savored the delicious hot pot and engaged in playful banter, Mu Chenfeng suddenly felt that this apocalyptic world wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined, such as the camaraderie among boys. There is nothing a hot pot can't resolve. If there is, then another hot pot is in order. Before long, the three, having feasted, found themselves engaged in casual conversation. More precisely, two were chatting while one listened. Since there is still internet, Chenfeng, aren't you going to contact your family? Lin Mo waved his phone in front of Mu Chenfeng. There is no point in contacting them. Most of my family probably wishes I'd die out here. The only one who cared for me, my mother, has long since passed due to illness. As he spoke, a veil of melancholy settled over Mu Chenfeng's face, revealing that he harbored a story of his own. I am sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up. It's fine. I've come to terms with it. My mother would undoubtedly want me to live happily. What about you and Ego? Mu Chenfeng quickly masked his emotions with a smile. Me? Ego is my family. I was sold as a child, but the details are a blur. All I know is that I nearly died. And it was Ego who found and sheltered me. Though he is only slightly older than me, Ego worked every day. I remember back then, I never complained about why Ego was so busy. I would cry and throw tantrums for him to play with me, only to get a beating and then behave myself. Ego took me to many places, and each time we visited a new location, he would bring me various treats. He trained me and taught me how to learn, survive, and discern people. I've grown up almost carefree, and my memories of my parents are faint. I only vaguely remember my mother as someone who loved to laugh, while my father seemed perpetually cold-faced. Lin Mo murmured, touching the jade pendant hanging around his neck, upon which was intricately carved the character for rank, the origin of his name, though Lin Mo spoke lightly. Mu Chenfeng felt a weight in his heart. He glanced at Lin Chen, realizing why his aura was so formidable. Lin Chen noticed Mu Chenfeng's gaze but said nothing, merely patting Lin Mo's shoulder. Lin Mo shook his head at Lin Chen, signaling that he was all right, and then cheerfully suggested, how about you call me Brother Mo, and I'll consider you family. To be honest, I've always wanted a younger brother. With Lin Mo's words, the previously somber atmosphere dissipated instantly. Mu Chenfeng was momentarily taken aback, first shaking his head and then nodding. What do you mean by little Chinzi? Are you looking down on your brother Imo? One day, your brother Imo will soar through the heavens. Recognizing me now is not a loss. I would rather acknowledge EGE.mu. Chifeng shot a sidelong glance at Lin Imo. He didn't deny the term family. But his words implied that Lin Imo was lacking. How dare you? Let us spar a bit, Lin Imo exclaimed, lunging at Mu Chifeng. Had it not been for the fact that the corridor outside had already been cleared of zombies, their commotion would surely have attracted attention. Lin Yichen observed the two engaging in free combat and did not intervene. Releasing pent-up emotions was essential for survival, wasn't it? Yes, at such a youthful age, how could one remain calm after experiencing such turmoil? Seeking warmth in each other was a manifestation of that unrest, wasn't it? Ultimately, their tussle ended with both receiving a punch from the other, followed by shared smiles as they grabbed some ice prepared by Lin Yichen to soothe their faces. Wow, little Chinzi, you look delicate, yet you fight so fiercely. Likewise, as if you didn't go all out. Nonsense. That was merely a loving nudge. Mu Chifeng only offered a cryptic cold chuckle. That little brat had taken advantage of his combat experience to hit hard. And now he was talking about loving nudges. By the way, shouldn't we come up with a name for our little team? Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to encounter other teams, Lin Imo said playfully. Ignoring the earlier repartee.indeed.in response, Mu Chifeng agreed, acknowledging that a team name could significantly boost morale and foster a sense of belonging among members. How about the Sword Immortal Squad? Go away. That sounds like a group of delusional teenagers. We can't afford that reputation. Pass. Then what do you suggest we call it? Lin Imo pouted in response to his proposal being dismissed. For a moment, both fell into deep thought, clearly realizing that while naming was easy, reaching a consensus among 2 or 3 people was challenging. How about the Chinfeng Squad? It includes Gu Eshin and Arfeng, symbolizing our freedom in this apocalyptic world like the evening breeze. After much contemplation, Mu Chifeng proposed. Sounds good, little Chinzi. You truly are a cultured individual with those gold-rimmed glasses. Your brother Imo approves of this name. After reaching a consensus, the two turned their gaze towards Lin Yichen, who was preparing a sleeping area, clearly waiting for the backbone of the team to give the final word. All right. Under the weight of their focused stares, Lin Yichen did not dampen their spirits and readily agreed. He had little interest in the name. It was merely a code, after all. What mattered to him was the power in his hands, enabling him to act freely in any situation. Great. I hereby declare the Chinfeng Squad officially established tonight. Upon receiving Lin Yichen's nod, Lin Imo excitedly retrieved drinks from the fridge to distribute, and the three raised their glasses in a toast. Thus, on the second night of the apocalypse, a legendary squad was formed amidst the casual chatter of 3 young individuals. Chapter 8. Clearing the dormitory building. Gu will be the captain, I'll be the deputy, and little Chinzi, you can be the team member. Hee. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Mu Chifeng rolled his eyes and decided not to argue. After all, why would an adult bicker with a child? He settled into the makeshift bedding Lin Yichen had prepared for them, listening to the rhythmic sound of his breathing and drifted off to sleep. Lin Mo, initially intending to say something, noticed the other two had already lain down and wisely remained silent, quietly resting. The night passed without incident. The following morning, when Lin Mo awoke from his slumber, Lin Yichen and Mu Chifeng were already having breakfast while planning the day's action route. Clearly, the two had deemed Lin Mo, who was rather unreliable, unnecessary to wake. Wow, you two had breakfast without calling me. And it's dumplings. Lin Mo quickly got out of bed, washed up briefly, and grabbed his portion to eat, having been roused by the enticing aroma of the dumplings. This flavor is exquisite, delightful. Shut up and eat quickly. We need to move after breakfast. Mu Chifeng shot Lin Mo an irritated glance. This kid was like a giant light bulb, always drawing attention. Before long, the three finished their breakfast, and then Lin Yichen organized the supplies they had gathered the night before into his storage space. Preparing to set out. When you strike, aim for a swift kill. If your abilities show signs of overexertion, remember to speak up. Don't be reckless with your life. Understood? At the door, Lin Yichen cautioned the other two. Understood. Don't worry, brother. I know my limits. Hearing their responses, Lin Yichen nodded and summoned his ability-based weapon, pushing open the door to step outside. Lin Mo and Mu Chifeng exchanged glances, conjuring their own ability-based weapons before following closely behind. They proceeded according to their morning plan, methodically warming each dormitory. Initially, the plan was to enter a small supermarket to procure food, but later the trio unanimously agreed that strength was essential for leverage. So they decided to clear the dormitory building of zombies to bolster their abilities. The process of searching for zombies was straightforward. Lin Mo would knock on doors, and if he heard the growls of zombies from within, they would break in and eliminate them. simultaneously scavenging any useful supplies. With the support of their ability-based weapons, the trio found the clearing to be quite effortless, aside from a brief period of adjustment for Mu Chifeng. They soon became adept at delivering lethal blows. Mu Chifeng was teased by Lin Mo for a while after he failed to kill the first zombie, only stopping when Lin Chen shot him a glance. This was because Mu Chifeng had managed to turn the zombie into a pile of dismembered limbs without actually killing it. Had the zombie been able to speak, it surely would have inquired about the health of its family. On the 6th floor, in front of the last of 8 double rooms, Lin Mo called out, "Hello, is anyone in there? The student council is here to deliver warmth." After a moment of silence, he exchanged glances with Mu Chifeng and prepared to break down the door. But Lin Chen waved a hand to stop him. Go. Mu Chifeng looked at Lin Chen in confusion. "There is someone inside, and we don't need anything from this dormitory. It's unnecessary." Lin Chen spoke as he made his way downstairs. He had already heard faint footsteps from within the door, yet no one had come to open it or engage in conversation. Those who were so timid that they did not even dare to speak through the door. Even if they had miraculously avoided becoming food for zombies, Lin Chen doubted their ability to survive in this apocalyptic world, deeming them unworthy of attention. Mu Chifeng sensed that Lin Chen found the situation troublesome. Yet he wisely chose to remain silent and promptly followed him downstairs. Lin Mo, lagging behind, complained about the low drop rate of the white crystals, lamenting the effort he had endured while feeling nauseated. Mu Chifeng chuckled at this. After all, it was he who had volunteered to search the corpses, eager to experience that exhilarating feeling of winning a prize. However, the drop rate was indeed somewhat dismal. Only 2 white crystals had emerged from 12 zombies. At least they had confirmed that the white crystals were located in the cerebellum, which meant they wouldn't need to search every single one in the future. Upon reaching the 5th floor, the first sight that greeted them was a dozen headless corpses. Lin Chen walked past the bodies with an impassive expression, signaling Lin Mo to get to work. Lin Mo eagerly rushed to knock on a door, employing the same old lines, but he did not forget to turn back and boast to Mu Chifeng. "These were all taken down by me yesterday. It's not too late to acknowledge me as your brother. Having such a formidable brother is quite the status symbol for you, little Chenzi." Lin Mo seemed to have developed an obsession with being acknowledged as Mu Chifeng's brother, frequently bringing it up. However, Mu Chifeng didn't even spare him a glance, clearly disbelieving his tall tales. After all, even now, facing over a dozen zombies, he could only run, let alone the version of himself from yesterday who had yet to awaken. Furthermore, the heavy humidity on the corpses had already revealed who had truly done the fighting. "From now on, I will only be responsible for collecting supplies. The rest is up to you. Additionally, the 5th floor is a 4-person room. So be cautious," Lin Chen stated at an opportune moment. "No problem, brother," Lin Mo replied, exchanging a glance with Mu Chifeng before swinging open the dormitory door in front of him. Mu Chifeng observed the 4 zombies spilling out from the doorway and, with a sweep of his flaming long knife, ensnared 2 of them within his attack range. "1 for each of us. Let's resolve this swiftly." Lin Mo nodded in agreement and then conjured a blue wind circle to encircle the remaining 2 zombies, further hampering their already sluggish speed. Lin Chen watched with satisfaction as the 2 began to contemplate the different applications of their abilities, though he noted that their combat skills still left much to be desired. Resembling brute force more than tactical prowess, Lin Mo, leveraging his speed, swiftly severed the heads of the 2 zombies. However, when he thrust his blue longsword into their cerebellum, he found nothing. Dejected, he shook his head, muttering, "TSK, such bad luck." Mu Chifeng followed closely behind, decapitating a zombie and driving his long knife into the cerebellum of another. The first yielded nothing, but the second produced a white crystal, just as he prepared to catch the crystal being dislodged. A gust of wind swept it into Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo made a face at Mu Chifeng, and the childish gesture made Mu Chifeng wish to distance himself from him. "Continue on. This is just the beginning." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo tossed the crystal he held to Lin Chen and resumed his task alongside Mu Chifeng. Lin Chen did not linger behind them, but instead entered the dormitory with the open door to collect supplies. He understood that he could not always trail behind them, so he considered this an opportunity to familiarize himself in advance. After all, without growth, how could one hope to survive better? About an hour later, the 5th floor had been entirely cleared. Lin Mo and Mu Chifeng were so exhausted that they could scarcely lift a finger. The occupants of the 5th floor had been rather unfortunate, with not a single survivor. Had it not been for Lin Chen's earlier efforts in clearing a third of them, they would have long since collapsed. It wasn't merely physical fatigue, but mental exhaustion. Continuously activating their abilities had drained their energy, leaving Lin Mo and Mu Chifeng feeling completely drained, akin to the state Lin Chen had experienced the previous day. However, luck was on their side this time. As they had acquired 5 crystals, yielding roughly a 1/4 drop rate, Lin Yiqian found a relatively clean dormitory to settle in. Retrieving some compressed biscuits and water, he said, "Let us eat something first. We can cook later in the evening. After resting, we will continue. However, there is no need to rush into killing. Focus on honing your combat skills." He directed his attention particularly to Lin Mo, as a wind type. You represent speed. Good combat techniques will serve you far better than sheer brute force. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Did a dog eat it? Did you find the previous battle to be satisfactory? As for you, Qifeng, pay close attention to your timing. Understand when to exert the right amount of force. No need to obsess over techniques, as fire abilities inherently provide high damage. After speaking, he handed 2 crystals to both of them, urging them to consume and absorb them to enhance their strength. Understood, Brother Yi. Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng nodded in acknowledgement, then picked up the compressed biscuits from the table and began to eat. They recognized that Lin Yiqian was looking out for their well-being, and after swiftly finishing their biscuits, they proceeded to absorb the crystals. Observing them begin the absorption process, Lin Yiqian stepped out onto the balcony. Retrieving his composite bow to resume his training, as he had not used it for quite some time and was feeling somewhat rusty. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun. The lethality of the composite bow remained a formidable deterrent for most. Ideally, Lin Yiqian wished to only reveal his spatial abilities to the outside world, not for the sake of deception, but rather to secure a means of protection for himself. It was this cautiousness that had afforded Lin Yiqian the right to stand where he was today. As a flurry of transparent ice arrows shot forth from the composite bow, Lin Yiqian's aim grew increasingly precise, eventually allowing him to hit his targets with pinpoint accuracy. Whoosh! With the final ice arrow released, Lin Yiqian exhaled a long breath of relief and turned back to the dormitory to absorb the crystals, for he could not neglect his own strength. At this moment, not a single standing zombie remained within a 100-meter radius behind Lin Yiqian. Only a field of fallen corpses and glimmering shards melting under the sun remained. Chapter 9. Conflict. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng opened their eyes in succession, both wearing expressions of delight as they clearly sensed their strength had increased. Although the enhancement was not substantial, any improvement in strength was not an overnight affair, and being able to feel a tangible increase was already quite commendable. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing not to disturb Lin Yiqian, who was still in the process of absorbing crystals. They got up and made their way to the door, ready to continue their training. Lin Yiqian, despite focusing on absorbing crystals, was still attuned to the movements outside and was aware when the two exited without interruption. Although he was unsure why Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng were absorbing crystals at a pace that was over half slower than his own. He reasoned that absorbing quickly was not inherently a bad thing, thus he did not dwell on it and continued his absorption. About an hour later, when Lin Yiqian finished absorbing the last crystal in his possession, he felt a sense of saturation within his body. He surmised that this change indicated his body required time to digest and absorb the energy, thus limiting the amount he could absorb each day. Stretching and hearing the satisfying cracks of his bones, he felt the surging power within him and nodded in satisfaction. The 5 crystals had approximately doubled his ability's effectiveness, with a slight increase in physical strength as well. Lin Yiqian retrieved his composite bow, wedged his quiver into the crevice of his backpack, and pushed open the door to head downstairs in search of Lin Mo and the others. However, upon reaching the entrance of the safe passage, he overheard voices raised in argument from below. At that moment, Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng were in a standoff with a group of individuals. Brothers, considering your impressive strength, we have numbers on our side. Why not collaborate and survive together? The leader of the group, a man with yellow hair, proposed to Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng. Exactly, brothers, in such dangerous times, banding together will significantly increase our chances of survival. Don't you agree? Another voice chimed in. Yes, brothers, could you spare us some food and water? We haven't eaten for 2 days and nights. If something were to happen, you'd be indirectly responsible for our deaths. Echoed the crowd behind the yellow-haired leader, who looked at Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng's splendid weapons but dared not approach to seize them, opting instead to continue their persuasion, listening to their words. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Initially, he and Mu Qinfeng were honing their combat skills against the zombies on the 4th floor. They had refrained from disturbing the silent dormitory and had turned to clear the next room. Yet, when they had finished clearing all the zombies on the 4th floor and were organizing the supplies, the door of the previously silent dormitory suddenly swung open, and this group had rushed out, demanding water and food without offering assistance during the fight with the zombies. Cooperate, band together, and you want us to give you water and food, Mu Qinfeng replied with a smile, pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses. The group led by the yellow-haired man nodded eagerly. Ha 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 ha. Are you joking? Should I call you naive or foolish? What time do you think it is? We're in an apocalypse, you worthless lot. Do you have any idea how precious water and food are? If you starve, that's on you. It has nothing to do with me, understand? Mu Chifeng scoffed. And as for banding together, where were you when we were fighting zombies? How dare you show your faces to say such things now? If anyone had come out to help, even just to open a door, I might have considered giving you some water and food, but you worthless lot clearly don't deserve it. So if you want food, you'll have to ask my knife if it agrees. With that, Mu Chifeng brandished his long knife, standing protectively in front of the supplies. Hearing Mu Chifeng's words, Lin Mo felt a wave of relief wash over him as he raised his blue longsword beside him. You can also ask my sword. The gang of yellow-haired ruffians trembled with fury, eager to advance and snatch away the food. They could hardly believe that Mu Chifeng and Lin Mo, merely two university students, would dare to kill them over sustenance. Just as tensions escalated, a swift sound pierced the air. The anguished cry of the yellow-haired leader echoed as a metallic arrow pierced his arm. Lin Chen emerged from the safety corridor, brandishing a compound bow. Brother. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Yij, Mu Chifeng echoed, his voice filled with relief. Boss, are you all right? Several loyal subordinates rushed to support the yellow-haired leader, while the others had already scattered like frightened birds. Leave, or perish, Lin Chen stated coolly. Perhaps it was the overwhelming aura of Lin Chen that compelled the few remaining thugs to hastily assist their leader in retreating. Return my arrow, the yellow-haired leader glared at Lin Chen. While his remaining followers quaked with fear, too terrified to utter a word. Noticing the leader's inaction despite his prolonged gaze, Lin Chen frowned and withdrew an arrow from his quiver, this time aiming for the head. The yellow-haired leader, deflated, averted his gaze from Lin Chen, gritting his teeth to extract the arrow from his arm and discarding it on the ground, remaining silent throughout the ordeal. After completing this, he led his remaining lackeys back to their previous dormitory. Fearing that lingering any longer would result in the arrow piercing his skull, for in Lin Chen's eyes, he perceived a chilling indifference to life, a gaze he had only seen in his own boss. A man known for his mercilessness. Indeed, they were not students of Magic City University. They had sought refuge within the school amidst the zombie crisis. Historically, during major disasters, schools and hospitals are prioritized for rescue. His instincts told him that Lin Chen was far more terrifying than his own boss, prompting him to decisively flee, for he valued his life above all else. Yij, Mu Chifeng subtly mimicked a throat-cutting gesture. No need. This person's spirit remains intact. Otherwise, in such circumstances, he wouldn't have retained any followers. Besides, he has learned a valuable lesson. Yet, you've adapted quicker than I anticipated. Lin Chen observed Mu Chifeng's subtle gesture and shook his head. He was merely desensitized by experience, not bloodthirsty. You're joking, Yij. In nature, survival of the fittest prevails. With such capability, I am naturally curious to witness how splendid the future world will be. Mu Chifeng chuckled as he twirled a flame-like blade. And Lin Chen nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with his insight. Wait, what are you and Xiaochen talking about? I don't quite understand, Lin Mo remarked, having missed Mu Chifeng's subtle gestures, feeling somewhat lost. Nothing much. Focus on recovering. This afternoon, we aim to clear the lower 3 floors, Lin Chen reassured, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder, returning the arrows to his quiver and consolidating the supplies they had gathered into his storage space. In truth, there wasn't much. Roughly 2 boxes of mineral water, 6 boxes of drinks, several pounds of fruit, and around 10 boxes of instant noodles. Indeed, while one might find a dearth of other food items in the boys' dormitory, drinks and instant noodles were always abundant. Yij, this is the hall from the 4th floor. We've already nearly recovered, Mu Chifeng declared, producing 6 crystals from his pocket. .6. Commendable, Lin Chen accepted, placing them into his storage. All right, let us proceed. Charge. As Lin Chen finished speaking, Lin Mo dashed toward the 3rd floor. Let us go. I wonder when he'll temper his impulsive nature. He is too reckless, Lin Chen mused, observing Lin Mo's hasty demeanor with mild exasperation. Haha, I think it's rather splendid. After all, humans are social creatures, aren't we drawn to a bit of excitement? You could smile more often, Yij, Mu Chifeng jested. Perhaps, Lin Chen replied with a faint smile. Following suit, with Mu Chifeng closely behind, with Lin Chen's involvement, the pace of clearing out the zombies significantly accelerated. The trio collaborated seamlessly in the corridor, while Lin Mo breached the dormitory door. Lin Chen, with his compound bow, swiftly targeted 1 zombie, while the remaining 3 were easily dispatched, making for a relaxed and enjoyable endeavor. In less than 10 minutes, the 3rd floor was thoroughly cleared, yielding 8 crystals. A bountiful harvest indeed. Just as Lin Yichen and his companions prepared to advance further down, a dormitory door swung open, revealing 3 young individuals. Classmates, may we join you? We've slain zombies before and won't be a burden. The bulliest among them spoke. Although his words sounded pleasant, their eyes frequently darted toward the bulging backpack behind Lin Yichen. Following the earlier incident, Lin Mo had developed an aversion to such opportunistic behavior and stood silently. Rooted in place, the trio's furtive actions did not escape Lin Yichen's keen gaze, yet he remained silent, merely casting a glance at Mu Qifeng, realizing from Lin Yichen's expression that he needed to handle this matter. Mu Qifeng embraced his role as the team's caretaker. We do not require your assistance. We have already cleared the zombies on the upper floors. If you wish to form a team, feel free to check upstairs. I'm sure someone will be eager to join you. Having spoken, Mu Qifeng did not grant them a chance to respond, swiftly leading Lin Yichen and Lin Mo into the safety corridor. The 3 stood momentarily, exchanging glances, but deterred by the roars of zombies from below, they ultimately opted to ascend. Chapter 10. Mo Ziming. Wow, brother, I get infuriated just seeing people like that. They think they can tag along with us? Dream on. Lin Mo fumed, throwing an arm around Lin Yichen's shoulder. Every individual has their own way of life. As long as they live as they wish, what others do matters not to me. Lin Yichen replied coolly. Indeed, as long as we lead our own lives well, the way others live is of no concern to you. As they conversed, Mu Qifeng, leading the way, abruptly halted, signaling for them to observe the doorway to the 2nd floor. Through the small window on the door, they could see that the large door, which could typically be opened with a gentle push, was currently barricaded by chairs and tables. Additionally, fragile glass items were placed atop the makeshift blockade. Should anyone or anything attempt to enter the 2nd floor, the glass would shatter, serving as an alarm. Yaj, it appears the survivors on the 2nd floor possess some ingenuity, Mu Qifeng remarked with a chuckle. Isn't that preferable? I find those spineless individuals rather vexing, and it reduces our troubles, does it not? Lin Mo retorted, pouting. Those with abilities are the most troublesome, you know, Mu Qifeng chided, rapping Lin Mo gently on the head. Shachenzi. Lin Mo erupted in indignation, ready to retaliate against Mu Qifeng. Hey, Mo Gu. I was wrong, calm down. I won't do it again. You're magnanimous. Don't stoop to the level of a little brother. Mu Qifeng skillfully deflected Lin Mo's aggression while soothing him. Upon hearing Mu Qifeng refer to him as brother, Lin Mo relented, his mood lightening. Mu Qifeng continued to praise him for his capacity for tolerance. All right, let us keep our abilities under wraps unless absolutely necessary. If anything arises, you make the call, understood? Lin Yichen interjected, halting their playful banter before retrieving their backpacks from his storage, which he had collected during their rest on the 5th floor. He handed them their bags, filled to the brim, and produced a simple spear, attaching one to the backpack and holding another in hand. Understood. Good. Now go knock on the door and let them know guests have arrived. Observing the rapid transition of the 2 into a state of readiness, Lin Yichen nodded in satisfaction, obeying orders. Excellent. At that moment, Lin Yichen and his companions resembled a well-trained unit. Mu Qifeng stepped forward and knocked on the 2nd floor door. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy sound reverberated, rousing several individuals resting in the middle dormitory of the 2nd floor. It also attracted the attention of the zombies on the 1st floor, who began to howl and ram against the safety corridor door. Inside the 2nd floor dormitory, 2 quick-witted individuals armed themselves, appearing at the door and warily watching. Afraid that something might burst through at any moment, the others hurriedly grabbed their weapons, seeking a modicum of safety. What should we do? A few timid souls huddled together, trembling. What do you mean? What to do? That sound is clearly human. Do zombies knock politely before entering? The speaker, a young man with a look of disappointment, scolded them. This was Mo Ziming, the leader elected by the group of over 10 individuals. A freshman, he had awakened a golden-type ability upon waking and, alongside 2 roommates, eliminated their fellow students who had succumbed to becoming zombies. He was among the first to react when the knocking sounded. Subsequently, he utilized his ability to forge weapons and, along with his remaining roommates, cleared the entire 2nd floor of zombies, barricading every exit. The survivors, impressed by their strength, elected Mo Ziming as their leader. However, of the more than 10 individuals, fewer than half had ever killed a zombie. Let's go take a look. After a brief discussion, Mo Ziming stood up and headed outside. All right, Minggu, his 2 roommates replied, opening the dormitory door as the 3 stepped out together. Mo Ziming did not call for the others. He wished to see how many would follow him, leaving those who chose to remain behind without further consideration. Upon exiting, Mo Ziming turned to find that, aside from his 2 roommates, only 2 others had joined him, prompting a disappointed shake of his head. He was aware of their incompetence. Yet the fact that they lacked even the courage to take a glance when accompanying him outside left him feeling somewhat wistful. After all, he had previously mentioned that guests were still human. With that thought, he ceased his musings and turned back towards the obstructed emergency exit. Mu Chifeng was oblivious to the happenings of the small group on the second floor. Continuing to knock on the heavy door. TSK, these people on the second floor are rather slow to react. At this rate, they might only think to run when the zombies are practically upon them. Lin Mo teased. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, a smile spread across Mu Qinfeng's face, clearly in agreement. Mo Ziming, who had just arrived at the door, also heard this and immediately darkened in expression, yet he had no retort. For his subordinates were indeed disappointing. No, they were his former subordinates. He intended to disband them later and let them fend for themselves, as he had no desire to support a bunch of ingrates. The four who were a step behind Mo Ziming did not catch Lin Mo's remarks. Noticing their leader's grim demeanor, they immediately turned their wary gazes towards Lin Yichen and the other two outside. The two who followed were eager to curry favor with Mo Ziming and shouted, "What are you doing here? You're not welcome. Get lost. Shut up." As soon as they spoke, Mo Ziming's expression darkened further. The two, realizing they had overstepped, immediately shrank back like quails, silencing themselves. "I apologize. My subordinates are rather thoughtless. Please forgive us," Mo Ziming said, taking a moment to regain his composure before addressing Lin Yichen and the others with a respectful gesture. "I am Mo Ziming. These are my roommates, Hu Yi and Li Dan. May I ask how to address you, brothers?" While speaking, he gestured for Hu Yi and Li Dan to move the furniture that was blocking the entrance, allowing them to enter, even rolling up his sleeves to assist when he deemed their progress too slow. Although he had been in a foul mood moments ago, he did not forget to scrutinize the trio outside. Their tidy attire, rudimentary weapons, and bulging backpacks almost screamed that they were formidable fighters. The sharpened end of the steel pipe had become dulled from having dispatched countless zombies, and the composite bow in Lin Yichen's hands exuded an air of intimidation. Thus, Mo Ziming treated the three with courtesy, hoping to leave a positive impression to facilitate their potential inclusion in his team. After all, brute strength could resolve 90% of problems. Mu Chifeng, these two are my teammates. Lin Yichen and Lin Mo, he introduced, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Although the 2's earlier admonishments had irked him, Mu Chifeng still maintained a smile. "Ah, it is Brother Mu, and the two Lin brothers. I have long heard of your esteemed names. It is an honor. Please, do come in." Mo Ziming greeted each of them with a bow, just as the obstructive furniture was moved aside. Mo Ziming took the lead, guiding Mu Chifeng, the leader of the trio, towards the dormitory. He did not neglect Lin Yichen and Lin Mo, instructing Hu Yi to accompany them, demonstrating a commendable manner of handling the situation. Observing Mo Ziming's insincerity, Mu Chifeng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, revealing a knowing smile. An intriguing individual, he relished engaging with such fascinating personalities. Noticing Mu Qinfeng's interest, Lin Yichen chose not to interrupt and leisurely followed behind Hu Yi. He had come to understand Mu Qinfeng's character. He offered genuine smiles to his own, yet presented a facade of friendliness to others, so there was no need to fear being taken advantage of. Lin Mo, while uncertain of Mu Qinfeng's intentions, knew to remain quiet and obediently follow along. After all, he was still just a mere infant of over 200 months. Infants need not concern themselves with such complexities. Chapter 11. The Alliance. As for reblocking the door, would one truly perceive danger with three individuals standing outside, appearing as relaxed as ever? The dormitory where Mo Ziming and his group had settled was not far from the emergency exit. A mere turn and a few steps brought them there. "Brother Mu, please take a seat. The conditions here are rather rudimentary. I hope you won't mind," Mo Ziming said as he personally brought a chair for Mu Qinfeng. "It is quite all right. Having such conditions is already commendable," Mu Qinfeng replied with a smile as he settled into the chair, simultaneously surveying the dormitory. Lin Yichen and Lin Mo followed closely behind Hu Yi into the room. The moment Lin Yichen entered, he began to assess the surroundings, while Lin Mo's gaze fixated on the scattered individuals in the corner. The first thing that caught their eye was the group of 11 armed individuals huddled in the corner, their palpable aura of despondency making them hard to ignore. When Mu Qifeng and his companions cast their gaze upon them, the group merely glanced back before lowering their heads once more. Next, their attention was drawn to the supplies placed in the center of the dormitory, which amounted to nearly half of what was found on the upper 4 floors combined. Although this was largely due to Lin Yichen only taking water, food, and medicine, it was undeniable that the second floor was indeed well stocked. However, what intrigued Mu Qinfeng was the fact that he had not encountered a single zombie corpse on the second floor. The corridor was also impeccably clean, indicating that someone had taken the initiative to tidy up. Indeed, upon awakening, the world has transformed. Who knows what lies ahead? Imo Ziming remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Who could disagree? Our current priority is to take care of ourselves, Mu Chenfeng replied with a pointed tone, indifferent as to whether Imo Ziming grasped the implication. Brother Mu speaks wisely. I wonder what your plans are moving forward. Would you consider staying with us? Imo Ziming, unable to decipher Mu Chenfeng's meaning, opted for a direct inquiry, hoping that such candor might resonate with him. Moreover, even if he failed, it would not leave a negative impression. Facilitating future interactions. Oh, Brother Ziming wishes to recruit the three of us. Mu Chenfeng responded with a smile, crossing his legs, fully aware that Lin Yichen would likely decline. Yet he found amusement in teasing Imo Ziming's expectations. Precisely, Brother Mu. You three possess formidable skills, and I hold great hopes for you. Furthermore, banding together for warmth in these times is a wise strategy, is it not? Imo Ziming said earnestly, gazing into Mu Chenfeng's eyes. Awaiting his response, Mu Chenfeng feigned contemplation, and after a moment, adjusted his glasses before slowly speaking. That may be true, but wouldn't Brother Ziming fear that we might usurp your leadership? At this time, whoever possesses strength assumes command. If Brother Mu is stronger than I, what harm is there in you taking the lead? Imo Ziming replied with a carefree laugh. He was more concerned that Mu Chenfeng would not propose any conditions. If he did, there would be room for negotiation, but if he remained silent, there would be no opportunity for discussion. Confident, perceptive, ambitious, and possessing a modicum of strength. These were Mu Chenfeng's initial impressions of Imo Ziming through their conversation. This direct approach had indeed caught him off guard, as he had no intention of becoming the leader. It seemed troublesome. Thus, he subtly glanced at Lin Yichen, who was busy sharpening arrows nearby, noticing Mu Chenfeng's gaze. Lin Yichen remained expressionless, yet the arrow he held was tilted toward Lin Imo. Understanding dawned on Mu Chenfeng, and he spoke. Our trio has always been accustomed to a free and easy lifestyle. We certainly will not join your team. However, hearing Mu Chenfeng's refusal, Imo Ziming was about to interject when he realized there was more to come and gestured for him to continue. We can temporarily form an alliance within the school. Once we are outside, we can reassess. What do you think, Brother Ziming? Though Imo Ziming felt a twinge of regret at not having the trio join his team, he recognized that now was not the time for such concerns. Moreover, forming an alliance within the school meant there would still be opportunities in the future. Just because it was not feasible now did not mean it would remain so. With this thought, Imo Ziming's spirits lifted considerably. No problem, Brother Mu. Your proposal is excellent, and I wholeheartedly support it. Imo Ziming's mood was buoyant, his words infused with a sense of delight. However, a cautionary note was necessary, but let me be clear. At present, Brother Ziming does not possess the qualifications to form an alliance with us. Observing Imo Ziming's cheerful demeanor, Mu Chenfeng promptly doused him with cold water. What does Brother Mu mean? My courtesy towards you was not intended for your humiliation. Imo Ziming's previously joyful expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. Witnessing Imo Ziming's dramatic change in demeanor, Mu Chenfeng found it quite amusing, and just as he was about to lose his composure, he pointed towards the group in the corner, saying, Does Brother Ziming believe you are qualified to ally with us, considering you are leading them? We have no need for allies who will only hold us back. Mu Chenfeng's voice rang clear, leaving no room for misinterpretation throughout the dormitory. He simply appreciated Imo Ziming as a person, harboring no fondness for the small group on the second floor, save for his two roommates, who barely met his approval. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, Imo Ziming's expression softened, acknowledging the truth in his statement. However, he had already entertained the idea of disbanding the small group. It was merely that Mu Chenfeng was unaware of his intentions. What do you mean by that, Mu? Do you consider us a burden? Someone from the corner rose to question. And who do you think you are to speak to us like that? Indeed, what gives you the right? As one person dared to speak out, the others quickly echoed their sentiments. Silence. Whoosh. Upon hearing someone challenge Mu Chenfeng, Imo Ziming immediately barked a command, but before his voice could fully dissipate, a sharp sound sliced through the air. An arrow grazed the head of the individual who had stood, embedding itself into the wall and leaving a conspicuous mark, with a trickle of blood seeping from the wound. The previously agitated crowd fell silent, their ire dissipating as they regarded the arrow lodged in the wall. Imo Ziming shot a profound glance at Lin Yichen, realizing that Mu Chenfeng's group was even more formidable than he had anticipated. Lin Imo scampered over to retrieve the arrow but discovered it was ruined. He tossed the broken arrow towards Mu Chenfeng while exclaiming to Lin Yichen, Brother, this is bad. It's just an arrow. Came the calm reply. Lin Yichen casually drew an arrow from his quiver and continued to sharpen it. In his eyes, the people who belonged to me could only be judged by me. It was not for others to speak out of turn. Are you qualified now? Seeing Lin Yichen standing up for him, Mu Chifeng smiled as he took the discarded arrow that Lin Imo had thrown and began to play with it in his hands. Noticing the silence around him, he continued, "Of course, as long as you dare to kill a zombie now to prove yourselves, I will apologize to you. I am quite looking forward to offering my apologies. Does anyone wish to prove themselves?" Observing the 11 individuals huddled in the corner like quails, Mu Chifeng displayed a disdainful expression reminiscent of Lin Mo's. This elicited a look of disdain from Lin Yichen, who felt that a perfectly good butler had been led astray by Lin Imo. Watching their reaction, Imo Ziming sighed inwardly. Although he intended to disband, having been their leader for a day left him with an uncomfortable feeling. Indeed, Brother Mu is right. If you wish to remain in my team, prove yourselves by killing a zombie. Of course, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. He continued. If you do not wish to stay, I will distribute the supplies on the table according to the number of people. Take your share and find a place to wait for rescue. You have 5 minutes to decide. After speaking, Imo Ziming ignored their reactions and moved to the desk to begin distributing the supplies. Granting them any supplies was already his final act of kindness. 5 minutes swiftly passed. Yet only 2 individuals chose to confront the zombies and take charge of their fates, while the remaining 9 took their shares and sought refuge. The 2 who chose to face the zombies included the one whom Lin Yichen had split the hair of with an arrow, and another who had remained silent throughout, so much so that even Imo Ziming could not recall his name. When I return, I will apologize to Brother Mu and discuss subsequent alliance matters. Before leaving, Imo Ziming clasped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Mu Chifeng and then set off lightly with the remaining individuals. As for the supplies, he was not worried about losing them. If Mu Chifeng and the others desired them, the 9 would be unable to carry them away. Brother E. After Imo Ziming and his group had exited, Mu Chifeng approached Lin Yichen, but was immediately interrupted by a wave of Lin Yichen's hand. Those with ability may do as they please. You did nothing wrong in this matter, and I previously stated that you should make your own decisions. Lin Yichen paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, you are also a member of the Dustwind team. It is not for others to criticize you. You understand? Dustwind team, Mu Chifeng understood, observing Lin Mo's exaggerated expressions from the side. Mu Chifeng removed his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his slightly tired eyes. Speaking earnestly, Lin Imo approached and patted his shoulder without saying a word. In response, Mu Chifeng playfully punched him, and then burst into laughter. Little Chinzi, you actually ambushed me. Lin Imo, having been punched, immediately attempted to apply a chokehold on Mu Chifeng. Come on, little Mosey, let us go see where they discarded the zombie corpses and see if there are any remnants to collect. Mu Chifeng ducked under Lin Mo's chokehold and readjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, regaining his familiar smile. Charge, and what a dreadful nickname little Mosey is. Call me Imogo. Hearing about the prospect of collecting remnants, Lin Imo eagerly pulled Mu Chifeng out of the dormitory, all while continuing to complain. Left alone in the dormitory, Lin Yichen smiled faintly, increasingly satisfied with this butler. He possessed keen insight, adaptability, a sense of propriety, and commendable strength. Most importantly, he was an excellent cook. Chapter 12. The state of the school after Lin Imo and Mu Chifeng exited. Lin Yichen retrieved 3 portions of self-heating rice he had previously collected from his space and began to heat them. Although his cooking skills were average, self-heating rice always tasted the same regardless of who prepared it. Although Mu Chifeng could cook, a skilled chef was helpless without ingredients. Supplies were scarce. It seemed a trip to the cafeteria was in order. The electricity had not yet been cut off, and most ingredients should still be fresh. Lin Yichen thought. A few minutes later, as the rice was just warming up, Lin Imo burst through the dormitory door, with Mu Chifeng following closely behind and closing the door. Wow, brother, the drop rate on the 2nd floor is astonishing. 16 zombies yielded 9 crystals. Lin Imo exclaimed with excitement. Imo Ziming and the others disposed of the zombie corpses in the dormitory near the elevator, and they likely have not discovered the zombie crystals yet. This time, we struck a small jackpot, Mu Chifeng added. Let us eat first. We can talk after, Lin Yichen replied, nodding and gesturing toward the now heated self-heating rice. Wow, all my favorite flavors. I can't decide which to choose. Ah, Lin Imo exclaimed, staring at the array of dishes on the table, caught in a dilemma. The 2 of them did not deliberate for long. Adhering to the principle of proximity, they picked up the self-heating rice on the table and began to eat. Observing the last remaining portion on the table, Lin Imo quickly gave up on his indecision and grabbed it. However, his eyes were fixed on the ribs in Mu Chifeng's bowl, seizing the opportunity when he was not paying attention. He swiftly snatched a piece and grinned widely upon successfully capturing it. He waved the ribs in front of Mu Chifeng, ignoring the eye roll he received, relishing his meal with joy. Once Lin Imo had finished eating, Lenny Chen finally spoke. When they return, Chifeng, you should negotiate as you see fit. I have but one request. Each person is responsible for their own food and lodging. Do you understand? Understood, Brother E, Mu Chifeng replied. Adjusting his glasses, his admiration remaining purely that admiration. Well then, as for the 9 crystals, you each take 4. Once your negotiations are concluded, absorb them and see what your daily limit is. This morning, I absorbed 5. And then I felt a sense of saturation, as if I had eaten my fill. Should you need more, come to me. The sky is darkening. We will address the first floor tomorrow, Lenny Chen added. Okay, Lin Emo agreed, pulling out the crystals from his pocket and distributing 4 to Mu Chifeng, keeping 4 for himself, and handing the remaining 1 to Lenny Chen. After receiving it, Lenny Chen stored it in his space. Then took a chair and sat on the balcony, reclining slightly, closing his eyes and swaying gently to enjoy the summer night breeze. After exchanging glances, Lin Emo and Mu Chifeng also brought over chairs. Sitting on either side of Lenny Chen, swaying along with him, Lenny Chen felt their presence but said nothing, continuing to rock his chair. Suddenly, he found this lifestyle quite pleasant. What do you think, little Chinzi? Lin Emo suddenly spoke up while swaying in his chair. That's because we are all fortunate. You have Brother E, and I am even luckier to have encountered you and Brother E, who welcomed me so graciously. Moreover, we have awakened our powers, granting us the qualification to be the influential figures of this era. Most people should be struggling to find food to eat now. Right. When people are hungry and poorly clothed, the darker aspects of human nature will gradually surface, and with power, human ambition will swell infinitely, akin to those in anime. When one suddenly gains powers, do they not also feel like the chosen one at some point? The darkness of human nature, combined with inflated ambition, in the current state of the nation being too preoccupied to impose any constraints, what do you think the future will hold? Mu Chifeng lazily articulated the current state of affairs and posed a question to Lin Mo. Observing Lin Mo's silence, Mu Chifeng added, therefore, if we wish to continue enjoying this leisurely life, we must strive to enhance our strength, little Mosey. However, I quite enjoy this leisurely lifestyle. If someone seeks to disrupt my enjoyment, I will make them understand why the flowers are so red. The once lazy Mu Chifeng spoke with an uncontainable sharpness in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be this kind of little Chinzi. I am somewhat unaccustomed to it, Lin Emo remarked with a sudden smile after a prolonged silence. Haha, no matter how I change now or in the future, just remember that I am a member of the Dustwind team. Your family, that will never change. Haha, that's impossible. Unless you call Migu from now on. The two shared a knowing smile across Lenny Chen, realizing that everything hinges on strength. Watching Lin Mo come to this realization, Mu Chifeng fell silent once more, swaying in his chair as he gazed at the setting sun. Lenny Chen wore a faint smile, quietly listening to the two converse. This leisurely life was indeed delightful. The thoughts Mu Chifeng expressed had occurred to Lenny Chen the day he acquired his powers, which is why he prioritized enhancing his strength. He aspired to be the voice of authority in this new era. Ensuring that life remained leisurely, the three, having found common ground, enjoyed the evening breeze on the balcony, watching the sun slowly set, as if witnessing the curtain fall on an old era. Click. Unaware of how much time had passed. The crisp sound of a door opening broke the moment. Go ahead. Lenny Chen's calm voice resonated. Mu Chifeng nodded, seized his swaying chair, and rose to walk towards the dormitory. Approximately half an hour later, Mu Chifeng exited the balcony door after closing it behind him. What did you discuss? As soon as Mu Chifeng shut the balcony door, Lin Mo inquired. Mu Chifeng settled into his chair, twisted open his water bottle for a sip, and then spoke. The two teams will support each other in the school, and the supplies obtained will be divided 60-40. We take 60, they take 40. As for the crystals, whoever kills a zombie claims the crystals. I initially intended to inform Mo Zimming of the secret behind the crystals to place him in our debt. But what? Can you finish your sentence in one breath? Be careful, or I might hit you. Little Chinzi. Mu Chifeng was directly interrupted by Lin Mo during his moment of catching his breath. It's nothing much. I just learned from Mo Zimming as he was leaving that the crystal is referred to as a crystal nucleus, which individuals who awaken their powers can absorb to enhance their abilities. He also showed me a new video released by the Chinese Academy of Sciences this afternoon, which we three, the oblivious ones who do not pay attention to our phones, had missed. Mu Chifeng even made a jest about it. Crystal nucleus. Let me take a look, Lin Mo said as he pulled out his phone to browse. It's no big deal, just a matter of social obligation. Don't you think this information holds greater value for us? Moreover, didn't you all overlook the crystal nucleus on the second floor? Haha, right? No wonder Mo Zimming's expression seemed off when we were negotiating earlier. I thought he was dissatisfied with the profit share. In hindsight, He must have visited that dormitory and noticed the crystal nucleus had already been excavated, but he felt too awkward to ask us for it. Ha ha ha. With Lin Chen's comment, Mu Chifeng also realized it and laughed heartily, bending over before continuing, Yij, I have seen that video as well, regarding the absorption limit you mentioned. It's because the body has just been modified by the Y element, thus limiting the energy absorbed daily. However, as one's strength increases, this limitation will gradually diminish or even disappear. If one were to forcefully absorb energy after the body has reached saturation, it could harm one's potential, subsequently affecting the upper limits of strength. Nonetheless, after consuming a significant amount of abilities, one can use the crystal nucleus for rapid recovery. Is there anything else? Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded, relieved that he hadn't recklessly attempted anything, as it could have severely impacted his potential. Currently, most cities have established military safety zones based on nearby military bases, unified under the command of the Kyoto Safety Base. Survivors near these military safety zones can seek refuge, and soldiers periodically enter the city to search for usable supplies, while survivors can also request assistance from them. The closest to us is the safety zone in the Magic City mountain range, known as the Magic City Military Base, approximately 80 kilometers away. If we disregard various factors along the way, we could reach it within 2 days at our current pace. There's no rush to head to the military safety base. We might consider collaborating with the authorities once we possess sufficient strength. Let us first discuss the current situation. Lin Chen mused while stroking his chin. Mu Chifeng nodded before continuing, the situation at school is similar. It has divided into many small factions. The strongest is the team led by Li Xingyan, who occupies the cafeteria, managing a massive team of nearly 400 individuals along with several awakened subordinates. He himself is an awakened lightning user. Next is the teacher's team that occupies the library, led by a teacher named Chen Weiming, who possesses immense physical strength, capable of directly decapitating zombies, indicating he is a physical awakener. Managing a large team of just over 300. The remaining groups consist of small factions with a dozen or so members, similar to Mo Ziming's group, though they also have some awakened individuals among them. However, the situation in the girls' dormitory is a bit different. A group of outsiders has infiltrated, and it seems to have split into 2 opposing factions, with little clarity on the specifics. All right, you should go absorb the crystal nucleus now, and take that troublesome one with you, Lin Chen said, tapping his fingers idly on the armrest of his chair. Hearing this, Mu Chifeng nodded and dragged the still browsing Lin Mo towards the dormitory. Hey, Xiao Chenzi, let go of me. I can walk on my own. And what do you mean I'm troublesome? Lin Mo protested while struggling, but both of them ignored him. Once inside the dormitory, Lin Chen stood up, stretched lazily, and murmured, things are getting chaotic, faster than I anticipated, but let it not interfere with me. Or else. A glimmer of intensity flashed beneath his blue pupils. A passing zombie downstairs was instantly transformed into an ice sculpture, collapsing to the ground, leaving only shards of ice scattered about. Chapter 13. Entering the small supermarket 2 hours later, inside the dormitory, the first to open his eyes after absorbing 4 crystal nuclei was Mu Chifeng, who had begun to perceive the existence of that limiting layer, estimating he could still absorb about half a nucleus. Noticing Lin Mo was still struggling and Lin Chen was absent from the dormitory, Mu Chifeng closed his eyes again to familiarize himself with his enhanced abilities. However, barely a minute had passed before he reopened his eyes as he sensed Lin Mo waking up. Hee, I'm faster than you. Xiao Chenzi, you can't keep up. Lin Mo exclaimed excitedly, feeling a sense of superiority. Mu Chifeng merely smiled at Lin Mo's words, choosing not to argue, as they were family, and there was no need to draw such clear distinctions. He then rose and walked towards the balcony, with Lin Mo hurriedly following suit. Upon opening the door, they found Lin Chen practicing his blade under the moonlight, stopping his movements upon seeing them. Lin Chen dissipated the ice blade and took a seat. How did it go? I reaped a considerable gain, but I haven't reached my limit yet. I can absorb about half a nucleus more. Mu Chifeng spoke first. Lin Chen nodded and retrieved a crystal nucleus from his space, tossing it to him. What? I thought I was stronger than you, Lin Mo said, a bit disheartened, upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Both Lin Chen and Mu Chifeng realized that his current limit was indeed for crystal nuclei, that it's all right. This merely indicates that my body has a slightly better adaptability than yours. It doesn't mean I can defeat you. Don't be so downcast, Mu Chifeng consoled with a smile, genuinely enjoying Lin Mo's childlike attitude. Humph, of course, I know that. In a fight, you could defeat me with one hand, Lin Mo replied proudly, lifting his chin. Amused by Lin Mo's arrogance, Mu Chifeng returned to the dormitory to continue absorbing the crystal nucleus. Being around Lin Mo truly lightened one's spirits, brother. Lin Mo began, but before he could finish, Lenny Chen stuffed 3 blankets into his hands, making his intentions clear. Time to make the bed. Fine, Lin Mo pouted, clutching the blankets as he turned to prepare the BEMO. Zimming and his group had cleaned up thoroughly when they left, so the bed was quickly made. After finishing, Lin Mo rushed back to Lenny Chen's side and brought over a small desk. Brother, let's have some snacks. Initially perplexed by Lin Mo's intention for the desk, Lenny Chen soon understood and waved his hand, causing an array of snacks and fruits to appear on the desk. Brother, there's cola too. You can't have snacks without the happy drink. Lenny Chen sighed, face-palming, and waved his hand again, summoning a can of cola onto the desk. Lin Mo, grinning, tore open the packaging and then handed a can to Lenny Chen, just as Lenny Chen assumed it was for himself. Lin Mo spoke up. Brother, look, it's still so hot at night. Can you chill it for me? Lenny Chen's expression darkened immediately. You want it chilled, do you? Fine, I'll indulge you. He took the cola and lightly tapped Lin Mo's hand. When Mu Qinfeng emerged after absorbing the crystal nucleus, he found a large ice sculpture resembling a person standing beside Lenny Chen's chair. Yaij, what is this? Although he had an inkling of the situation, Mu Qinfeng still inquired. As brothers are meant for teasing. It's nothing. He complained about the heat, so I gave him a cool down. Are you feeling hot? I see. It's indeed warmer at night, but I personally find it quite comfortable. Mu Qinfeng said, taking an apple from the desk and taking a bite. He then walked over to Lin Mo, who was making faces in the ice, and couldn't help but chuckle. This must be related to your awakening of the fire element. It seems that the abilities manifest differently in various environments. Lenny Chen remarked while thawing Lin Mo. That sounds about right, just like how wildfires in forests are hard to extinguish due to the environment. Mu Qinfeng concurred. Once Lin Mo was thawed, the first thing he did was snatch the apple from Mu Qinfeng's hand and take a big bite, as if to retaliate for the earlier laughter. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he bit down on the apple a couple more times in frustration. Observing Lin Mo's pouty demeanor, Lenny Chen chuckled and handed him a can of ice-cold cola, also giving one to Mu Qinfeng. With the cold cola in hand, Lin Mo instantly brightened up and, after pulling up a chair, began showcasing the snacks. It's all about keeping him happy, watching Lin Mo enjoy his food. Lenny Chen and Mu Qinfeng suddenly felt like having some snacks too, and they all started eating together. This is the life, Lin Mo exclaimed, reclining back in his chair after finishing the last sip of his drink. Stop howling, finish eating, and get some rest. All right then. As Lenny Chen spoke, the 3 of them returned to the dormitory. With Lin Mo lying down first. Mu Qinfeng had to check that the doors and windows were secure before turning off the lights and going to bed. Brother, where are we going tomorrow? Lin Mo's voice echoed in the darkness. After pondering for a moment, Lenny Chen replied, I initially intended to clear out the supplies from the small supermarket across the street and then check the cafeteria for some fresh ingredients. But considering the number of people in the cafeteria, there likely isn't much left. So we'll skip that for now. Let's first clear some zombies on campus to enhance our strength. Our supplies are reasonably sufficient, enough to last us about a month, so there's no need to rush to relocate. Furthermore, our strength is still too weak. The education received in schools is relatively comprehensive, and incidents of violence are still quite rare. However, outside the school is a different matter entirely. It has likely become as commonplace as eating and drinking. Lacking strength and attempting to relocate early may not be wise. Upon hearing this, both Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng felt a sense of urgency swell within them. Being without strength truly makes every step forward a struggle, brother. Then Lin Mo's sentence trailed off as he recalled that Lenny Chen had already declined before, so he promptly chose to remain silent. What's wrong? Mu Qinfeng inquired aloud. It's nothing. We need to slay zombies tomorrow, so let's turn in early. Good night, Xiaoqinzi. Lin Mo chuckled lightly before lying down, still feeling the chill from earlier and wishing to avoid further discomfort. All right, if anything comes up, do let me know. Good night, Xiao Mo, Mu Qinfeng advised before also settling down to sleep. Lenny Chen had surmised what Lin Mo was about to say the moment he opened his mouth, deducing he had only forgotten mid-sentence. However, he chose to remain silent, allowing sleep to overtake him. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Lin Mo awoke to find Lenny Chen and the others missing from their beds. He shook his head, quickly washed up, and pushed open the balcony door. Sure enough, Lenny Chen and the others were already enjoying soy milk and breakfast. Lin Mo strolled over, took a seat, and began to eat the leftovers. Just as he finished his meal, a knock echoed through the room. Mu Qinfeng went to answer the door, ushering in Mo Zimming. Lin, you truly are a man of hidden depths. Mo Ziming remarked, his gaze laden with complexity as he regarded Lin Yichen. It was only after officially forming an alliance yesterday that he realized Lin Yichen was the true leader of their group. Yet, considering his remarkable archery skills, it was all quite understandable. The two brothers are merely showing face. Everything remains as it was. Chifeng is the one truly managing our team. I merely hold a nominal position, Lin Yichen responded with a faint smile. Despite his cheerful demeanor, Mo Ziming sensed an underlying aloofness. Yet he refrained from commenting, recognizing the strength that lay behind Lin Yichen's facade. Last night, he had ventured upstairs for a glimpse, and that brief sighting had further illuminated the terrifying prowess of the trio. Squelching any thoughts of recruiting them into his own team, To the casual observer, Lin Mo appeared somewhat simple-minded, but his combat capabilities were undoubtedly formidable. The other two were a crafty old fox and a master of concealment. Given his own slight frame, how could he hope to keep up? Thus, he resolved to humbly follow behind the formidable leaders, laughing as he conferred with Mu Chifeng about the details of their mission. Ego, it's time to set off, Mu Chifeng announced a while later as he approached the balcony. Lin Yichen replied, promptly gathering the chairs and desk from the balcony. The camaraderie of sharing a meal and conversation the previous night had been quite pleasant. With Mo Ziming's team now aboard, their clearing speed had noticeably increased. Within 10 minutes, they had eradicated every last zombie on the first floor, leaving the dormitory devoid of life. They had collected 3 crystal cores, 2 boxes of water, and, due to the size of Mo Ziming's team, had surrendered all food to them, earning an additional crystal core. As they divided the spoils, Mo Ziming gazed enviously at the dazzling weapons in Mu Chifeng and Lin Mo's hands. Contrasting them with the meager blade he wielded, drooling with envy, he immediately began to pester Mu Chifeng for lessons. Eventually, Mu Chifeng, weary of his persistence, agreed to instruct him once they reached the supermarket. With newfound zeal, Mo Ziming charged into battle against the zombies. Thanks to Lin Yichen's earlier practice with archery, the path from the dormitory to the small supermarket was relatively clear of zombies. Allowing the group to enter smoothly, they locked the door, exterminated the remaining undead, and conducted a thorough safety check in one seamless motion. Inside the small supermarket, after both teams had meticulously inspected every corner, they settled in various spots to rest while Mu Chifeng and Mo Ziming began to allocate resources. Although they were the first to arrive, the supermarket was modestly sized and conveniently located beside the dormitory, resulting in a greater abundance of daily necessities than food. With snacks plentiful, Mu Chifeng permitted Mo Ziming to take the lead, acknowledging their 7-member team would not be able to carry more than 2/5 of the stock available. The two who had sought to prove themselves had successfully slain a zombie under Mo Ziming's supervision, thus gaining his approval to join his team, grateful for the opportunity to take first pick. Mo Ziming called his teammates to open their backpacks and begin gathering supplies. Hey, don't just grab snacks. How much can you possibly carry in snacks? Will they fill you up? Do I really need to spell this out? Has your brain been eaten by zombies? Mo Ziming chastised as he stuffed bread into his own backpack, noticing some teammates were solely focused on candy. First, take the bread and chocolate. Those are high-calorie and lightweight. Then try to minimize gaps, as it'll make less noise when running. And don't forget water. Leave at least 1/3 of your space for that. Also, don't overload. At least for the short term, it shouldn't hinder your mobility. Otherwise, having more supplies is futile. Mu Chifeng handed Lin Yichen the crystal cores they had acquired, totaling 14. Listening to Mo Ziming's method of packing, he nodded in approval. It was clear that someone capable of clearing an entire floor had a method to his madness. Suddenly, Lin Yichen recalled something and leaned towards Mu Chifeng, whispering, I'm stepping out for a moment. Keep an eye on Lin Mo. After receiving a nod from Mu Chifeng, he slipped out through the back door of the supermarket. Lin Mo had just risen to speak when he noticed Mu Chifeng shaking his head, understanding that Lin Yichen had his own plans, and sat back down obediently. Mo Ziming and his crew were too preoccupied with packing to notice the brief exchange or Lin Yichen's absence. Within 5 minutes, all 7 had completed their packing. Mo Ziming inspected each person's load to ensure it wouldn't impede their movement. One teammate, who had overpacked, was scolded and had his pack emptied by Mo Ziming, who intended to repack it himself. Mo Ziming's expression darkened as he sifted through the discarded items, which included several large bottles of soda and snacks. Lin Mo's eyes lit up upon seeing the soda. Muttering, a kindred spirit, Mu Chifeng couldn't help but chuckle. I don't need disobedient teammates. I trust you all know how I feel about this, right? If it happens again, you can leave, Mo Ziming lamented after a moment of silence. Feeling disheartened despite his efforts. I'm sorry, Mo-gu. I was wrong. I promise it won't happen again. The overpacked teammate quickly apologized. Mo Ziming remained silent, tossing the repacked bag back to him before gesturing for him to return to the group. Observing Mo Ziming's demeanor, Hu Yi and the others were unsure how to console him and chose to remain quiet. Mu Chenfeng stepped forward, patting Mo Ziming's shoulder. Don't doubt yourself. This is just the beginning. You will encounter much more ahead. Always keep your eyes peeled, for this is human nature. Human nature, Mo Ziming echoed softly. After a long pause, he turned to Mu Chenfeng and smiled. Haha, got it. So what shall we do now? And teach me about that weapon of yours. Despite the disruption caused by the overpacked teammate, the influx of supplies was still a cause for celebration. Noticing Mo Ziming's renewed interest, Mu Chenfeng explained the principles behind his special weapon, allowing him to experiment. After some effort, Mo Ziming successfully conjured a dazzling golden long knife, swinging it with delight until the novelty wore off. After all, no boy could resist a shiny weapon. Once Mo Ziming mastered the use of his new weapon. Mu Chenfeng continued, next, we will actively hunt zombies to enhance our strength, so we won't be leaving the school anytime soon. You all can decide whether to stay or go. Mo Ziming paused, then nodded. Returning to his corner to inform his team, knowing he would certainly remain. Mu Chenfeng paid no heed to their discussions, walking over to a shelf to grab a bottle of water. Lin Mo, noticing, also plucked a bag of chips from the shelf, savoring his snack blissfully. What was it you wanted to say last night? Mu Chenfeng asked, chuckling as he watched Lin Mo devour his chips like a gopher. At the mention, Lin Mo instinctively glanced at the supermarket's back door, relieved to find Lin Yichen had yet to return. He exhaled, rolling his eyes at Mu Chenfeng. Why must there always be troublemakers trying to thwart me? Come on, just share, Mu Chenfeng urged. Seeing Lin Mo's reaction, his curiosity piqued. Initially, he thought Lin Mo might have a secret to divulge, but it seemed not so at all. Encouraged by Mu Chenfeng's playful address, Lin Mo eagerly recounted his efforts to ensure Lin Yichen's happiness, detailing everything from researching escape plans to orchestrating opportunities for encounters. That you're impressive, Mu Chenfeng declared, giving him a thumbs up once Lin Mo concluded his enthusiastic tale. Looks like you've identified a potential sister-in-law for yourself. However, he had heard rumors about Luo Yunxi. She was academically gifted, attractive, and had a good personality, indeed a remarkable girl. So, were you planning for Egu to rescue Luo Yunxi last night? That was the plan, but I remembered he had already turned her down just as I was about to say it. So I held my tongue. Just as Mu Chenfeng was about to inquire further, Mo Ziming and his crew approached, prompting the two to tacitly drop the topic, as such matters were only suited for close company at Mugo. These three have decided to stick with us. The two are my roommates. As I introduced yesterday, Mo Ziming gestured towards Hu Yu and Li Dan. Mugo. Hu Yi and the others chimed in as well, surprised to find not just Mo Ziming but three others remaining. Mu Chenfeng nodded and smiled in acknowledgement, accepting their decision without further comment. As for this, he is called Mu Nafeng, a newcomer who proved himself last night. Although somewhat introverted, he is quite formidable when it comes to slaying zombies. Last night, he single-handedly dispatched 2 zombies without my protection. Mo Ziming then pulled Mu Nafeng, who stood behind him. Brother Mu. Upon noticing the gaze of Mu Chenfeng, Mu Nafeng couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Observing his enthusiasm, Mu Chenfeng was taken aback, clearly unsure of what had stirred such fervor within him. Yet he responded with a smile, and then nudged Lin Mo, who was seated on the ground. Lin Mo, you are our speedster. At this, Hu Yi and the others nodded in acknowledgement of Lin Mo, as they regarded him merely as a teammate, feeling no need to belittle him. Moge. Mu Nafeng also called out excitedly. For he bore no complex thoughts, merely harboring a pure admiration for the strong. Just earlier, Lin Mo had dispatched a zombie with a single strike, which in Mu Nafeng's eyes, elevated him to the status of a strong individual. Good lad, you are Mu Nafeng, right? Stay close behind me. Mo will protect you. Upon hearing Mu Nafeng refer to him as brother, Lin Mo instantly perked up. All right, Mo. Mu Nafeng responded with equal enthusiasm, for he believed that following a strong individual would allow him to learn a great deal. Observing that everyone had made preliminary introductions, Mo Ziming intended to inquire about the timing of their actions, but upon noticing the absence of the true leader, he cast a puzzled glance at Mu Chenfeng and said, Brother Mu. Suddenly, a faint sound of a door creaking open echoed, causing everyone in the supermarket to become alert. Eyes swiftly turned towards the back door of the supermarket, only to see Lin Yichen strolling in with an air of nonchalance. Yaj, upon recognizing Lin Yichen's return, Mu Chenfeng approached him and quietly recounted the events that had transpired. After listening, Lin Yichen nodded towards Mo Ziming and the others, yet his peripheral vision remained fixated on Lin Mo. who was engrossed in showcasing snacks, leaving one to wonder what was on his mind. The four of them, under his scrutiny, felt somewhat uncomfortable, although aware that Lin Yichen was not intentionally targeting them. His commanding presence was undeniably overwhelming, rendering them restless. That it was only when Mu Chenfeng tugged at Lin Yichen's sleeve that he seemed to snap back to reality, casually diverting his gaze and stating, "Then let us prepare to set off." Once Lin Yichen's gaze completely averted, Mo Ziming and the others exhaled a heavy sigh of relief, their shirts slightly damp with perspiration. Mu Chenfeng, observing their discreetly sweating faces, couldn't help but chuckle to himself, relieved that he was not the only one embarrassed. Indeed, Yi's gaze was not something just anyone could withstand. Lin Yichen sauntered over to Lin Mo, who had been immersed in his snack display since his arrival, and playfully slapped him, feeling quite satisfied. "Hee, brother, you're back. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water?" Unperturbed by the slap, Lin Mo eagerly retrieved a bottle of water from the shelf, quickly twisting it open and handing it to Lin Yichen. He had sensed trouble brewing when Mu Chenfeng approached Lin Yichen, and though he had hoped to feign ignorance, he ended up receiving a playful smack. Lin Yichen accepted the water and took a sip. Not overly concerned, as he had only one younger brother, and it was hardly a significant matter. Seeing Lin Yichen drink the water he had offered, Lin Mo felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him and then mischievously glanced at Mu Chenfeng, thinking, "What a little rascal, reporting me. Just wait and see how I deal with you later." At that moment, Mu Chenfeng met Lin Mo's gaze and broke into a smile, clearly understanding the meaning behind it. However, he remained unfazed, even somewhat eager, for the next encounter might just reveal who truly inspired whom. Lin Yichen was oblivious to their subtle exchanges. After finishing the water, he began to gather all the remaining snacks, drinks, and daily necessities into his spatial pocket. Watching the supplies vanish the moment Lin Yichen touched them, Mo Ziming was momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure. He had already acquired a gold-type ability, so it was hardly surprising for someone else to possess a spatial ability. Yet, the uncontainable envy within him was undeniable. Spatial abilities were indeed a marvel. Let us proceed. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Lin Yichen patted Lin Mo on the head, signaling him to take the lead. Acknowledging the signal, Lin Mo nodded and led the way out through the back door of the supermarket, ensuring that Mu Chenfeng stayed by his side. Thus, the seven of them filed out through the back door, leaving behind three individuals still stunned by the empty shelves. Chapter 15. The darkness of human nature. Upon exiting the supermarket, the formation of the seven swiftly reorganized, with Lin Mo, Mu Chenfeng, and Mo Ziming taking the lead, while Lin Yichen and Mu Chenfeng positioned themselves centrally, one providing support and the other directing. Meanwhile, Hu Yi and Li Dan brought up the rear. Following Mu Chenfeng's command, the group commenced their hunt for zombies, swiftly dispatching any small groups or lone zombies they encountered, while avoiding larger hordes, employing a guerrilla strategy. After clearing out a dozen or so small to medium-sized zombie groups, midday arrived, and the group unanimously decided to rest for a while before hastening towards the nearest building. Upon approach, they discovered it to be the female dormitory. However, this was not the time for maintaining good student decorum. Recovering their strength was paramount. Consequently, Lin Mo forcefully kicked open the front door of the dormitory, prompting the zombies wandering on the first floor to rush towards the sound with ferocious growls. A few minutes later, within a dorm room on the first floor of the female dormitory, Lin Mo collapsed onto the ground, gasping heavily. The others were equally exhausted, too fatigued to utter a word, including Mu Chenfeng, who had been directing them, initially manageable. The increasing number of zombies forced him to both direct and assist, leading to a dual drain on his physical and mental stamina. After several hours of intense exertion, they would have collapsed in the past, yet they were not in much better shape now. Feeling utterly depleted, Mu Chenfeng, enduring the soreness in his arms, retrieved a bottle of water from his backpack and handed it to Lin Mo. Mo go, drink some water. Not bad. I didn't help you in vain. Lin Mo replied with a smile as he accepted the water and took a sip. Mu Chenfeng shyly grinned. Throughout their journey, Lin Mo had provided invaluable assistance, teaching him how to wield his weapon with greater ease and alleviating the pressure of facing the zombies. Otherwise, he might have succumbed long ago. The others also rummaged through their backpacks, pulling out water and food to replenish their depleted energy. After a morning of slaughter, the group gathered to eat, each bearing traces of the lingering aura of death. If an ordinary person from peaceful times were to sit among them, they would likely be rendered speechless by fear. Lin Yichen, however, remained an exception, pristine in his white attire, exuding no trace of bloodlust, though his aura had grown even stronger, albeit without manifesting outwardly. After 2 hours of rest, Lin Yichen declared, "I'll keep watch." Following a brief replenishment, he observed the others still indulging in their meals, then closed his eyes. Understood, Yaij, the others responded weakly, utterly fatigued. Now, Mo Ziming and his companions referred to Lin Yichen as Yaij, grateful for the countless times his extraordinary archery had saved them, willingly acknowledging his leadership. The dormitory was soon filled with the sound of eating, as those who finished first found a bed to lie down on, while the slower ones had to squeeze together or settle on the floor. The 2-hour rest period swiftly elapsed, and Mu Qinfeng was the first to awaken beside Lin Yichen. "How was your rest?" As soon as Mu Qinfeng opened his eyes, Lin Yichen sensed it, his heightened awareness growing with his strength. "Not bad. I feel rejuvenated, and the soreness from the intense exercise has dissipated." Mu Qinfeng replied, rising to stretch his body. "Then let us awaken the others. We must continue clearing the upper floors." "All right. By the way, Yaij, here are the crystal cores from this morning." Mu Qinfeng nodded in agreement while pulling out 8 crystal cores from his pocket and presenting them to Lin Yichen, representing his morning's harvest. Although they had collectively dispatched nearly 400 zombies, he had primarily been directing, resulting in fewer cores. Once Lin Yichen accepted them, he proceeded to rouse Lin Mo and the others one by one. Observing their bleary-eyed yet gradually awakening expressions, Mu Qinfeng tapped on the bed frame and announced, "Time to rise. Go wash your faces to wake up, then we'll continue clearing the upper floors." "Okay." Mu Qinfeng and the others responded in scattered tones before getting up to freshen up. While washing his face, Lin Mo playfully splashed water at Mu Qinfeng, only to receive a light smack on the head, which promptly silenced him. Mu Qinfeng chuckled from the side but quickly lowered his head to wash his face when Lin Mo shot him a glare, narrowly escaping the same fate. Moments later, all 6 emerged from the washroom and returned to the dormitory, grabbing bottles of water from the table to drink, stowing any unfinished ones into the side pockets of their backpacks. Seeing that everyone had recovered well, Lin Yichen nodded, signaling them to proceed. Lin Mo affirmed, retrieving the crystal cores he had collected that morning and presenting them to Lin Yichen, 42 in total, more than 5 times what Mu Qinfeng had. While this disparity was partly due to Mu Qinfeng's initial lack of engagement in combat, it primarily stemmed from Lin Yichen's contributions, which accounted for the noticeable difference. Summoning his green sword, Lin Yichen took the lead up the stairs, this time arranging themselves in pairs of 2, with Lin Yichen taking the rear. "The crystal cores you have can be exchanged for supplies later. Of course, you may choose to keep them for yourselves, as they will likely serve as a universal currency in the future." As they made their way to the second floor, Mu Qinfeng addressed Mu Nanfeng and the others. As Lin Yichen handed the crystal cores to the others, he contemplated that, with the passage of time, these cores would undoubtedly become the mainstream currency of the future. Additionally, the enhancement of the ability user's powers was inextricably linked to the crystals. Thus collecting more could only prove beneficial. Mu Nanfeng and the others nodded in agreement. Although they had not awakened any abilities, according to their distribution rules, what one killed belonged to that person, so each of them possessed a few cores. Noticing their silence, Mu Qinfeng chose not to speak further and continued ascending the stairs, recognizing that even if they wished to exchange supplies, the timing was not right. "Shall we take the elevator?" Lin Mo suddenly suggested, eager to experience the thrill of a close encounter. However, he was not making the suggestion lightly, as their team possessed the requisite strength. No. Let us stick to the safe passage. We shouldn't indulge in such risky antics." Mu Nanfeng and the others quickly waved their hands in refusal. "Very well." Upon hearing his suggestion declined, Lin Mo reluctantly led the group up via the safe passage. Mo Ziming shared Lin Mo's disappointment. He too was keen to experience that sensation. As they entered the second floor, the group was met with an enthusiastic welcome from the zombies. After a few minutes of combat, they successfully provided Lin Yichen and the others with 6 crystal cores, while Mo Ziming's group also reaped some rewards. "What excellent corpses. Something feels off. Let us remain vigilant," Lin Yichen cautioned. Upon hearing his words, the initially relaxed group became alert once more. Mu Qinfeng scanned the second floor but found nothing amiss, turning to Lin Yichen and inquiring, "What's wrong, Brother E?" "The dormitory doors on the first and second floors are all wide open, and the zombies have congregated in the corridors, yet not a single survivor is in sight," Lin Yichen pointed out, gesturing towards the open doors. His reminder prompted immediate realization among the group. Mu Qinfeng slapped his forehead in frustration, acknowledging that he had overlooked such an obvious detail, likely due to the recent streak of good fortune that had dulled his sense of caution. Mo Ziming mirrored his dismay, chiding himself for being so careless, especially as he was currently relying on the strength of his companions. "Form pairs and check every dormitory on the second floor. Leave no corner unchecked. Be wary of any lurking threats." After a moment of self-reflection, Mu Qinfeng instructed. The group swiftly formed teams to investigate the entire second floor, while Lin Yichen remained at the safe passage. Within minutes, members began to return one by one, except for Lin Mo and Mu Nanfeng, who had ventured to the two furthest dormitories from the safe passage. The rest no one. Everything is gone. The two dormitories we searched were completely empty. Apart from the disarray, there was nothing else to discern. Mu Qinfeng reported, his expression grim. Of the four dormitories in the middle, 3 still contain supplies, and they aren't particularly messy. However, one dormitory resembles my previous one, almost like a temporary gathering point. They must have evacuated, leaving behind all usable supplies. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen fell into deep thought. The most pressing question remained. Why were the zombies, who should have been contained within the dormitories, released? Were they searching for something or someone? Have Lin Mo and the others not returned yet? After contemplating for a while without arriving at an answer, Lin Yichen asked, Not yet. Let us go check as well. There might be some clues. Mu Qinfeng replied, shrugging. The others chose to follow suit. As they approached the doorway, they spotted Lin Mo standing frozen at the bathroom entrance, while the sound of Mu Nanfeng retching echoed from within. What is going on? Mu Qinfeng asked as he patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. Following his gaze, and becoming equally stunned, 2 youthful female corpses lay stark naked on the blood-soaked tiles. Their bodies marred by bruises that told a harrowing tale of their final moments, their eyes wide open in death. What happened to you two? Mo Zimming, noticing Lin Mo and Mu Nanfeng's reactions, felt an unsettling curiosity compelling him to step forward for a closer look. Instantly, the bathroom's occupancy increased by 1, as the sound of retching became a chorus. Hu Yi and Li Dan exchanged glances, acutely aware of their own limitations, and tactfully stepped back a few paces. You should take a look too. It will be beneficial for you in the future, Lin Yichen said to the retreating duo. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Yi and Li Dan approached, inevitably adding 2 more to the retching assembly. As soon as they arrived at the doorway, Lin Yichen had already anticipated the grim scene. For the overwhelming stench of blood was impossible to ignore. Before long, Mu Qinfeng was the first to regain his composure, gently patting Lin Mo on the shoulder. It's shocking, isn't it? However, this is merely the tip of the iceberg in this apocalyptic world. You could say it reflects the darker facets of humanity. We will encounter much more, perhaps even witness it firsthand. So you must learn to adapt. Our role is to ensure we do not become perpetrators ourselves. Listening to Mu Qinfeng's words, Lin Mo's previously unfocused gaze began to sharpen. At that moment, Lin Yichen stepped forward, gently ruffling Lin Mo's hair in a gesture of comfort. Upon realizing it was Lin Yichen, Lin Mo felt a wave of calm wash over him, collapsing into his embrace and weeping. Brother, why does this happen? They were in the prime of their lives. Why? Hasn't Qinfeng already provided the answer? Little Mo, humanity has always struggled under pressure. This world is far darker than you can imagine, Lin Yichen softly reassured as he patted Lin Mo's back. Lin Mo cried for a while longer before finally regaining his composure. He picked up a blanket and entered the bathroom. After covering the 2 young women's exposed bodies, he squatted down to close their eyes, only to find them stubbornly resistant. Rest in peace, ladies, although we are strangers. I, Lin Mo, will avenge you if given the opportunity. He spoke solemnly, word by word, perhaps by some mystical intuition. As Lin Mo uttered his vow and attempted to close their eyes once more, they finally complied. After a brief moment, Lin Mo rose and exited the bathroom, closing the door behind him. He then searched the dormitory for the names of the 2 women. Jiang Li, Yin Qiming. What beautiful names, yet they shall remain forever enshrined here. Brother, I will avenge them. This is my promise. Very well, go forth and act. I am with you, Lin Yichen replied in a calm yet reassuring tone. And so am I, Mu Qinfeng added, embracing Lin Mo with a smile. You should sit this one out. Your little shield is hardly sufficient. Lin Mo laughed, returning the embrace. Observing Lin Mo's bright smile, Lin Yichen knew this experience would significantly contribute to his growth, albeit through an undesirable avenue. Yet, isn't life itself a relentless push towards maturity? Meanwhile, the 4 members of Mo Zimming emerged from the bathroom, supporting one another as they stepped out. Upon witnessing their pale faces, Lin Yichen and Mu Qinfeng understood it was time for the group to rest early. Despite the grim circumstances, Lin Yichen knew that witnessing such events would undoubtedly prove beneficial for them in the future. Let us call it a day. Take some time to rest, Lin Yichen declared. Leading Mu Qinfeng out. Mo Zimming's group followed slowly behind, feeling nauseous and weak. Lin Mo was the last to leave, casting one last lingering glance towards the bathroom before closing the dormitory door and striding to catch up with Lin Yichen. Chapter 16. A new application of spatial abilities in the female dormitory on the second floor. The atmosphere felt somewhat somber, as aside from Lin Yichen and Mu Qifeng, the mood of the others was less than cheerful. However, Lin Yichen and Mu Qifeng understood. After all, it was their first encounter with such a scene, and feeling disheartened was entirely natural. They would just need some time to process. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yichen retrieved a pot from his space and handed it to Mu Qifeng, along with frozen meat, instant noodles, seasonings, utensils, and water. Through his exploration, he discovered that not only did the spatial volume increase with one's strength, but the contents remained in a state of suspended time. Whatever was placed inside would emerge unchanged. Moreover, he realized that storage was merely the most rudimentary application of spatial abilities, and he was gradually exploring other uses. Mu Qifeng accepted the pot, understanding that during gloomy times, nothing could uplift the spirits more than a hearty meal, and he began preparing for a hot pot feast. We just lack vegetables. I must remember to stock up on those next time. He mused while busying himself. Having fire-based abilities made things convenient. In no time, the enticing aroma of hot pot wafted through the air, rousing the resting members. They opened their eyes in search of the delightful scent source and found Mu Qifeng standing at a desk. A large pot bubbling with red oil, the fragrance permeating the air. The flames beneath the pot blazed fiercely, yet they did not ignite the wooden desk, leaving onlookers in awe. Mu Qifeng occasionally added seasonings, enhancing the aroma, while the vibrant broth stimulated everyone's appetite. Simultaneously, the two groups on the 5th and 6th floors of the dormitory caught wind of the alluring hot pot smell, each internally lamenting how the others were enjoying such a feast. Some on the 6th floor even clamored for extra portions. To prevent any escalation that might provide the 5th floor with an advantage, the leader of the 6th floor had no choice but to appease them with some food. Despite feeling vexed by the blush on the face of a youthful companion beside him, had Lin Mo been present, she would undoubtedly have recognized that cherubic face as that of Sui Weiyao, who had always been by Luo Yunqi's side. It was naturally evident who the person beside her was, yet it remained a mystery how they had ascended to leadership on the 6th floor. The individuals from the 5th floor, discerning the somber countenance of their leader, wisely refrained from speaking, merely swallowing in anticipation as the enticing aroma wafted through the air. Lin Mo was the first to react. Glancing around in vain for a chair, she decided to repurpose her resting bed as a makeshift seat beside the desk. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she took a set of disposable utensils and began to cook the meat. Observing Lin Mo's actions, the others quickly followed suit, dragging their beds over to join her in the culinary endeavor. As Lin Mo and her companions jovially vied for a piece of meat, Mu Qifeng, the head chef, hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits lifted. Lin Yichen also contributed by bringing them a chilled box of cola. Thank you, Yaij. The group raised their drinks in unison, expressing gratitude to Lin Yichen before continuing to chat and eat. Who would have thought we could enjoy hot pot at a time like this? Truly a blessing. Mo Ziming exclaimed with a sense of wonder. And we have ice-cold cola too, ha ha ha. Ha ha, I'm downing mine. You all can do as you please. Cheers. Hick. So, what are your plans for the future? After finishing a bottle of chilled cola, Lin Mo inquired. I plan to find my parents once I leave school. Regardless of the outcome, I must at least try, right? Mo Ziming was the first to respond. I want to. Me too. I want to end the apocalypse. The others laughed at the audacity of the statement. Their plans either realistic or fanciful, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. While the group relished their hot pot and engaged in light-hearted banter, Lin Yichen and Mu Qifeng chose not to join in but instead retreated to the balcony to recline on some chairs. The sensation was remarkably pleasant. They both thought that they should acquire some lounge chairs for future occasions by the time the others had finished their meal and joined them on the balcony. The previous tension had dissipated. Lin Yichen, observing the jovial group, declared, "Let us take a break this afternoon. Feel free to do as you wish. If you want to lie here, that's fine too," with a casual wave of his hand. 5 additional chairs appeared on the balcony. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Mo Ziming and the others returned to their dormitory, moving their beds back to their original positions and pulling out their phones to play. Just as Lin Mo was about to enter the dorm, she noticed 4 crystal cores in front of her, and upon turning, she discovered that Mu Qifeng also possessed some. She was momentarily astonished. Realizing this was the manifestation of spatial abilities, without further comment, she accepted the crystal cores and returned to her dorm, ensuring to close the glass door to the balcony behind her. Upon entering the dorm, she found Mo Ziming and the others sprawled on their beds, engrossed in their phones. while Huyi played soothing music. Listening to the calming melodies, Lin Mo sat on her bed and began to absorb the crystal course. It was until Lin Mo's footsteps faded that Mu Chenfeng remarked, "Does Yai's spatial ability now allow direct use without contact?" "Yes, I've made some progress. While remote object retrieval isn't yet feasible, I can certainly deploy items within short distances," Lin Yichen explained as he collected the chairs he had summoned earlier, not wanting the balcony to feel cramped. "I understand. Yai, should we ask them to stop?" Mu Chenfeng nodded in agreement before quietly inquiring, having evidently heard the music from the dorm. "Not necessary. Let them enjoy themselves. That a bit of relaxation is beneficial, don't you think?" "Just like us," Lin Yichen replied lazily, resuming the absorption of his crystal course. After hearing this, Mu Chenfeng ceased his worries and focused on absorbing his own crystal course. Perhaps due to an oversight in his settings, Huye's soothing music unexpectedly switched to an upbeat track, causing the zombies on the third and fourth floors to stir, roaring as they searched for the source of the sound. The zombies that had been wandering around the girls' dormitory began to converge towards the dormitory building. The people on the sixth floor were left bewildered by the sudden chaos created by the zombies below, trembling in fear until Luo Yunxi intervened to calm the crowd, instructing some of the braver individuals to keep an eye on the elevator and alert them at the first sign of trouble while she and Su Yueyao guarded the emergency exit. The fifth-floor occupants caught wind of the music and understood the situation, inwardly cursing the fool who couldn't even keep track of their own phone. Observing the dazed Huyi, Mo Ziming leapt from his bed to deliver a sharp reprimand. Swiftly seizing his phone to pause the music, realizing the gravity of the trouble he had caused, Huyu cowered in the corner of the bed, awaiting his fate. As the music ceased, the zombies dispersed from the girls' dormitory. But those that had already gathered began to roam aimlessly around the building. The zombies on the third and fourth floors gradually quieted down, the groups on the fifth and sixth floors sighed in relief. Yet upon seeing the throng of zombies below, their expressions turned to one of exasperation. Lin Yichen, who had been absorbing crystal cores, was also awakened by the commotion. After learning about the situation, Lin Mo simply closed her eyes again to absorb her course. Displaying no signs of concern whatsoever. On the balcony, Mu Chenfeng inquired, Yaij, casting a questioning glance at Lin Yichen. "It's nothing. It's not a major issue," Lin Yichen replied, rising to glance at the gathered zombies below before returning to absorb his crystal course. The music had not traveled far and had faded quickly, so the number of zombies that had gathered was limited, just over 200. Given that they had eliminated far more than that throughout the morning, it was indeed not a significant problem. Hearing Lin Yichen's reassurances, Mu Chenfeng relaxed and closed his eyes once more. "What am I to do with you?" Mo Ziming lamented, gazing at the cornered Huyu. If he had not known the latter had not acted with malice, he would have drawn his weapon long ago. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Ziming resolved to seek Mu Chenfeng's counsel. Though he was hesitant to approach Lin Yichen, he felt he could not remain idle while one of his own had caused trouble, making Mu Chenfeng the most viable option. As he approached the balcony, the door swung open, and he immediately heard Mu Chenfeng's voice. As usual, though brief, the response eased Mo Ziming's anxiety, prompting him to close the door and turn to chastise Huyi in a fluid motion. Upon hearing the balcony door close again, Mu Chenfeng began absorbing his crystal course, having anticipated that Mo Ziming would come to him for advice. "This is the last time. I understand. Mo go." After enduring a lengthy lecture from Mo Ziming, Huyi grasped the severity of his mistake, becoming more cautious in his phone usage thereafter. Approximately an hour later, Lin Yichen was the first to awaken. He had absorbed 6 crystal cores, a commendable increase. But more importantly, he had also discovered a new application of his spatial abilities. He directed his gaze towards the drying rack on the balcony, activating his spatial powers. A subtle ripple of energy manifested on the rack, which then snapped cleanly in two, falling to the ground without a sound, as if it had been violently torn apart. Satisfaction washed over Lin Yichen as he admired his handiwork, thinking to himself, "Let us call it spatial rift." Amidst the cheerful sounds of Mo Ziming and the others joyfully playing cards, Lin Yichen closed his eyes once more, familiarizing himself with his enhanced abilities and newfound technique. Chapter 17, Conspiracy on the balcony. As the sun descended and darkness enveloped the world, Mu Chenfeng had just finished absorbing the crystal cores in his hand and awoke, with a rustling sound. Mu Chenfeng opened his palm, and a faint flame flickered to life, rising with the breeze. As he infused his abilities into the flame, it grew increasingly intense. Mu Chenfeng carefully gauged its temperature, discovering it was a full 2% hotter than in the morning, which filled him with delight. One must not underestimate this 2%. After all, it was merely the result of an afternoon's work. If such gains could be achieved every day, one could hardly imagine how far he could progress. However, Mu Chifeng was aware that such significant growth could not be expected daily, so he kept the thought in mind. As Mu Chifeng summoned the flame, Lin Yichen opened his eyes, and upon seeing the joy on Mu Chifeng's face, he understood that his companion had also made considerable gains. Significant gains, Lin Yichen inquired. Indeed, quite substantial. Although the absorption limit of the crystal cores remains unchanged, my power has increased considerably. Mu Chifeng replied with a smile. Well then, let us prepare a meal. Those guys have eaten, but we haven't had anything yet, Lin Yichen stated. Haha, what does Yaij wish to eat? Mu Chifeng responded, realizing that they had missed out on the hot pot meal. Let us go with instant noodles. The lack of proper ingredients is indeed a dilemma. We must gather more supplies when we have the chance, Lin Yichen remarked as he retrieved items from his spatial storage. Seeing the instant noodles and water materialize before him, Mu Chifeng nodded, for he too enjoyed a good meal, finding instant noodles acceptable on occasion. If those who struggled to fill their bellies were to learn of their sentiments, they would surely exclaim, "You're not going to eat that. Give it to us. We could survive on instant noodles every day." In no time, 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles were ready. Mu Chifeng handed one to Lin Yichen, and the two of them dived into their meal with fervor. Just as they were thoroughly enjoying their food, the balcony door swung open, and Lin Emo stepped out of the dormitory. Instant noodles. Little Chen, I want some too. After absorbing the crystal core, Lin Emo felt a bit stifled. He had intended to step outside for some fresh air, but instead found himself captivated by the sight of Lin Yichen and the others enjoying their meal. Instantly, his appetite was piqued. Lin Mo's voice successfully drew the attention of Emo Zimming and his companions in the dormitory, who discarded their cards and hastily made their way to the balcony. Under the pitiful gazes of his friends, Mu Chifeng could only smile wryly and inquire if Lin Yichen had procured more food. Before long, the 7 of them were neatly seated on the balcony, slurping noodles and occasionally exclaiming how delicious it was. After finishing their meal, Mu Chifeng and the others lingered in their chairs for a while before returning to the dormitory, leaving only Emo Zimming still engaged in conversation with Mu Chifeng. The internet and power suddenly went out in the evening, and shortly after, the mobile signal vanished. What should we do now? Emo Zimming asked. No wonder I heard you all playing cards in the dorm. It turns out the internet and power were cut, he added. Well, since there's nothing to do, we happened to find a deck of cards, so we just passed the time that way, Mu Chifeng replied. How about you? Have you calmed down? Emo Zimming asked. Not so quickly, but we can't just stand still. We must keep looking forward, Mu Chifeng responded. Indeed, we'll carry on as usual. The internet outage doesn't significantly affect us. We've managed without it for the past couple of days, Mu Chifeng continued. However, the lack of mobile signal is indeed a major concern, but there's nothing we can do about that. After all, no one possesses the skills to fix it. We can only take it one step at a time. So, let us rest well. We will face whatever comes our way, he concluded, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You're right. I think I'll head to bed. Good night, Mu, Emo Zimming said as he stood up, brushing off his clothes and heading back into the dormitory. He agreed with Mu Chifeng's reasoning. There was no point in overthinking things. Go on, rest well, and don't dwell too much, Lin Yichen gently advised Lin Emo, who appeared somewhat downcast. Lin Emo nodded and accepted the blanket offered to him before returning to the dormitory. And what about you? Aren't you going to rest? Lin Yichen inquired once Lin Mo's footsteps faded away. I'm not in a hurry, Yichen. Sleeping too long is rather dull, isn't it? I might as well lie here and enjoy the scenery. Mu Chifeng replied with a smile. Oh, and what do you see? Lin Yichen asked. Isn't everything in front of us a sight to behold? Mu Chifeng chuckled as he pushed the empty instant noodle cups off the balcony, prompting cheers from the people below. Indeed, every view is a delight, Lin Yichen echoed with a light laugh, waving his hand to retrieve the extra chairs. The two fell into a comfortable silence, lying back on their chairs, relishing the gentle caress of the summer night breeze and the harmonious rustle of the emerald leaves. Eventually, neither returned to the dormitory, opting instead to spend the night on the balcony. The following morning, Mu Chifeng awakened from his slumber, momentarily taken aback by the gentle resistance he felt when stretching his arms. His confusion dissipated as he opened his eyes to find his own blanket draped over him. A smile broke across his face as he gently gathered the neatly folded blanket and made his way back to the dormitory. Upon opening the balcony door, he noticed everyone still deeply asleep, with Lin Emo even smacking his lips, perhaps dreaming of some delicious food. Mu Chifeng chuckled and shook his head as he entered the washroom. When he returned to the balcony, Lin Yichen was already awake, gesturing with a cup of hot water. Good morning. Would you like a cup? There is still some left from last night's boil. Good morning, Yichen. Yes, please. What do you want for breakfast? Mu Chifeng replied with a smile. Let us go for dumplings and noodles, with a fried egg each, Lin Yichen suggested, retrieving Mu Qinfeng's cup to pour him some hot water while also gathering the ingredients for breakfast. Mu Qifeng nodded, taking a sip from the cup before starting to prepare the meal. Not long after, breakfast was ready. Mu Qinfeng served Lin Yichen first, then opened the balcony door, allowing the enticing aroma of dumplings to waft into the dormitory. Tantalizing the senses of those still asleep, the delightful scent roused everyone, who quickly sprang from their beds to wash up before rushing to the balcony. Upon seeing Lin Yichen and Mu Qinfeng already eating, Lin Mo hurriedly filled a bowl for himself, ignoring the heat, and eagerly exclaimed, "Delicious! This is the best dumpling noodles and fried egg I've ever had." Mo Ziming and the others were left salivating. Yet Mo Ziming remained mindful of their self-imposed rules regarding food. Instant noodles were one thing, but dumplings were a rare treat that shouldn't be taken for granted. He promptly produced 2 crystal cores, handing them to Mu Qifeng, who accepted them before signaling for his companions to dig in. "Yum, this is amazing. This fried egg is absolutely divine. Oh my goodness, this is pure bliss." As for the reason behind the 2 cores, it was simply a trade for breakfast and future meals. Meanwhile, on the 5th and 6th floors, individuals on the balconies were engaged in hushed discussions. Is it true? If I make Luo Yunxi drink this, the boss of the 6th floor will allow me to take over. A girl on the 608 balcony waved a small porcelain bottle she had just acquired. "Absolutely. Our boss has promised that once you succeed, just let us know, and he will help you become the boss of the 6th floor, overseeing all the girls there. Moreover, any new girls will also be entrusted to your care. What do you think?" A yellow-haired individual from the 508 balcony urged. "Have you made your decision yet? We aren't just looking for you. If you hesitate, the position of the 6th floor boss might slip away." Seeing her silence, the yellow-haired individual pressed on, listening to the conversation below and recalling that she was supposed to be the 6th floor dorm leader. The girl felt a surge of jealousy. Why did everyone follow that beautiful wench Luo Yunxi instead of her? Did her looks give her the right? With that thought, jealousy flashed in her eyes as she spat. "I agree, but I hope your boss keeps his promise and allows me to manage all the girls on the 6th floor." Though she was aware that the 5th floor crowd was not composed of virtuous individuals, her envy clouded her judgment, and she didn't care to consider the consequences. All she desired was to see Luo Yunxi fall from grace. "Wise choice. You can act now. I will wait here for your news. The position of the 6th floor boss is beckoning you," the yellow-haired individual concluded before departing. After reporting back to the boss, the girl clutched the porcelain bottle tightly, as if it contained her destiny. Chapter 18. The scheme unfolds. Boss Wu, she has agreed, but her condition is that she wishes for you to honor your promise and grant her control over the girls on the 6th floor. The yellow-haired individual, having left the 508 balcony, now stood before a burly man, reporting the terms they had negotiated. This imposing figure, known as Boss Wu, had a rugged appearance, with a face full of stubble and a demeanor that exuded menace. "Well done, Xiao Huang, but you must understand that we are the villains, and villains never keep promises." Boss Wu laughed, his voice booming. After a hearty laugh, Boss Wu pointed to a corner of the room where several emaciated girls sat, their eyes devoid of hope, and addressed his subordinates. "Once we take over, the entire 6th floor will become our playground. If it weren't for that wretched Luo Yunxi, we would have long been enjoying the company of youthful, beautiful girls instead of babysitting these wilted flowers. Isn't that right, boys?" "Yes, yes, yes," the subordinates chorused in agreement. "Should we seize the 6th floor girls' den? We could cuddle with lovely ladies every night. Let us take over the 6th floor girls' den. We could cuddle with lovely ladies every night." The excitement in the room was palpable. "Let us eat and wait for Xiao Huang to bring us good news." Once the atmosphere had heated up, Boss Wu waved his hand to distribute the food. Each person received a loaf of bread, a bottle of water, and a packet of instant noodles, aware that they needed adequate sustenance to motivate their efforts. Boss Wu made sure to add an extra packet of noodles. After the food distribution, Boss Wu handed Xiao Huang a tin of fruit and some snacks, gesturing toward the corner where the girls sat. "Go on, we'll be here waiting for your good news. You can take one of those girls with you as a reward. Thank you for your generosity, boss. I'll follow your orders without hesitation, even if it means facing danger." Xiao Huang expressed his gratitude. He deliberately took the most attractive girl from the group in front of the others, aware of Boss Wu's intentions to win loyalty. He had no choice but to cooperate, as he lacked the strength to stand on his own. Seeing Xiao Huang's compliance, Boss Wu nodded with satisfaction, considering him a potential asset for the future. After all, no leader would dislike a subordinate who was both sensible and intelligent. Upon returning to 508, Xiao Huang tossed the girl onto the bed, offering her some snacks and water without waiting for her response. He then sat on the balcony, awaiting news, oblivious to the fact that this action would eventually save his life, observing the silhouette of the blonde seated on the balcony. The girl discarded on the bed picked up a snack beside her and began to nibble on it slowly. Tears cascading down her cheeks involuntarily, she had managed to accept the relentless torment, yet she wondered why. I'm so full. Let us set off. Lin Mo was the last to set down his bowl and chopsticks. Having consumed nearly 3 large bowls by himself, then let's depart. I had intended to fulfill your small wish of taking the elevator, but regrettably, the power went out yesterday evening, Mu Chifeng remarked with a smile. Glancing at the dejected Lin Mo after their earlier conversation, he and Lin Yichen had concluded that releasing the zombies within the dormitory was a measure to prevent anyone from escaping, if the elevator was also swarming with zombies. Escape would be virtually impossible. He had intended to verify this today, only to remember that the power outage had occurred. Had I known, I should have continued last night. How infuriating, Lin Mo exclaimed. His expression exaggerated. Enough with the antics, check your gear and prepare to ascend, Lin Yichen said, casting a glance at Lin Mo before summoning his compound bow into his hands. Yes, Brother E. Although Lin Yichen directed his words at Lin Mo. The others echoed in unison, gathering their backpacks and weapons for inspection. As everyone completed their checks and readied themselves, Lin Yichen hesitated to speak. As the steward, Mu Chifeng could only declare, let us set off. The group then proceeded to sweep the upper floors. As Lin Yichen and the others set out, the girl on the 6th floor who had been swayed began to take action. Yang Tranqian. You are not welcome here, Su Yueyao remarked with irritation, watching Yang Tranqian, who had rushed straight to the supply area upon entering, showing no regard for her presence. She harbored no fondness for Yang Tranqian and her group. Having devoted herself and Luo Yunqi to protecting them, while Yang Tranqian's crew had consistently opposed them, even moving out. It was only Luo Yunqi's benevolence that allowed them to stay on the 6th floor. Otherwise, she'd have sent them packing to the 5th long ago. What, can't I just drop by unannounced? Yang Tranqian retorted, her teeth gritting against the sharp-tongued Su Yueyao. Just stay far away. We don't allow uninvited guests. Su Yueyao offered no courtesy, and had circumstances permitted, she would have unleashed her fury long ago. Hearing Su Yueyao's words, Yang Tranqian's expression darkened, and she almost stormed out, but remembering her purpose, she compelled herself to remain calm and turned to Luo Yunqi. I'm here to seek you out. What is it? Luo Yunqi replied coolly. Meeting Yang Tranqian's gaze. I wish to apologize. You've exerted yourself to protect everyone, while I have been at odds with you. After reflecting on yesterday afternoon's events, I've come to realize my mistakes and hope you can forgive me, allowing me to rejoin your group. I promise to be obedient and implore you to help me survive. Yang Tranqian spoke earnestly. And once finished, she uncapped a beverage she had just taken from the supply area, drinking 3 full caps before cautiously offering the remainder to Luo Yun 11. Su Yueyao tugged at Luo Yunqi's sleeve gently. Sensing Yang Tranqian's desperation for survival, though she felt something was off, Luo Yunqi too sensed an oddity, unable to articulate it. Yet Yang Tranqian's yearning for life undeniably impacted her. She patted Su Yueyao's hand in a gesture of reassurance and turned to Yang Tranqian, saying, I forgive you. As long as you follow the arrangements diligently, I will do my utmost to help you survive. Of course, your companions too. After a brief pause, Luo Yunqi addressed everyone in the room. Thank you, Luo Jia. We will certainly comply. The group responded in unison. Luo Jia, Yang Tranqian echoed, eagerly extending the drink toward Luo Yunqi. Once more, my dear Luo has already forgiven you. Why are you still so troublesome? Despite sensing Yang Tranqian's fervor for life, Su Yueyao's disdain for her remained unmitigated, and her tone reflected that. It's not that. I merely seek peace of mind. I just opened and drank this. And I certainly wouldn't poison Luo Jia before so many witnesses. Upon hearing Su Yueyao's words, Yang Tranqian chuckled internally, masking her amusement. This was precisely the opportunity she had sought. With Yang Tranqian's subtle provocation, the onlookers awkwardly averted their gazes, then busied themselves, only to surreptitiously glance back, their scrutiny more discreet than before. Aware of the veiled attention surrounding her, Luo Yunqi, wishing to spare Su Yueyao's discomfort, accepted the drink from Yang Tranqian, taking a sip before returning it. Luo. Su Yueyao exclaimed in exasperation, but finding herself powerless, she could only glare at Yang Tranqian through gritted teeth. Thank you, Luo Jia. I will certainly cooperate diligently. I will return now to organize the supplies and bring them back with me. Seeing Luo Yunqi drink, Yang Tranqian smiled broadly, downing the remaining beverage in her hand before exiting the dormitory, completely disregarding Su Yueyao's predatory glare. All of this is your fault, Luo. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to drink. Su Weiyao lamented once Yang Tranxian's footsteps faded from hearing. It's fine. Yao Yao. I didn't drink it. Plus I still have you. You will protect me, right? Luo Yunqi replied with a light laugh, conjuring a small water sphere that she expelled onto the ground, which contained the beverage she had just sipped. As the saying goes, when something is amiss, there must be something wrong. Although Yang Tranxian's desperation for survival had indeed touched her, it would not cloud her judgment. Of course, I would undoubtedly vow to protect Luo with my life, Su Weiyao exclaimed, her laughter returning upon realizing Luo Yunqi had not truly consumed the drink. After Yang Tranxian exited the dormitory on the 6th floor, she hurried to the balcony of room 608 and called down, "She has already drunk it. The potion isn't poison, right? I even consumed quite a bit to ensure she would drink it. It should be fine, shouldn't it? Don't worry. It's merely a potent aphrodisiac. You can either find a few men or take care of it yourself. We will be up shortly," surprised at how swiftly she had completed her task. The blonde snickered but quickly resumed her preparations to report back. Upon returning to the dormitory and witnessing the vanished food and snacks, she said nothing, leading the girl back with her, hearing the chatter from below. Yang Tranxian exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not poisoned. No wonder she felt increasingly warm on her way here. Sensing her body temperature rising, she hurried back to her own group to fulfill her physical needs. Chapter 19. Acquaintances. Boss, it's done. The blonde burst through the door of the dormitory where Wu Laoda and his crew were gathered. Good. At the sound of his voice, Wu Laoda sprang from his bed, rallying his subordinates in preparation to depart. The thought of tasting a rare delicacy filled him with excitement. Xiao Huang, you earned the credit this time. Stay back and guard the dormitory. Make sure to keep an eye on the food and these girls. When the girls upstairs give you the green light, you may choose to. The others listened, their mouths watering with envy, yet they remained silent, aware that he had indeed accomplished something significant, thinking they must work harder to earn their rewards. Let us go, brothers. Beautiful girls await us. Yes, boss. The group of underlings replied fervently, following Wu Laoda's lead toward the 6th floor. Thank you, boss. I will guard the food diligently and not disappoint your expectations, the blonde shouted, his expression filled with exhilaration. Once Wu Laoda and his crew vanished from sight, the blonde's excitement dissipated, and he gazed vacantly out the window, once again pondering right and wrong, just as Wu Laoda's group stepped onto the 6th floor. Lin Yichen and his companions arrived at the 5th. Upon entering the 5th floor, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloped them, yet the sounds of conflict from above were unmistakable. Bang! Lin Mo kicked open the only closed door on the 5th floor, sending it flying and crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. The blonde, who had been lost in contemplation, jumped at the sudden sound and turned to see Lin Yichen and his group, causing him to stutter in disbelief. "W shouldn't he have any enmity, right? I've come to the girls' dormitory. How could we possibly run into each other?" The blonde chuckled awkwardly, his arm still healing from prior injuries. Seeing this familiar face, Mu Qifeng smiled and inquired, "Oh, it's you. Could you tell us what has transpired here?" Faced with Mu Qifeng's friendly demeanor, the blonde felt compelled to divulge everything that had occurred since leaving the boys' dormitory, including Wu Laoda's schemes. Upon hearing that Wu Laoda intended to transform the 6th floor into his own garden, Lin Mo recalled the tragic fate of the two girls on the 2nd floor and became enraged, readying his azure sword to strike the blonde. Suddenly, the girl who had been pulled away and then returned by the blonde stood up, positioning herself in front of Lin Mo's sword, locking eyes with him as she uttered 5 words before falling silent. "He is a good person." Gazing at the emaciated girl before him, Lin Mo relinquished his sword, recognizing that he had misdirected his anger, and turned to ascend the stairs, knowing the identity of the person upstairs. Lin Yichen naturally could not rest assured leaving Lin Mo alone, so he brought Mu Qifeng and a few others along. Watching the group ascend, Wang Mao breathed a sigh of relief, thanked the girl in front of him, and then collapsed onto the ground. On the 6th floor, "Beauty, you might as well step aside. You're the only one left. Do you still wish to stubbornly resist?" Wu Laoda grinned at Su Weiyao, who was steadfastly guarding the dormitory door. Reveling in his sense of control, "Not a chance, unless you step over my dead body," Su Weiyao declared resolutely, propping herself against a steel rod. She had vowed to protect Luo Yunqi at all costs and would never go back on her word, especially since it was her fault that the situation had come to this. It turned out that shortly after Yang Tranxian left, Luo Yunqi began to feel an unusual heat in her body and instructed Su Weiyao and the others to switch dorms and rest, thinking she could endure it alone. However, they encountered Wu Laoda and his group as soon as they stepped out, and without Luo Yunqi's abilities, they were quickly overwhelmed in battle. Injured and outnumbered, only Su Weiyao remained. desperately guarding the dormitory where Luo Yunqi was. Very well, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that Su Yueyao showed no intention of surrendering and that the situation was dragging on, Wu Laoda, losing patience, decided to take matters into his own hands. After a few exchanges, Su Yueyao, already in a poor state, was further weakened. Just as she was about to be captured, Wu Laoda's triumphant smile emerged. Yunqi, it seems I can no longer protect you. Aware that she could not evade Wu Laoda's grasp, Su Yueyao's eyes sharpened as she lunged towards him, her right hand discreetly drawing a fruit knife from her waist. Intent on a desperate struggle, unwise, then perish, yet her subtle movement did not escape Wu Laoda's keen gaze, who promptly delivered a heavy punch aimed at her head. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged, propelling Su Yueyao out of Wu Laoda's striking range, causing his powerful punch to miss and nearly sending him tumbling. Who goes there? Stepped forward, furious that someone dared to interfere and almost made him look foolish. Wu Laoda shouted angrily that I am your grandpa. M.O. Lin Mo's figure appeared at the 6th floor's emergency exit, having dispatched the 2 henchmen guarding the stairway. Lin M.O. Su Yueyao exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him stabilize himself. Miss Su, you know me? Lin M.O. queried with a puzzled expression, as he had no recollection of prior encounters with her. Yunqi Ingwei, does that ring a bell? With a smile, Su Yueyao realized that hope had emerged. So it was you. No wonder you were so well informed about Luo Xiaohua's whereabouts. Upon her reminder, Lin M.O. quickly connected the dots, having received information about Luo Yunqi's movements from a netizen named Yunqi Ingwei, not realizing she was a close acquaintance. Indeed, that is I, he replied. Your brother. Is it Lin Laodi? I am Wu Yong. Since you are acquainted, why not let this young beauty depart with you? After all, it would be unwise for us to clash unnecessarily. Don't you think? As Lin M.O. and the others continued their banter, Wu Laoda interjected, waving a weapon in a show of intimidation, confident that his 20-odd men would not clash with just the 2 of them. Had it not been for the intimidating presence of Lin Yichen and his companions following closely behind, he would have already escalated the situation. Lin M.O. Yunqi is still in the dormitory and has been affected by some unknown drug. Hearing this, Su Yueyao cast a pleading glance at Lin M.O., aware that he intended to orchestrate a connection between Luo Yunqi and his brother, Lin Yichen. However, she feared they might acquiesce to Wu Yong's demands. Given their lack of formal interaction, noticing her desperate look, Lin M.O. wanted to say, Sister, the matchmaking plan has already failed, but remembering that Su Yueyao had consistently provided him with information, he spoke up. Wu Yong. I believe you heard that Su Beauty mentioned there is another person. Upon hearing that they intended to take their target, Wu Yong's eyes glinted with menace. I'm giving you kids some face. But don't overreach, little ones. He emphasized the last words, delivering a punch to the wall beside him, causing it to splinter as a warning for Lin M.O. and the others to know their limits. Then let us have a showdown. Lin M.O. was not one to back down, summoning a long green sword with a pointed gesture toward Wu Yong, ready to engage in battle, feeling the sharpness of Lin Mo's sword. Wu Yong's expression soured. Although he was confident in his own strength, he could not guarantee that his body could withstand such sharpness. Just as he contemplated retreating, Munaf Feng leaned in closer to Lin M.O., whispering, M.O. Go. Doesn't that crack resemble the one in the 2nd floor restroom? Realizing this, Lin M.O. observed closely, confirming the similarity, and fury ignited within him as he charged at Wu Yong, sword raised. Beast, prepare to die. Though Wu Yong did not understand why Lin M.O. suddenly harbored such hostility, he had no choice but to defend himself. As the fight progressed, he grew increasingly astonished, realizing that while Lin Mo's strength might not match his own, his speed was over double. If not for his lack of combat experience, he would have already been bested. This was just Lin M.O. alone. He surmised that the others were likely similar. After parrying another strike from Lin M.O., Wu Yong decisively retreated, exclaiming, Stop, this time, Wu Yong, concede. Let us negotiate an exit. Yet, Lin M.O. seemed to ignore his plea, pressing the attack relentlessly. Seeing that reconciliation was futile, Wu Yong shouted to his subordinates, Charge, eliminate them all. A reward for every kill, and the one who slays the most shall be my second in command. He called this out while fending off Lin Mo's strikes and retreating downstairs, planning to gather supplies and escape. Dead comrades can be replaced. Little brothers can wait for another time. You'll all see blood. Lin Yichen stated flatly, following closely behind, concerned for Lin Mo's safety. Understood. Yaij, Mu Chifeng, and the others nodded in agreement. The 20-odd men without a leader were easily intercepted by the 5 of them. 5 against 22. The odds were in their favor. Mu Chifeng was the first to strike, with the others quickly following suit. As Lin Yichen had instructed that everyone must draw blood. Beast, don't run. Lin M.O. shouted as he pursued Wu Yong. Mo Ge, please stop. I admit my voice was a bit loud earlier. I see my mistake now. Just pretend today never happened, and let me go, okay? Wu Yong, unable to match Lin Mo's speed, found himself unable to escape and could only defend against his relentless assault while pleading. Save your breath. Remember those two girls on the second floor? I vowed to avenge them, so don't run. Today, it's either your death or mine, Lin Mo declared, launching into a fierce offensive, each strike more ferocious than the last. Realizing there was no way out, Wu Yong abandoned thoughts of escape and relied on his seasoned experience to engage Lin Mo in combat. After exchanging dozens of blows, Lin Mo, leveraging his speed, broke through and thrust his sword into Wu Yong's chest. Wu Yong's face twisted in disbelief, unable to accept that he had been defeated by a mere child, before he fell lifelessly to the ground. With Wu Yong's collapse, the tension that had gripped Lin Mo finally eased, and he plopped down on the floor, gasping for breath. This battle had been the most arduous he had ever faced. Marking his first experience in combat, just as Lin Mo relaxed, the supposedly lifeless Wu Yong suddenly sprang up, bringing his hands crashing down towards Lin Mo's head. Kid, don't cross me in your next life. When I was brawling, you were still at home drinking milk. If that blow connected, Lin Mo would likely suffer a concussion, if he were lucky enough to survive. A sudden sigh echoed from the stairwell. And in an instant, Wu Yong was encased in ice, leaving only his head exposed, his previous arrogance replaced by shock. Next time, remember to finish the job. Lin Chen appeared at the fifth-floor emergency exit. As a plethora of ice cubes, the size of pebbles, rained down from above, he had witnessed the entirety of Lin Mo's battle. Overall, it had gone well, but he had failed to deliver a finishing blow. A grave error in combat. Lin Mo winced as the ice struck him, but he dared not evade, only grinning sheepishly. Brother, I was wrong. I'll remember to finish the job next time. The onslaught of ice finally ceased. I leave him to you, Lin Chen said, casting a glance at Wu Yong before entering the dormitory where Huang Mao resided. Rest assured, brother, that was my promise. Lin Mo nodded. Mo go. No. Mo ye. Spare my life. I am also an ability user and can swear loyalty to you. Wu Yong pleaded, a forced smile plastered across his face. Stop smiling. It looks like there are worms crawling on your face. Quite nauseating. Yes, I won't smile anymore. Mo Yi decides. Wu Yong nodded vigorously, realizing that with his strength rendered useless by the ice, he had no means to escape. Do not struggle any longer. The prowess of ego is something you shall never hope to match. Sensing the tremor of the ice block, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. There was no struggle. As the esteemed Mo Yi jested, I naturally cannot hope to catch up to Yi's strength in 8 lifetimes. Observing Wu Yong's desperate desire to survive, Lin Mo's smile widened, and he spoke. Very well. How about this? You shall compose an apology for those 2 girls. If it pleases me, I shall grant you your freedom. How does that sound? Really, Mo Yi? Indeed, I speak the truth. After all, I am not a villain, and I shall honor my word. Excellent. I shall think of it right away. No need to rush. Take your time. We have ample hours today. Within the dormitory, witnessing the return of Lin Chen, Huang Mao's composure nearly shattered. Why has this harbinger of death returned once more? Brother, do you have any further business? Huang Mao inquired cautiously. What is your name? Huang Xiaotian. A commendable name. Lin Chen nodded and tossed him a crystal core, continuing, consume it. Succeed and gain strength. Fail and become one of the undead. The choice is yours. Having heard Huang Xiaotian's tale, Lin Chen felt a sense of resonance. Reminiscent of his own childhood with Lin Mo, thus he granted Huang Xiaotian a chance for choice. Huang Xiaotian caught the crystal core tossed by Lin Chen, reflecting on his past life. A flicker of resolve crossed his eyes, and he swallowed it whole. It burns. This was Huang Xiaotian's first sensation after consuming the core, soon followed by excruciating pain. He clenched his teeth tightly, curling his body in silence. The girl observing his suffering knelt before Lin Chen, pleading, please. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaotian attempted to intervene but found himself unable to move, only managing to weakly utter, no please. His voice was but a whisper, and though the girl heard him, she did not turn back. Remaining on her knees before Lin Chen, pleading, please, have you made up your mind? Lin Chen had been observing Huang Xiaotian's condition and spoke after a lengthy pause. I have made up my mind. I too require strength. The words Lin Chen had spoken earlier had reached her ears. I wish to follow him, to protect him. Though her last words were barely audible, Lin Chen's keen hearing caught them. As he turned, a crystal core flew towards the girl, and he strode out of the dormitory without a backward glance. He did not take the supplies accumulated by Wu Yong, for he knew that with the willpower of Huang Xiaotian and the girl, they would not falter. Consider it a congratulatory gift for their rebirth. The girl caught the crystal core without hesitation and swallowed it, curling up in pain. I wish. To know. Your name. As he was about to step through the door, Huang Xiaotian struggled to speak. What? Seeking revenge against me? You shall need to exert yourself for that. Ha ha ha. Lin Chen laughed as he departed. No, before Huang Xiaotian could finish his words, Lin Chen's figure had vanished from the doorway. And a voice echoed from outside. Lin Chen. I, Wu Yang, am unworthy as a human. So, how about it? Mo Yi, am I satisfactory this time? After numerous revisions, Wu Yang cautiously inquired. Satisfactory. Upon hearing Lin Mo's response, he activated his wind-based abilities to elevate Wu Yang and lead him downstairs. So, does this mean that Mo Yi will let me go? Seeing Lin Mo remain silent, Wu Yang continued, Mo Yi, where are we headed? I am quite pleased, thus I intend to let the parties involved hear it. You have no objections, do you? Of course not. What Mo Yi says goes. I in the girls' dormitory, room 208. Lin Mo gently pushed open the dormitory door, placing Wu Yang at the restroom entrance, asking, do you remember this place? Recite your earlier apology once more. Upon reaching this spot, Wu Yang, who had been too intimidated to utter another word, could only repeat the apology that had so satisfied him, now laden with remorse. As for the sincerity of his words, only he could know. I, Wu Yang, am unworthy as a human. When the final apology fell from his lips, Wu Yang turned to hope that Lin Mo would honor his promise and spare him. However, a gust of wind, swifter than his movement, swept across his neck, severing his head and silencing the words he had yet to voice. Though it was his first act of killing, Lin Mo felt no revulsions. He merely gazed calmly, softly murmuring, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Rest in peace. He then picked up Wu Yang's head and placed it at the restroom entrance, standing in silence for a moment before exiting. As Lin Mo stepped out of room 208, his footsteps were light. He had accomplished a promise he had made to himself, achieving a growth that was his own. Turning around, he spotted Lin Chen waiting at the end of the corridor, and suddenly felt his eyes moisten. He hurriedly ran to embrace him, whispering, Brother, you have worked hard these years. Lin Chen, embraced, gently patted Lin Mo's back, saying it is all well, but little Mo has indeed done well this time. You have become quite the capable young man. Ha, indeed. One must consider who taught me. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo released Lin Chen and laughed heartily. I just wonder how long it will take for you to bring back my sister-in-law. Observing Lin Mo's significant growth, Lin Chen teased, Little sister-in-law, that should be a piece of cake. However, there is still no one worthy of my eye at the moment. As Lin Mo spoke, he dashed upstairs. And seeing his joyful figure, Lin Chen followed suit with a smile. Chapter 21. The moon necklace on the 6th floor corridor, Mu Qinfeng and his companions had also concluded their battle. Only 2 members of Wu Yang's gang remained, and their survival was due to Hu Yi and Li Dan's reluctance to kill. Though they had been knocked unconscious and left on the ground, go ahead and strike. The later Mu Nanfeng has shown you how it's done. What are you two afraid of? If you cannot overcome this, how will you manage in the future? Will you stand there and let others strike you? Mo Ziming scolded Hu Yi and his companion. Exasperated, Mu Qinfeng remained silent, leaning against the door while cleaning the blood-stained lenses of his golden glasses. They were not his team members, so he saw no reason to expend effort on them. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the restroom, and Mu Nanfeng waved his arms frantically, wearing an expression that pleaded not to involve him. He had struggled for quite some time before resorting to violence. Hu Yi and his companion exchanged dry smiles, as no one had informed them that he meant actual killing. Now, asking these law-abiding citizens to take lives was a hurdle they could not cross. Just as Hu Yi and his companion were about to speak, footsteps echoed from the adjacent corridor, followed by the appearances of Lin Mo and Lin Chen at the stairwell. Mu Qinfeng was the first to speak. Mo Ziming echoed, casting a fierce glare at Hu Yi and his companion. Well done. Lin Mo approached Mu Nanfeng and patted his shoulder. He had overheard their previous conversation. There was no avoiding it. As Mo Ziming had shouted too loudly, Mu Nanfeng turned to Lin Mo with a smile, remaining silent as his stomach churned. Observing Hu Yi and his companion, who had yet to draw blood, Lin Chen said lightly, Take your time to acclimatize. There is no need to rush. After all, it does not affect you, whether you choose to listen or not. Thank you, ego. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Hu Yi and his companion breathed a sigh of relief. Not pondering further, Mo Ziming, looking at Hu Yi and his companion, felt helpless. Yet, he could not force them to kill, so he could only lead them to a corner for some ideological education. There was no other option, as staying any longer felt somewhat embarrassing. Seeing the corpses piled in the corridor, Lin Yichen found them unsightly and addressed Mu Qifeng. Clear this up. Mu Qifeng nodded, and with a wave of his hand, all the corpses spontaneously ignited. Then he opened the corridor window to let the ashes disperse, ensuring they vanished without a trace. The seamless execution of this task left those rescued on the 6th floor trembling in fear. Why did they feel this group was even more terrifying than the one on the 5th floor? Little Chinzi, not only are you a master chef, but you also excel at covering up evidence. Lin Mo teased with a laugh. Mu Qifeng shot Lin Mo a glance, but upon seeing him return to his carefree self, he felt genuinely happy for him. Hey, where's the beautiful Su? Lin Mo, unbothered by the glare, draped an arm around Mu Qinfeng's shoulder, stating that he needed to have a word with Su Yuyao. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer later. I and there. Mu Qinfeng pointed to room 601. Upon receiving the answer, Lin Mo dashed inside, leaving Mu Qinfeng astonished. He then turned to Lin Yichen, his gaze clearly asking, Ige, did you not tell him that barging into a girl's room is quite impolite? Observing Mu Qinfeng's expression, Lin Yichen shook his head, returning a look that said, do you think it matters if I told him? Well, this is classic Lin Mo. Mu Qifeng shifted his gaze, then turned to the recovering Mu Nanfeng, saying, Nanfeng. Yes, brother Mu. What is it? Mu Nanfeng stood up in response. Please find a random dormitory to settle them down. If anyone misbehaves, give them a beating to set the mood right. Mu Qinfeng pointed to a corner where a group of quails they had rescued were gathered. Sure, brother Mu. Mu Nanfeng replied and began to act. He initially intended to find a dormitory farther away from them, but as he passed room 606, he suddenly heard the sound of sobbing coming from within. He thought it might be a stray fish and directly went to find Mo Ziming and the others. Upon hearing the possibility of a hidden situation, Mo Ziming promptly accompanied Hu Yi and followed Mu Nanfeng to the door of dormitory 606, where they indeed heard the sound of a girl sobbing. Bang! Mo Ziming forcefully kicked open the dormitory door. As the door swung wide, the scene within the room unfolded before their eyes, rendering the 4 innocent young men momentarily speechless, their faces reddening like ripe cherries. Initially startled by the sound of the door being kicked open, Yang Qianqian, who had been engaged in a rather intimate gathering on the bed, was further shocked to see 4 heads staring at her in unison, emitting a piercing scream that shattered the atmosphere, causing the effects of the medicine to vanish instantly. Simultaneously, the 3 young men beside her were also rendered speechless, collapsing onto the bed, uncertain if they would ever regain their former bravado. In the adjacent dormitory, a few girls, upon hearing their leader's scream, opened their door and were met with the sight of 4 boys staring at their leader. However, upon noticing the weapons in Mo Ziming's hands, they dared not make a move. Only after young Qianqian's scream subsided did the boys react, hurriedly pulling the dormitory doors shut. What happened? Why do you all look like that? And Nanfeng, why are you bleeding from your nose? Inquired Mu Qifeng, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Brother Mu, it's just a living spring palace illustration. Mu Nanfeng stammered. Is that all? I thought something serious had occurred. Huh, brother Mu, aren't you surprised? What is there to be surprised about? Go and bring them out. That girl is probably the one Huang Na mentioned. Mu Qifeng replied casually. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Mu Nanfeng suggested cautiously. Inappropriate, my foot. Hurry up. And take a good look too, lest you end up being swindled out of your underpants by some woman later. After saying this, Mu Qifeng kicked Mu Nanfeng back into the room. As the dormitory door swung open once more, Mo Ziming and the others craned their necks to peer inside. Disgusted by their pitiful appearance, Mu Qifeng turned and walked away. Passing by a group of quails, he shoved them into the adjacent dormitory 605. Phew, much better, Mu Qifeng thought to himself. Ige, with them like this, I can't fathom how they will survive going forward, he quietly remarked to Lin Yichen after closing the door. Humans are adaptable creatures. Give them some time, and they'll be fine. We simply have a bit more experience and adapt more swiftly, Lin Yichen replied, his expression unchanged and voice calm. Mu Qifeng pondered this, realizing that had he been in the same position as them, his performance might not differ much, if not worse. Suddenly, a door creaked open, interrupting Mu Qinfeng's thoughts, and Lin Mo's head popped out from dormitory 601. Brother, come quickly and help. The campus bell Luo Yunqi's temperature is rising. Without waiting for Lin Yichen's response, he pulled him into 601, prompting Mu Qifeng to resume his duty at the door. Lin Mo led Lin Yichen directly to Luo Yunqi's bedside. Yichen, please help Yunqi. Su Yuyao implored, looking at Lin Yichen, who had been dragged in by Lin Mo. Although unsure of what Lin Yichen could do, she chose to trust Lin Mo, observing the distressed Luo Yunqi on the bed. Lin Yichen glanced at Lin Mo before nodding in agreement and gesturing for them to step outside. As Lin Yichen indicated for them to leave, Sui Weiyao initially wanted to say something but held back upon seeing Lin Mo shake his head. Then followed him out. Once they were outside, Lin Yichen squatted down, placing a finger gently on Luo Yunqi's wrist. A wave of coldness gradually flowed from his fingertip into her body. As the chill permeated her, the redness in Luo Yunqi's skin faded at a visible rate, and her discomfort ceased, awakening her in less than a minute. Huh, Lin Xiong, how come you're here? Luo Yunqi, now awake and seeing Lin Yichen, asked calmly, her face slightly flushed but not panicking. Noticing her wakefulness, Lin Yichen withdrew his finger from her wrist and replied, just passing by. I see. Thank you very much, Lin Xiong, Luo Yunqi said with a smile. Not probing further. No need to mention it. Who could have a troublesome younger brother at home? Lin Yichen remarked as he walked towards the door, a delicate moon necklace glimmering as he moved. Hearing Lin Yichen mention his troublesome younger brother, Luo Yunqi stifled a laugh until she caught sight of the necklace flashing from his collar, prompting her to sit up abruptly. Lin Xiong, that necklace you're wearing is beautiful. Could I see it, please? Pretty please. Her tone unconsciously took on a hint of coaxing, as she felt the necklace bore resemblance to something she had seen before. In response, Lin Yichen paused in his stride, touched the moon necklace at his chest, and after a moment, stated, it's just a little necklace, nothing special. You should rest well after the effects of the medicine. He continued on his way, his voice cooling noticeably, with rejection evident. Wait. Before Luo Yunqi could say anything further, Lin Yichen opened the door and stepped out. Humph, why so fierce? I will definitely see it, she mumbled, pouting at the closed door, perhaps due to being alone or just awakening. Luo Yunqi was not as aloof as she typically appeared before others. Instead, she seemed somewhat endearing. Chapter 22. Luo Yunqi's abilities. Seeing Sui Weiyao, who had been pacing anxiously since leaving the dormitory, Lin Mo reluctantly pulled out a cherished bag of white rabbit candy and offered it to her. Don't worry, Egan never commits to anything without assurance, so have some candy. Upon hearing this, Sui Weiyao visibly relaxed. Smiling as she accepted the candy from Lin Mo, she unwrapped a piece and placed it in his palm, saying, Here, let us share it. And thank you for saving me. No, us. She then retrieved another piece and placed it in Lin Mo's hand. And no need to mention it. We need to support each other to survive better, right? Plus, I should thank you for the information you provided back then, Lin Mo stammered, feeling his heart skip a beat at Sui Yao's innocent smile, his words faltering. Upon hearing Lin Mo's response, Sui Yao seemed to recall something. Her face lit up with joy. A slight fondness she had felt for him earlier began to blossom, while the tale of a hero saving a damsel in distress might be cliché. It was undeniably effective. Observing the entire scene, Mu Qifeng remarked, I can't bear to watch. It's unbearable. Just then, Lin Yichen emerged to witness this very tableau, Sui Yao smiling at Lin Mo, who was staring blankly at the two pieces of candy in his hand, and Mu Qifeng leaning against the door, deliberately avoiding eye contact. Yichen, how's Yunqi? Sui Yao was the first to inquire upon seeing Lin Yichen. Brother Yi, Mu Qifeng called out from his post at the door. Only Lin Mo remained oblivious, still lost in his thoughts. Lin Yichen nodded at Sui Weiyao, saying, she's fine now. Upon receiving Lin Yichen's assurance, Sui Weiyao felt a wave of relief wash over her. Bowing deeply as she said, thank you, Yichen. She then hurried past him into room 601 to find Luo Yunqi. What happened earlier? Lin Yichen asked Mu Qifeng after Sui Weiyao entered 601. Brother Yi. Here's the thing. Mu Qifeng recounted the conversation between Lin Mo and Sui Weiyao word for word. After listening, Lin Yichen scrutinized the still distracted Lin Mo. This was not typical behavior for this fool. Moreover, he had shared his favorite snacks, which felt highly out of character. Just as he pondered this, Mu Nanfeng and the others approached, with Yang Chanqian, now fully dressed, in tow, along with all her friends. Brother Yi. Mu Nanfeng called out to Lin Yichen before turning to Mu Qifeng, saying, Brother Mu, we've brought her. Lin Yichen merely cast a cursory glance and remained silent. Well, let us wait for the main subject to emerge before we discuss further. You all should take a break, Mu Qifeng replied with a smile. What's up with Mo? Mu Nanfeng asked, noticing Lin Mo had been stationary since their arrival. He's fine, just likely daydreaming. Mu Qifeng waved dismissively. Although uncertain of the specifics, he seized the opportunity to tease. I thought something was wrong. It's just daydreaming. Huh? Daydreaming? Who's the object of his affections? Could it be that girl he just saved? Mo Ziming, who had been ready to rest, swiftly approached Mu Qifeng, a curious expression on his face. The others also perked up, abandoning their plans to rest as they sat down, eager to eavesdrop. Want to know? Yes. Mo Ziming nodded vigorously. Well, heh. not telling you. Observing the eager faces leaning forward, Mu Chifeng feigned a diversion, being unaware of the details himself. He had no intention of fabricating a story and getting into a scuffle with Lin Mo later. You. Mo Ziming nearly choked on his words, struggling to regain composure. What? Do you have an issue? Mu Chifeng asked, grinning as he adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses to note as he observed the smiling Mu Chifeng. Mo Ziming repeatedly waved his hands, then turned to glance at Mu Nanfeng and the others who were savoring their snacks nearby. The group, engrossed in their treat, was suddenly met with the intense gaze of their leader, causing them to hurriedly avert their eyes. Satisfied by their perceptiveness, Mo Ziming withdrew his gaze, reminding himself that he was not one to hold a grudge against Mu Chifeng. It was certainly not due to any inability to confront him. He thought. Suddenly, the door to dormitory 601 swung open, and Luo Yunxi emerged, clad in a sleek black tracksuit. The moment her presence was felt, she captivated the attention of Mo Ziming and his companions. Gone was the softness she had earlier displayed. Her ordinary attire was transformed into an aura of haute couture, radiating an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Luo Yunxi? Mo Ziming ventured, a hint of uncertainty in his voice, primarily because her current appearance diverged significantly from her photographs circulating on the forum. Hello, she replied politely, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, it's you. As stunning as ever. Mo Ziming exclaimed, his admiration apparent. Oh, you know her? Mu Chifeng inquired, puzzled as he looked at Mo Ziming. Don't you recognize her, Mu? She asked, the new campus beauty from the freshman year. The school's confession wall has been inundated with declarations for her. Mo Ziming rolled his eyes in response. From your expression, I assumed you had a personal acquaintance. Turns out you're just another lobe, Mu Chifeng remarked coolly, observing Mo Ziming's rural demeanor. Puffed. At this, Mu Nanfeng and the others struggled to suppress their laughter, only to feel the penetrating glare from their leader once more. They promptly lowered their heads, though their shaking shoulders betrayed their suppressed mirth. Noticing their reaction, Mo Ziming quietly retreated to a corner, his mind echoing with the words, I am a lobe. Meanwhile, Luo Yunxi paid little heed to the chatter around her. After responding to Mo Ziming, her focus shifted entirely to Lin Yichen's neck. Lin Yichen, ever sensitive, detected her gaze instantly and even exchanged a brief look with her. Realizing she had no intention of looking away, he retreated into the adjacent dormitory 602, thinking, if I can't provoke you, I can surely avoid you. Mu Chifeng, engrossed in watching Mo Ziming, failed to notice Luo Yunxi's attention directed elsewhere. Upon seeing Lin Yichen silently slip into 602 without uttering a word, he recognized it was time for his steward, Chifeng, to take action. Yunxi, may I call you that? He asked. Sure. And you are? Luo Yunxi replied with an unchanging expression, maintaining her politeness as she regarded Lin Yichen's departure. I am Mu Chifeng. If it weren't for this unfortunate calamity, I would be a sophomore this year, so you may address me as Senior Mu or Classmate Mu. All right, Senior Mu. Very well. Mu Chifeng nodded before gesturing towards Yang Tranqian and the others, succinctly outlining Wu Yang's plan, concluding with, how to resolve this is entirely up to you. Thank you, Senior Mu. Luo Yunxi expressed her gratitude. Not at all. It's merely a favor for Lin Mo now. What are you pondering for so long? Mu Chifeng remarked, giving Lin Mo a light slap to jolt him from his reverie. Hey, Luo, the campus beauty, where's Sue? Lin Mo, now alert, inquired. She is taking a shower. She'll be a while. Luo Yunxi replied with a smile. If you won't show me, I can always ask someone else. Luo Yunxi thought to herself, mentally applauding her own cleverness. Little Chun, why did you just hit me? Hey, what are you planning to do? Don't be violent. Before Lin Mo could finish his protest, Mu Chifeng had dragged and kicked him into 602. Turning to Luo Yunxi, he said, everyone from your side is in 605, feel free to do as you wish. Yunxi, with that, he too retreated inside. Mo Ziming, feeling somewhat isolated in the corner, signaled to Mu Nanfeng and the others to follow him in, also bringing along the two subordinates who had been knocked unconscious. He had not given up on the idea of letting Hu Yi and the others taste blood. Thus, the corridor was left with only Luo Yunxi and the members of Yang Tranqian's team. As for any concerns regarding Luo Yunxi's safety, Mu Chifeng had no doubts about the capabilities of someone who could manage the 6th floor. More importantly, they had already done enough. If she could not control the situation now, it could only be said that it was fate, and saving her would be in vain. Why? After a long silence, Luo Yunxi finally spoke, perplexed by Yang Tranqian's intense hatred for her, a hatred so profound that it led to her using herself as bait. She believed she had done enough, never hoarding resources nor acting out of line, striving to help them survive. Why was it like this? Where did this animosity stem from? Moreover, she had not even consumed that bottle of drink. Why had she still fallen victim? Why? There is no reason. I simply cannot stand you, Luo Yunqi. I was the dorm leader of the 6th floor. They should all be listening to me. Why do they all heed your words? Is it merely because of your beauty, and why is your awakened ability so splendid while mine is a grotesque poison type? I am envious, so very envious. Therefore, I shall destroy you. Only then will they listen to me again. And I shall reclaim my position as the leader of the 6th floor. Yang Tranqian screamed in a fit of rage. Listening to Yang Tranqian's words and observing her current state, Luo Yunqi pressed her lips together, feeling a tightness in her chest. Look, this is the person you protected for days, consumed by jealousy, concealing her true feelings. Is it truly worth it? Luo Yunqi questioned herself inwardly. At that moment, a vivid image materialized in her mind. A boy and a girl, both around 10 years old, walking hand in hand through a dimly lit, damp sewer. They chatted as they walked, but she could not discern their words. Suddenly, she caught a clear statement from the boy. Human nature is inherently unfathomable. The image then faded, and Luo Yunqi gently rubbed her head. This had been occurring ever since her awakening. This image would sporadically invade her thoughts, yet remained elusive. However, this time she had comprehended one line and glimpsed the silhouettes of the two protagonists. Luo Yunqi felt it wouldn't be long before she would witness the complete picture. Is human nature truly unfathomable? She murmured softly, echoing the boy's words, then turned to Yang Tranqian, saying, Since you relish jealousy so much, let your punishment be that you shall only experience jealousy and pain from now on. With that, her telekinesis surged forth, brutally shattering Yang Tranqian's limbs. The instant agony caused her to faint on the spot. Take your leader and roll away. Do not let me see you again. After administering her punishment, Luo Yunqi coldly commanded the remaining individuals. Upon hearing her words, the remaining group hastily dragged the unconscious Yang Tranqian downstairs. Just a useless person, no longer worthy of their serious attention. Watching them leave, Luo Yunqi could already envision Yang Tranqian's future. She then returned to dormitory 601, where she had initially emerged to avoid making Lin Yichen and the others wait too long. Chapter 23, Tranquil Moments Inside Dormitory 602. Brother, Little Chen not only hit me but also kicked me. You must stand up for me. Lin Emo whined, feigning tears. Before Lin Yichen could respond, Mu Chifeng, who had entered behind him, suddenly felt an itch in his foot and kicked Lin Emo onto the bed from behind. Brother, look at him. He dares to be so rough in front of you. Lin Emo exclaimed dramatically as he sprawled on the bed. Even though Mu Chifeng had barely exerted any force, the others who had followed in, including Emo Ziming, averted their gazes, unable to bear the scene. Had he kicked lightly, there would still be noise. Go rest properly instead. Lin Yichen commented dismissively. Hey, after I wake up, I'll settle the score with you, Little Chen, Lin Emo said, grinning at Mu Chifeng before promptly falling asleep. The battle with Wu Yong had drained him of too much energy, and he desperately needed rest. Observing Lin Emo fall asleep within seconds, Mu Chifeng chuckled softly and took a seat on the chair beside Lin Yichen. After Lin Emo had settled down, Emo Ziming gestured to Hu Yi and the others, indicating for them to follow him, as he dragged the two subordinates towards the balcony. Understanding Emo Ziming's intent, Hu Yi and the others exchanged glances before reluctantly following suit. Mu Nanfeng scanned the surroundings and, finding himself alone, casually chose a bed to lie down and rest. Once Mu Nanfeng also lay down, Mu Chifeng leaned in to whisper to Lin Yichen. Brother E, what is the story with Luo Yunqi? What is the matter? Lin Yichen asked. Nothing much, but when you came in earlier, she was staring at your back. Could it be that she has taken a liking to you? He teased. Don't be ridiculous. She is probably just grateful for my help. Plus, she dares to joke with me. Is her skin itching? Lin Yichen replied, fingers brushing over the necklace at his chest with a smile. Cough, cough. No, I was just curious. Just asking out of boredom. Mu Chifeng hastily waved his hands. If you're bored, go cook. It's almost noon, and we should let them rest well after eating. They VE had a tiring day. Understood. How about making buns? I remember I still have some flour that you took earlier, Mu Chifeng suggested with a grin. All right, Lin Yichen nodded, proceeding to gather the necessary ingredients for making buns, bringing a large bucket of water as well. Brother E, we should grab some fruit too. Since we have no meat, we can only make fruit-flavored buns, Mu Chifeng remarked as he organized the items before him. Fruit-flavored? Will it taste good? Lin Yichen asked, puzzled as he retrieved the fruit. Hee, just wait and see. It will definitely be delicious, and you'll crave more after tasting it. Mu Chifeng confidently toyed with the fruits before him, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Lin Yichen nodded in affirmation and then observed Mu Chunfeng as he busied himself preparing lunch in dormitory 606 that a group of individuals was gathered, deliberating strategies. This group is truly intimidating. What should we do? Someone spoke up. As the words fell, the once lively atmosphere of dormitory 606 was abruptly silenced. Eventually, a more rational girl broke the stillness, stating, "There's really no need to frighten ourselves. That group obviously knows Su Yuyao. As long as we don't create trouble for ourselves, we should be fine." Upon hearing her words, everyone in 606 expressed their agreement, believing that as long as they stayed out of trouble, all would be well. Consequently, the overall mood relaxed considerably, with some resting and others chatting. In dormitory 601, Luo Yunqi returned to her room and immediately climbed into bed. After finishing her shower, Su Yueyao noticed Luo Yunqi peacefully asleep and chose not to disturb her. Instead, she sat at her desk, holding a milk candy and staring into space. Lost in thought, in her dreams, the familiar scene reappeared, the dimly lit sewer. "How much longer until we can get out? I'm so hungry." A little girl's soft voice echoed. The boy in front slightly moved his lips, as if to soothe her, but Luo Yunqi heard nothing. The two children continued walking through the dark, damp sewer until a bend appeared, at which point the scene faded away. Luo Yunqi awoke, sitting up in bed and stretching, catching a whisper. "Next time, we'll continue." Hearing the commotion, Su Yuyao snapped back to reality, turning to Luo Yunqi and asking, Luo, you reawake? Do you feel any discomfort?" "I'm fine now. Yao. By the way, how long did I sleep?" Luo Yunqi replied while yawning. Su Yuyao glanced at her phone and said, "Less than half an hour." "Oh, I need to find Lin Yichen and the others. Yao, do you want to come with me?" Upon hearing that it was only less than half an hour, Luo Yunqi rose from her bed. "Sure, let us go together." With that, Su Yuyao stood up and gently pushed Luo Yunqi toward the exit, feeling inexplicably happy at the thought of seeing Lin Imo soon. "Slow down, Yao. Why are you in such a hurry?" Luo Yunqi playfully tapped Su Yuyao's hand. I don't think so." Su Yuyao's delicate features flushed with a hint of crimson at Luo Yunqi's remark, her hands instinctively retreating behind her. "Why are you blushing then? Who do you have your eyes on?" Luo Yunqi turned back, teasingly smiling at Su Yuyao's demeanor. "Oh dear, Luo, I'm not." Su Yuyao rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Luo Yunqi's, acting coy. All right, you're not. Amused by Su Yuyao's adorable antics, Luo Yunqi couldn't help but pinch her cheek before leading her outside, completely unaware that her casual jest was indeed true. As they stepped out of the dormitory, the two were greeted by a delightful aroma, a subtle blend of savory noodles intermingled with the sweet fragrance of fruits. Standing at the door of dormitory 602, Luo Yunqi raised her hand and knocked. Knock. "Come in." The door isn't locked. Mu Chunfeng's voice called out from within. Upon hearing his voice, Luo Yunqi pushed open the door to 602, bringing Su Yuyao inside. The moment they entered, the delicious scent intensified. Before them was the industrious Mu Chunfeng, simultaneously wrapping dumplings, steaming them, and even squeezing fresh juice. Mo Ziming and Mu Nanfeng sat beside the steamer, seemingly unbothered by the summer heat. Clearly eager to taste the first batch of dumplings, sounds occasionally emanated from the restroom, leaving one to wonder what the occupant was up to. From the entrance, they could see Lin Yichen's profile on the balcony. Clad in simple attire, he sat beneath the midday sun, rays cascading over his cheek, lending a gentle warmth to his otherwise aloof features. Luo Yunqi found herself momentarily entranced. Is there something you need? Yunqi? Mu Chunfeng asked without lifting his head, aware that no one else dared to interrupt them. It's nothing. Senior Mu, that I merely wish to express our gratitude once more. While it may seem trivial to you, the consequences for us would be unimaginable. Additionally, if there is anything you require, please don't hesitate to ask. We shall do our utmost to fulfill your requests. Luo Yunqi spoke slowly, with Su Yuyao nodding alongside her. Hearing her, Mu Chunfeng finally looked up, pointing to the still sleeping Lin Imo. "Let me clarify, we are only acting on Lin Imo's behalf. You should thank him, as it has nothing to do with us. And there is no need for you to feel indebted. If it were up to him, Mu Chunfeng truly wished to avoid entangling himself with girls. Were it not for Lin Imo's connection, he might have successfully ignored the situation. What is wrong with Lin Imo?" Su Yueyao approached Lin Imo's bed, nervously inquiring of Mu Chunfeng that he is fine. He just exhausted too much energy and needs to rest. Mu Chunfeng glanced curiously at Su Yueyao before continuing his tasks, secretly thinking that Yichen must be hungry. He needed to hurry. Upon hearing Mu Chunfeng's answer, Luo Yunqi found herself at a loss for words and decided to seek out Lin Yichen on the balcony instead. Su Weiyao remained behind, pulling up a chair and quietly observing Lin Mo's sleeping face. Mu Chifeng paid them no mind, focusing on his culinary endeavors. The balcony door swung open and shut. "Good afternoon, Yichen. What are you reading?" Luo Yunqi approached Lin Yichen, feeling inexplicably at ease in his presence, her voice carrying a hint of joy. For reasons unknown, the moment she drew near, Lin Yichen felt a slight headache. He had anticipated her arrival even before she entered the dormitory and was surprised that he had not evaded her by retreating to the balcony. "There's something you need?" "Nothing. I just want to read outside for a bit. I find it a tad stifling indoors, so I'm merely seeking some fresh air." Luo Yunqi smiled, feigning ignorance of Lin Yichen's reluctance. Seeing this, Lin Yichen chose not to engage further, assuming she would soon realize her own folly and leave. He resumed turning the pages of his book. Unexpectedly, Luo Yunqi stepped behind him, glancing at the pages as he read. Lin Yichen sensed her presence but remained silent. The balcony fell into a tranquil silence, broken only by the gentle rustle of pages turning, a serene moment in time. When Mu Chifeng finished his tasks and prepared to call Lin Yichen for lunch, he looked up to behold a scene reminiscent of poetry. Beneath the sunlight, a radiant girl smiled softly, gazing at the refined young man before her as he leisurely perused his book. The sun cast a warm, golden hue over them, rendering the moment dreamlike. Chapter 24. The invitation. In the next instant, the discordant bickering of Mo Ziming and his companion shattered the idyllic scene. "Na Feng? Am I still your boss? Shouldn't he, the first one, be reserved for the boss?" "You are, but shouldn't he?" The boss set an example by allowing the junior to partake first. Their quarrel roused Lin Mo from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Su Weiyao seated before him. Thinking he was still dreaming, he reached out to pinch her cherubic face, murmuring, "So adorable." Yet, as he felt the tangible sensation beneath his fingertips, Lin Mo froze. The Lin Mo's reaction. Mo Ziming and his companion, who had been at odds, widened their eyes in astonishment. Su Weiyao initially felt elated upon hearing Lin Mo's soft words, but her joy quickly turned to embarrassment when he pinched her cheek, prompting her to dash to the balcony in search of Luo Yun11. As Su Weiyao fled, Lin Mo realized what had transpired. Just as he intended to follow her for an explanation, he caught the knowing glances of Mu Chifeng and the others, causing him to halt in his tracks, awkwardly retreating into his own thoughts. After bursting through the balcony door, Su Weiyao leapt into Luo Yunqi's embrace, observing her best friend's flushed cheeks. Luo Yunqi carefully ventured, "So, Yao, what do you think of Lin Mo?" Initially distracted by the commotion caused by Mo Ziming and his friend, she had witnessed the scene where Lin Mo pinched Su Weiyao's cheek. Upon hearing Luo Yunqi mention Lin Mo, Lin Yichen turned his head. He had only heard the argument between Mo Ziming and his companion and was unaware of the preceding events, watching the two girls huddle together while discussing Lin Mo. Lin Yichen was perplexed. He gathered his books and stood to return to the dormitory, ensuring to close the balcony door behind him to avoid interrupting their private conversation. Once inside, Su Weiyao peeked out from Luo Yunqi's embrace. Observing Lin Mo surrounded by Mo Ziming and his friends, Lin Mo is quite handsome, tall, and has a delightful way of speaking, though he can be a bit slow at times. When he smiles, there's a charming little swirl on his face. Seeing her best friend's animated expression, Luo Yunqi realized her earlier jest had inadvertently become reality. Glancing at Lin Mo, who was being vigorously teased by the others, she thought that perhaps it would be best to let things unfold naturally. As Lin Yichen entered the dormitory, he found Lin Mo encircled by Mo Ziming and his friends. "Has anyone informed me of what transpired?" Yichen, it's like this." Upon hearing Lin Yichen's voice, Mo Ziming and his companions released Lin Mo while Mu Chifeng explained the situation. After grasping the context, Lin Yichen nodded, observing Lin Mo, who stood motionless. Without hesitation, he delivered a playful slap to the top of Lin Mo's head. "Why are you still not apologizing? Are you waiting for me to do it?" Yes, I will go right away." With a slap on his face, Lin Mo turned on his heel and dashed away. "Remember to invite him for lunch. He certainly doesn't make things easy." "Got it." Witnessing the entire spectacle, Mo Ziming and the others sat nearby, stifling their laughter, while Mu Chifeng had already laid out the freshly steamed buns on the dining table. After spending a considerable amount of time in the restroom, Hu Yi and Li Dan finally emerged. "Igu, Mugu, Imogu," they greeted in turn before taking their seats. Under the strict gaze of Mo Ziming, they had finally managed to draw blood, observing the newfound confidence in Hu Yi and his companion. Imo Ziming expressed his satisfaction, saying, "Not bad. Make sure to eat more later to replenish yourselves. No problem. Imo gu. I'm indeed hungry. My stomach feels completely empty after throwing up," Hui joked, laughing at himself. Knock, knock. Lin Mo tapped on the balcony door. Their gazes met through the glass door, but it was Su Yueyao who averted her eyes first. Lin Mo then opened the balcony door and said, "The campus flower of Luo, Igu is calling you for lunch." Upon hearing that Lin Mo had not called her, Su Yueyao felt a twinge of disappointment. "All right," Lin Mo Luo Yunqi responded, releasing Su Yueyao's hand and stepping into the dormitory first, just as Su Yueyao was about to follow. Lin Mo stopped her. Looking at the obstruction in her path, she remained silent, though her heart was not at ease. He stopped me. What comes next? A wall slam. A confession. Oh dear, my mind is such a mess. Seeing Su Yueyao halt, Lin Mo moved his hand away from blocking the balcony door, then waved his hands in the air, conjuring a package of white rabbit milk candies out of thin air. He handed the candy to Su Yueyao, saying, "I'm sorry, Yueyao, I was a bit dazed earlier, so. All right, I understand you didn't mean it. I forgive you." Although the situation hadn't unfolded as she had envisioned, Su Yueyao smiled as she accepted the candy from Lin Mo's hand. "Hee, thank you, beautiful Yueyao. Now, let's go have lunch. I must tell you, what little Chinzi makes is absolutely delicious." Lin Mo scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful upon hearing Su Yueyao's words. "Sure, ladies first." Seeing Su Yueyao nod, Lin Mo gallantly stepped aside. When Lin Mo and Su Yueyao returned to the dormitory, only 2 seats remained at the dining table. Su Yueyao glanced in surprise at Luo Yunqi, who was seated beside Lin Chen. Did she intentionally sit there to allow me to sit next to Lin Mo? What a good best friend from Longhua, Su Yueyao thought to herself, delightfully taking her seat next to Lin Mo. Let us dig in. After Su Yueyao settled down, Lin Chen finally spoke, picking up a bun to eat. This fruit-flavored bun is indeed quite delightful, sweet yet not cloying, with a unique fragrant aroma of fruit. Lin Chen mused after taking a bite. Come, everyone, taste my cooking. Feel free to point out any shortcomings so I can improve, Mu Chifeng called out after seeing Lin Chen start eating. Sure. The group echoed as they began to eat the buns. Delicious. Quite impressive indeed. Mug's culinary skills are exceptional. There's absolutely no room for improvement. Throughout the meal, Lin Mo continually offered Su Yueyao what he deemed delectable, while she blushed and quietly expressed her gratitude. "Here, Nanfeng, this is delicious," Imo Ziming teased. "Thank you." Mu Nanfeng feigned shyness as he accepted the offering. Laughter erupted among the group, leaving the 2 blushing protagonists embarrassed. By the end of the meal, everyone was quite satisfied, except for the 2 unfortunate souls who had been the butt of the jokes. After lunch, the group spread out a mat on the balcony, enjoying fruits and casual conversation. Despite only a few days passing, it felt as though it had been ages since they had experienced such tranquility. Su Yueyao reveled in lying on the mat. Who could argue with that? Suddenly, Imo Ziming caught Mu Chenfeng's eye, signaling him to speak up. "Nanfeng, Huyi, Li Dan, your skills are still too lacking. Come with me to practice on the zombies. You need more training. No way, Imo good. We just finished eating not long ago." Huyi and the others protested. Let's go. Who told you to be the boss?" Upon hearing Imo Ziming's ominous tone, Mu Nanfeng stood up, followed by Huyi. "Stay safe," Mu Chifeng said, taking a bite of his apple. "Got it? And why do you love apples so much? Are they really that good?" Imo Ziming waved his hand dismissively, then led Mu Nanfeng and the others out. "I think they're quite good," Mu Chenfeng replied with a smile. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Imo Ziming turned back after stepping out onto the balcony, rubbing his hands together. "Did he go? Can I borrow that compound bow to play with?" Lin Chen glanced at him, and, in an instant, the compound bow appeared before Imo Ziming, along with a metal arrow. "You can make the arrows with your powers. I don't have many." "Hee, thanks, Igu." Imo Ziming eagerly accepted the bow and arrow, lovingly caressing the bow's body as he stepped outside. He had wanted to try it since the first day he saw it, but had refrained from asking back then due to unfamiliarity. Now, he finally got his wish. After Mo Ziming and the others left, only Lin Chen and the other 4 remained on the balcony. Luo and the others are working so hard," Su Yueyao whispered to Luo Yunqi. Luo Yunqi simply smiled in response. "Luo, do you have any plans for the future?" Mu Chifeng inquired. As Mu Chenfeng finished speaking, Lin Mo, the instigator, looked at Su Yueyao with anticipation, hoping she would choose to join him. This way, he could protect the lovely girl, though he wouldn't force her. It was ultimately her choice. As expected, when Mo Ziming mentioned going to practice, she had a hunch, Considering this, Luo Yunqi spoke up. For now, we have no plans, but if the opportunity arises, we will head to the safe base in Kyoto. How about following our little team for now? Once you become stronger, you can go to Kyoto. Mu Chifeng suggested, adjusting his glasses and glancing at Lin Mo. Little Mo, this is all for you. Even Mo Ziming wasn't invited. It turned out that while Lin Mo was tidying up the dishes earlier, he had proposed the idea of inviting Luo Yunqi and her friend into the team to Lin Chen, who had swiftly approved after a brief inquiry. As for how brief, interested? Yes. All right. Listening to Mu Chifeng's words and recalling his previous remarks, Luo Yunqi surmised that it wasn't his idea. She glanced at Lin Chen, who was lazily lying on the mat, seemingly indifferent to everything. That it must have been him, she thought, directing her gaze back to Lin Mo, who was exchanging glances with her best friend. Noticing Luo Yunqi's eyes on him, Lin Mo quickly straightened up, as if he were a suitor trying to present his best self to his beloved's parents. We'll discuss it when we get back and give you a response later, all right? Luo Yunqi finally said after a moment of contemplation. Although she knew she would likely join, she still wanted to consult with Su Yueyao. Of course, we'll be here before tomorrow morning. Just to clarify, we only invited Luo and her friend. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing Luo Yunqi's words, Mu Chifeng lay back on the mat. Having said all he needed to, it was now up to them to decide. Understood. Then, Mu Xuezhang, we'll head back now. Luo Yunqi nodded, pulling Su Yueyao along as they left. After Luo Yunqi and her friend departed, Lin Mo lay down beside Mu Chifeng and asked, will they join? If you try a bit harder to catch up with that girl, they will surely join. But for now, what? Lin Mo asked, feeling a bit anxious. You want to go, right? Hee. Take your time. Mu Chifeng chuckled. Little Chenzi, you shall pay for this. Lin Mo suddenly lunged at Mu Chifeng, and the two began to playfully wrestle, skillfully avoiding Lin Chen. Before eventually stopping. By the way, are you serious? Listening to Ego, it seems you haven't met them many times. Do you really like her? After they stopped, Mu Chifeng adjusted his clothes. Yes, we had a good rapport online before. And she fits the type I like. The main reason, though, is that my brother has been mentioning a sister-in-law for quite some time now. The first two reasons had some credibility, but the last one, oh dear. Mu Chifeng rolled his eyes at this, but upon confirming Lin Mo's seriousness, he added, they will most likely join, so don't overthink it. Yeah, I know. Lin Mo lay back on the mat, a smile gracing his face. Chapter 25. Joining Chifeng. Meanwhile, back in the dormitory, Luo Yunqi immediately sought Su Yueyao's opinion. Yao, what do you think? I think we can join. They are powerful yet do not bully others, and their cooking is delicious. Most importantly, the team atmosphere is great, Su Yueyao stated, sharing her feelings without letting her feelings for Lin Mo cloud her judgment. All right, then let us join. I have some matters to attend to. If you're free, go play with Lin Mo. Luo Yunqi agreed, nodding an affirmation before preparing to leave. Oh, who wants to play with that silly boy? I'll accompany you instead. Su Yueyao was well aware of Luo Yunqi's intentions and immediately insisted on accompanying her. No need, it's nothing serious. I'll be back shortly, Luo Yunqi replied, playfully pinching her cheek before stepping out. Su Yueyao knew that among that group there were some formidable individuals, so after Luo Yunqi left, she promptly rose and headed to room 602. Just like that, they are truly a bunch of ungrateful souls. On the balcony of room 602, Lin Chen and his companions quietly listened as Su Yueyao recounted the situation regarding that group of people. Chen Feng, you should go take a look, Lin Chen said nonchalantly, then resumed perusing the book in his hands. Leave it to me, Ego, Mu Chifeng replied as he adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, his face adorned with his signature smile as he exited. Lin Mo found Su Yueyao's pouting demeanor quite endearing, akin to a pufferfish, and impulsively reached out to poke her. Su Yueyao was preoccupied with worrying about Luo Yunqi, and merely rolled her eyes at Lin Mo's antics. Observing this, Lin Chen chuckled helplessly. Shouldn't he be comforting the girl at a time like this? What a wasted opportunity. With a sigh, he once again immersed himself in the world of books, within the 605 dormitory. After several hours of silence from Lin Chen and his group, the initially terrified occupants gradually returned to their usual demeanor. Suddenly, the door to room 605 swung open, and Luo Yunqi walked in. Hearing the door creak, the residents of room 606, who had just begun to relax, felt their nerves tense once more. They simply could not shake off the profound impression Lin Chen's group had left on them. However, upon realizing that it was Luo Yunqi who entered, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, displaying a range of reactions. Some were joyful, others indifferent, while the majority wore expressions of disdain. They felt that this so-called leader had failed to come to their rescue when they were captured. Luo Yunqi, unaffected by their reactions, understood from Yang Tranqian that not everyone deserved her genuine regard. Luo Jia, the crowd called out hesitantly, though the sincerity of their words was questionable. She replied softly, acknowledging their call. Do you know that group from earlier? Could you do me a favor? A timid girl, injured and huddled in a corner, inquired. Luo Yunqi glanced at her wounds and nodded. They were evidence of her resistance against Wu Yong's gang. With someone speaking up, the others quickly opened up. Yes, Luo Jia. Do you know them? They killed all the people from the 5th floor right in front of us. It was terrifying. They even incited their members to commit murder. And when they refused, they were met with harsh scolding. Especially that guy with the golden-rimmed glasses. He seemed so gentle, yet he was the most ruthless of them all. Before they could finish, Luo Yunqi interjected. I only met them once. I can't say I know them well. I hope you all can look after yourselves moving forward and refrain from speaking ill of others behind their backs. After all, you should understand that misfortune often stems from careless words. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by how much Luo Yunqi seemed to have changed in just a morning. After a brief pause, someone finally spoke up. What do you mean by that? Luo Jia, are you saying we should part ways? Yes, I plan to leave by tomorrow morning, and I won't be taking any of you with me. Luo Yunqi confirmed with a nod. What about the supplies? A more impatient individual interjected, disregarding her statement about not bringing them along. The others also turned their attention to Luo Yunqi. The question of parting suddenly seeming trivial compared to the supplies at stake. I will only take my share. The rest you can distribute among yourselves after I leave, she replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing that most of the supplies would remain, the group's anxiety eased, and they resumed their accusations. So you intend to just abandon us? After we called you Luo Jia? Exactly. Now that you've hitched a ride on our coattails, you're ready to shake us off? Yeah. Just because you're pretty, you think you can do this? Listening to their snide remarks, Luo Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, her understanding of human nature growing more profound. They ought to realize that without her, they would likely have become fodder for the zombies, rendering them unworthy of their current indignation. Just as she was about to respond, Mu Chenfeng's voice echoed from the doorway. Wow, what a truly spectacular performance. If this were a movie, I would certainly come to support you all. Your ability to seamlessly change your expressions is truly impressive. As Mu Chenfeng, donning his golden-rimmed glasses, appeared in the doorway, the previously raucous room fell into an abrupt silence, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Observing the sudden quietness, Mu Chenfeng couldn't help but smirk in boredom. Senior Mu, what brings you here? Luo Yunqi asked in surprise, noticing him by the door. Egu was worried someone might cause trouble. So he sent me to check, Mu Chenfeng replied, gesturing towards the huddled group. Nodding in understanding, Luo Yunqi turned to the crowd and declared, if it weren't for me, you would all have no idea where you would be by now. So I owe you nothing. In fact, it is you who owe me, so I wonder what gives you the right to criticize me. You all merely called me Luo Jia. If someone who didn't know better overheard you, they might think I was your mother, needing to take you everywhere. However, I don't require any repayment for saving your lives. Consider it an act of kindness. From now on, let us each look after ourselves. The supplies are in my dormitory. After I leave tomorrow, you can divide them. For today, you'll have to endure your hunger. Senior Mu, let us go, Luo Yunqi said, waving to the girl who had been huddled in the corner. Then walked out with her. She was one of the few who respected her and dared to resist, and she didn't mind lending a helping hand. Mu Chenfeng chuckled in agreement, stepping aside to let the two exit. Once they were gone, he returned to the doorway and addressed the remaining occupants with a grin. Remember not to speak ill of others behind their backs, or, with that, as if on cue. A nearby desk suddenly erupted into flames, the fire growing fiercer by the second. Ha ha ha. After delivering his warning, Mu Chenfeng paid no heed to the panicked residents scrambling to extinguish the flames, instead laughing heartily as he followed after Luo Yunqi. Senior Mu, do you know much about Yichen? Luo Yunqi asked. Mu Chenfeng frowned slightly, his earlier amusement waning, and replied in a somewhat cold tone, not really, Luo Shuedre. Some matters are best left undisturbed. No, Senior Mu. I just thought that since we will soon be teammates, I wanted to know more about Yichen, Luo Yunqi quickly clarified, sensing the shift in his demeanor. Mu Chenfeng remained silent at her explanation, and Luo Yunqi felt the awkwardness settle between them. Fortunately, the corridor was short, and soon they arrived at room 601, where Luo Yunqi ushered the girl inside. Meanwhile, Mu Chenfeng returned to room 602, where he found Mu Nanfeng and the others animatedly discussing their recent exploits. While Mo Ziming rested on the bed nearby. Mu Gu, they called out upon seeing him. Mu Chifeng acknowledged, moving towards the balcony, leaving them to continue their chatter. Good. Mu Chifeng called as he entered the balcony and approached Lin Yichen, recounting the events that transpired in room 605 without embellishment. Thank you for your hard work. If she wants to inquire, let her be, Lin Yichen replied, waving his hand dismissively upon hearing about Luo Yunqi's curiosity. Understood. Indeed, Qinzi, why do you care so much? The illustrious Luo must be interested in Yi Ge, which is why she's asking. Lin Imo chimed in from the side. I can't be bothered. Mu Chifeng shot Lin Imo a glare after finishing his report. Isn't that the case? If you keep this up, you might find it hard to get a girlfriend. What do I need a girlfriend for? To disrupt my peaceful life, Mu Chifeng remarked, reclining comfortably. Hey, then you might just end up alone. That's none of your business. As Luo Yunqi opened the door to room 601, Sui Yao rushed to greet her. How did it go? Luo, all settled, Luo Yunqi replied. Yay, I've long found them distasteful. It's just your kind heart that makes a difference, Sui Yao exclaimed excitedly. Hearing this, Luo Yunqi smiled gently and turned to the girl beside her. What is your name? How can I assist you? Luo Jia, my name is Jiang Shui. I need your help. My sister is missing. She was studying in the library and hasn't returned to the dorm that we spoke on the phone yesterday, so she must still be alive. Jiang Shui said, her hands trembling with anxiety. I can't promise anything, but may I inquire on your behalf? Luo Yunqi offered. Yes, please. Thank you. Luo Jia. Jiang Shui was about to kneel down, but was supported by Luo Yunqi, who then observed the rough bandaging on her wounds and said, rest here for a while and take the opportunity to redress your injuries. I will go and inquire about something. By the way, what is your sister's name? Okay, Luo Jia. My sister's name is Jiang Li, Jiang Shui replied excitedly. Upon receiving the information, Luo Yunqi nodded and signaled Su Yuya to apply medicine to Jiang Shui before stepping out. Knock, knock. After exiting the dormitory, Luo Yunqi directly knocked on the door of room 602. Come in, came the voice of Mu Nafeng from within. Hearing his voice, Luo Yunqi pushed the door open and walked in. Yi Ge and the others are on the balcony. Not bothering to ask her purpose for coming, Mu Nafeng simply gestured towards the balcony. After nodding her thanks to him, Luo Yunqi headed towards the balcony. Yichen, Lin Imo, Senior Mu. Luo Yunqi greeted each of them as she entered the balcony. Junior Luo, have you made a decision? Upon hearing Luo Yunqi's voice, Mu Chifeng, who was lying on a straw mat, sat up. Yes, Yuao and I have decided to join your team, Luo Yunqi replied with a smile. Really? Lin Imo, startled by her words, sprang up, gazing into her eyes as if afraid he had misheard. Seeing Luo Yunqi nod, the smile on his face widened uncontrollably. Mu Chifeng also stood up, straightening his wrinkled clothes, and solemnly extended his hand to Luo Yunqi, saying, Welcome to the Chifeng team. I am delighted to join Chifeng. In response to Mu Chifeng's serious demeanor, Luo Yunqi also extended her hand earnestly. The moment their hands clasped, it signified her official membership in the Chifeng team. Chapter 26, Jiang Shui Part 1, Chifeng Team. Member Mu Chifeng, a fire element ability awakener who enjoys cooking and taking it easy. Mu Chifeng introduced himself with a smile before releasing Luo Yunqi's hand. Chifeng Team, member Lin Imo, a wind element ability awakener who knows nothing but eating. Welcome to Chifeng. Lin Imo also smiled as he extended his hand to Luo Yunqi, though he wished he could do the same for Su Yueyao, who unfortunately was not present. Thank you. Luo Yunqi responded with a smile, lightly grasping his hand before letting go, her gaze shifting to Lin Yichen, who had remained still since her arrival. Noticing Luo Yunqi's gaze, Lin Imo subtly nudged Lin Yichen, who glanced at Mu Chifeng and, sensing Lin Yichen's look, Mu Chifeng sheepishly smiled, shifting behind Lin Imo observing Mu Chifeng's reaction, and then glancing at Lin Imo. Lin Yichen set down his book, stood up, and extended his hand to Luo Yunqi, stating, Chifeng Team, Captain Lin Yichen, an awakener of both ice and space elements, fond of tranquility. Welcome to the team. Gazing at Lin Yichen's long hand, Luo Yunqi smiled brightly, reaching out to shake it as she replied, Thank you. Captain. I am Luo Yunqi, a telekinesis awakener who enjoys singing and exercising. I am thrilled to join Chifeng. As soon as Luo Yunqi finished speaking, Lin Yichen withdrew his hand and resumed reading. Noticing Luo Yunqi staring blankly at her hand, Mu Chifeng poked Lin Imo, who had been shot a glance by Lin Yichen, and now dared not speak for fear of becoming an ice sculpture. Yi Ge is just like that. You'll get used to it after spending more time with him. Yunqi, Lin Imo quickly explained, feeling the familiarity of their addresses increase after joining Chifeng. Understood, Luo Yunqi responded, snapping back to reality and smiling as she nodded. Well, our team has no strict rules. Just have fun however you like. If you need anything, seek out little Qinzi, our reliable housekeeper, Lin Emo said, playfully pulling Mu Chifeng from behind him. Okay. Mu Chifeng managed to maintain a smile as he softly responded, though internally he was plotting against Lin Emo. Is there something wrong, Senior Mu? You look a bit off, Luo Yunqi remarked, observing Mu Qinfeng's complexion. It's nothing. I probably ate something bad earlier. You all continue chatting, Mu Chifeng said before slipping back into the dormitory. Feeling his ankles growing cold, fearing he might become an ice sculpture if he lingered any longer. Haha, don't mind him. Just find him if you need anything. By the way, why hasn't Yao come over? Lin Emo inquired, watching Mu Chifeng dart away. She is taking care of Jiang Shui in the dormitory. Jiang Shui, that name sounds somewhat familiar, Lin Emo murmured upon hearing it. Speaking of Jiang Shui, there is indeed something I need to tell you. Luo Yunqi then proceeded to recount Jiang Shui's situation along with her request. After listening to Luo Yunqi, Lin Emo fell silent, realizing why Jiang Shui's name sounded familiar, while Lin Yichen paused his reading. Is there a problem, Captain? Is it difficult or something? Luo Yunqi inquired, noticing Lin Yichen's change in demeanor. However, she could understand, considering the current perilous times filled with danger. Lin Yichen first shook his head, then nodded, stating, it's not a matter of danger. Rather, we are powerless to assist her. Even if we promised, we would not be able to fulfill it. Why? Luo Yunqi stepped in front of Lin Yichen, looking at him questioningly. Ask Lin Emo. He knows better than I do, Lin Yichen replied, his gaze returning to the book in his hands. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Luo Yunqi turned her attention to Lin Emo. Sigh. Lin Emo took a deep breath before slowly speaking. If nothing changes, Jiang Shui will never see her lively sister again. He then shared all he had witnessed on the second floor with Luo Yunqi. After hearing about Jiang Li and her sister's plight, Luo Yunqi felt momentarily dazed, realizing that if it weren't for Lin Yichen and the others, she and Su Yueyao might have met a similar fate. She also understood Lin Yichen's earlier reaction. Anyone in their position would feel helpless. You can take that girl named Jiang Shui down to see your sister, but be prepared for a rather bloody scene, Lin Yichen advised, noticing Luo Yunqi lost in thought before him. Upon hearing this, Luo Yunqi snapped back to attention and earnestly said to Lin Yichen and Lin Emo, thank you, Lin Emo and Captain. You're welcome. Although unsure of what Luo Yunqi was thanking them for, Lin Emo scratched his head in response. No need for thanks. Even without us, you wouldn't be in danger, Lin Yichen remarked nonchalantly. He felt a sense that even without their assistance, she and Su Yueyao would manage, albeit at a cost. Nevertheless, was that not normal? In these times, who could expect to remain unscathed without any sacrifice? Hearing Lin Yichen's words, Luo Yunqi smiled and shook her head, interpreting it as his attempt to comfort her. She had no confidence in ensuring her and Su Yueyao's safety in such a situation. Could you, Captain, take us down to have a look? I don't want to go, but this is my first request since joining the team. Captain, are you really going to refuse? Seeing Luo Yunqi's earnest demeanor, Lin Yichen suddenly felt a bit of a headache, as if he were facing a charming girl with Lin Mo's personality. Yet, he still declined, turning back to shout into the dormitory. Chifeng, I'm here. Mu Chifeng instantly appeared behind Lin Yichen, startling Lin Emo, who had been chuckling to himself, before signaling him with his eyes. You weren't eavesdropping, were you? Mu Chifeng kept his eyes straight, pretending not to see, inciting Lin Mo's irritation. Take the new members downstairs for a good look. Lin Yichen lowered his voice on the last two words. Got it. Igu. Luo Shuejia, let us go, Mu Chifeng declared, thumping his chest. Initially fearing he would be unable to escape the fate of becoming a human ice sculpture, he now thought, well, it's not too bad to observe. It will be beneficial for the future. All right, thank you, Senior Mu. Luo Yunqi pouted, then walked towards the door. You're welcome. We're all family. Mu Chifeng smiled brightly, following Luo Yunqi out. As they were about to leave the dormitory, Lin Emo chimed in. Bro, I want to go too. If you want to go, just go. When have I ever stopped you? Lin Yichen looked at Lin Emo suspiciously, as if he hadn't done anything wrong. No. Bro, I'm going. Lin Emo laughed as he followed suit. After Lin Emo left, Lin Yichen, now alone, suddenly realized he might have been overly lenient and accommodating towards Luo Yunqi. If it were any other girl behaving like this in front of him, he would have likely asked Mu Chifeng to throw her out by now. What was the issue? Pondering for a while without finding a clear answer, Lin Yichen decided to go with the flow. As he did not mind it, he then lowered his gaze, redirecting his attention to the book in his hands. Chapter 27, Jiang Shui Part 2. Meanwhile, upon returning to room 601, Luo Yunqi and the others relayed Jiang Li's situation to Jiang Shui. Unable to bear the blow, Jiang Shui fainted on the spot. Oh no! Lin Emo exclaimed, startled by Jiang Shui's sudden collapse. Fortunately, Luo Yunxi reacted quickly and caught the fainted Jiang Shui, preventing further injury. What should we do now? Su Yao looked bewildered at the sight of Jiang Shui unconscious. Mu Chenfeng first delivered a sharp slap to the boisterous Lin Mo before speaking. Let us wait a moment. It seems that her fainting is likely due to overwhelming sorrow. She may awaken shortly, or she might remain unconscious for an extended period. Ultimately, her recovery will depend solely on her own willpower. Little Chinzi. For now, just remember, it's best to sleep with your eyes open at night. Upon seeing Mu Chenfeng's expression, Lin Mo fell silent. Listening to Mu Chenfeng's words, Luo Yunxi could only place Jiang Shui on the bed, contemplating what to do next. However, scarcely a minute had passed since she laid Jiang Shui down when the latter suddenly regained consciousness. Can you take me downstairs to have a look? I want to see with my own eyes, Jiang Shui stated directly upon waking. Hearing her voice, the others realized she was already awake, surprised that she had regained consciousness so quickly. Mu Chenfeng wondered if the power of familial bonds was truly this formidable. All right, but can you manage on your own? Luo Yunxi inquired, noticing Jiang Shui's desire to go downstairs, while Su Yueyao was also prepared to assist her. I can do it. Let us go, Jiang Shui replied, rising and heading toward the exit. Observing this, the four of them followed closely behind her. At the sight of Jiang Shui halting at the corridor of room 208. Lin Mo spoke softly. Jiang Shui forced a smile towards Lin Mo, then proceeded toward 208. With Luo Yunxi and the others slowly trailing behind as they drew nearer to 208. Jiang Shui's pace slackened noticeably. A careful observation would reveal that her legs were trembling uncontrollably. Luo Yunxi noticed this and quickened her steps to support Jiang Shui, guiding her forward. Thank you, Jiang Shui murmured, glancing at Luo Yunxi, who shook her head in response, indicating no need for thanks. What should have been a brief 20-meter walk took almost 20 minutes before they finally reached the door of 208. Jiang Shui lifted her trembling hand and gently pushed the door open. Before her lay a tidy dormitory, meticulously arranged by Lin Mo, and then, horrifyingly, a headless corpse kneeling before the bathroom door, its severed head lying beside it. Jiang Shui stepped inside, slowly advancing towards the bathroom, with Luo Yunxi and the others following her into the dormitory. The moment Luo Yunxi and Su Yueyao entered 208, they were greeted by the sight of the headless corpse, which startled them initially, then made them feel nauseated. Just as they were about to retreat, they realized that Mu Chenfeng had already closed the door and stood guard by it. Luo Yunxi cast a glance at Mu Chenfeng, silently urging him to step aside, fearful that she would be unable to hold back her nausea if she spoke. Understanding her unspoken plea, Mu Chenfeng sighed and said, Yunxi, you might as well head to the washroom to vomit. After that, we still need to check the bathroom, and being clever as you are, you should have guessed that by now. Upon hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, Luo Yunxi finally understood what Lin Yicheng had meant by taking care of matters. She grabbed Su Yueyao and turned to head into the washroom. Jiang Shui paused at the bathroom door, glancing back at Lin Mo, as if asking, is she inside? Lin Mo, unable to bear the look in her eyes, nodded solemnly. He empathized with Jiang Shui's feelings, knowing that if he were in Lin Yicheng's position, he would likely go mad. Receiving confirmation, Jiang Shui pushed past the headless corpse and opened the bathroom door. Inside, she discovered her younger sister lying alongside another girl, both covered by a single blanket that concealed their exposed bodies. Upon witnessing this sight, tears streamed down Jiang Shui's face as she rushed into the bathroom, embracing her sister's lifeless form and weeping uncontrollably. Hearing the cries, Luo Yunxi, who had begun to recover, exited the washroom. She first glanced at Mu Chenfeng and the others by the door and then stepped into the bathroom. Confronted by the scene within, Luo Yunxi felt a heaviness in her heart and gently wrapped her arms around Jiang Shui from behind, offering her a modicum of warmth. Little Chinzi, why do you seem so unfazed? As if nothing is wrong, Lin Mo inquired of Mu Chenfeng, who appeared completely indifferent. Perhaps it's because I have witnessed far worse tragedies. Besides, don't you think that instead of asking me such questions, you should be with your little sweetheart? Mu Chenfeng replied with a smile. Cut it out, you're just bragging. However, I must admit, you're right this time. I'm going to find her now, Lin Mo declared before heading into the washroom to keep Su Yueyao company. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, Mu Chenfeng softly murmured, if only it were just a matter of boasting. Before long, Lin Mo emerged from the washroom, supporting a pale-faced Su Yueyao, clearly having been sick. Observing Su Yueyao's condition, Mu Chenfeng thought it best to conclude the day's events, believing that all matters should proceed gradually, and that Yaij would likely not mind. He opened the dormitory door and gestured for the two to exit. Lin Mo nodded and led Su Yueyao out, taking a chair along with them. After approximately half an hour, The weeping in the bathroom subsided, and Luo Yunxi emerged alone. Jiang Shui wants to spend some time alone with her sister. So she asked us to leave. She'll come back up by herself later, Luo Yunxi informed Mu Chenfeng. All right, should we head back or wait a bit longer? I noticed that Yao looks quite unwell. So I let them go first, he replied. In that case, let's step outside and wait, Luo Yunxi suggested, concerned about Su Yueyao's pallor. Sure, Mu Chenfeng agreed, leading the way outside, while Luo Yunxi followed, leaving the door slightly ajar behind them. Once outside, they noticed that Lin Mo and Su Yueyao were nowhere to be found. Do you think they went back already? Luo Yunxi asked. I doubt it. Look, that chair was just brought out by Lin Mo from 208. Mu Chenfeng pointed out, indicating the chair at the entrance of room 201. Luo Yunxi nodded and trailed behind Mu Chenfeng as they approached 201, only to hear Lin Mo and Mu Nanfeng's voices as they drew closer. Mo Ziming, another one. Mo Gu, it's my turn now. We agreed on 1 arrow each. No cheating. Mu Chenfeng pushed open the door to 201, only to find Lin Mo and his companions lined up on the balcony. Mu Gu, Luo Yunxi. They greeted upon seeing Mu Chenfeng and Luo Yunxi. Yes, this is Luo Yunxi, the new member of our team, Mu Chenfeng introduced with a nod. Hello, Luo Jia. The others chimed in upon hearing the introduction. Hello, Luo Yunxi responded with a smile, making her way over to Su Yueyao, who was resting on the bed. What brings you all down here? Mu Chenfeng inquired after everyone had exchanged greetings, before Mo Ziming could respond. Lin Mo waved the compound bow in his hand and gestured toward Mu Chenfeng, saying, Of course, we're hunting zombies. 1 arrow each. Little Chenzi, are you joining us? No, you all have fun, Mu Chenfeng replied with a chuckle. Settling onto a nearby bed to rest. I wonder what I've missed out on. Lin Mo lamented, shaking his head in unison with Mu Nanfeng and the others, who all agreed. After all, how many boys could resist the allure of a bow? Particularly one known for its lethality. Are you all right, Yueyao? Luo Yunxi asked, her concern evident as she observed her friend's pale complexion. I'm fine, Luo. It's something I need to get used to. Lin Mo has already told me, Su Yueyao reassured her with a smile. That's good to hear. Make sure to rest for a while, Luo Yunxi said, gently patting Su Yueyao's head. Su Yueyao nodded, sinking back into rest, while Luo Yunxi settled beside her to recuperate as well. Before long, the golden twilight enveloped the sky, and Mo Ziming's abilities began to dwindle. Mu Gu, we're heading back up. Our powers are running low. Mo Ziming called to Mu Chenfeng, who was resting on the bed by the door. All right, you all go ahead. Lin Mo, you take Yueyao back up too, Mu Chenfeng replied, yawning. Got it, Lin Mo responded. Hurry back. We'll be waiting for you. Mo Ziming added with a smile before leading Lin Mo and the others upstairs. It's definitely time for dinner. Let us bring Jiang Shui up too, Mu Chenfeng said to Luo Yunxi as he gazed out at the beautiful evening sky. Let us go, Luo Yunxi nodded in agreement, and the two made their way to room 208. However, upon pushing the door open, they were met with the sight of Jiang Shui and her sister lying together. Both devoid of breath, they had adorned themselves beautifully, embracing each other in eternal slumber, reminiscent of fairy tale princesses. Alas, reality was no fairy tale, and they would never awaken, forever asleep. Chapter 28. The surge of power faced with such a grim outcome. Mu Chenfeng stood in shock. Although he struggled to comprehend Jiang Shui's mindset, he chose to respect her decision. Luo Yunxi, standing behind him, also absorbed the scene within the room, her heart heavy as she gazed upon Jiang Shui's smiling face. After a moment of silence at the doorway, Mu Chenfeng finally spoke. Let us go. It's time for us to return. This was her choice, and at least in that moment, Jiang Shui was happy. Wasn't she? Yes, at least in that moment, she was happy. Let us go, Luo Yunxi replied, stepping forward and descending the stairs. Mu Chenfeng nodded, casting one last long look before locking the door and following after her. Upon their return to room 602, Lin Mo approached them. Why has Jiang Shui come back? He asked. Let us talk on the balcony, Mu Chenfeng responded, shaking his head at Luo Yunxi's silence, and led the way. Noticing Luo Yunxi's downcast demeanor, Lin Mo called for the resting Su Yueyao to join them on the balcony. Once the members of the Chenfeng team had gathered, Mu Chenfeng closed the balcony door. Jiang Shui took her own life, choosing to remain with her sister. At Mu Chenfeng's revelation, both Lin Mo and Su Yueyao fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere on the balcony instantly turning somber. Sensing the growing despondency among Lin Mo and the others, Lin Yicheng finally spoke up. Everyone possesses their own choices. This is hers, and there is no need for your sympathy or anything of the sort. Do not presume that it was your words that led to the unfolding of these events concerning Jiang Shui. For even if you had denied her or kept silent about it, she would undoubtedly have devised various means to reach the library in search of her sister. How could you possibly know what she would endure in that moment? Thus, this outcome is already quite favorable. Upon hearing this, the spirits of Lin Mo and his companions began to lift, dissipating much of the previously oppressive atmosphere. Luo Yunxi also felt a sense of clarity. She believed that as long as she did not speak, Jiang Shui would not perish, feeling as though she was the cause of Jiang Shui's demise. Observing the slight revival in their moods, Lin Yichen continued, "Let us prepare a meal, Chifeng. Tonight, we shall have hot pot." Although the ingredients brought from Mu Qinfeng's dormitory had been consumed, the small supermarket offered an abundance of varieties. "All right, Brother Yi," Mu Qifeng nodded, accepting the utensils and ingredients that appeared before him. "You all should take a moment to rest and reflect on why you felt despondent over someone unrelated." Lin Yichen added, closing his eyes leisurely to rest, for to him, caring for those around him was sufficient as for others. "What concern is that of mine? Is this how you treat everyone?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yunxi asked, her first words since joining them. "No, but I will not expend my thoughts and energy on those who do not matter." "Understood." Luo Yunxi nodded and led Su Yueyao outside, with Lin Yichen not intervening. Unable to decipher Luo Yunxi's intentions, Lin Mo followed, not wishing for any rift within their group. Upon arriving at Luo Yunxi's dormitory, Lin Mo finally spoke. "Brother Yi does not treat his own like this. I know. I was merely bringing Yao Yao back to rest, I see. Then I shall call you both for dinner later," Lin Mo said, turning to flee, feeling exceedingly embarrassed. "Wait a moment. What is it? Does Miss Luo have something to discuss?" Lin Mo turned back, forcing a smile that resembled a grimace. "Didn't you just call her Yunxi? Why the sudden shift to Miss Luo?" Luo Yunxi gestured to alleviate Lin Mo's embarrassment. "No, I just thought Miss Luo sounded more pleasant. If you dislike it, I can revert. No need. Call me whatever you wished. I have a matter to inquire. Feel free to ask. I will share whatever I know," Lin Mo replied, raising his hands in surrender. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Luo Yunxi first assisted Su Guiyao onto the bed to rest before stating, "Have you ever seen the necklace worn by the captain?" "Necklace?" Lin Mo scratched his head in contemplation, suddenly recalling something that sent a shiver down his spine. You have seen it. Haven't you? It's a moon necklace, right?" Noticing Lin Mo's reaction, Luo Yunxi grew somewhat excited. "Yes, I saw it when I was younger. I was rather mischievous and thought it sparkled beautifully, so I snuck it while Brother Yi was bathing to play with it." Lin Mo's recollection trailed off abruptly. And then, why the sudden silence? Observing the eager glint in Luo Yunxi's eyes, Lin Mo shook his head vehemently. "Miss Luo, you should ask Brother Yi yourself. I'll call you for dinner later." With that, he bolted away, not even bothering to bid farewell to Su Yueyao. As he ran, he mused that this was a secret he could never divulge. After all, who would openly admit to being stripped of their pants and beaten for 2 hours in broad daylight? How utterly shameful. However, from that point on, he understood the importance of that necklace to Lin Yichen and refrained from touching it again. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, Luo Yunxi felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet it was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, she learned that the necklace had been with Lin Yichen since childhood, rather than something he had acquired later, though she did not comprehend the significance of the necklace. Her intuition told her it was of great importance to her. "It smells wonderful. Chenzi, you do not disappoint." Upon returning to room 602, Lin Mo was greeted by a rich aroma. "You're quite the talker. Who can outdo you?" Mu Qifeng replied without lifting his head, yet his voice reached Lin Mo's ears. "Not at all. I'm merely complimenting you." Lin Mo grinned at Mu Qifeng and grabbed a bottle of water from the table. "Brother, that's the one I drank from," came the voice of Mu Qifeng from nearby. "Hey, you brat, do you wish to compete with your brother? I haven't complained about you yet, and you're already turning your nose up at me. Go fetch me another bottle." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Mu Qifeng rolled his eyes and retrieved another bottle from his backpack. Lin Mo took it and headed for the balcony. "Brother, Miss Luo has also inquired about you." Asking about that necklace, sitting beside Lin Yichen on the balcony, Lin Mo continued, What did you say?" Lin Yichen leisurely swayed in his chair, not bothering to glance up. "I merely mentioned that I had seen it when we were young. Please don't mention that I was beaten for it." Hearing Lin Yichen's acknowledgement, Lin Mo sighed in relief. "One could die, but one must never face social death, brother. You." Lin Mo wanted to add more, but Lin Yichen interrupted. A promise he made to a girl. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Lin Mo nodded in silence, allowing the conversation to fade. After approximately 10 minutes, Mu Qifeng's voice echoed from within the dormitory. "Brother Yi, dinner is ready. Woohoo! Let us eat." Lin Mo immediately discarded his finished water bottle and dashed inside, with Lin Yichen also opening his eyes to set the dining table. Shortly thereafter, Mu Chenfeng emerged with a steaming hot pot, followed by Mo Ziming and others carrying various frozen meats and meatballs. Watching the carefully arranged dining table, Mu Chenfeng placed the pot down, and Mo Ziming's group set down their plates and took their seats. Soon after, Lin Mo returned with Luo Yunqi and the others. Su Yuyao's complexion appeared significantly improved, suggesting she had rested well. More importantly, Lin Mo also carried 2 bags of vegetables, causing the eyes of Mo Ziming and his companions to gleam. "Isn't that Lin Gu? You've worked hard. Come, let me help you with that." Mu Nafeng dashed over to take the vegetables from Lin Mo. Observing Mu Nanfeng's eagerness, Lin Mo wore an expression of approval, sending him off to wash the vegetables while he guided Su Yuyao to her seat. "Sit down, Yunqi. I didn't expect you to have vegetables as well. They're quite a rarity nowadays." Noticing Luo Yunqi still standing, Mu Chifeng smiled and invited her to take a seat. "We happen to have some left over from our hot pot a few days ago," Luo Yunqi replied, smiling as she settled next to Lin Yichen. Observing the seat Luo Yunqi chose, Lin Mo and Mu Chenfeng exchanged knowing glances before discreetly averting their gazes. Lin Yichen had already begun slicing the meat, ignoring the presence of Luo Yunqi beside him. Before the meat was fully cooked, Mu Nanfeng returned with the washed vegetables. Once Mu Nanfeng was seated, an icebox appeared mysteriously behind them. "Help yourselves to drinks." "Thank you, Brother E." Everyone expressed their gratitude before selecting their preferred beverages and settling down to eat. "Yao Yao, this beef is delicious. Eat more," Lin Mo urged as he served Su Yueyao. The others had learned of their circumstances earlier that afternoon. It was clear they were fond of each other, and thus they refrained from teasing them, acting as if they hadn't noticed. "That's enough. I can't eat anymore," Su Yueyao murmured softly. Spotting the towering bowl of meat in front of her, Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed and took some away, whispering in her ear, "If you want anything, just tell me. I'll serve it for you." Feeling the warmth of his breath, Su Yueyao's face flushed as she nodded, taking small bites of her food. "If only we had some dipping sauce," Mo Ziming lamented, devouring his meat. "You can't stop talking even while eating. Your demands are quite high." Mu Chifeng chuckled from beside him. At this, everyone erupted in laughter, raising their drinks in a toast. Cheers. After a satisfying meal, the sky had completely darkened, and Mo Ziming and his companions retired to rest. "Brother E, here are today's crystal cores." Mu Chenfeng produced 12 crystal cores and handed them to Lin Yichen, while Lin Mo presented 10 to him. Lin Yichen acknowledged with a nod, allocating the amount for the 2 to absorb, then turned to Luo Yunqi, asking, "What is your daily limit? Do you still have any crystal cores?" "About 4 left, none remaining," Luo Yunqi replied honestly, explaining that she had only cleared the 6th floor and thus had few crystal cores, all of which she had absorbed. Upon hearing her daily limit was also over 4, Lin Yichen nodded and selected 5 from the pile of crystal cores before her. "I will repay this later." Luo Yunqi did not refuse, reaching out to accept the crystal cores, aware that every bit of strength gained equated to added safety. Lin Yichen was pleased with Luo Yunqi's acceptance of the crystal cores. He was indifferent to whether she would repay him. "All right, everyone disperse. Go about your business. Chifeng, have Mo Ziming arrange for 2 people to keep watch tonight." "Yes, Brother E, Captain." As Lin Yichen's words fell, everyone began to scatter. Lin Yichen settled down to absorb the crystal cores, and as he finished the 6th one, the familiar sensation of saturation returned. Just as he contemplated stopping, his instinct urged him to continue, and he chose to trust that instinct. Pressing on with his absorption. 7 cores, 8 cores, until the 20th core, when his body finally began to change. A sudden wave of excruciating pain engulfed him, as if every single bone in his body was being mercilessly smashed to pieces with a hammer. Lin Yichen gritted his teeth and endured. Accompanied by excruciating pain, Lin Yichen's physical condition began to gradually improve, as an energy far more potent than before started to flow throughout his body, alleviating his suffering. After approximately half an hour, the transformation finally came to a halt. Exhausted, Lin Yichen opened his eyes, feeling the enhanced strength of his body and the surge of powerful energy, and a satisfied smile crept upon his face. Grateful for enduring such immense agony. He then closed his eyes again, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 29, Crimson Core. The following morning, when the first rays of sunlight streamed onto the balcony, Lin Yichen awoke, rising to stretch his limbs, which felt somewhat stiff from lying down for so long. He felt the gust of wind generated by a light wave of his hands. Lin Yichen was taken aback. It seemed the enhancements from the previous night exceeded his expectations, akin to undergoing a metamorphosis of life itself. However, the recollection of the torment he had experienced the night before sent a shiver down his spine. It was a pain so intense it had rendered him voiceless from the very beginning. "Good morning, Yaij." As Lin Yichen was stretching, Mu Qinfeng emerged from the dormitory. He had personally stood guard during the latter half of the night. And upon seeing Lin Yichen awake, he came out to greet him. Today, Mu Qinfeng donned a black tracksuit, having shed his mature golden-rimmed glasses, and with his familiar smile, he resembled a cheerful neighborly younger brother. Lin Yichen glanced back and replied, "Morning. Without your glasses, you look quite similar to Lin Mo. What prompted you to wear a tracksuit today? I must say, black doesn't quite suit you. Haha. After all, we are of similar age." "Yaij, just smile more. You are not much different from us," Mu Qinfeng chuckled. Lin Yichen merely smiled in response, choosing not to comment further. "That I figured since we were leaving today, a tracksuit would be more convenient for fighting or making a quick escape. Honestly, I also believe black doesn't suit me, but it has the advantage of hiding bloodstains. Mu Qinfeng mimicked Lin Yichen's earlier motions, stretching his own limbs. "Let's wake them up. Breakfast is self-service." After saying this, Lin Yichen took out a bag of bread and began to eat, offering another bag to Mu Qinfeng. Understanding, Mu Qinfeng accepted it and went back to the dormitory to rouse everyone, considering they were a team and would be living together henceforth. Luo Yunxi and her companion had not returned to their own dorms the previous night, but had brought their bedding to sleep in room 602. Luo Yunxi and her friend occupied the upper bunk, while a group of boys slept below and on the floor. Mu Qinfeng walked to the center of the dormitory, clapping his hands against the beds. "Time to rise and shine. The sun is already up. And you're still in bed. Breakfast is self-service. We leave in 10 minutes. After announcing this, Mu Qinfeng continued eating his bread, only to suddenly feel a portion missing from his hand. Turning, he saw Lin Mo, who lay on the bed, chewing on something. Mu Qinfeng sighed helplessly, thinking how childlike he appeared. Upon hearing Mu Qinfeng's voice, everyone scrambled to get up, rushing to wash up, eat, use the restroom, and gather their belongings. All in a flurry. Finally, within 10 minutes, they were all set. Luo Yunxi and her companion had prepared their luggage the night before. Apart from carrying a backpack like everyone else, the rest of their belongings remained in the dormitory, ready for Lin Yichen to collect before they departed. Once everyone was prepared, Lin Yichen also stepped back inside from the balcony. "Yaij, Captain," everyone called out. "All right, let's go. First, we need to clear the zombies downstairs." Lin Yichen replied, leading the way out. "Captain, we still have a few things in our dorm," Luo Yunxi remarked as they exited. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen nodded and first went next door to gather the few suitcases they had left at the door. Before leading the group downstairs, gazing at the swarm of zombies on the first floor, Mu Qinfeng thought it was nearly impossible to eliminate them all, so they would have to break through. He was well aware of Lin Yichen's capabilities and quickly devised a combat strategy. "Yaij, please clear the path. Everyone else, guard the flanks. Yunxi, you and Yue Yao stay in the middle to assist. Lin Mo, provide support as needed. I'll cover the rear. We need to break through swiftly without attempting to collect any crystals." "Understood," Lin Yichen affirmed. The ice dagger materialized in his hand. Although its appearance remained unchanged, its power had vastly increased. "Got it," the others responded quietly, their expressions serious as they gripped their weapons tightly, aware that this was no game and demanded their utmost diligence. Seeing that everyone was ready, Lin Yichen charged into the horde of zombies, eager to test his newfound strength. After his transformation the previous night, these zombies posed no threat in his eyes. Wherever his blade passed, zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. The rest of the group was initially taken aback by their leader's ferocity, but soon felt exhilarated, realizing that the stronger their captain was, the lower their risk of injury. They swiftly followed Mu Qinfeng's orders, and their escape was remarkably swift, just as they were about to break free. 3 towering zombies suddenly blocked Lin Yichen's path. These 3 zombies were significantly taller and bulkier than ordinary ones, their arms bulging with muscle. The deadly blade that had struck down others merely left shallow scratches on their tough skin. "You all go ahead. I'll take care of them. Meet at the library once I've dealt with these," Lin Yichen instructed. As he spoke, he charged directly at the 3 imposing zombies, drawing away some ordinary zombies in the process. "Understood. Yaij, be careful." Lin Mo cleared the way, and everyone rushed out of the encirclement toward the library. Once Lin Yichen separated from the group, Mu Qinfeng shouted, "Hurry, Lin Mo, take over Yaij's position and break through with speed." "Understood." Lin Mo swiftly took Lin Yichen's place, pushing forward with all his might to break free from the encirclement, with the others quickly following suit. In no time, the entire team escaped the zombies' grasp and headed toward the library. Feeling reassured after witnessing Lin Yichen's prowess, once Mu Qinfeng and the others successfully broke through, Lin Yichen turned his focus back to the three towering zombies before him. Any ordinary zombie that ventured near the battlefield was swiftly torn apart by an invisible force. As the three massive zombies charged at him again, Lin Yichen raised his ice dagger to confront them head-on. With a swift motion, he plunged the blade into the head of one of the towering zombies. Using its own momentum against at the same time, he bent backward to dodge the attacks of the other two. However, their powerful arms grazed his cheek, leaving a stinging sensation, seizing the opportunity as the two zombies turned. Lin Yichen delivered a powerful kick to the already fallen giant zombie at his feet. He then infused the majority of his remaining abilities into the ice dagger, severing the head of the zombie on his right. The residual energy was directed at the left zombie, creating a rift in space. Though the blow was somewhat lacking, as only half its head was severed, Lin Yichen swiftly followed up with another slash. Though the battle concluded in a mere 10 seconds, this was due to Lin Yichen's extensive combat experience, as well as the fact that zombies lacked cognitive abilities. Even so, his energy reserves were nearly depleted. After extracting the cores from the three towering zombies, Lin Yichen paused, puzzled by their crimson hue. However, he had no time to ponder further and stored them away, due to the depletion of his energy. The spatial net he had set up to prevent ordinary zombies from interrupting his battle dissipated as the zombies closed in once more. Lin Yichen wielded his battered ice dagger and fought his way through. After breaking free from the horde, he sprinted toward the library, quickly distancing himself from the pursuing zombies. Once he had evaded them, Lin Yichen found a safe spot to absorb the crystal cores and restore his nearly exhausted abilities. Thanks to the enhancement from the cores, he regained his strength in under 10 minutes and quickly made his way toward the library. With Mu Qinfeng around, he felt assured of their safety. Chapter 30. The New Breed of Zombies. The Stalker. When Lin Yichen arrived at the library, he found no sign of Mu Qinfeng and the others, only a scene of devastation and a few scattered zombies. Just as he wondered where they had gone, he suddenly heard Lin Mo's voice calling from the top of the library. "Brother, over here." Upon hearing the voice, others inside the library gathered at the windows to observe. Puzzled as to why anyone would dare to roam around alone at this hour, Lin Yichen looked up to find Lin Mo peering over the edge of the library roof, calling to him. Meanwhile, Mu Qinfeng and the others, resting atop the library, also realized Lin Yichen had arrived and leaned over to greet him. Seeing Lin Mo and the others on the roof, Lin Yichen waved for them to come down and began clearing the nearby scattered zombies. Observing Lin Yichen's actions, Lin Mo leaped down from the roof, while Mu Qinfeng and the others lowered a metal chain before sliding down. By the time they all reached the ground, Lin Yichen had finished dispatching the nearby zombies, collecting 7 crystal cores in the process. Those observing from inside the library noted how effortlessly he dispatched the zombies, prompting several to rush off to report. "Yij," the group called as they gathered around Lin Yichen. He nodded. Just then, Lin Mo snatched the ice dagger from Lin Yichen's hand. Lin Yichen paid it no mind. Without the enhancement of abilities, it was merely a sturdier knife. If Lin Mo enjoyed it, he could keep playing with it. Once Lin Mo acquired the ice dagger, he ran over to Mu Qinfeng, presenting it to him. He explained that he could not maintain it in its form and that it would dissipate if he stopped infusing it with energy. Mu Qinfeng gratefully accepted it, repeatedly thanking Lin Mo, while Hu Yi and the others looked on enviously. Hearing Mu Qinfeng call him Mo, it made Lin Mo beam with delight. Su Weiyao couldn't help but smile at Lin Mo's foolishly happy expression. "How did you end up on the roof?" "It is as follows. Ego. Although we managed to break through the encirclement of the zombies, we have not escaped entirely. Upon our arrival at the library, we inadvertently brought along a large horde of zombies. The individuals inside the library were unwilling to open the door for us, leaving us no choice but to ascend to the rooftop to temporarily evade the threat. Subsequently, a group of people approached from the direction of the teaching building. Upon seeing the multitude of zombies outside the library, they intended to retreat quietly, but a mobile phone blaring music was suddenly thrown from within the library, landing not far from them. This led to the group being discovered by the zombies, and ultimately, out of the dozen or so individuals, only a scant few managed to flee. However, it was precisely these few who attracted the majority of the zombies away. Listening to Mu Qinfeng's account, Lin Yichen nodded and said, "Let us proceed to meet the immensely strong teacher Chun." as per our usual custom. All right, Ego, Mu Chenfeng replied with a smile, taking the lead toward the library's entrance, while Lin Mo and the others followed at a leisurely pace. What is this usual custom? Su Yueyao quietly inquired, tugging at Lin Mo's sleeve. Upon hearing her question, Luo Yunxi and the others, who had already been walking at a slow pace, hesitated further, clearly curious to know that it's nothing much that Ego finds it bothersome, so he always leaves matters of negotiation to Xiao Qinzi, Lin Mo explained. Yueyao, you will get used to it in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Yueyao nodded in understanding, while Luo Yunxi, having received an answer, was momentarily taken aback, having expected something more significant. Mo Ziming, who was behind Lin Mo, twitched his mouth slightly, realizing that it was indeed Mu Chenfeng who had spoken to him during their first encounter. Just as the group arrived at the entrance, the grand doors of the library swung open, revealing a small group of approximately 10 individuals emerging. The leader was a robust man with thick eyebrows and a square face, exuding a commanding presence. His bronze-toned muscles instilled an immediate sense of security. Greetings, I am Chen Weiming, a teacher at this school. You may call me Teacher Chen. The imposing figure introduced himself, extending his hand first. Hello, Teacher Chen. I am Mu Chenfeng, a sophomore. You may refer to me as Xiaomu or Chenfeng. Mu Chenfeng replied courteously, shaking his hand before letting go. Then I shall address you as Xiaomu. Are you here at the library with the intention of joining my team? Given the commotion caused by Mu Chenfeng and his companion's arrival, Chen Weiming had already taken note of their combat prowess. Otherwise, he would not have rushed to recruit them at the first opportunity. If they were willing to join his team, it would allow him to gain an upper hand over Li Xingyan. Oh, does Teacher Chen imply that there are other teams within the library? Well, there is indeed another one. Initially, our team was the only one here, but last night, Li Xingyan arrived with his group as well. Chen Weiming hesitated before divulging the information. Who? Li Xingyan. The one from the cafeteria? He abandoned the cafeteria to come here. Mu Chenfeng's voice rose in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend why Li Xingyan would forsake a place with food and water. It is if possible, I would not have wished to leave the cafeteria, but circumstances forced my hand. Chen Weiming nodded, just as another group of individuals appeared at the library entrance, accompanied by a commotion. Everyone turned to see a pale-faced young man whose hands were wrapped in bandages being supported by a girl as he emerged. Upon seeing Li Xingyan's condition, Chen Weiming was taken aback. He had not realized that Li Xingyan had sustained injuries, as their arrival had been late at night, compounded by a power outage. Li Xingyan? Mu Chenfeng inquired, still regarding his appearance. The pale young man nodded. Let us discuss this inside. Standing at the entrance may attract unwanted attention. Observing the fearful expression on Li Xingyan's face, the others, although puzzled, followed him into the library. It was not until everyone had entered and the door was closed that Li Xingyan breathed a sigh of relief and led Mu Chenfeng and the others toward their temporary meeting room on the second floor. Chen Weiming did not intervene but instead left a few individuals on guard while he followed, intrigued by the reason behind Li Xingyan's severe injuries. Once everyone was seated, Li Xingyan slowly began to speak. Last night, our cafeteria was attacked by a single zombie. You heard correctly, just one. Its speed was astonishing, so swift that I could not react in time, resulting in all my attacks missing their mark. In mere moments, my hands were pierced. That moment, I felt the looming threat of death and unleashed all my abilities in a desperate attempt to fend it off. Perhaps it sensed the danger or was wounded, prompting it to briefly retreat. However, every so often, someone would scream and vanish into the night. I immediately ordered the evacuation of personnel and supplies, but many could not endure the atmosphere of impending doom and scattered in panic. Perhaps due to the size of my team, or perhaps because it bore a grudge, it relentlessly pursued us, cloaked in the darkness like its best ally, rendering its presence undetectable until it struck. Eventually, it captured a fire-type ability user from our team, who ignited himself in his final moments, allowing us to glimpse it. A zombie that crawled upon the walls like a spider, its arms protruding like spears, seemed restrained by the flames as it emitted chilling howls. Seizing the opportunity, we hastily fled and made our way here, with our originally 400-strong team now reduced to barely 100 individuals, as you see before you. Upon finishing his account, a heavy silence fell over the room, Lin Chen included. The existence of such a zombie at night was truly terrifying, appearing and vanishing without a trace. Moreover, given that Li Xingyan was capable of leading such a large group, his strength must be formidable, yet he had nearly met his end after a mere encounter. This underscores the formidable power of such a zombie, even during daylight. However, based on Li Xingyan's description. It seemed that this type of zombie did not possess particularly strong defenses. Could it be that this zombie underwent a transformation similar to his own? Otherwise, how could it possess such terrifying strength? And what of the 3 towering zombies we encountered earlier? Had they also experienced a metamorphosis? Lin Yichen pondered. Like a spider, it traversed the night silently, without a sound, akin to an assassin. For now, let us dub this type of zombie the Stalker. Chapter 31. The agreement reached. Observing that the group remained silent in contemplation, Li Xingyan finally articulated his purpose. Thus, I believe we should unite. It is the only way for us to survive. This, indeed, is the fundamental reason for your visit to the library, Chen Weiming remarked, casually lighting a cigarette. Yes, for I am aware that apart from the cafeteria, the library houses the largest number of individuals. I wish to ally with you in our endeavor to escape the school, lest we all perish within its confines. After speaking, Li Xingyan gestured for the girl beside him to provide him with a sip of water, feeling parched after speaking so extensively, and awaited the responses from both parties. Please allow us a moment to deliberate. With that, Chen Weiming ascended the stairs to confer with his trusted aides. Recognizing that such matters required the insight of professionals, Mu Qinfeng nodded at Li Xingyan, and then led Lin Yichen and the others to a separate corner of the room to confer. I believe it is feasible. After all, we need to leave the school, and strength in numbers is advantageous. Mo Ziming was the first to voice his support. We concur that it is a viable option. Beautiful Nan Feng and his companions chimed in after some thought. Lin Mo, however, was engaged in whispered conversation with Su Yueyao, not giving the matter much consideration, content to follow Lin Yichen's lead. Luo Yunqi and Su Yueyao shared similar sentiments, preferring to follow the group. Upon hearing the opinions of Mo Ziming and the others, Mu Qinfeng shook his head. I asked there a problem, Brother Mo? Mo Ziming inquired, sensing Mu Qinfeng's disapproval, as did the others. Strength in numbers is indeed commendable, but we must consider the timing. Do you know how many of them possess combat capabilities? The group shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. Then how can you assert that strength in numbers is beneficial? Moreover, a larger group means a larger target, which in turn makes it easier to attract the attention of zombies. We also have to divide our focus to protect those without combat abilities. Do you still believe it is a viable plan? Assuming that all of them possessed combat skills, could you guarantee their obedience? What if someone faltered midway? Mo Ziming, can you fathom what we would face? After Mu Qinfeng's words, the group envisioned the potential scenarios and broke into a cold sweat. Forget I said anything. Mo Ziming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The others nodded vigorously in agreement. We didn't say anything at all. Ego, what are your thoughts? Observing Mo Ziming's change of heart, Mu Qinfeng turned to Lin Yichen. He had discerned the underlying implication in Li Xingyan's words, that the zombies had already approached their vicinity. The thought of that zombie caused Mu Qinfeng some trepidation. Meeting Mu Qinfeng's inquiring gaze, Lin Yichen replied calmly, there are 2 options, to leave or to eliminate it. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight sparked in Mu Qinfeng's eyes. It seemed that Igu was unafraid of the zombie. He then shifted his gaze back to Li Xingyan, contemplating how to leverage the situation for their benefit. However, Li Xingyan was engrossed in conversation with the girl beside him, oblivious to Mu Qinfeng's scrutiny. Nonetheless, for Lin Yichen's safety, Mu Qinfeng leaned closer and whispered, Igu, do you have confidence? Lin Yichen nodded. He intended to validate his hypothesis and confront the stalker. Then let us proceed. With Lin Yichen's affirmation, Mu Qinfeng no longer hesitated and made the decision. Upon hearing Mu Qinfeng's decision, the others remained silent. After all, it was merely a zombie, so they would just deal with it. They had not even considered that Mu Qinfeng might not be sharing the complete truth with them. As the group reached a consensus in their hearts, Chen Weiming descended with his team of managers. It seemed they had little choice in the matter. Chen Weiming cast a grim look at Li Xingyan and said, he was reminded by his own people that the zombie had already approached the vicinity of the library. If Li Xingyan and his group can't handle it, we are likely to be in the same predicament. I didn't intend for this to happen. I just want to survive, Li Xingyan replied with a bitter smile. Then let us speak frankly. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Weiming wasted no time. My team currently consists of 107 members, 8 of whom possess special abilities, and 82 are combat-ready. Li Xingyan took the lead in demonstrating goodwill. Upon hearing Li Xingyan's words, Chen Weiming's expression softened considerably. Although their numbers were few, their combat capabilities were well preserved, and I have 342 members, including 10 with special abilities and nearly 200 combatants. Hearing Chen Weiming's figures, Li Xingyan felt a surge of joy. The chances of escaping the campus had significantly increased. Both men then turned their gazes towards Lin Yichen and the others seated on the opposite side of the room. Yet most of their attention remained fixed on Mu Chenfeng, awaiting his words. The reason they had not shied away from Lin Yichen and the others was to display a show of strength, hoping to entice them to join their team. Under their scrutiny, Mu Chenfeng calmly spoke, "You are primarily concerned about the newly emerged zombie, aren't you?" Li Xingyan and Chen Weiming nodded in agreement. "What if we could assist you in eliminating it?" "Really?" Li Xingyan and Chen Weiming asked in unison. Observing their excitement, Mu Chenfeng slowly nodded. "What do you require in return?" However, Li Xingyan did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. He looked steadily at Mu Chenfeng. Aware that there are no free lunches in this world, Chen Weiming also regained his composure. Waiting for Mu Chenfeng to elaborate, "We need supplies." "Any kind of supplies?" Li Xingyan pondered for a moment, then leaned towards a nearby female team member and whispered a few words. She nodded and exited the room. Chen Weiming was more straightforward. He gestured behind him, and a bag of crystal cores was brought to his desk. 100 crystal cores. This is the bulk of our harvest over the past few days. He displayed transparency, clearly distinguishing between resources and lives. Mu Chenfeng smiled and nodded, declaring, "The deal is struck." Before long, the female team member returned, accompanied by several others, some carrying and others shouldering various items. After placing the goods on Li Xingyan's desk, they departed. 10 large bags of potatoes, 5 large bags of corn, 5 small bags of vegetables, 5 small bags of red and green peppers, 2 small bags of cured meat, and 5 large bags of unopened rice. Upon seeing these provisions, Mu Chenfeng and his companion's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, it was evident they had just come from the cafeteria, brimming with abundance. Chen Weiming's group swallowed hard. Their meals had consisted solely of bread and instant noodles in recent days, and they had never encountered such a bounty. "Is this acceptable?" Li Xingyan finally inquired once the items were laid out, but judging by Mu Chenfeng's demeanor, it seemed there would be no issues. "The deal is indeed struck," Mu Chenfeng similarly affirmed with a smile. Once both parties had presented their bargaining chips, Chen Weiming spoke up. "Now that we have both shown our sincerity, what do you think?" Li Xingyan nodded in agreement, looking at Mu Chenfeng, signaling that it was time to proceed to the next step. "Where did that zombie appear last night?" Mu Chenfeng glanced back at Li Xingyan. "The Moral Education Building, not far from the library. It is also where this year's freshmen attend classes." Upon hearing this, Mu Chenfeng nodded and approached Lin Yichen, bending slightly to speak. "Brother Yi, I appreciate your effort in running this errand." "Understood," Lin Yichen replied, ignoring the puzzled gazes of the others as he rose and exited. After Lin Yichen left, Mu Chenfeng returned to his seat under the scrutinizing gaze of Li Xingyan and the others, his calm voice gradually filling the temporary conference room. "Don't rush. Let us wait and see." Chapter 32. Slaying the Stalker. As soon as Mu Chenfeng took his seat, Lin Mo and the others regained their composure. "Aren't we going together?" Lin Mo's voice soon echoed among the group. "Indeed. Why did Brother Yi go alone?" Mo Zimming and the others echoed. "Brother Yi said he was confident. What purpose would your presence serve but to court danger? Besides, are you certain your involvement wouldn't hinder him?" Mu Chenfeng queried, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Mo and the others. Upon hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, Lin Mo and the others fell silent, seemingly unable to counter his point. "So, it is better to focus on improving your own strength. Do not rely on Brother Yi to resolve every situation. Look at Yunxi, and then look at yourselves." Mu Chenfeng observed the meditating Luo Yunxi not far away, then glanced at Lin Mo and the others. Shaking his head, Lin Mo and the others followed Mu Chenfeng's gaze and noticed Luo Yunxi in meditation, feeling a twinge of shame, prompting them to quiet their minds and work on enhancing their own abilities. After exiting the library, Lin Yichen made his way directly to the Moral Education Building, evading any zombies he encountered along the way. Dispatching those he could not evade. It wasn't long before he arrived at the foot of the Moral Education Building. The once bustling teaching building now lay eerily silent due to the disaster. Lin Yichen raised his gaze to the entire structure, which appeared ominous. The entrance to the Moral Education Building loomed like a gaping maw of a demon, waiting for unsuspecting souls to wander in. Since approaching the Moral Education Building, not a single ordinary zombie had been seen, as if powerful beasts were marking their territory, confirming Lin Yichen's suspicion that the stalker remained within. Summoning his ice blade, Lin Yichen stepped inside. As soon as he entered, he sensed a gaze lurking in the shadows, yet for some reason, it did not strike. Unable to pinpoint the source of the gaze, he proceeded cautiously, seeking the creature's silhouette. The tip of his blade scraped against the floor, producing a piercing screech. Perhaps disturbed by the noise, the stalker chose that moment to attack as Lin Yichen passed an intersection. As he turned, a pair of sharp arms lunged towards the back of his head. Clang! Lin Yichen swiftly raised his blade to block the stalker's assault, catching a clear glimpse of its form. Save for its glowing red eyes, its body was entirely shrouded in darkness. It was unclear whether this was its natural state or a result of being scorched by last night's fire-wielding abilities. The creature bore signs of previous injuries, likely inflicted by Li Xingyan. Its powerful thighs were rippling with muscle, explaining its remarkable speed. Roar! Seeing its attack thwarted, the stalker let out a furious roar before launching another assault. Instinct told it that consuming this prey would enhance its strength. Both combatants moved swiftly, exchanging blows in a flurry of strikes, neither gaining the upper hand. After a brief separation, Lin Yichen charged forward. The clash of steel ringing out incessantly. What a thrill! After successfully countering another thrust from the stalker, Lin Yichen found himself forced back, regaining his footing with the aid of his ice blade. He let out a fierce shout. At that moment, he appeared somewhat ragged. The prolonged battle had drained his stamina, and he gasped for air. His once pristine garments were now tattered, and a fresh wound marred his face. While his ice blade bore dents and dings, the scent of prey grew stronger. The stalker became increasingly excited, not affording Lin Yichen a moment's respite as it lunged once more. Although its speed had noticeably diminished, it remained oblivious, driven solely by its desire to consume its next meal to grow stronger. Were there others present, they would have noticed that the stalker was now covered in a fine layer of ice shards. It ends now, Lin Yichen murmured as he faced the charging stalker. With that, he activated his abilities, causing the creature to freeze mid-air before crashing to the ground, where he swiftly severed its head with a well-aimed strike. After the stalker fell, Lin Yichen seated himself to recuperate, taking out a water bottle to hydrate, neglecting even to touch the crystal cores. It seemed that defeating a stalker without utilizing his powers was quite taxing. Especially considering this one bore its own wounds, he mused while sipping water. Throughout the battle, Lin Yichen had refrained from actively using his abilities, instead testing his physical prowess against the stalker. After a short rest, Lin Yichen rose, retrieving the stalker's crystal core, which, unsurprisingly, was her ED. It appears that zombies can indeed evolve. The days ahead may prove even more arduous, he reflected, gazing at the crimson crystal core in his hand. Dragging the stalker's corpse, he made his way back to the library. As for why he chose to haul the body rather than store it away, it was simply due to his discomfort with the notion. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to his burden of the stalker's remains, Lin Yichen encountered not a single zombie on his return journey. As he approached the library, he was spotted by Mu Qinfeng, who was pacing near the window. Upon seeing Lin Yichen return safely, a broad smile instantly illuminated Mu Qinfeng's face. Brother E is back. Let us go greet him. Finally back. I was worried sick. Let's hurry. Upon hearing Mu Qinfeng's words, Lin Mo was the first to leap up, dashing toward the stairs. The others likewise paused their tasks, heading downstairs. Li Xingyan and Chen Weiming, having waited since Lin Yichen's departure, were equally delighted by his return and followed closely behind Mu Qinfeng and the others. As Lin Yichen arrived at the foot of the library, its grand doors swung open and Lin Mo rushed out, followed by a throng of people. You've worked hard, Igu, remarked Lin Mo, observing Lin Yichen's disheveled appearance. Indeed, this zombie possesses considerable strength, Lin Yichen stated as he discarded the corpse of the stalker at their feet. I have dubbed this new breed of zombie the stalker. It is astonishingly swift, with arms that are both sturdy and sharp, moderate in strength, but somewhat lacking in defense. The crowd gazed at the body on the ground, finding the name stalker quite fitting, as they attentively listened to Lin Yichen's summary, determined not to remain ignorant should they encounter another in the future, for they were far from naive enough to believe that there was only one stalker. Qinfeng, I leave the rest to you. Is there a place to bathe, Teacher Chen? Rest assured, Igu, replied Mu Qinfeng, instinctively reaching for his glasses, only to remember halfway that he was wearing them today, and chuckled as he lowered his hand. The staff dormitory will suffice. Xiaolu, please guide Igu there. Chen Weiming instructed a nearby student to escort Lin Yichen for a shower, inexplicably calling him Igu as well. Come with me, Igu, said the individual referred to as Xiaolu, leading the way as Lin Yichen followed. Teacher Chen, my brother's name is Lin Yichen, Lin Mo chimed in, prompting laughter from Lin Yichen's team upon hearing Chen Weiming's words. Lin Mo added with a smile, cough, cough. It is indeed impressive, so there's nothing wrong with calling him Igu. Chen Weiming, unfazed, chuckled along with everyone else. Indeed, we should head up as well, remarked Li Xingyan, also smiling. Well then, you all can take care of the corpse, Lin Yichen said. Observing the camaraderie between Chen Weiming and Li Xingyan, Mu Chenfeng suspected they had just shared some conversation, but opted not to pry. Preferring to avoid disturbing them as he led his group upstairs to no problem. Just leave it to us, Li Xingyan called from behind. Chapter 33. The discussion of transformation when Lin Yichen emerged from the staff dormitory after his shower. He found that Xiao Lu, who was supposed to be waiting outside, had vanished, replaced instead by Luo Yunqi. Momentarily taken aback upon seeing her at the door, Lin Yichen was greeted by her gaze as she looked up. Her eyes meeting his astonished expression, freshly bathed. Lin Yichen's usual aloof demeanor had given way to a gentle smile, his fair and handsome features radiating youthful charm at that moment. He truly resembled someone of his age. Leaving Luo Yunqi momentarily entranced, "There's something you need?" Lin Yichen inquired, snapping back to reality as he noticed Luo Yunqi blocking the doorway. His words. Luo Yunqi regained her composure, her face flushing crimson as she thrust an item into his hands before dashing away. Only after her figure disappeared around the corner did Lin Yichen glance down at what she had given him. A pink Hello Kitty band-aid. He fell into contemplation, to adhere or not to adhere. The thought of placing it on his face prompted him to resolutely decide against it. A grown man could hardly affix such a flamboyant item. No way. Absolutely not. He tucked the pink band-aid into his pocket and ascended to the second floor. Meanwhile, Luo Yunqi found a secluded spot to compose herself, ensuring her face returned to a semblance of normalcy before heading back to the second floor. As she walked, she mentally berated herself for being so easily swayed by male charm. Completely oblivious to why she had been waiting outside the staff dormitory for Lin Yichen and had even sent Xiao Lu away. Upon entering the temporary meeting room on the second floor, Lin Yichen discovered Mu Chenfeng and Li Xingyan engaged in lively conversation. Noticing Luo Yunqi's absence, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. He certainly did not wish to don a pink band-aid. The group called upon seeing Lin Yichen enter, and Mu Chenfeng, who had been conversing with Li Xingyan, was no exception. Lin Yichen waved his hand, signaling them to continue without concern for him, and found a spot to recline and rest. This transaction is one we cannot agree to. You should all recognize that your numbers are substantial and your target significant. We do not possess the capability to escort you safely from the campus. Moreover, who is to say that the outside world is any safer? How can you be certain that there are no stalkers or similar new breeds lurking beyond the campus? Mu Chenfeng's words prompted Li Xingyan and the others to ponder deeply. Indeed, who could predict what dangers awaited them outside the school? Nonetheless, we still wish to venture out. I wonder if Chenfeng has any viable strategies, Li Xingyan remarked, handing Mu Chenfeng a small bag of crystal cores. Around 10 in total. Chen Weiming nodded in agreement. They had chosen to ally earlier that morning and were now in this together. There's not much we can do, but we plan to go out tomorrow as well. You are welcome to accompany us, though we will not provide any protection, Mu Chenfeng stated, shaking his head, yet accepting the crystal cores without hesitation. That's perfectly fine. Please let us know ahead of time when you depart tomorrow. We would be immensely grateful, Li Xingyan replied with a smile, satisfied with the answer. No need for thanks. It's merely a small matter, Mu Chenfeng said, sipping a cup of hot tea before adding. I shall not disturb you further. With that, Li Xingyan and Chen Weiming exited, and Mu Chenfeng accompanied them to the door, closing it behind them once they left. Xingyan, why do we feel the need to go out? Chen Weiming posed his question once they were outside. For supplies. The resources currently available at the school are insufficient for our survival. Li Xingyan continued his ascent toward the upper floors, understanding the gravity of the situation. Chen Weiming followed suit, realizing that leaving the school was unavoidable. After seeing Li Xingyan and his companion off, Mu Chenfeng turned back to Lin Yichen, only to be interrupted by a knock at the door, prompting him to return to open it. Upon discovering it was Luo Yunqi, he greeted her with a smile and, after she entered, closed the door once more. When Mu Chenfeng returned to Lin Yichen's side, he noticed that Lin Yichen had already sat up. Lin Yichen had anticipated her arrival the moment the knock echoed. Lin Yichen sat not far from the door. The earlier scene at the staff dormitory replayed in Luo Yunqi's mind, causing her cheeks to flush uncontrollably. However, upon seeing that Lin Yichen had not affixed the band-aid she had gifted him, her spirits dipped momentarily, though she quickly masked her disappointment. Go, she called out softly. Everyone settled into their seats after acknowledging Lin Yichen's presence. Lin Yichen responded, and once all were seated, he gestured toward Lin Mo and the others who had awakened to their powers. When you absorb crystal cores, if you experience saturation before reaching your daily limit, you must inform me, as that indicates the onset of your transformation. The process of transformation is exceedingly painful, yet I hope you will endure. For I cannot ascertain what may happen should you falter. I underwent my transformation last night and saw a significant enhancement in my strength. Otherwise, I would not have had the confidence to confront the stalker alone. Understood, Igu. The awakened boys replied solemnly, though excitement bubbled within them at the notion of transformation. Such a concept sounded incredibly powerful. Only Luo Yunxi maintained an impassive expression, though her tightly clasped hands revealed her underlying anxiety. Meanwhile, Mu Nanfeng and the others who had yet to awaken cast envious glances toward their counterparts. It is also worth noting that not only do we humans undergo transformations, zombies do as well. The 3 towering zombies from this morning and the stalker outside are likely the result of such transformations from ordinary zombies, Lin Yichen elaborated, producing 4 crimson crystal cores from his space for all to observe. 3 of which were darker in hue, while 1 shone brightly. These cores belong to the 3 towering zombies. I suspect they have only recently transformed, yet they could easily take on 10 or even dozens of ordinary zombies. Lin Yichen pointed to the 3 darker crimson cores before indicating the noticeably brighter one, saying, "This is the core of the stalker, which must have undergone transformation some time ago, capable of effortlessly slaughtering ordinary zombies." After attentively considering Lin Yichen's words, the expressions of the crowd grew serious. The prospect of zombies also evolving was indeed grim news. "That will be all for now. You may disperse," Lin Yichen concluded, gesturing for them to attend to their own affairs. Understood, they replied and gradually departed, leaving only Lin Mo and the others who had awakened their abilities behind. "Brother, haha," Lin Mo chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Observing those who remained, Lin Yichen waved his hand, causing the crystal cores to appear before them. With laughter, they accepted the cores and sought out a place to absorb their power. After they left, Lin Yichen too picked up a crimson crystal core to absorb, having felt no limitation since his transformation last night. He was eager to discern the differences between the crimson and white crystal cores. Chapter 34. Li Xingyan's request. It is unclear how much time had elapsed when Lin Yichen finally absorbed the crimson crystal core, that it felt not vastly different from the white crystal core, except that it contained a greater amount of energy, albeit more difficult to absorb. The energy encapsulated within a single crimson core was roughly equivalent to the total of 20 white cores. However, upon attempting to absorb a white core again, Lin Yichen's perspective shifted immediately that he realized that the benefits derived from the white core had significantly diminished, to the point where it could be likened to a mere drop in the ocean. It seemed that as his strength continued to grow, lower-tier crystal cores would only serve the purposes of recovery and trade, Lin Yichen mused. With this thought in mind, he opened his eyes, only to find Lin Mo in front of him. Struggling to peel off a pink band-aid, after much effort, Lin Mo finally managed to tear it open, but upon lifting his gaze, he met Lin Yichen's eyes, causing the pink band-aid to slip from his grasp and fall to the floor. "Brother, good evening. Have you eaten yet?" Lin Mo stammered, visibly startled, while frantically signaling to Mu Qinfeng beside him. "You have to help me talk." Mu Qinfeng, however, nonchalantly averted his gaze, pretending he had seen nothing, as if he hadn't spoken a word moments ago. It turned out that they had intended to bandage Lin Yichen's face after absorbing the course, but since they could not find any band-aids, they had to request one from Su Yueyao, resulting in the only available option being pink. If it had been a more neutral color, it might have been acceptable. However, upon receiving the pink band-aid from Su Yueyao, both Lin Mo and Mu Qifeng fell into silence. Ultimately, they decided to settle the matter with a game of rock, paper, scissors, and predictably, Lin Mo lost. He had initially been reluctant, but Mu Qinfeng assured him that even if they were discovered, he would help explain, prompting Lin Mo to reluctantly agree. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Lin Yichen glanced out the window and realized it was indeed evening. It seemed that absorbing a crimson core had taken longer than he had anticipated. "All right, don't loiter in front of me. You're obstructing my view," Lin Yichen remarked, retracting his gaze from the window. "Got it? I'll be on my way," Lin Mo replied hastily, scampering off to confront Mu Qinfeng. "You traitor, you promised to help me," he exclaimed, tackling Mu Qinfeng to the ground with a speed akin to lightning. "Brother Mo, let's talk this out. No need for violence." I'll make you something delicious, Mu Chinfeng. Taken by surprise, quickly attempted to salvage the situation. Really? Lin Mo paused, his fist still raised, looking down at Mu Chinfeng. Absolutely. I swear. Mu Chinfeng nodded vigorously. Then I'll spare you this time. But if it doesn't taste good, I'll hold you accountable, Lin Mo declared before releasing him and dashing over to Su Yueyao. Once Lin Mo had departed, Mu Chinfeng picked himself up from the floor, dusted himself off, and approached Lin Yichen. As he neared, Lin Yichen retrieved some cooking utensils, and noticing Mu Chinfeng lingered, he inquired, "Is there anything else you need, Chinfeng?" "Actually, Yichen, this afternoon, Li Xingyan came to see me alone again that he expressed that if any unforeseen circumstances arose, he hoped we could assist in rescuing his sister once," Mu Chinfeng explained, placing a small cloth pouch on the table. "His sister? And what is this? A reward for our assistance?" Lin Yichen inquired. Observing the pouch on the table and sensing the energy fluctuations within, it was undoubtedly a crystal core. Yes, the girl who has been by his side is named Li Xingyu. It appears they are fraternal twins. No, he mentioned that this is a gift for you, Yichen. If we agree to help, the reward will be discussed separately. It seems he fears that he cannot protect his sister in his current state, hence seeking us for a safeguard, Mu Chinfeng remarked with a smile. It likely isn't just a matter of security. But he does seem to be a good brother. If something were to happen, assisting him, provided it does not endanger us, would be no trouble at all, Lin Yichen mused lightly, stowing away the pouch. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Mu Chinfeng felt a flicker of confusion but refrained from probing further. Taking the items to prepare dinner, in a short while, the delightful aroma of the meal filled the study room, prompting everyone to pause their activities and gather together to eat. Here we have stir-fried chili with cured meat, sautéed greens, braised potatoes, corn, and cured meat soup. As Mu Chinfeng's voice rang out, dish after dish was placed upon the dining table, causing everyone's mouths to water at the sight of the delectable spread. "All right, the dishes are ready. Let us feast." With Mu Chinfeng's declaration, everyone eagerly rushed to serve themselves. "Wow, this chili is quite spicy, but it pairs perfectly with the cured meat," exclaimed Mu Nanfeng, his face flushed from the heat as he devoured his food. "Lin Mo, you beast, save me some greens," Mo Zimming shouted indignantly, having had his portion snatched away. "Here, Yao Yao, eat plenty," Lin Mo beamed as he served Su Yueyao, completely disregarding Mo Zimming's outburst. "This potato is delicious. Luo, you should try it," Su Yueyao said, offering a piece to Luo Yunxi while also serving Lin Mo. Lin Mo then flaunted the piece of potato in front of several boys, an action that unsurprisingly ignited their collective ire. In an instant, Lin Mo was left with only the piece of potato in his hand, oblivious to the fact that even the rice in his bowl had been whisked away by someone. "Ah, you bandits, this is utterly outrageous," Lin Mo cried in despair, but he had no recourse but to refill his bowl, wary of further showboating. Seeing Lin Mo's plight, the others erupted into laughter. Thus, the meal concluded amidst merriment, each individual feeling satisfied before retreating to find their own spaces to digest. Lin Yichen tidied up the remnants and then stepped outside with Mu Chinfeng. Before long, the two found themselves among the library's shelves, collecting books that piqued their interest for leisurely reading later. "Chinfeng, what are you up to?" Lin Yichen asked as they gathered books. "Just finished dinner and thought I'd find some books to browse and aid digestion." "What about you?" Mu Chinfeng replied without turning around, continuing to select his usual reads.as for me. "I'm just wandering around. By the way, Chinfeng, are you aware of what I mentioned this afternoon?" Li Xingyan had initially intended to assist Mu Chinfeng in retrieving books, but upon approaching, he remembered his hands were inconvenient and awkwardly stood behind him. "We will assess the situation and assist if needed. And stop being so pessimistic. Why do you always anticipate trouble?" Mu Chinfeng turned back to pat him on the shoulder before heading towards another shelf with his books. "You're right. I've been too pessimistic, always expecting the worst. Take your time selecting." "I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave first," Li Xingyan said, feeling increasingly awkward after Mu Chinfeng's comment, before leaving in a huff, thankfully having received an acceptable response. Once Li Xingyan's footsteps faded, Mu Chinfeng approached Lin Yichen's shelf. "Yichen, do you think he's really just wandering aimlessly?" he asked, handing Lin Yichen a book. "We'll find out when we step outside. His current strength is insufficient, which is why he behaves this way," Lin Yichen replied. Accepting the book from Mu Chinfeng and gesturing playfully with his fist, it appeared that they had been aware of someone trailing them since their departure. "Haha, indeed," Mu Chinfeng chuckled at Lin Yichen's gesture. "Let us go. We've browsed enough. It's time to return and rest." Lin Yichen declared, turning back. That's because you've been browsing long enough. I've hardly gathered any. Mu Qifeng joked, following along. Shall we grab a few more? No need. I don't read much these days anyway. Chapter 35. An evening conversation at different Lin Yichen. As the two conversed, they returned to the study room. Lin Yichen raised his hand and knocked on the door, concluding his idle chat with Mu Qinfeng. Yichen, Qinfeng, Mu Nanfeng exclaimed, opening the door and finding Lin Yichen and Mu Qinfeng. The two nodded as they entered the study room. Everyone, let us rest well tonight. I'll keep watch. We prepare to leave the school tomorrow. Understood, Yichen, the others replied in unison, having been training their combat skills prior. They each pulled thin blankets from their backpacks to prepare for rest, but tacitly left space near the wall, laying their bedding at the entrance instead. Luo Yunxi and Su Yueyao were touched by this gesture and set up their bedding by the window. Yichen, how about Mu Qinfeng started to suggest that Lin Yichen take a rest while he kept watch, but before he could finish, Lin Yichen interrupted. No need. You should rest too. It's just one night. It won't affect me. That you'll understand once you undergo your transformation, Lin Yichen asserted. Mu Qinfeng nodded in agreement and found a dimly lit corner to rest in. After sending Mu Qinfeng off, Lin Yichen settled by the window, pulling out a book he had just selected from the library, and began to read under the moonlight. Perhaps it was due to Lin Yichen personally keeping watch. But that night, everyone slept especially soundly. Before long, the study room was filled only with the soft rustle of turning pages and the rhythmic sound of steady breathing. Once Luo Yunxi fell asleep, she found herself revisiting that familiar scene. Though this time it was slightly different. A young boy was seen sprinting through a sewer, carrying a little girl on his back, drawing upon a strength that belied his small frame. Despite the boy's swift pace, the footsteps behind them grew increasingly distinct. Following the little girl's gaze, she saw two groups pursuing them, one clad in dark clothing, the other in formal suits. Suddenly, as the fleeing boy accidentally kicked something, he and the girl were propelled forward. Yet, even so, the young boy selflessly positioned his body beneath the girl, shielding her from harm. Seizing the moment while the two tumbled, a group clad in dark attire hastened forward, seizing the girl from the boy's embrace. Run. You are running. You little wretch. How dare you make us pursue you for so long? If time permitted, I would truly relish making you wish for life and death. The leader of the dark-clad group first vented his fury by delivering two fierce kicks to the boy lying on the ground, then unsheathed a dagger, driving it down with brutal force. Witnessing the leader's actions, the girl, already in the arms of the dark-clad gang, succumbed to unconsciousness. This time, Luo Yunxi heard everything clearly, even the distinct sound of the dagger slicing through the air. No, don't. Run. Luo Yunxi was inexplicably gripped by a sudden pang of heartache. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by a cacophony of gunfire, the scene abruptly froze. Inside the self-study room, Luo Yunxi, who had been peacefully sleeping, jolted awake, her gaze scanning the surroundings in bewilderment. Hearing the commotion, Lin Yichen also lifted his head, his voice unconsciously softening as he regarded Luo Yunxi's dazed expression. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Upon hearing Lin Yichen's voice, Luo Yunxi gradually regained her composure. No, I just saw something. To be precise, remembered something. Luo Yunxi rubbed her head thoughtfully. Can you share it with me? Of course, if it's inconvenient. That's perfectly fine. You can sleep a little longer. Lin Yichen wore a gentle smile, gesturing towards the moonlight streaming through the window. At his words, Luo Yunxi glanced at him. The silvery moonlight cascaded over the youth's head, enveloping him in a soft glow, rendering him exceptionally tender, and instilling an irresistible trust. It's nothing much. I just keep seeing fragmented images since awakening, but I can only grasp small portions or hear a word or two each time. Luo Yunxi shook her head. That's likely a remnant of your past experiences. It seems your mind couldn't bear the weight back then and chose to forget for self-preservation. Perhaps the awakening of your abilities has triggered those memories, and you might soon recall everything completely. Lin Yichen refrained from inquiring about what she had seen, instead providing an objective analysis of the possible reasons for her situation, entirely unaware of what he had missed. Listening to his analysis, Luo Yunxi nodded in agreement, her thoughts mirroring his. You can still catch a bit more sleep. Observing Luo Yunxi's return to her senses, Lin Yichen gently reminded her, no need. I find it hard to sleep now. Then shall you read? A multitude of books then appeared before Luo Yunxi, who shook her head. Seeing her refusal, Lin Yichen dismissed them all. Then find something to occupy yourself with. After saying this, Lin Chen shook his head and returned to his reading. He couldn't force her to sleep if she didn't wish to. All right. Luo Yunxi nodded and nestled closer to Lin Chen. Although they had hardly met a few times, she cherished being near him, for his presence bestowed a peculiar sense of security. Captain, what book are you reading? You wouldn't find it enjoyable. What do you like to eat? I enjoy all delicious food. There's nothing particularly special. Then why didn't you apply the band-aid I gave you? What man would wear a pink band-aid? Then could you perhaps go to sleep? Observing Luo Yunxi growing increasingly cheerful with her questions, Lin Chen helplessly interjected. Fine, but could you let me see your necklace? I promise it, LL, just be for a moment. Luo Yunxi pouted, raising a finger toward Lin Chen. The tenderness emanating from Lin Chen tonight was too irresistible, compelling her to make this request. Lin Chen glanced at Luo Yunxi, who was earnestly gazing back at him. They locked eyes until Lin Chen was the first to look away. Reaching to remove the moon necklace he always wore. As Lin Chen averted his gaze, Luo Yunxi exhaled in relief. She had almost faltered under the intensity of the moment. Look, just for a moment. Lin Chen handed the necklace to Luo Yunxi. Thank you, Captain. Luo Yunxi beamed as she accepted it, earnestly examining the moon necklace that evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity. However, after studying it for some time, she could discern nothing remarkable, so she retrieved her own gourd necklace, only to discover that the chains of both necklaces were identical. Could this sense of familiarity stem from this? Luo Yunxi felt deflated, akin to a punctured balloon. After reattaching her gourd necklace, she returned the moon necklace to Lin Chen. He took it back and put it on, observing Luo Yunxi's downcast demeanor with a soft chuckle. What is this? Didn't you say you wanted to see it? Why does showing it to you make you less happy? Hearing Lin Chen's teasing, Luo Yunxi's face flushed, and she turned away, diving back under the covers in silence. Noticing her retreat, Lin Chen refrained from further teasing, picking up the book resting on his lap to continue his night watch. As the rustling resumed, Luo Yunxi gradually relaxed, soon drifting back into slumber. Chapter 36. The target south gate of the school. The subsequent moments were devoid of any significant events. The luminous moonlight slowly waned, revealing a hazy edge of the sun on the horizon. As the sun ascended gradually, its gentle rays enveloped Lin Chen, dispelling the remnants of the moonlight from the previous night. Watching the sky brighten, Lin Chen did not rush to awaken them, leisurely turning the pages of his book, allowing them to sleep a little longer. After about an hour, Mu Chifeng was the first to stretch and awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted Lin Chen reading by the window and greeted him. Good morning, Iguodot. I had a feeling you would wake first. Go ahead and rouse the others. Hearing Mu Chifeng's voice, Lin Chen glanced up at him. Haha, perhaps my previous lifestyle was rather sedentary, so I tend to wake at this hour. Mu Chifeng chuckled, poking fun at himself. As they conversed, Luo Yunxi, who had been sleeping not far from Lin Chen, stirred awake upon hearing the commotion. Good morning, Yunxi. I was just about to call you, and here you are. Mu Chifeng greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Steward Mu. Upon hearing Luo Yunxi's address, Mu Chifeng paused for a moment, then nodded with a grin. A faint smile appeared at the corners of Lin Chen's mouth. Realizing this was the true essence of Luo Yunxi, the aloofness perceived by others was merely a protective facade. Yunxi, you've woken up just in time. I'll leave the task of waking them to you. I need to prepare breakfast. With that, Mu Chifeng moved beside Lin Chen to gather the ingredients for breakfast. A portion of the same ingredients as last night, please. Lin Chen nodded, retrieving the necessary items, which Mu Chifeng accepted and proceeded to prepare the meal. Hearing Mu Chifeng's words, Luo Yunxi gently roused Su Yueyao from her slumber, then entrusted the task to her. Su Yueyao, in turn, followed suit and woke Lin Mo. What a comfortable sleep. Lin Mo stretched luxuriously upon awakening. The others were similarly roused by his loud voice, and upon seeing the bright daylight, they instinctively rose. Good morning. Good morning. After exchanging greetings, the group dispersed to wash up and use the restroom, leaving the self-study room noticeably emptier. When Mu Chifeng finished cooking, the others gradually returned, and Lin Chen moved from his spot by the window. After breakfast, we'll prepare to set off. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the group nodded and quietly began to enjoy their meal. I'm done eating. I'll go notify Li Xingyan and the others. Mu Chifeng quickly finished his breakfast and approached Lin Chen. All right. Seeing Lin Chen nod, Mu Chifeng stood and headed outside. Xiao Chenzi, where are you going? Noticing Mu Chifeng's intent to leave, Lin Mo glanced up from his meal. It's nothing. Just eat quickly. I'll be right back. Mu Chifeng smiled and opened the door to the self-study room. Brother. Just eat your food. Fine. Lin Mo's words were cut off by Lin Yichen, leaving him no choice but to bury his head back into his meal. Before long, the group finished their breakfast without needing Lin Yichen to prompt them. They swiftly cleared the tableware and began organizing the items they needed to take with them, observing their efficiency. Lin Yichen nodded in satisfaction. Once they were prepared, Mu Chifeng returned, and upon seeing everyone fully equipped, he nodded approvingly to Ego. Li Xingyan and the others are ready as well. We can depart at any time. Mu Chifeng informed Lin Yichen. Then let us set off. Our target is the south gate of the school. After Lin Yichen finished speaking, he led the way out, with the others promptly following. As they descended to the first floor, Lin Yichen and his companions encountered Li Xingyan and his group waiting for them. You may follow, but do not stay too close. The consequences of doing so will be yours to bear. With that, Lin Yichen guided Mu Chifeng and the others straight through their ranks. Pushing open the library doors, Li Xingyan barely had a chance to speak before Lin Yichen and his team exited the library, leaving him standing at the entrance, watching them depart with a sense of admiration, waiting until they were a distance away before following. It seems the higher-tier zombies exert a considerable suppressive force over the lower-tier ones. Noticing the absence of even a single ordinary zombie outside the library, Mu Chifeng marveled. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement, gazing at the vacant street beyond the library. Enough of the chatter, everyone. Focus up. The zombies are upon us. With a swift slice, Lin Yichen dispatched a zombie that charged towards him. As they exited the confines of the library, the group quickened their pace, and the undead began to swarm in greater numbers. Li Xingyan, upon seeing Lin Yichen and the others leave the library, hastened to rally his team to follow suit. Lin Yichen maintained a speed slightly ahead of the rest, single-handedly eliminating the majority of the zombies they encountered, leaving only a few flanking attacks for Mu Chifeng and his companions. Just as his powers began to wane, they finally reached the male dormitory area. Fortunately, most of the zombies in the dorms were confined to their rooms. Otherwise, their actions would have been tantamount to walking into a trap. Lin Yichen led the group into the dorm building, casually selecting a room devoid of zombies to rest in. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. My arms feel like lead from all that chopping. Upon entering the room, Lin Mo found a clean spot and lay down, though Mu Nanfeng and the others had the support of Mu Chifeng and Mo Ziming. They too were too fatigued to speak. Collapsing onto the floor, Luo Yunxi felt her mind swelling with fatigue and sat back to back with Sui Weiyao for some respite. Is it not time to rest? Thankfully, you are not in EG's position. Otherwise, you would have already collapsed. Mu Chifeng teased with a smile. Could someone refrain from making such remarks without first considering their own condition? Lin Mo shot him an exasperated glance. Seeing Mu Chifeng struggling to stand, his legs trembling, laughter erupted from the others at this moment of levity. Realizing he had been called out, Mu Chifeng joined in the laughter as he lay down. Enough joking. Let's recover swiftly and aim to exit the school before nightfall. With a wave of his hand, food and water materialized before each person. Hearing Lin Yichen's directive, the group eagerly accepted the provisions and began to replenish their energy. Before long, Li Xingyan's team arrived, looking disheveled but did not disrupt them, quickly arranging for their members to find rest in the dorms, while Lin Yichen's group had indeed paved a safer path. Encountering only scattered zombies along the way and managing to collect several crystal cores, their numbers posed a challenge. Despite their efforts to remain quiet, they unwittingly attracted the attention of nearby zombies. And those who lagged behind had already been left behind as companions to the undead. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Lin Yichen instructed everyone to rest for an hour while he retrieved the hand-drawn map to identify the quickest route out of the school. Time always seems to slip away swiftly during rest periods, and before long, the hour had passed. Are we all rested? Be prepared to set off at any moment. All right, after we traverse 5 dormitory buildings, we can head straight to the south gate of the school. Let us move. With that, Lin Yichen led the group out of the room and towards the adjacent dormitory building. Hearing the commotion below, Li Xingyan and Chen Weiming quickly organized their team to follow suit. After passing through 2 more dormitories, Lin Yichen and his companions halted before the 3rd building. Ego, something feels amiss. Upon hearing Mu Chifeng's remark, Lin Yichen nodded in agreement. The dormitory before them was unsettlingly silent, so quiet that they could clearly hear the echoes of their footsteps. From the entrance, every door they could see was demolished, as if subjected to violent demolition, with debris scattered haphazardly, some even missing their frames. Be cautious and move swiftly, Lin Yichen instructed, choosing to remain close to Mu Chifeng and the others rather than pulling ahead. as he sensed an ominous presence within the building. Observing Lin Yichen's serious demeanor, the group quieted their steps and advanced rapidly behind him. Thud, 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 as they reached the middle of the dormitory. A heavy footfall echoed from ahead. Moments later, a colossal zombie, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged, its jaws gnawing on something, a half-eaten human corpse clutched in its hand. The instant Lin Yichen laid eyes on this grotesque creature, he realized the fate of any survivors within the building had been dire. My goodness, is this zombie on steroids? It's so massive, Lin Mo exclaimed in shock, prompting the others to adopt combat stances. Attracted by Lin Mo's outburst, the giant zombie turned, its excitement palpable upon spotting such a bounty of food. With a deafening roar, it discarded the unfinished corpse and charged towards Lin Yichen and the others. As it closed in, the giant zombie swung its arm at Lin Yichen. Retreat. Recognizing the formidable size of the creature, Lin Yichen did not dare to be reckless. Ice shields swiftly formed on his arms, and he brought them together to absorb the force of the giant zombie's blow. Though he was still pushed back several steps, shards of ice scattering around him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo, Mu Chifeng, Imo Ziming, and Luo Yunshi coordinated their attack. 5 steel spears, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, aimed for the giant zombie's eyes, while 3 uniquely powered weapons struck at its neck and joints. Simultaneously, fireballs, gusts of wind, and metallic arrows rained down upon the giant zombie. In response to the onslaught, the giant zombie could only raise its arms to shield its eyes from the spears. Boom. Just as the group anticipated that their attack would severely weaken the creature, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the smoke cleared, the giant zombie reappeared, having withstood all their assaults without a single visible injury. This thing made of iron, our attacks are utterly ineffective. Realizing their efforts bore no fruit, Lin Mo nimbly dodged the giant zombie's massive hand and retreated to Lin Yichen's side. Mu Chifeng and the others also utilized their speed to withdraw. Expressing their frustration at being unable to break through its defenses, Chifeng, take the others and go ahead. I'll catch up with you, Lin Yichen instructed. Lin Mo, you're the fastest. Return and tell Li Xingyan to halt their advance, or many will perish. Shaking off the tingling sensation in his arms, Lin Yichen transformed his ice shield into a long blade and advanced to entangle the giant zombie once more. Understood. Everyone, follow me and don't cause Ego any trouble. Be careful. With that, Mu Chifeng led his group around the battlefield while Lin Mo dashed towards the rear. The giant zombie, realizing its food was attempting to flee, could do nothing but smash its fists into the ground in frustration. Then grabbed debris to hurl at Mu Chifeng and the others. Hearing the sound of projectiles whistling through the air, Mu Chifeng turned to see a deluge of flying stones, just as he prepared to warn his companions to dodge. A wall of ice materialized, blocking all the incoming debris. Seeing this, Mu Chifeng nodded at Lin Yichen, then led his group away swiftly. Now it's just us, let us fight. Another ice longsword materialized in Lin Yichen's hands as he charged forward. The giant zombie, infuriated by the fleeing food, let out a roar and lunged at Lin Yichen. Its strength was truly terrifying. Anything caught in its grasp was destined for destruction, as if a demolition crew had come to pay a visit. Amidst the cacophony of the dormitory building, Li Xingyan could not help but inquire of Lin Mo, what on earth is your brother battling? The noise is excessive. Aren't you afraid of attracting a horde of zombies? Just wait. You needn't concern yourself with the rest, and keep it down. Lin Mo, worried for Lin Yichen, spoke sharply, knowing well how formidable that zombie was. At Lin Mo's brusque words, Li Xingyan smiled awkwardly, silencing Chen Weiming, who had been about to speak. With a shake of his head, the atmosphere fell into a tense silence as they all listened intently to the commotion ahead. Although the giant zombie's strength was fearsome, it lacked speed, allowing Lin Yichen to evade its attacks with ease while occasionally landing strikes. Thin layers of ice beginning to spread from its wounds, hampering its already limited speed. Finally, after evading yet another of the giant zombie's powerful punches, Lin Yichen seized the moment. As the beast turned, he channeled his powers to their fullest extent. The 2 ice longswords fused into a single, transparent deep blue blade, which he drove through the giant zombie's torso with a single stroke. Boom! Lacking the support of its legs, the giant zombie toppled, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater. Even after losing its lower limbs, it flailed its arms in a futile attempt to reach Lin Yichen. Observing the struggling creature, Lin Yichen summoned his powers for a final blow, encasing the giant zombie in ice until he finally exhaled in relief. Approaching the now frozen giant, Lin Yichen delivered a decisive kick to its head, shattering it and sending a brilliant red crystal core soaring into the air. He caught the vibrant crystal, gazing at the ruins of the dormitory building, murmuring softly, What a terrifying display of destruction. I shall name you tyrant. Upon hearing the silence ahead, Lin Mo dashed forward. Li Xingyan, seeing this, followed closely with Chan Weiming and several other team leaders, but their pace was too slow to match Lin Mo's urgency. Brother, Lin Mo returned to the dormitory where the tyrant lay, finding Lin Yichen waiting for him, and sighed in relief. All right, let us go. Upon seeing Lin Mo's arrival, Lin Yichen nodded and led him forward. By the time Li Xingyan and the others arrived, the figures of Lin Yichen and his companion had vanished, leaving behind only a chaotic dormitory building and the corpse of the tyrant. Narrating the events that had just transpired. Goodness gracious, what a formidable zombie, what terrifying destructive power. No wonder there was such a ruckus earlier. Now you understand why I stopped you just now, don't you? Teacher Chen, observing the scene before him, Li Xingyan sighed in reflection and instructed someone to return and bring the main forces. Indeed, Chen Weiming responded from behind him, having placed considerable trust in Li Xingyan's judgment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the forward team led by Mu Chenfeng encountered troubles of their own. Upon entering the dormitory building, they discovered an overwhelming number of zombies, infiltrating every nook and cranny. By the time they attempted to retreat, they found themselves surrounded. Fortunately, through their tacit cooperation, they were able to fend off the onslaught for the time being. However, as their stamina waned, their formation would inevitably crumble, and at that point, none would escape. As the situation deteriorated, Luo Yunqi stepped forward, stating, Senior Mu, I will create a path shortly. You lead everyone back. Hearing Luo Yunqi's words, Mu Chenfeng instinctively questioned, And you? Of course, I will run with you, she replied with a smile after a moment of silence. All right, protect Yunqi and clear the way. Following Mu Chenfeng's command, the group swiftly rearranged their formation, placing Luo Yunqi at the center for protection. With her positioned securely, Luo Yunqi began to channel her abilities with all her might. In no time, the zombies that had blocked their escape were violently flung away, crashing into the walls on either side and rendered immobile for a short while. Retreat with Yunqi. I will cover the rear. Seeing the path clear, Mu Chenfeng felt a surge of joy and immediately instructed Su Yueyao to escort Luo Yunqi away, evidently not believing her earlier words. Su Yueyao said nothing. Hoisting the faltering Luo Yunqi onto her back and sprinting outward under the protection of Mo Ziming and the others, Luo Yunqi did not resist, allowing Su Yueyao to carry her. Knowing that any struggle would only waste precious time, she observed the zombies pouring forth from the nearby dormitories and those crawling up from the ground. Luo Yunqi calmly said, Yao Yao, put me down, otherwise none of us will escape. Upon hearing Luo Yunqi's words, tears streamed down Su Yueyao's face, yet her pace did not falter as she pressed on behind Mo Ziming and the others. Seeing this, Luo Yunqi ceased to speak, praying that they would make it out before the zombies could fully rise. For although she was unsure of what Mo Ziming and the others were thinking, she knew that Su Yueyao would never abandon her. However, fortune did not favor them. Just as they were mere steps away from breaking free from the dormitory, the ceiling above them suddenly collapsed in a large section, and a dark figure descended with a shower of cement and debris. Watch out, Mu Chenfeng shouted as he swiftly dodged the falling debris. Su Yueyao tried to evade a large chunk of concrete aimed at her, but her reaction was just a moment too slow, nearly getting crushed. Fortunately, the quick-thinking Luo Yunqi pushed her with force, preventing both from meeting a dire fate, but they were consequently separated. Boom, boom, boom. Once the dust settled, Mu Chenfeng and the others found themselves divided into two groups by the fallen rubble. Yunqi, it seems this time it is truly over, Mu Chenfeng remarked, his spirits dampened despite the cessation of the zombies' attacks, as he warily observed a figure emerging from the debris. Indeed, what terrible luck, Luo Yunqi replied, glancing at the figure with a bitter smile. Just yesterday morning, she had been intercepted by its three predecessors, and now she faced it once more. Luo, on the other side, Su Yueyao, shaken from the brink of death, shouted and quickly began to clear the rubble before her. Seeing this, Mo Ziming and the others hurried to assist. Su Yueyao's voice roused the towering zombie, which had been momentarily stunned, and it lunged toward Mu Chenfeng and the others. The colossal zombie charged. Mu Chenfeng met it head-on with his blade, fully aware that defeating it was unlikely, but surrendering was not in his nature. Yet, having already expended considerable energy to cover the rear, facing a transformed zombie proved to be an arduous struggle. Within less than 10 exchanges, Mu Chenfeng was covered in wounds. Seizing the last vestiges of his strength, he unleashed a dazzling flame blade, temporarily forcing the towering zombie back. Tsk, it seems I won't be able to wait for Yi Gu any longer. Yunqi, are you afraid? He asked. You could have left, he added. Hearing Mu Qinfeng's words, Luo Yunqi shook her head, having anticipated this outcome when she had proposed clearing a path for the others. It was simply a matter of trading 1 for 5. Turning into 2 for 4, which was still acceptable. Her words, Mu Qinfeng, kneeling with one arm bracing his blade, clicked his tongue and replied with a smile. Our Qinfeng has never abandoned a teammate. And he never will, so Yunqi, please refrain from using such harsh words next time. With that, Mu Qinfeng turned his attention back to the relentless towering zombie that was once again charging at him. His thoughts swirling, Mother, do I now embody the expectations you held for me? Have I become a source of pride for you? In a moment of reverie, Mu Qinfeng seemed to glimpse his deceased mother standing before him, gently assuring him, you have always been my pride. With a smile, Mu Qinfeng closed his eyes. Chapter 38. Lin Yichen arrives. Upon hearing this unconventional response, Luo Yunqi paused, her lips moving as if to utter something. But ultimately she said nothing, instead smiling and closing her eyes. Just as the towering zombie's fist, accompanied by a menacing wind, was about to strike Mu Qinfeng's head, a bony hand emerged from behind him and intercepted the fatal blow. I heard everything you just said, so you cannot give up so easily, my Qinfeng, the steward. Through their previous conversation, Lin Yichen had come to genuinely recognize Mu Qinfeng, having previously only regarded him with respect due to Lin Mo and his commendable performance. Good, Captain. At the sound of Lin Yichen's voice, both Luo Yunqi and Mu Qinfeng, who had resigned themselves to their fate, opened their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, they saw Lin Yichen standing behind Mu Qinfeng. For who wouldn't wish to survive if given the chance? Lin Yichen smiled and nodded, then seized the fist of the towering zombie, yanking it toward himself with force while simultaneously delivering a swift kick that sent the creature flying. Just as the towering zombie was about to hit the ground, dozens of sharp ice spikes erupted from beneath it, impaling it mid-air. Finally, Lin Yichen delivered a decisive strike, severing its head and retrieving a dim red crystal core. With the death of this recently transformed giant zombie, the previously subdued horde of zombies began to stir once more, rushing toward Lin Yichen and the others. Qinfeng, come here. Observing the approaching zombies, Lin Yichen first erected a thick ice wall to obstruct them, then squatted down with his back to Mu Qinfeng. Mu Qinfeng, gritting his teeth against the pain, climbed onto Lin Yichen's back. However, when it came time for Luo Yunqi, there was a dilemma. As the zombies continued to batter against the ice wall, it trembled precariously. Not hesitating any longer, Lin Yichen half-squatted and lifted Luo Yunqi into his arms. Utilizing his spatial rift ability, he tore open a gap in the adjacent wall, allowing them to escape the dormitory building. One on his back and one in his arms. As Luo Yunqi found herself enveloped in Lin Yichen's embrace, she felt a touch of embarrassment and chose to bury her head into him. Aware of the urgency of the situation, she refrained from speaking. However, as she contemplated saying something later, her consciousness began to wane, just as Lin Yichen led Luo Yunqi and Mu Qinfeng out of the dormitory. Lin Mo and the others emerged right behind them. We saved the people. Retreat to the dormitory where we discovered the tyrant. It's that giant zombie. The group paused in surprise at Lin Yichen's initial statement, perplexed by the mention of a tyrant. Only upon hearing the latter part did they comprehend, glancing at the vast horde of zombies trailing behind Lin Yichen, and quickly began their retreat, with Lin Mo, the strongest among them, covering the rear. During their withdrawal, they encountered Li Xingyan's team head-on. Just as Li Xingyan intended to greet them, he was taken aback by the horde of zombies following closely behind. Oh my goodness, retreat quickly, Li Xingyan shouted, leading his sister in a hurried escape. They only stopped once they reached the dormitory where Lin Mo had previously been. What could possibly be ahead that has driven Mu Qinfeng and the others to such disarray? Injuring several in the process. After halting, Li Xingyan gasped for breath, noting the slightly diminished physical prowess of the elemental awakeners. I don't know, but it certainly isn't something we can provoke, Chen Weiming replied, shaking his head. Alas, what a predicament. Can we truly survive this, Teacher Chen? We'll take it one day at a time. My boy. Don't be so downcast. Come, let's get something to eat. Chen Weiming chuckled, patting Li Xingyan's shoulder as he led him to procure some food. In response, Li Xingyan managed a carefree smile, realizing that indeed, they would take it one day at a time. There was no need to dwell on it. Everyone, rest as previously arranged. As Lin Yichen and his companions retreated to that dilapidated dormitory building, the zombies behind them seemed to falter, as if struck by an unseen fear, halting their relentless pursuit. After meandering in place for a moment, they eventually dispersed. Lin Yichen led the group upstairs to find a dorm room with the door still intact where they could rest. Ah, that was exhilarating. After escaping danger, Mu Qinfeng regained some strength and lay on the floor, exclaiming in excitement. Laughter erupted from the others, as they too felt the thrill of narrowly evading disaster. Fortunately, they had emerged with injuries but no fatalities. How does it feel to have escaped from the jaws of death? Lin Mo grinned as he squatted down and extended his fist towards Mu Chifeng. Very well, my brother, Mu Chifeng responded with a smile, lightly bumping fists with him. Next time, leave the rearguard position to me. It has always been yours. This was merely an accident. Ha! The two exchanged a knowing glance and burst into laughter. Go. Sui Weiyao approached Lin Yichen and pointed to Luo Yunxi in his arms. Hearing Sui Weyao's hoarse voice, Lin Yichen instinctively reacted, preparing to set Luo Yunxi down, but she clung to him tightly, refusing to let go. Observing her firm grip, Lin Yichen found himself somewhat perplexed. After their interactions over the past 2 days, he had not perceived her as the type to be afraid. After some contemplation, he concluded that shyness was the most likely explanation. With this in mind, Lin Yichen carefully said, "The situation was urgent earlier, so I carried you out of necessity, not intentionally. You can let go of me now." When Luo Yunxi remained silent, he repeated himself, "Team member Yunxi, I truly did not mean to. So could you please release me now?" Noticing her complete disregard for his words, Lin Yichen felt helpless and signaled to Sui Weiyao for assistance. Luo, come here, let me hug you. I was so worried just now." Prompted by his gesture, Sui Weiyao immediately spoke up, opening her arms wide. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Luo Yunxi glanced up at Sui Weiyao but quickly retreated back into Lin Yichen's embrace. Seeing her merely glance at her friend left, Sui Weiyao momentarily stunned that it was this fleeting look that alerted Lin Yichen to Luo Yunxi's unusual state, prompting him to soften his voice. "Yunxi, could you please look up at me?" Upon hearing his gentle tone, Luo Yunxi lifted her gaze, and upon meeting Lin Yichen's eyes, he too was taken aback by her dazed expression. After a moment of careful observation, he realized that Luo Yunxi was entirely in a state of unawareness. Although she could hear the sounds around her, she was unable to think independently and instinctively leaned on those she was close to. As for why it was him, Lin Yichen surmised that it was likely due to his having saved her moments ago. Understanding this, he explained the situation to Sui Weiyao and reassured her that it would improve over time. "Oh, so that's how it is. I thought I had lost your favor," Sui Weiyao replied, retracting her outstretched arms and bowing slightly to Lin Yichen. "Then I must trouble you, Ego, to take care of Luo. Okay. At Sui Weyao's initial remark, Lin Yichen's mouth twitched, bemused by her peculiar focus. However, he nodded in agreement to her latter statement. There was no better solution at present than to let her nestle in his embrace. Just then, Lin Mo approached, ruffling Sui Weyao's hair. "Luo Yunxi probably just got scared. She will be fine in a while." Sui Weiyao smiled at him, and then found a place to rest, with Lin Mo accompanying her. It seemed that their relationship had deepened significantly due to this incident, and Lin Yichen couldn't help but think as he observed Sui Weiyao resting her head on Lin Mo's lap. "Ego, I'm hungry. I want to feast and soothe my tender heart," Mu Chifeng exclaimed, rising to pat his stomach, only to inadvertently press against a wound, causing him to hiss in pain, which caught Lin Yichen's attention. Hearing mentions of food, Luo Yunxi, nestled in Lin Yichen's arms, perked up, poking her little head out to scan for provisions. Upon finding none, she disappointingly retreated. Lin Yichen chuckled at her expression. Indeed, one cannot forget food, especially in the land of Longhua. Stop whining, and don't copy Lin Mo also. Tend to your wound first. A plethora of ingredients appeared before Mu Chifeng for him to choose from, accompanied by a medical kit at his side. Lin Mo, hearing this, rolled his eyes in discontent. "What do you mean by copying me? If it weren't for Sui Weiyao resting, I would have debated that for ages." Mu Chifeng laughed and nodded, taking the medical kit and selecting some ingredients before turning to find a place to bandage himself. Lin Yichen gathered the remaining ingredients back, observing the sudden appearance and disappearance of items, which left Luo Yunxi wide-eyed in astonishment. Noticing her adorable reaction, Lin Yichen felt a surge of joy and presented his palm, from which a prized white rabbit milk candy materialized out of thin air. Delighted, Luo Yunxi eagerly accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and generously offered him one in return, her laughter bright and innocent. Lin Yichen accepted it with a smile, suddenly understanding the sentiments of those devoted fathers. After all, if he had such a lovely daughter, he would ensure that no unruly boys roamed within 100 kilometers. After finishing a piece of candy, a wave of drowsiness washed over Luo Yunxi as she yawned and nestled into a comfortable position in Lin Yichen's arms, promptly drifting off to sleep. Once she had settled into a deeper slumber, Lin Yichen intended to place her on the bed to rest, but as he began to rise, he heard her fragmented murmurs that "No, don't protect me. Hearing the quivering note in her voice, Lin Yichen hesitated, ultimately choosing not to leave her alone on the bed. Instead, he adjusted his posture to make her more comfortable. After he resumed sitting, Luo Yunqi continued to mumble, her lips moving, though her words were too faint for him to discern, rather than strain to listen. He closed his eyes to rest, leaving only the sound of Mu Chenfeng managing the ingredients in the dormitory. In her dreams, Luo Yunqi found herself once more immersed in that vivid scene. But this time it was not just snippets or phrases, it was everything. The moments shared between a little girl and a little boy flashed vividly in her mind, from their initial indifference to their eventual acquaintance and familiarity. Hey, what's your name? Do you work here? My name is Luo Qingqiu. What's yours? Don't be so cold. Let's be friends. Why are you working again? Play with me for a bit, just a moment. I promised I have too much chocolate. I can't finish it. Can you help me with the leftovers? Ice cream? Still the same chocolate? I won't owe you anything, but since it's your first gift to me, I'll accept it. Oh, you're really good at studying. Could you teach me? My grades aren't great. School is so difficult. Wow, where did you get that knife? It's so cool. What? You stole it? I don't believe you. If you have it, you must know how to use it. Right? Can you teach me? This is way more fun than practicing the piano. Please, please. Here, I'll give you my necklace. It heard what you said, so take care of it. Don't lose it. Don't break your promise. Pinky swear, for 100 years, no changes allowed. Who are you? Why are you grabbing me? Help. How did you get here? Run. They're here to catch me. Tears streamed down Luo Yunqi's cheeks, wetting Lin Yichen's shirt. The final image froze in her mind. The dimly lit sewer where the leader of the night raiders plunged a dagger into the young boy's chest. In that moment, Luo Yunqi jolted awake. Feeling the dampness on her chest, Lin Yichen opened his eyes to find Luo Yunqi weeping uncontrollably. What happened? He gently inquired, observing her tear-streaked face. Luo Yunqi shook her head, unable to speak, instead clinging tightly to him. Seeking solace in his warmth, fearful that she might lose him if she let go. In the instant she recovered that memory, she recognized Lin Yichen as the little boy from her past. Understanding why she felt so safe in his presence, seeing her distress, Lin Yichen realized she had returned from her state of unawareness. He initially intended to encourage her to detach from him. But witnessing her profound sorrow, he refrained from saying more, hoping she would soon find calm. Meanwhile, Sui Weiyao noticed her best friend had awakened and hurried over to check on her. Luo, how are you feeling now? I'm fine now. I'm sorry for worrying you. As she looked at Sui Weiyao, Luo Yunqi reached out to pat her friend's head, though her own red-rimmed eyes betrayed her composure, while she was engaged in conversation with Sui Weiyao. Lin Yichen swiftly made his way to the balcony. Observing this, Luo Yunqi pouted slightly, feeling a tinge of disappointment that he had not recognized her. However, she refrained from voicing her discontent, acknowledging that women undergo significant changes over time, especially since she had also changed her name. Watching Lin Yichen's silhouette on the balcony, Luo Yunqi softly murmured, "This time, I will not let you slip away." Luo, what did you say? Nothing. Yao, you must have misheard. Luo Yunqi chuckled lightly. All right then. The two resumed their conversation. Before long, Mu Chenfeng had prepared an abundance of ingredients, rich in both meat and vegetables. After assembling 2 chairs and setting up the pot, he called everyone over. The enticing aroma of the hot pot wafted through the air, prompting the group to forget their interrupted dreams and gather around the pot. Yichen, it's time to eat. Mu Chenfeng knocked on the balcony door. Okay. Lin Yichen responded, pushing open the balcony door and stepping into the dormitory. Upon entering, he discovered the hot pot, with a freezer conveniently situated behind everyone, accompanied by a basin of ice. Lin Mo, familiar with the routine, opened the freezer and distributed drinks to everyone. A toast to Yichen. Thank you for risking yourself to save me. Mu Chenfeng raised his drink and downed it in one go. Cheers to Yichen. For bringing us all together. The others followed suit, raising their drinks to Lin Yichen. I merely wish to avoid losing a good steward. Now, let us eat. Lin Yichen opened the drink he had just received and took a sip. Hearing his words, laughter erupted among the group as they began to eat. During the meal, Luo Yunqi placed a piece of meat onto Lin Yichen's plate and leaned closer to whisper in his ear. Thank you, Brother Yichen, for coming to my rescue. Taken aback by her address, Lin Yichen froze momentarily. Brother Yichen, what a familiar term, he mused, recalling a young child who used to follow him around calling him that. What's wrong, Yichen? Is the food unappetizing? Noticing Lin Yichen lost in thought with a piece of greens, Mu Chenfeng nudged his arm. No, it's quite delicious. Lin Yichen quickly regained his composure and shook his head. All right then, if it doesn't suit your palate, just let me know, and I will make adjustments. Mu Chinfeng replied with a smile. Sure. Lin Yichen swiftly finished his meal and made his way toward the balcony. If he were to glance back at that moment, he would have seen Luo Yunxi grinning like a mischievous fox. After he left, she also set down her bowl and, with a cheerful demeanor, followed him outside, leaving behind a table of onlookers. From the moment they escaped danger, the others had sensed the unusual dynamic between the two, yet no one dared to speak up. Should we? Lin Mo gestured as if to eavesdrop. And Mo Zimming and the others nodded excitedly, with Su Yueyao expressing similar sentiments. Eavesdropping on Yichen's sisters. Gossip sounds thrilling. Before proceeding, they contemplated the corpse of the tyrant downstairs to Mu Chinfeng, leisurely cooking the vegetables. Doused the eager group with cold water. Come now, we are all upright individuals. How could we engage in such petty eavesdropping? Let us focus on enjoying the meal. Exactly, how could we? Let us eat. At Mu Chinfeng's reminder, everyone involuntarily recalled their earlier intentions and shivered, bursting into laughter. As Luo Yunxi pushed open the balcony door, she found Lin Yichen sitting in a chair, lost in thought. She pulled back the curtain, closed the balcony door, and naturally nestled into his embrace, relishing the feeling of security it provided. Seeing the curtain drawn, Lin Mo and the others exchanged disappointed glances, yet none had the courage to eavesdrop. Merely sighing at their missed opportunity. In the warmth of Lin Yichen's embrace, he finally snapped back to reality, his voice cool and composed. Get out. With his words, the temperature on the balcony seemed to plummet. Luo Yunxi looked up to meet Lin Yichen's calm gaze, realizing he was genuinely upset. She understood that his way of expressing anger was unlike others. While most would become more agitated, he grew increasingly tranquil. Just as Lin Yichen prepared to push her away, Luo Yunxi hastily touched his face and said, Do you remember the memory scene I described to you last night? I recall everything now. I will say it again. Get out. Lin Yichen was indifferent to what she had remembered, brusquely tossing Luo Yunxi from his arms. Regaining her footing midair with her abilities, Luo Yunxi landed gracefully on the balcony railing. Ah, that temper of yours hasn't changed, she mused inwardly, finding him even harder to approach than in childhood. However, this was a positive sign, indicating he had few female companions around him. Hearing the commotion on the balcony, the others exchanged glances, preparing to intervene. Don't go. Lin Mo firmly grabbed Su Yueyao, halting the others from stepping forward. Seeing the puzzled expressions directed at him, Lin Mo shook his head and clarified, Yichen is angry. And it won't matter who goes, they will only face his wrath. If things escalate, the consequences could be dire, but we can't just stand by and watch, can we? Right? Yao Yao, you can go. Just bring him back. No need to meddle with anything else. Lin Mo released Su Yueyao, giving her careful instructions. Okay. Nodding, Su Yueyao stepped outside. She was the most concerned for Luo Yunxi's safety. She pulled back the curtain and walked out. The others inside the dormitory stared at the balcony, their eyes wide open like stone lions at the entrance of a police station. Yichen. Hearing Su Yueyao's voice, Lin Yichen recognized it was Lin Mo's intent. He gestured toward Luo Yunxi on the railing, urging her to leave quickly. Luo, come here. Seeing Lin Yichen's gesture, Su Yueyao sighed in relief and beckoned to Luo Yunxi. Observing her motion, Luo Yunxi jumped down from the railing and approached her. However, as Su Yueyao attempted to lead her back to the dormitory, she found she could not budge her friend at all. The two then engaged in a silent exchange of glances. Why aren't you leaving? What do you want to do? Su queried. I have matters to attend to. Don't worry, I won't be in any danger. Luo Yunxi replied confidently. Just forget about it and come back, my little ancestor. I truly have things to do. You go back first. I promise nothing will happen. Unable to argue with her, Su Yueyao retreated back into the dormitory, pulling the curtain closed behind her. Upon her return to the dining table, she was immediately surrounded by curious friends. They had witnessed the two exchanging glances, perplexed about what had transpired. What happened? And why didn't you bring Yunxi back? I have no idea what happened. Luo said she had matters to attend to and refused to come inside. Oh no. At Su Yueyao's words, Lin Mo began pacing anxiously. What's wrong, Lin Mo? It's nothing. Lin Mo replied with a wry smile, hoping that Yichen would go easy on her. Otherwise, he would have a hard time explaining himself. After Su Yueyao left, Luo Yunxi returned to Lin Yichen's side. Oh, you truly believe I would not harm you? Hearing her footsteps approaching again, Lin Yichen chuckled softly. Indeed, brother Yichen. Luo Yunxi nestled back into Lin Yichen's embrace, drawing out the term brother with particular fondness. Hearing her words, Lin Yichen fell silent, momentarily forgetting his earlier intent to cast her aside. While one instance could be deemed coincidence, two certainly could not. What is your relationship with Luo Qingqiu? Sister? Or perhaps a younger sister? Why must it be either a sister or a younger sister? Luo Yunqi replied, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Lin Yichen, discerning the underlying implication in her words, glanced down at her and recalled the image of that young child, shaking his head. What does your head shake mean? Luo Yunqi, nearly exasperated by Lin Yichen's skeptical gaze, felt ready to explode. Is it so hard to believe I've merely slimmed down a bit and become more beautiful? It's not that. It just seems unlikely. The bluntness of his words nearly left Luo Yunqi breathless. Grabbing his arm, she playfully bit him before fiddling with the gold necklace she wore, noticing the small bite marks on his forearm. Lin Yichen furrowed his brow but refrained from reacting, curious about what she would do next. After a while, Luo Yunqi finally disassembled the intricate gourd, revealing its true form, a small sun pendant. Here, a sun for a boy to wear. She presented the sun necklace before Lin Yichen's eyes. Lin Yichen stared at the sun pendant, clearly a matching piece to his moon necklace, momentarily taken aback. His gaze turned complex as he looked at Luo Yunqi. Though he said nothing, she understood the question in his silence. Shifting to a more comfortable position in his embrace, she explained, it's me. When I was younger, I was called Luo Qingqiu, but after that kidnapping incident, my family changed my name to Luo Yunqi, claiming it was for better fortune. I only just recalled it when that black-clad man stabbed you in the chest. I fainted immediately afterward. When I awoke, I was already home, and all memories of you had vanished, except for the tight grip I had on this sun necklace, Luo Yunqi said, shaking the pendant in her hand. However, at that moment, I was unable to suppress the throbbing headache that engulfed me, and for reasons unknown, I found it hard to part with the object, so I attached a gourd to it as a clever embellishment. Clever, indeed. Observing Luo Yunqi's eager expression for praise, Lin Yichen chuckled and affectionately ruffled her hair, having long since cast aside any remnants of anger. Nonetheless, the memory that followed inexplicably faded away, leaving only the lingering significance of that gourd necklace, which I continued to wear. By the way, how did you manage to survive back then? Luo Yunqi lifted her chin, relishing Lin Yichen's gentle touch. Your bodyguard fortuitously arrived just in time, firing his weapon to rescue me. And of course, my little moon also provided protection. Lin Yichen removed the moon necklace from around his neck and presented it to Luo Yunqi. The first strike from the assailant landed precisely on the moon, and he was subsequently shot dead before he could make a second attempt, which is how I survived. Although I endeavored to repair it afterward, if you touch it carefully, you can still detect a subtle indentation. Listening to Lin Yichen's words, Luo Yunqi held the moon necklace in her hands and examined it closely, indeed noticing a slight dent in the pendant. Then why didn't you come to find me? In her memory, their family had relocated to Kyoto a month after the kidnapping incident. Is it possible that you never mentioned where you lived? At this, Luo Yunqi paused, her fingers tracing the moon pendant, her face visibly flushing. Indeed, their encounters had always been at Lin Yichen's workplace, and she had never disclosed her residence to him. Observing Luo Yunqi's reaction, Lin Yichen chuckled and playfully poked her rosy cheek, saying, however, I did search for you, and even found several girls named Luo Qingqiu, but none were you. Then why didn't you recognize me when you saw me? So the moon has returned to its rightful owner. Hearing that Lin Yichen had not given up searching for her even without an address filled Luo Yunqi with joy, though she still retorted with a hint of pride. With that, Luo Yunqi directly placed the moon necklace around her neck and then, with her own hands, fastened the sun necklace around Lin Yichen's neck. Didn't you regain your memory? Don't you know why I didn't recognize you? Lin Yichen touched the sun pendant against his chest, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Enough of that. Luo Yunqi recalled her domineering behavior as a child and buried her head in Lin Yichen's embrace, covering his mouth with her hand. Chapter 41. The answer. Lin Yichen. After a while, Luo Yunqi lifted her head and called out, What is it? Lin Yichen looked down at her, nestled in his arms. It's so wonderful to have you here. Luo Yunqi's small hand gently caressed Lin Yichen's cheek before she leaned in and pressed her lips against his. No one knew how long they could survive in this apocalyptic world, so she didn't want to miss this moment. The instant their lips met, Lin Yichen froze, while Luo Yunqi, too, felt her face turn as red as a boiled lobster, retreating back into his embrace after the kiss. The atmosphere fell into a serene silence. After a considerable time, Lin Yichen came to his senses and touched his lips. Lying in Lin Yichen's arms, Luo Yunqi felt his movement, and her previously faded blush returned in full bloom as she pulled his hand down. It was you who initiated it. Yet how come you are shy now? Lin Yichen teased, Noticing her flushed cheeks, "Stop, be quiet, or I shall bite you." Luo Yunxi raised her head, glaring at him playfully, watching her adorable demeanor. Lin Yichen immediately mimicked the action of zipping his lips. Seeing his understanding, Luo Yunxi nodded in satisfaction. "Then you." She lowered her head, her voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, fearing an unwelcome answer. However, before Luo Yunxi could finish her sentence, Lin Yichen sat up while embracing her, leaning in to kiss her soft lips. This time, it was Luo Yunxi who was taken aback, but she quickly reciprocated the kiss. Having received the answer she desired, Lin Yichen understood what Luo Yunxi wished to ask. After all, she was the little girl he had been searching for over the years, and given her proactive nature, he responded with actions that spoke louder than words. Just as Lin Yichen and Luo Yunxi were lost in their affectionate moment, the others in the dormitory were in a state of distress. Staring at the utterly motionless balcony, they were uncertain whether to worry or to feel relieved, each holding their breath. "Should I give it another try?" Su Yuyao was the first to break the oppressive atmosphere. "No, let them resolve it on their own," Lin Imo said as he once again stopped Su Yuyao from getting up, shaking his head at her. "How about you give it a shot?" Mu Chunfeng suddenly turned to Lin Imo. Sure, Lin Imo, Gu. You should give it a try." Imo Zimming and the others nodded in agreement, while Su Yuyao looked at Lin Imo with eager anticipation. "Well, fine, I'll give it a go. But I can't guarantee anything." Lin Imo had initially been reluctant, but seeing Su Yuyao's hopeful expression, he eventually agreed. The group nodded, watching him walk toward the balcony. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Imo knocked on the balcony door through the curtain. Avoiding the direct approach that Su Yuyao had taken, thus saving himself from a beating. As the knocking echoed, the sweet atmosphere on the balcony was instantly shattered, with Luo Yunxi burying her head in Lin Yichen's embrace. "Brother, may I come in?" Lin Mo's voice then reached the balcony. "Get lost." Just as Lin Imo finished speaking, Lin Yichen's voice followed suit. "All right then, you're busy." Upon hearing Lin Yichen's irritable tone, Lin Imo knew all was well and quickly departed. "All right, he has gone." Listening to Lin Imo's receding footsteps, Lin Yichen gently stroked Luo Yunxi's little head. "I know. I like it this way. You worry less about the affairs of the beautiful girl," Luo Yunxi said, rubbing against him, thoroughly enjoying herself. "All right, as long as the beautiful girl is happy." Lin Yichen smiled at Luo Yunxi's cheeky expression, finding her just as adorable as she had been in childhood. He kindly adjusted his posture to give her more space to move. "No, you are being too timid." "Exactly. Just standing at the door and asking a question counts as trying, right?" "Yes. Why didn't you just go in directly?" "Imo Gu." What did Gu say? As soon as Lin Imo returned, he was subjected to the same treatment as Su Yuyao earlier, surrounded by the others who were eagerly questioning him. "If it were you, would you dare to go in directly?" Lin Imo shot a dark look at Mu Nanfeng, who had posed that question. "Ahem, isn't the atmosphere already set? If I didn't say anything, it would seem like I didn't fit in." "Right." Under Lin Mo's gaze, Mu Nanfeng hurriedly blinked his large eyes. Hearing Mu Nanfeng's explanation, Lin Imo finally diverted his gaze and shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. "Gu told me to get lost." Upon hearing this, the others wore expressions that conveyed, as expected, and it was about what they had anticipated. However, Lin Imo suddenly paused for dramatic effect. "But what?" The group turned to look at Lin Imo in unison. "Ahem, I suddenly feel quite thirsty. Here, Imo Gu, have a drink." Mu Nanfeng promptly retrieved a bottle of beverage from the fridge and handed it to Lin Imo. Having already opened it, Lin Imo took a sip. "Ahem, it feels." Yet before Lin Imo could finish his thought, he was suddenly tackled to the ground by Imo Zimming. "Damn it. I detest people who only speak halfway like you. Brothers, get him." Hearing Imo Zimming's words, the others surged forward, pinning Lin Imo down. Even Mu Chifeng took the opportunity to kick him twice. Su Yuyao chuckled from the side, not offering assistance, for she believed he deserved it for teasing them. "Ah, don't hit my face. I rely on my looks for a living. No, who shamelessly is pulling down my pants? After giving Lin Imo a good thrashing, the others returned to their seats, the atmosphere significantly lightened. "Hey, Lin Imo, are you all right?" Su Yuyao reached out and poked the Lin Imo who lay on the ground. "I'm fine. I was just careless and didn't dodge." Lin Imo rose from the ground, straightening his disheveled clothes. "Don't worry. Judging by EG's tone earlier, he has already calmed down, so just carry on as normal and no need to fret." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the group's tensions finally eased, and they dispersed to rest, taking advantage of the moment to recuperate. After all, discord within the team was never a good thing, especially in times like these, which explained the earlier oppressive atmosphere. Watching everyone settle down, Lin Mo finished the remaining drink and seized the opportunity to throw the bottle at Mu Chenfeng, who was lost in thought. He hadn't forgotten that this fellow had sneakily kicked him twice. Without lifting his head, Mu Chenfeng caught the bottle Lin Mo tossed at him, tossed it aside, and smiled while gesturing towards the drink on the table. Infuriated, Lin Mo bit his teeth in frustration. But now he had no way to retaliate, so he could only silently jot down a note in his little book. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, someone knocked on the dormitory door, and the scattered group instantly became vigilant. Who is it? It's me, Li Xingyan. Upon hearing the name Li Xingyan, the crowd relaxed once more, continuing their rest, feeling as if a few more encounters would lead them to the brink of nervous exhaustion. Brotherly, is there something you need? Mu Chenfeng inquired, opening the door to find Li Xingyan holding a black handbag. A hint of surprise flickered in Li Xingyan's eyes upon seeing Mu Chenfeng, for he had distinctly witnessed the latter suffering from severe injuries moments ago. Brother Mu, you're not. It's merely superficial wounds. Primarily, it was the overexertion of my abilities, Mu Chenfeng interrupted. I see. These are the crystals collected from the zombies you dispatched. Totaling 117 in number, Li Xingyan nodded, handing over the black handbag. Speak. What is it? Mu Chenfeng said as he accepted the bag. He could think of no other reason for Li Xingyan to exert such effort unless he had a request. No, you all have been working so hard clearing the way. We merely did what we could, Li Xingyan insisted, waving his hands, realizing this was not a plea for assistance but rather an attempt to foster camaraderie. Mu Chenfeng responded, we merely need to venture out ourselves. We are not paving the way for you. All right. Will you still be leaving today? Li Xingyan scratched his head, unaware that his intentions had been seen through by Mu Chenfeng. I believe we will not be departing now. Rest assured, we will notify you when we do. Good. Then please rest well. I won't disturb you further. With that, Li Xingyan turned on his heel and departed without a trace of hesitation. Observing Li Xingyan's retreating figure, Mu Chenfeng sighed before closing the door. He bore no disdain for Li Xingyan's actions, for he knew that had their roles been reversed, he would have done even more. They were all striving to survive. Who among them could claim superiority? Chapter 42. Devour and Evolve. Mutual destruction. After Li Xingyan's departure, Mu Chenfeng found himself contemplating the black handbag in his hand. Torn between whether to mention it to Lin Chen. What's wrong? Lin Mo, who had already settled into bed, inquired, noticing Mu Chenfeng standing still since Li Xingyan had left. It's nothing, just pondering whether to inform Brother E. Mu Chenfeng replied, picking up the pillow that had fallen and brushing off the dust before tossing it back to Lin Mo. Go ahead. From Brother E's tone earlier, he seems to be in good spirits. Lin Mo encouraged him, propping the pillow beneath himself. Although he could sense that Brother E was indeed in a good mood, it did not guarantee that he would refrain from scolding him. The thought of Mu Chenfeng facing reprimand made Lin Mo suppress a laugh. Hey, tone it down, Mu Chenfeng exclaimed, bemused by Lin Mo's expression. Come on, your intentions are glaringly obvious, as if you were shouting it through a megaphone. No problem. Lin Mo feigned seriousness at Mu Chenfeng's words. Noticing Lin Mo's demeanor, Mu Chenfeng felt an itch in his feet and chose to avert his gaze. After some contemplation, he decided it was best to inform Lin Chen. Thus he approached the balcony door. Brother E, it's me. I have something to discuss. Mu Chenfeng gently knocked on the balcony door. Let us discuss it tonight. You've had a long day, so rest well for now. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response and glancing at the peacefully sleeping Luo Yunqi in his arms, he opted to postpone the conversation until evening, unaware of the underlying reasons. Mu Chenfeng interpreted this as concern for himself and nodded in agreement. Returning to the bed where Lin Moly.as Mu Chenfeng's footsteps faded, Lin Chen gently poked Luo Yunqi's cheek. Amused by her displeased pout, he then placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Content to rest himself, for he had exerted just as much energy as Mu Chenfeng. Observing Lin Mo, who was peering over the edge of the bed, Mu Chenfeng yanked him up before lying down himself. What are you doing, Shachenzi? Lin Mo exclaimed, bewildered, blocking the door. Going to sleep. Mu Chenfeng shifted inward, leaving half the bed for Lin Mo before closing his eyes. He had noticed that aside from the two of them, the others were already asleep, so he decided against assigning anyone to keep watch, instructing Lin Mo to block the door instead. Understanding Mu Chenfeng's exhaustion, Lin Mo refrained from arguing but was puzzled as to why he was the one designated to block the door. As he surveyed the dormitory for something to use, he realized everyone else was asleep, and thus he softened his movements. Finally, he secured the dormitory door with a storage cabinet before settling down to rest. Opting for a makeshift bed on the floor rather than squeezing onto the bed with Mu Chenfeng, perhaps due to the events of the morning being too stimulating, everyone slept particularly soundly. with no one stirring even until the early hours of the morning. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air, causing the dormitory building where Lin Yichen and the others resided to tremble. Lin Yichen and Luo Yunqi jolted awake simultaneously, exchanging glances before rising to peer down into the silver moonlight. They were astonished to find two zombies engaged in battle below. One was a tyrant, while the other bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary zombie, yet its eyes glowed with a blood-red light, distinctly different from that of a common zombie. The earlier commotion had resulted from the blood-eyed zombie being slammed against the wall of their dormitory by the tyrant. What astonished Lin Yichen further was that after taking such a blow, the blood-eyed zombie sprang back to life, seemingly unscathed. He recalled that during his earlier encounter with the tyrant, he had not dared to withstand such a strike. He began to observe their battle intently. At this moment, Mu Qifeng and the others arrived at the balcony to look down, aware of the commotion. Lin Yichen replied, his gaze fixed on the battlefield below, while Luo Yunqi nodded in agreement. The zombies are fighting each other, Lin Mo exclaimed, dumbfounded, and the others shared his astonishment. It was indeed unusual for zombies to battle one another. They must be competing for evolution by devouring one another. Right? We didn't find any ordinary zombies in this dormitory today. Only plenty of dismembered remains, Mu Qifeng speculated after some contemplation. Indeed, it's for the sake of evolution, Lin Yichen affirmed Mu Qinfeng's hypothesis. At that moment, the tyrant tore off one of the blood-eyed zombie's arms and began to feast upon it. Lin Yichen shook his head, sensing that the battle was nearing its conclusion. The blood-eyed zombie's speed had evidently diminished after losing an arm, and it had relied on its speed to evade the tyrant's attacks. He was preparing to descend and clean up the aftermath, as there was at least one red crystal core to be collected. Suddenly, the blood-eyed zombie let out a deafening roar, causing Lin Yichen to halt in his tracks, for the sound differed slightly from the usual howls they heard. The tyrant, however, paid no mind, finishing off the severed arm and lunging for the blood-eyed zombie once more. Upon hearing the roar, the unawakened among them, Mu Qifeng and the others, felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, causing them to stumble backward uncontrollably. Fortunately, Lin Yichen acted quickly, conjuring a few chairs to catch them as they fell. Yao Yao, are you all right? Lin Mo asked anxiously, noticing Su Yao's pale complexion. I'm fine, she replied, shaking her head. What happened to you all? I'm not sure, Brother Yi. After hearing that roar from the zombies below, I felt my mind grow heavy, and suddenly I couldn't muster any strength. But I feel better now, Mu Qifeng said, rubbing his head. Lin Yichen nodded, preparing to inquire further when the dormitory building shook once more. Just as they were trying to comprehend what was happening, an ordinary zombie burst through the main door of the dormitory and lunged at the tyrant, followed by a second, then a third, realizing the correlation between the earlier roar and the flood of zombies. Lin Yichen was astonished. The blood-eyed zombie could control ordinary zombies, even lifting the suppression that higher-level zombies typically held over their lesser counterparts. As the tyrant became surrounded by a relentless wave of ordinary zombies, the blood-eyed zombie joined the fray, unaware that its every move was being observed by Lin Yichen and the others above. Estimating the number of ordinary zombies, Lin Yichen noted roughly 100 attacking the tyrant, while the remaining few hundred appeared to have been drawn by the commotion and were milling about nearby, hesitant to approach the battlefield. Lin Yichen stroked his chin as he observed the chaotic scene below, occasionally glancing across to the opposite dormitory building. What's on your mind? Luo Yunqi asked, noticing his pensive expression. Nothing. I was just contemplating devouring this entire horde of zombies, Lin Yichen replied. The rest of the group, with the exception of Luo Yunqi, were taken aback by his words. Brother Yi, do you realize what you're saying? That as several hundred zombies, we would barely be able to fill their cavities. Besides, aren't their allies across the way? They will assist us by eliminating some of them. And after we consume this horde, the path to the southern gate should be clear tomorrow, Lin Yichen explained. Pointing toward the tyrant, Luo Yunqi remained silent, simply intertwining her small hand with his large one. Lin Yichen understood her meaning. Their fingers interlocked. They were united in purpose. Let us do this. The group, not lacking in courage, exchanged excited glances, each reflecting the same thrill in their eyes. Brother Yi, take charge. My sword is eager for action. We feel the same. Indeed. Lin Yichen nodded slightly, and then shouted towards the opposite dormitory building. Li Xingyan, right? Are you interested in pulling off something big? Brother Yi, you say. Li Xingyan's head poked out from a balcony on the 5th floor of the opposite dormitory. If we take care of this batch of zombies, I will handle those two. Once we clear this horde, the path out of the campus tomorrow will be virtually unobstructed. Can we have a discussion? 2 minutes. Those ordinary zombies won't last long. All right. Li Xingyan replied and then withdrew. Qinfeng, You'll be in charge later, prioritizing our safety. Lin Yichen instructed the group while observing the battlefield below. Understood. How do you know they'll agree? Mo Ziming asked curiously as Lin Yichen began to make arrangements. After all, without Li Xingyan's consent, they could not possibly handle this wave of zombies, because they have no choice. Chen Feng replied slowly, aware of the gazes fixed upon him. If they refuse, we can leave tomorrow. But they can't, as the zombies downstairs will disperse but not completely. So, if they wish to leave, they will inevitably encounter them. Agreeing now at least allows them to gain our assistance, and more importantly, it will earn Brother Yi's favor. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the group realized the truth of the situation. Brother Yi, we're in. Indeed, within a minute, Li Xingyan's voice echoed back. Wait for my signal. Observing the considerable number of ordinary zombies remaining around the tyrant, Lin Yichen responded calmly. Good. Li Xingyan affirmed, rallying his team. The two sides then fell silent, intently watching the battle below. Once the tyrant had dispatched all the ordinary zombies under the control of the red-eyed zombie, its own condition had deteriorated drastically. Once a towering figure, it now resembled little more than a skeleton, most of its flesh having vanished, and one eye was completely blind. Naturally, the red-eyed zombie fared no better. As soon as its controlled zombies were slain, it collapsed to the ground. Chapter 43, A Bountiful Harvest. Make your move. With the battle between the two zombies concluded, Lin Yichen released Luo Yunqi's hand and shouted. Leaping from the third floor, the frost blade formed in midair and, upon landing, surged into the horde like a cheetah, racing towards the ailing tyrant. Form a diamond formation with me, Lin Mo, Ziming, and Yunqi at the tip. Understood. After Lin Yichen departed, Chen Feng swiftly led his team down to the first floor, forming up and beginning to dispatch the approaching zombies. Meanwhile, upon receiving Lin Yichen's action signal, Li Xingyan quickly led his team down to clear the wandering zombies in the vicinity. Finding the task surprisingly manageable due to their numbers. By the time Lin Yichen cut through the outer horde and reached the battlefield center, the tyrant was already feasting on the helpless red-eyed zombie. With most of the red-eyed zombie's body consumed, the tyrant appeared significantly more robust than before. Seizing the moment while the tyrant was still occupied, Lin Yichen accelerated and confronted it, swinging the frost blade through the air with devastating force. Roar! Realizing that a small figure dared to interrupt its meal, the tyrant lifted its head in a roar, only to be decapitated in one swift stroke. Lin Yichen deftly caught the crimson crystal core as it fell from the airborne head of the tyrant. Gazing at the remaining red-eyed zombie, which was left with only its upper chest intact, Lin Yichen mused, another new type of zombie. This marks the third, I believe, controlled zombies. I shall name you Lord. He then pierced the blade into its skull, retrieving another crimson crystal core with ease. Indeed, it was a crimson crystal core. Lin Yichen toyed with the two cores in his hand, having recognized the transformed nature of the Lord Zombie at first glance. Just as he stowed the cores away, Li Xingyan's team arrived to assist with the cleanup, their combined efforts yielding quick results. Brother Yi, Li Xingyan called out upon seeing Lin Yichen. Let's finish clearing the zombies first. Lin Yichen replied, then retraced his path to eliminate more zombies. Li Xingyan nodded and led his team to follow suit. However, on Chen Feng's side, a problem arose. Lin Mo, caught up in the heat of battle, began to drift away from the formation. When Mu Nanfeng attempted to follow him, it disrupted her defensive rhythm, nearly allowing a zombie's claws to pierce her chest. Fortunately, Chen Feng reacted swiftly, kicking Mu Nanfeng to the ground just in time to evade the lethal claws. Lin Mo, what are you doing? Chen Feng shouted in frustration. Upon hearing Chen Feng's angry voice, Lin Mo quickly snapped out of his daze and retreated to protect the downed Mu Nanfeng. Sorry, Nanfeng, I almost got you into trouble. No, it's not your fault. Mo good. I made a mistake in my defense, and I've learned a lot from following you. Mu Nanfeng hastily waved her hands from the ground. Do you two want to have a lengthy discussion now? What is this? A game? Can you save and restart? Can't you take responsibility for your own lives? Chen Feng felt himself growing increasingly heated as he listened to their banter. Had they been in another place, he would have surely let them know why flowers were so red. Lin Mo and Mu Nanfeng, chastised, dared not retort. Once they fell silent, Chen Feng, suppressing his anger, continued, do not overextend. Just maintain the formation. We must let Brother Yi deal with those two troublesome zombies first. So our priority now is to protect ourselves. Understood. Mu Nanfeng got back to her feet, picked up her weapon, and returned to her position to continue fighting. With Mu Nanfeng back in line, the formation was restored, alleviating some of Chen Feng's pressure. Before long, everyone could clearly sense the surrounding horde diminishing, and then Li Xingyan's voice called out from nearby. Brother Mu, we are here. As his words fell, Li Xingyan and his team swiftly emerged from the horde to meet Qin Feng's group. Li brother, Qin Feng nodded at him without further ado, and the two sides collaborated to clear the remaining zombies. When the last zombie fell and no more approached, the entire Li Xingyan team erupted in cheers. Despite some casualties, their excitement outweighed the losses, as they had just slain at least 600 zombies. After being pursued by zombies daily, they finally had a moment of triumph. All right, let us not let our guard down. Quickly clean up the battlefield and tend to the injured brothers. Qin Feng interrupted their cheers after a while, knowing they had been under significant pressure for too long and needed to release it. Didn't you hear what Brother Mu said? Get moving. There will be plenty of snacks later. Li Xingyan beamed like a blooming flower. It was no wonder he was so elated. The rewards were tremendous this time. Not only boosting the team's morale, but also gaining the favor of a strong ally. Who wouldn't be thrilled? Moreover, after this battle, this team would be capable of surviving, if not thriving. Long live the boss. Upon hearing their leader's command, everyone swiftly sprang into action, with some cleaning the battlefield while others returned with the injured for treatment. Thank you all for this. Qin Feng clapped Li Xingyan on the shoulder. Watching the bustling crowd. No need to thank me. I should be the one expressing gratitude. You know that, Li Xingyan replied, smiling at the busy individuals between the two dormitory buildings. And this was truly exhilarating. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't dare entertain such bold thoughts. Ha! Observing the boisterous laughter of Li Xingyan, Qin Feng shook his head, thinking, indeed, a man's spirit remains youthful until death. Have you seen Linichen? Suddenly, Luo Yunqi stepped forward to inquire, not wanting to interrupt the two, but feeling anxious as Linichen's absence lingered even after the battle had concluded. Linichen. Oh, Brother Yi, right? Initially taken aback by the name. Li Xingyan quickly responded after noticing Qin Feng's attention. Brother Yi was supposed to come with us after dealing with those two zombies, but he told us to go ahead and then left on his own. So now I have no idea where he is. Don't worry. Yunqi, with Brother Yi's strength, he will be fine. That he likely discovered something. Qin Feng reassured her. Just as he finished speaking, Linichen emerged from the nearby greenery, playfully holding a bright crimson crystal core. Brother E, Lin Mo, and his companions, who had been punished to face the wall for their previous transgressions, were the first to spot Linichen and called out. Hearing their voices, Luo Yunqi turned around first, and upon seeing Linichen, she rushed into his embrace, leaving everyone astonished. Linichen smiled and caught her, gently patting her head to signal that he was unharmed. What's wrong? Li Xingyan looked puzzled at the reaction of Qin Feng and the others. Wasn't it just a normal hug between a couple? Why such a big reaction? It's all right. It's all right. Once they regained their composure. Qin Feng quickly shook his head. Yes, all is well. Lin Mo and the others hastily nodded in agreement, while Sui Weiyao remained stunned in place, still processing the unfolding events. Seeing their reactions, Li Xingyan felt even more perplexed but refrained from inquiring further. Merely shaking his head to himself, Qin Feng, have the battlefields been cleared? After offering some consolation to Luo Yunqi, Linichen turned his gaze toward Mu Qifeng. Not yet, Ego, but it should be done soon. Mu Qifeng replied in response to Linichen's words. Urged them to expedite the process, and once completed, they should leave immediately. It turned out that while advancing back with Li Xingyan and the others, Linichen had sensed a subtle gaze fixated on them from the side. Thus, he allowed Li Xingyan and the others to proceed ahead while he stealthily moved to investigate. He was subsequently ambushed by a lurking assassin, likely drawn in by the commotion of the battle. However, he was well prepared and sustained no injuries. After a brief skirmish, it was the assassin who ended up wounded and fled. Naturally, Linichen would not let a crystal core slip away. He pursued without hesitation. Ultimately, the assassin, after twisting and turning, managed to escape the campus but was ultimately unable to evade Lin Yichen's pursuit, meeting his demise at the roadside. Upon slaying the assassin, Lin Yichen discovered that they were beside a large supermarket. And notably, there were scarcely any zombies in the vicinity, prompting him to return immediately. Understood, everyone follow me, and you too, brotherly, Mu Qinfeng said, without questioning their destination, leading everyone to join the cleanup effort. Although Li Xingyan was curious, he opted to remain silent and simply followed along. With their participation, the battlefield, which was already nearing completion, was swiftly cleared. Go. We have a total of 268 crystal cores, Mu Qinfeng reported, presenting the harvested cores to Lin Yichen after finishing the cleanup. Follow me. Lin Yichen gestured to collect half of the crystal cores, then took Luo Yunqi by the hand and walked into the nearby greenery. Mu Qifeng understood instantly, handing the remaining half to Li Xingyan beside him before following Lin Yichen and the others. After receiving the crystal cores, Li Xingyan also joined the group. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a wall. Lin Yichen leaped over with Luo Yunqi, closely followed by Lin Imo and the others. Brotherly, remember to keep watch on both sides, Mu Qifeng reminded as he followed suit after his companions had crossed over. Once outside, Mu Qifeng noticed everyone congregated before an open door yet hesitating to enter. He inquired, "What's the matter? Waiting for you. This place is pitch black and eerie inside." Gu mentioned it's a large supermarket. "So let us hurry." Lin Imo chuckled, eliciting laughter from the group. "Hurry, you're the one who's scared." Despite their banter, a basketball-sized fireball formed in Mu Qifeng's hand, illuminating the vicinity as he led the group inside. Chapter 44. Mu Qifeng's transformation. Li Xingyan, who had emerged later, observed Lin Yichen and the others vanish into the dark doorway but did not rush to follow. Instead, he stayed behind with those who had already crossed, keeping watch in the moonlight while waiting for the remaining members to join them. Upon entering through the back door of the supermarket, Mu Qifeng and his companions found themselves in a storage room adorned with various sizes of employee uniforms hanging on the walls. While a corner was filled with an array of cleaning tools, they shifted their focus forward, where a tightly shut door presumably led into the supermarket's interior. Holding the fireball aloft, Mu Qifeng approached, retreating as he pushed the door open. Contrary to their expectations, there was no ambush. The entire supermarket lay in eerie silence, with the door revealing a narrow corridor leading deeper inside. Yet, the group remained vigilant. Cautiously advancing under Mu Qifeng's guidance, exiting the corridor, they found themselves in a vast snack aisle. The sight of so many treats brightened the eyes of Lin Imo and Su Yuyao, though they maintained their composure and refrained from acting impulsively. Lin Yichen struck the metal supermarket shelf lightly, yet rhythmically. Clang, clang, clang. The sound reverberated throughout the supermarket until silence reclaimed the space after Lin Yichen ceased his tapping. After repeating the process, and upon detecting no response, Lin Yichen spoke, "Pair up. Stay alert. If anything happens, shout, and I'll come to assist. Prioritize locating the backup power supply and storage room. Moreover, do not attempt to open any closed doors. We shall address those in the daylight." At that moment, 6 flashlights appeared before Mo Zimming and the others. Contrary to Lin Mo's earlier jest about fearing the dark, it was merely a pretext for Mu Qifeng. Only Luo Yunqi and Su Yuyao seemed to take it seriously, as the others were well aware that Lin Yichen had emptied an entire small supermarket. As expected, upon seeing the flashlights, only Su Yuyao hesitated momentarily, while the others naturally accepted them. They quickly paired off, each team heading in a different direction to explore the supermarket, leaving Mu Qifeng to wander alone. After they dispersed, Luo Yunqi released Lin Yichen's hand and waved her palm at him. Observing this, Lin Yichen chuckled lightly, retrieving a crystal core and placing it in her hand, then gesturing to his cheek. Upon seeing his action, Luo Yunqi's face flushed, and she quickly stood on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek before promptly sitting down to absorb the crystal core. Watching her begin the absorption process, Lin Yichen abandoned the notion of reciprocating the kiss and settled beside her, ensuring her protection. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mu Qifeng, who had been wandering, returned first. After nodding at Lin Yichen, he sat down, awaiting the others' return. Shortly thereafter, the rest of the group returned in succession. "Let us hear your findings." Once everyone had gathered, Lin Yichen initiated the discussion. "I didn't find the backup power supply, but I did come across a locked basement. I suspect that if there is a backup supply, it might be within, though I didn't enter to investigate, so I can't ascertain any potential dangers." Mu Qifeng was the first to speak. "We didn't find anything. To the left were some daily necessities, dried fruits, clothing, blankets, and various hardware tools." Lin Imo chimed in as soon as Mu Qifeng finished speaking. To the right were food items, vegetables, meats, yogurt, pickles, and an assortment of fruits, but the meat had already spoiled, and some of the vegetables and fruits were wilting as well. With no signs of danger, Mo Zimming added. Straight ahead was an array of furniture, cookware, rice, flour, as well as water and beverages, all in good condition, with no danger detected either. Yu concluded. Indeed, it was wise not to venture further. Let us rest for the night and discuss our next steps at dawn. Lin Yichen nodded in agreement after listening to everyone's reports. By the way, Qifeng, please inform Li Xingyan that we will rest in the furniture area tonight and to refrain from disturbing us unless necessary. Understood. Mu Qifeng nodded, turning to enter the small door behind him. Coincidentally, Luo Yunqi had just finished absorbing the remaining half of her crystal core and stood up. Let us go gather some fruits and vegetables. Then procure some water and rice before we rest. Lin Yichen took Luo Yunqi's hand and headed to the right, with the others following closely behind, flashlights in hand. Meanwhile, Mu Qifeng had reached the doorway and waved at Li Xingyan, signaling him to come over. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Li Xingyan's eyes lit up upon spotting Mu Qifeng, promptly making his way over. Brother Mu. Yes, this is a supermarket, and so far, no dangers have been detected. So please arrange your team accordingly, but remember to maintain silence. Rest assured, Li Xingyan exclaimed, visibly delighted to learn that the structure was a supermarket, patting his chest in assurance. Acknowledging Li Xingyan's promise, Mu Qifeng nodded and returned. Once he departed, Li Xingyan began organizing his team. With a larger group, their consumption naturally increased, and the supplies they had salvaged from the cafeteria were nearly depleted. That a supermarket was indeed a timely solution to his pressing needs. Upon entering, I have but one request of you. Maintain silence. Silence, and more silence. Can you achieve this? Li Xingyan indicated the small door beside him. Yes. Although the response was subdued, the excitement among the group was palpable. A supermarket. Naturally, while there were no explicit demands against wastefulness, he warned that should he discover anyone squandering resources, he would not hesitate to take action. Understood. Now, let us follow Teacher Chen in an orderly manner. Li Xingyan nodded at Chen Weiming, signaling him to supervise the entry while he remained behind to ensure order. Leave it to me. Chen Weiming understood the directive, wielding his flashlight as he led the way into the supermarket. Meanwhile, Mu Qifeng found Lin Yichen and the others in the furniture section, who had finished gathering their supplies. Upon seeing Mu Qifeng return, Lin Yichen waved, sending 5 crystal cores flying toward him, then gestured toward Lin Mo and the others nearby. Mu Qifeng comprehended, reaching out to catch the flying cores and seated himself, beginning to absorb the crystal cores. Once Mu Qifeng also commenced his absorption, Lin Yichen conjured a semicircular ice net to envelop the group, ensuring he would be alerted to any nighttime ambushes. With all preparations set, Lin Yichen produced a crystal core to absorb as well. On the other side, Li Xingyan's team had all entered the supermarket. Yet due to insufficient lighting and exhaustion, few sought out food. Most simply settled on the ground to rest. The supermarket returned to a tranquil silence, interrupted only by the occasional sound of snoring. Ego, I can feel that sensation you spoke of. After absorbing 4 crystal cores, Mu Qifeng experienced the saturation Lin Yichen had described and immediately called out. Don't stop. Absorb as much as you can. In response to Mu Qifeng's words, Lin Yichen waved his hand, causing another 20 crystal cores to appear before him, signaling him to continue. Simultaneously, he halted his absorption of the crystal cores and began observing the transformations occurring within Mu Qifeng. Unbeknownst to him during his own absorption, a glance at Mu Qifeng left him utterly astonished. Whereas he typically required approximately half an hour to absorb a single crystal core, he now consumed one in less than 2 minutes. Following swiftly was the second, then the third. Until the 15th core, at which point Mu Qifeng's pace began to decelerate. At this juncture, Luo Yunqi and the others, having completed their own absorption, turned their gaze towards him. Momentarily taken aback by Lin Yichen's intense focus on Mu Qifeng. Do not speak. Observed diligently, Lin Mo was about to interject when Lin Yichen's voice interrupted him, gesturing towards Mu Qifeng. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Luo Yunqi began to formulate a hypothesis and promptly directed her serious attention to Mu Qifeng. Although Lin Mo and the others were oblivious to the unfolding events, they too regarded Mu Qifeng with earnestness. After absorbing the 15th crystal core, Mu Qifeng, who had been seated, suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning, trembling uncontrollably. This startled Lin Mo, who instinctively reached out to assist him. No need. Just watch. Lin Yichen raised his hand to stop Lin Mo. Recalling vividly the excruciating pain that rendered one unable to rise even with assistance, Mu Qifeng quaked on the ground. An amber-hued energy began to manifest from his head, gradually spreading throughout his entire being, only to dissipate after a brief period. In the very moment Mu Qifeng fell, Lin Yichen silently began timing. Precisely 20 minutes later, Mu Qifeng ceased trembling and weakly opened his eyes, gazing at the assembly before him. He managed a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 45. Your sister-in-law, why has he fainted again? Upon witnessing Mu Qifeng lose consciousness, Lin Mo rushed to support him. But this time Lin Yichen did not intervene, for the metamorphosis was complete. Qifeng has undergone transformation ahead of you all. What you just witnessed was the entirety of the process. How do you feel about it? Lin Yichen motioned towards the only large bed nearby. indicating that Lin Mo should place Mu Qinfeng there to rest. The pain. It had escalated to a level beyond which one could voice their agony. Relying solely on sheer willpower to endure, failure to do so could pose a grave threat to life. Luo Yunxi recalled how Mu Qinfeng, despite being awake moments ago, had been unable to utter a single sound. Along with the last remnants of that amber energy that had lingered at his head, sending a shiver through her, the two men, Lin Mo and Mo Ziming, had no personal sentiments to share. Merely nodding in agreement. All right, let us all rest early. We have matters to attend to during the day. Observing Lin Mo and the others, Lin Yichen shook his head and reclined on a nearby sofa to rest. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Lin Mo and Mo Ziming nodded and settled beside Mu Qinfeng to rest. After Lin Yichen lay down, Luo Yunxi followed suit, approaching him. As she drew near, Lin Yichen instinctively opened his arms. He anticipated Luo Yunxi would seek his comfort, having deliberately chosen a three-person sofa, ample enough for two. When Luo Yunxi saw his welcoming gesture, she smiled radiantly and nestled into his embrace. Good night. After uttering her farewell, she placed a gentle kiss on the side of Lin Yichen's face. I asked that a goodnight kiss? It hardly suffices. Seizing the opportunity before Luo Yunxi could retreat, Lin Yichen turned his head to capture her lips, releasing her only when she began to struggle for breath. Next time, remember to breathe. I refuse, you villain. Once her brain regained its oxygen supply, Luo Yunxi muttered softly as she nestled back into his embrace. Hearing her murmurs, Lin Yichen chuckled lightly, content to hold her as they drifted into slumber. The supermarket once again enveloped in the tranquility it had possessed at the onset. Morning arrived. Upon awakening, Mu Qinfeng first reflected on the previous night's experiences. Involuntarily shuddering at the memory of the excruciating pain that had emanated from within, then came the exhilaration. He had endured it. A flicker of flame ignited in his hand, no longer merely a vivid red, but now interspersed with a delicate amber hue. Extinguishing the flame, he rose and stretched, savoring the changes within himself, softly murmuring, "What Yi Gu said was not an exaggeration at all. It truly feels as if I have been reborn." As Mu Qinfeng summoned the flames, Lin Yichen also opened his eyes, gently extricating his body from Luo Yunxi's grasp. He then placed a cushion into her embrace and tucked her in before approaching Mu Qinfeng. "How do you feel?" "I feel fantastic, Yi Gu. I believe I could take down a bull with a single punch. More importantly, my abilities have amplified several-fold." Mu Qinfeng shared his elation with Lin Yichen. "That is only because you have yet to master the newfound strength surging within you, leading your brain to convey misleading information. If you truly faced a bull, you might find yourself confined to a wheelchair for the rest of your days." Lin Yichen jested, pleased with Mu Qinfeng's successful transformation. "Hee, you speak the truth, Yi Gu." Mu Qinfeng laughed, scratching his head, fully aware of his overexcitement. "Let us proceed to the basement you discovered and see if we can locate a backup power source. It remains rather dim, even in daylight, hardly different from nighttime." Nodding at Lin Yichen's words, Mu Qinfeng took the lead. As they exited the furniture area, the arc-shaped ice net automatically parted to create an opening, closing seamlessly behind them as they passed through. Mu Qinfeng gazed enviously at Lin Yichen's mastery over his abilities. Soon, they arrived at a corner where two staircases flanked either side. The left led up to the second floor, dim yet discernible, while the right descended into the basement, where only the initial steps were visible, with the rest shrouded in darkness. Without hesitation, Mu Qinfeng tossed a ball of fire downwards, illuminating the ordinary concrete stairs, culminating in a locked iron door at the bottom. Yi Gu, it is right there. He indicated the door. With a nod, Lin Yichen employed a spatial rift to shatter the lock, then hurled a block of ice the size of a human head at the iron door, producing a dull thud upon impact. "Let us proceed." Noting the silence from within, Lin Yichen led Mu Qinfeng down the stairs. Pushing open the iron door revealed a modest basement, containing little more than a large diesel generator and 4 100L barrels filled with diesel. Upon discovering the generator, Lin Yichen approached and, after a brief period of tinkering, successfully set it into motion. As the generator roared to life, the previously dim supermarket was instantly illuminated, casting away the shadows that lingered even in daylight. Those who had awakened, as well as those unable to sleep, experienced a newfound sense of security in the suddenly brightened space. Yi Gu, you can do this too? Mu Qinfeng marveled at Lin Yichen's adeptness in starting the machine. "Not difficult. I encountered it once before. Come, this should suffice for a while," Lin Yichen replied, refueling the generator before gathering the remaining diesel and returning with Mu Qinfeng and Yi Gu, Mu De Guandia. As the two re-entered the furniture area, the previously resting individuals had also awoken. Lin Yichen acknowledged, smiling at Luo Yunxi, who was pleading for help with her eyes, being pulled by Su Yuyao. Everyone must be hungry. I will prepare breakfast, he announced. Noting the others had risen, Mu Qinfeng also smiled in agreement, heading off to gather ingredients for the meal. Lin Yichen settled beside Luo Yunqi, ruffling her hair as he addressed Su Yuyao. Do not press the little simpleton too hard. You will not extract anything from her no matter how long you inquire. If you have questions, direct them to me. Seeing her ally arrive, Luo Yunqi playfully stuck her tongue out at Su Yuyao before reclining into Lin Yichen's embrace. Who knows what she has been through? She awakens only to find a sorrowful face staring at her, then gets interrogated until now. The others perked up their ears, equally curious yet hesitant to inquire. Hee, I have no questions, truly. Su Yuyao chuckled, raising 3 fingers to lend credibility to her words. Brother, you all. Su Yuyao did not finish her question, as Lin Emo spoke up for her. Gazing at Luo Yunqi nestled in Lin Yichen's arms, he wore an envious expression, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yuyao, pondering when he might hold her in such a manner. Your sister-in-law, Lin Yichen replied, gently ruffling Luo Yunqi's hair, upon hearing Lin Yichen's words. Luo Yunqi's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe persimmon, though her heart brimmed with joy. Sister-in-law, greetings, Lin Emo cheerfully exclaimed. Already aware of the answer since last night when Luo Yunqi had leapt into Lin Yichen's embrace without resistance. Responding to Lin Mo's greeting, Luo Yunqi's face blushed further, yet she managed to acknowledge him. Chapter 46. The fragmentation of a small team, then Yi Gu must treat my Luo with utmost care. Observing her best friend's reaction, Su Yuyao understood the sincerity behind her words and genuinely wished her well. Lin Yichen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, for all the words in the world would mean little without action to back them up. Breakfast is served. Just then, Mu Qinfeng approached, carrying a large platter filled with congee, eggs, steamed buns, and milk, a sumptuous spread indeed. Time to eat. At the sound of Mu Qinfeng's voice, the previously idle individuals eagerly rushed to assist, gathering around to partake in the morning meal. Let us depart for a meal, Lin Yichen announced, gently shaking Luo Yunqi in his arms. Luo Yunqi sat up, her face still adorned with a faint blush, reminiscent of ripened fruit, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. Lin Yichen chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek, only to receive a disapproving glare in return as he led her towards Mu Qinfeng. Ah, Yunqi, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell? Mu Qinfeng inquired, perplexed, as they drew near. I'm fine, it will pass shortly, Lin Yichen reassured, guiding Luo Yunqi to a seat before deftly peeling a boiled egg. Observing her demeanor, which did not suggest illness, Mu Qinfeng nodded and resumed his meal with a bun. Once the egg was peeled, Lin Yichen meticulously separated the egg white, feeding it to Luo Yunqi. Though slightly bashful, she could not resist indulging in the delicacy, especially when gazing at Lin Yichen's earnest expression. Witnessing her endearing mannerisms while eating filled Lin Yichen with the joy of nurturing, prompting him to offer her buns, porridge, and milk with delight. The onlookers, seated around them, humorously remarked that they had had their fill of dog food and questioned the need for breakfast. However, when Lin Yichen reached for another bun, Luo Yunqi shot him a warning glare. Unfazed by her admonition, Lin Yichen nodded in agreement, which incited her to bite down on his arm in frustration. Yet, instant regret washed over her as she anticipated the teasing gazes of their companions. In a moment of defiance, she buried her face into Lin Yichen's embrace, silently conveying her sentiment. You think I am a pig to be fed endlessly? Their playful interaction elicited affectionate smiles from the others, who, despite feeling overindulged in dog food, found the spectacle delightful. Suddenly, Li Xingyan's voice broke the atmosphere, startling the onlookers. Lin Yichen noticed him but remained engrossed in the act of feeding. Have you eaten? Would you like some? Mu Qinfeng offered, turning to see Li Xingyan holding a radio. No. Thank you. I've already had my fill. I came primarily to bid you farewell and to inquire about your plans, Li Xingyan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Farewell? Where are you headed? There are not many safe places with abundant resources left, Mu Qinfeng remarked, momentarily pausing his meal, curious about their destination. We intend to travel to the secure base in Modu. Resources will likely be packed and taken away shortly, Li Xingyan explained, nodding without elaborating further as he activated the radio. Greetings, survivors. I am Long Zhonghua, the Grand Elder of the Long Pavilion, which you may recognize as the highest authority in our nation. I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. After several days of relentless effort, we have successfully established contact with most military restricted zones and have created a safe haven for the apocalypse. He continued, we have dispatched pilots from various safe bases to scatter maps over nearby cities, indicating the precise locations of each base. Those capable may journey there for refuge. while those unable should remain vigilant. As teams from the bases will intermittently venture into cities to gather supplies, if you observe such activities, do not hesitate to call for help. For those with the means, you may create your own radio to signal for assistance. Below are the radio frequencies for each safe base. We have also attempted to establish contact with other nations globally, but aside from the Eagle and Bear countries, responses have been scarce, and we have even lost contact with Gaul, one of the 5 great powers of Blue Star. However, there is a glimmer of good news. The diminutive nation beneath our feet has been confirmed as extinguished. Thus, we sincerely hope you do not abandon your lives. Learn to save yourselves, or await rescue. Trust in the nation. The radio transmission concluded abruptly. Did anyone manage to obtain the map? Mu Qinfeng turned to Li Xingyan after the broadcast, aware of the military zone near Modu, but unaware of its exact location. Unfortunately, no. However, while we were on the line, we constructed a rudimentary transmitter, and Teacher Chen has acquaintances there. We have already made contact, and if all goes well, someone will come to assist us by noon. Li Xingyan elaborated. So, you were wondering if we wanted to join you? Not exactly, but you are welcome to if you wish, Li Xingyan replied, shaking his head before nodding again. Upon hearing this, Mo Ziming and the others fell into contemplation. While the 5 members of Qinfeng's team had not considered the option at all, Li Xingyan patiently waited for their deliberation. Eventually, Mo Ziming cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yichen, seeking his counsel. Follow your heart, Lin Yichen simply advised. Follow your heart, Mo Ziming repeated, digesting the phrase, his determination solidifying as he turned to his companions, Mu Nanfeng and the others, saying, you are aware of my previous intentions. So if you wish to go, then go without hesitation. Indeed, he chose to pursue his original desire, to find his parents. Forgive me, Mo Go. We wish to go to the base. Hu Yi and Li Dan exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Upon their declaration, the expressions of those present varied, but they all shared a silent understanding and refrained from speaking. Do not worry. We are brothers. You have already aided me greatly, Mo Ziming reassured, patting their shoulders. What about you, Nanfeng? Would you like to join them? Mo Ziming, aware of the uncertainty ahead, contemplated embarking on this journey alone. No, I will stay with Mo Go, Mu Nanfeng replied. Shaking his head, he cherished Mo Ziming's kindness and sought to escape the monotonous life he had led. It will be quite perilous, Mo Ziming cautioned, glancing at the shorter Mu Nanfeng. In the past, I may have feared, but not now. Good lad. Mo Gu will protect you, even at the cost of his life. Mo Ziming chuckled, embracing him. Just take care of yourself, Mo Gu. This is my own decision, Mu Nanfeng replied with a smile. Hu Yi and the others observed the exchange, feeling a pang of guilt. Yet they remained resolute in their choice for stability. Seeing that they had made up their minds, Li Xingyan, who had been patiently waiting, finally spoke up. Let us depart. I shall not interrupt your breakfast any longer. In truth, Li Xingyan felt slightly awkward about 2 individuals choosing to accompany him, as he had merely intended to share information and bid farewell, not to take anyone along. Well done, and thank you for your intelligence. Take this. If you encounter danger, crush it, Lin Yichen said, tossing him a translucent orb the size of an eyeball. Thank you, Li Xingyan caught it deftly, examining it closely. Although he was unsure of its precise purpose, his intuition suggested it was a life-saving object. After securing the precious orb, he departed with Hu Yi and the others. This is only natural, as each person's choices differ, and you have not left empty-handed, have you? Mu Qinfeng remarked, chuckling as Li Xingyan and his group exited. Indeed, I have gained much, Mo Ziming replied, downing a glass of milk. Good lad. You have not disappointed your Mo Gu, Lin Mo added, playfully punching Mu Nanfeng. While he understood Hu Yi and the others' choices, he could not condone their decision, as he despised those who would abandon their brothers. All thanks to Mo's teachings, Mu Nanfeng replied with a grin, relishing the atmosphere that surrounded them. Yes, I love hearing that. Feel free to say more. Chapter 47. The first encounter with mutated animals. Hurry and eat. We haven't even explored the 2nd floor yet. Observing Mo Ziming and the others guzzling milk as if it were wine, Luo Yunqi curiously peeked out from Lin Yichen's embrace before being gently pushed back down. Upon hearing this, the previously lively group quieted down and focused on finishing the remaining breakfast, quickly devouring it all. Onward. After finishing his meal, Lin Mo exclaimed, leading the way to the 2nd floor, while the others followed without contest. Unlike the dim 1st floor, the 2nd floor's walls facing the street were comprised entirely of tempered glass, allowing ample sunlight to brighten the space even without lights. making everything visible except for the narrow gaps between the shelves. Lin Yichen instructed everyone to thoroughly inspect the gaps between the shelves for potential dangers. Once assured of their safety, he suggested, "Let us engage in free activities this morning, and we shall re-evaluate the situation concerning Li Xingyan later." Yay, zero-cost shopping. I saw so many delicious things just now. Yao Yao, come with me to loot. Lin Mo, brimming with excitement at the prospect of freedom, seized Su Yuyao's hand and dashed off, disregarding even his beloved little brother. Feel free. Watching Lin Mo sprint away, Lin Yichen shook his head and led Luo Yunxi to the tempered glass wall. With a wave of his hand, 2 lounge chairs appeared beside them, which he had specially sought out the previous night for their comfort. Settling into the lounge chairs, Lin Yichen took out a book to read, savoring the tranquil atmosphere. However, after a while, Luo Yunxi still did not lie down, and in confusion, she looked up, discovering that she was staring intently at a certain spot on the street below. What's wrong? Lin Yichen rose and approached Luo Yunxi from behind, gently wrapping his arms around her. Following her gaze, he failed to find anything of particular concern. "Aiken, don't you think it's eerily quiet here? It's so quiet that it feels unnatural. We've been here for several hours, yet apart from our own voices, we haven't heard a single other sound." Luo Yunxi nudged Lin Yichen's chin. Upon hearing her words, Lin Yichen also came to a realization. Indeed, it was improbable for a place to be entirely devoid of sound. That large rotating light outside the barber shop fell to the ground. Logically, such a sizable object shattering should produce a significant noise, yet we heard nothing. While tempered glass does have soundproofing properties, but only under sealed conditions, Luo Yunxi pointed toward a small window nearby that was left ajar. After she spoke, Lin Yichen grew serious, sensing that something might be affecting their perception, and the unknown often breeds fear. "Everyone, gather," Lin Yichen shouted, opting to assemble everyone for safety. However, after a while, no one responded, although he could clearly see Mu Chifeng and the others chatting not far away. Interesting. His voice failed to reach them. Lin Yichen slowly closed his eyes, feeling a rapid drop in temperature around him, with frost forming in the air nearby. As the temperature plummeted, translucent threads of ice began to crystallize, forming a large ice dome that enveloped both him and Luo Yunxi. Observing the ice dome before him, Lin Yichen flicked his fingers, shattering it, and led Luo Yunxi outside. Mu Chifeng and the others noticed the change in temperature and exchanged puzzled glances before looking toward Lin Yichen's location. Seeing Lin Yichen encased in ice, they were momentarily baffled until the next second when the ice dome shattered. "Yaij!" Upon seeing Lin Yichen approaching them, Mu Chifeng called out. Lin Yichen, now able to hear their voices again, inquired, "Where are Lin Mo and the others? What's wrong, Yaij?" "They were just here." Mu Chifeng turned around only to find that Lin Mo and the others, who had been selecting snacks nearby, had vanished, leaving behind only 2 carts filled with snacks. "Damn it, I was careless." Mu Chifeng cursed under his breath. "Let us split up and search at this moment." Mo Ziming also realized Lin Mo and the others were missing. "No, if that thing can isolate sound, splitting up is too dangerous. We should search together." After Lin Yichen finished speaking, he led everyone to check various overlooked corners. Suddenly, Luo Yunxi pulled Lin Yichen's arm, pointing at a wall that held no goods, saying, "Aiken, that wall feels different to me." Hearing her words, Lin Yichen immediately conjured a large block of ice and hurled it toward the wall. The ice block passed through the wall silently, but along with it, the wall itself vanished, transforming into strands of translucent thread. Observing the wall now comprised of these threads, Mu Chifeng set it ablaze, revealing the true wall behind it, alongside a deformed iron door, with a pile of shattered ice at its threshold. Hearing the sounds of a struggle emanating from within, Mo Ziming clenched his fist against the iron door, causing the already deformed door to twist and ultimately collapse into a ball of iron that fell to the ground, revealing the scene inside. The interior was a large warehouse where Lin Mo was engaged in combat with a mutated spider towering over 2 meters, with various supplies scattered across the floor due to their battle. The spider's 8 long, spear-like legs made it exceedingly difficult for Lin Mo, who could only rely on his speed to evade, while the spider matched his pace, leaving him no time to mount an effective counterattack, resulting in multiple injuries. Su Weiyao lay unconscious in a corner far from the fight. "Chen Sheng, it's up to you. You have confidence." While speaking, Lin Yichen summoned an ice shield to protect Lin Mo from the spider's assault. "No problem. I've been wanting to test my strength, so you can take a break." Shama. Mu Chifeng nodded, stepping forward to take Lin Mo's place in the battle against the mutated spider. Luo Yunxi also utilized her abilities to retrieve Su Yueyao. and upon checking, she found that Sui Weiyao had merely fainted, feeling relieved that there were no other issues. Damn, if it weren't for this beast's sneak attack, I could have taken it down. Lin Mo grumbled as he returned to the door, but upon seeing the unconscious Sui Weiyao, he fell silent, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes for not having protected her well. Luo Yunqi keenly sensed the emotion in Lin Mo's gaze, smiling as she handed Sui Weiyao back to him, saying, "You've done quite well. At least, that's how I see it." "Really, sister-in-law?" Looking at Luo Yunqi, who was giving Sui Weiyao back to him. Lin Mo felt a bit overwhelmed, gently cradling her in his arms. "Yes." Watching Lin Mo's eyes filled with concern for Sui Weiyao, Luo Yunqi nodded with a smile. "Thank you, sister-in-law. I know I'm not very capable right now, but I promise I'll do better in the future. Remember what you said. If you don't live up to it, I'll have your brother deal with you." "Okay." At her words, Lin Mo's gentle caress of Sui Weiyao faltered for a moment, but he still nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the battle on Mu Qinfeng's side was drawing to a close. It seemed that the fire-type abilities had a significant advantage over the mutated spider, as Mu Qinfeng's attacks were quite effective, easily suppressing the creature. After becoming thoroughly familiar with his own strength through battling the spider, Mu Qinfeng dealt it a swift end, retrieving a crimson crystal core from its remains. Wait, just as Mu Qinfeng intended to incinerate the spider's corpse, Lin Yichen stopped him. "What's wrong, Yaij?" Mu Qinfeng withdrew the flames in his hand. "Let it be. Maybe we can trade it for some weapons later." Lin Yichen approached, freezing the spider's corpse before stowing it away. No problem. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words and recalling who their trading partner would be, Mu Qinfeng and the others nodded eagerly. Guns, one of the ultimate romances for boys. Lin Yichen was also intrigued by the spider's silk, which could isolate sound, change color, and mimic surroundings without being disturbed. If it could be fashioned into clothing, it would be an indispensable item for home travel or for committing acts of violence. Unfortunately, he lacked the knowledge and time for such things, so it was best to leave it to professionals for some benefits. "Remember to bandage yourselves." After Lin Yichen spoke, he and Luo Yunqi left the warehouse, while a medical kit appeared before Lin Mo. "Don't worry, bro. It's just a minor injury." "Ouch." Lin Mo, feeling smug, nodded, only to be playfully slapped on his injury by Mu Qinfeng as he passed by, causing him to gasp in pain. "You little brat." By the time Lin Mo managed to grit his teeth and shout, Mu Qinfeng had already laughed and dashed out of the warehouse. Mo Ziming also shook his head with a smile as he left with Mu Nanfeng. Once everyone had departed, Lin Mo grabbed the medical kit and, carrying Sui Weiyao, followed after them. When Lin Mo exited the warehouse, Lin Yichen had already returned with Luo Yunqi to the reclining chair, resuming his reading. "What's wrong?" Noticing Lin Yichen holding a book yet not turning a page, Luo Yunqi shifted in his embrace. "Nothing, just pondering how a spider could evolve such intriguing abilities. I wonder what fascinating abilities other creatures might possess. That's hard to guess, but we'll find out when we encounter them in the future." "True." Lin Yichen smiled and nodded, no longer dwelling on the thought as he resumed perusing the pages of his book. Chapter 48. Weapons acquired. After Lin Mo emerged, he first settled Sui Weiyao onto a sofa not far from Lin Yichen before attending to his own injuries. Once he had taken care of everything and found himself with nothing to do, he pulled Mu Qinfeng and the others into a game of landlord. "Heavenly Lord, did you just blow me up with a 3? You're still the Heavenly Lord?" Observing Lin Mo nonchalantly tossing down 4 joker cards, Mu Qinfeng looked utterly speechless. "I have good cards. What's it to you?" "Oh, I forgot you can't control me." Lin Mo grinned mischievously, then threw down another card. "You. Hey, calm down. Nanfeng, do you want in?" Although he knew the two would actually fight, Mo Ziming still attempted to mediate. 7.Q. Heaven Bomb. When it was Mu Qinfeng's turn to play, he threw down 8-2s, then looked at Lin Mo with a forced smile. "Aren't you supposed to have good cards? Why aren't you playing?" "Fine, just you wait." Missile. Rocket. Sigh. Watching Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng determined to settle the score, Mo Ziming exchanged glances with the others and sighed in resignation. Fortunately, the military acted swiftly, arriving at the supermarket before noon to rescue the mentally tormented Mo Ziming and the others. The roar of the helicopter also roused the unconscious Sui Weiyao, who groggily rubbed her head and stood up. "What's so noisy?" "Ugh." Luo. As Sui Weiyao began to speak, Luo Yunqi quickly covered her mouth, knowing her friend often woke up grumpy. Mu Qinfeng and the others approached Lin Yichen. Yaij. Upon hearing the thunderous roar of the helicopter, Li Xingyan, accompanied by his sister and Chun Weiming, ascended to the second floor. As Lin Yichen nodded at him, a sound of someone landing resonated from above, swiftly followed by the intense crackle of gunfire. The sound of gunfire startled everyone else instinctively, while Lin Yichen's gaze was fixed on the securely locked door of the safety passage on the second floor. Indeed, shortly thereafter, a squad of fully armed soldiers breached the door and entered. "Comrade Commander, this is Chu Jian, the squad leader of the original reconnaissance unit from Magic City, reporting in." The leading soldier surveyed the room before saluting Chen Weiming, who stood behind Li Xingren. "Thank you for your hard work." Chen Weiming reciprocated the salute earnestly. "Comrade Commander, we must hasten our pace. We attracted quite a number of zombies during our descent." After exchanging pleasantries, Chu Jian addressed Chen Weiming. "Yes, Xingyan. Please arrange for the evacuation swiftly." Chen Weiming nodded gravely at Li Xingyan upon hearing this. "Understood," Li Xingyan responded and hurried downstairs. "Aren't you all evacuating first?" Chu Jian inquired, bewildered as he glanced at Mu Qinfeng and the others standing nearby, one of whom was leisurely reading. Based on his rescue experiences over the past few days, he expected that the upper echelons of a team would be scrambling to evacuate during a rescue operation. Yet, these individuals were defying the norm, which rather enhanced his impression of them. "It's fine. You need not concern yourselves with us. Who is in charge of this operation? Could you kindly relay a message for me? Just inform them that I wish to discuss a transaction." Lin Yichen casually flipped through the pages of his book, his calm voice discernible even amidst the cacophony of gunfire. Chu Jian discreetly glanced at Chen Weiming upon hearing this, and upon receiving a nod, he retrieved his walkie-talkie. "Captain, this is Chu Jian. Please respond. Over." "What's the matter, Chu Jian? Are there difficulties with the rescue operation?" Over. A weathered voice emanated from the walkie-talkie after Chu Jian's transmission. "No. Captain, there's an individual here who wishes to speak with you regarding a transaction." Over. Chen Weiming, the commander, also nodded in affirmation. Over. Noting the prolonged silence from the other end, Chu Jian hastily added, feeling somewhat intimidated by the captain recently assigned from Kyoto. "I will come down shortly." Over. Following Chu Jian's statement, the weathered voice responded once more before the communication channel was terminated. With the call concluded, Chu Jian exhaled in relief, just as Li Xingyan returned with the others, prompting him to swiftly organize the evacuation. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad entirely in combat gear entered against the tide of those evacuating. Upon his arrival, Chen Weiming, along with Li Xingyan, also made their exit. The newcomer bypassed Chu Jian and headed directly towards Lin Yichen, yet was intercepted by the smiling Mu Qinfeng as he approached. "What would you like to discuss?" Mu Qinfeng inquired, blocking the newcomer's path. Yet the latter remained unperturbed, addressing Lin Yichen's retreating figure. "I wish to negotiate an exchange for some firearms and official intelligence." Lin Yichen waved his hand, and a chair materialized beside him, while Mu Qinfeng's blocking gesture transformed into an invitation. "Spatial ability, since you have mentioned a transaction, what can you offer me, or what information can you provide?" Intrigued by Lin Yichen's abilities, the newcomer took a seat on the chair beside him. "A corpse of a mutated creature, along with information about new types of zombies I have encountered." As Lin Yichen's words fell, the frozen carcass of a mutated spider appeared before them. "Deal. However, I am merely a squad leader, so the information I can share may be limited." The items Lin Yichen presented were indeed of great value, and with the current regulations on firearms being somewhat relaxed, it was a fair exchange. In acknowledgement, Lin Yichen nodded, understanding that the commander must possess considerable knowledge. Observing Lin Yichen's affirmation, he proceeded to divulge all that he knew. In fact, out of over 100 military bases nationwide, fewer than 40 have successfully established contact, and most have suffered troop losses. Only a handful of bases maintain a relatively intact force. I have just been reassigned from Kyoto to Magic City. Additionally, aside from the official secure bases, various small and large factions have emerged across the country, yet these bases are often chaotic and disregard the law, although there is intent to rectify this. The lack of manpower has rendered them helpless for now, but actions will surely be taken once sufficient personnel is available. Regarding the new types of zombies you mentioned, they have appeared nationwide. During a rescue mission, I encountered a 3-meter-tall variant that not only wreaked havoc but also exhibited formidable defenses. Ordinary bullets could not even penetrate its skin. Ultimately, it took several rocket launches to bring it down, resulting in several casualties among my team. His voice became notably somber at this point. I heard that the National Academy of Sciences captured a decayed zombie yesterday, yet there has been no detailed information released since. After he finished speaking, Lin Yichen recounted the various new types of zombies he had encountered in detail. The Stalker, the Tyrant, the Overlord, their strengths and weaknesses. The newcomer listened intently, extracting a notebook from his backpack to record everything diligently. My name is Zhao Feng. Thank you for your information. This knowledge will undoubtedly save many brothers. Once he confirmed that everything was documented, Zhao Feng removed his helmet, revealing a weathered face, and extended his hand to Lin Yichen with a smile. No need for thanks. This is a transaction. Lin Yichen also rose to shake his hand, holding a deep respect for soldiers like Zhao Feng, yet it remained merely admiration. Regardless, gratitude must still be expressed. Then do leave behind more firearms and ammunition to no problem. Chu Jian, Zhao Feng called out cheerfully that I'm here. Captain, Chu Jian's voice rang out from behind him. Why are you here? Has everyone evacuated? Upon turning around, Zhao Feng was met with Chu Jian's beaming smile. The evacuation is complete. I refrained from interrupting you earlier since you seemed so engrossed in your notes. Smile, 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 and hurry up to fetch the weapons, 1 rifle and 1 pistol for each person. And make sure to grab extra ammunition. And bring a box of grenades as well. Zhao Feng playfully tapped Chu Jian on the head. Yes, sir. Chu Jian covered his head and dashed out, soon returning with a large and a small box slung over his shoulders alongside the firearms. Can you use these? Zhao Feng handed Lin Yichen a rifle. This is the QBU-191, a new precision rifle with a magazine capacity of 30 rounds, boasting impressive performance suitable for various combat environments. Lin Yichen held it in his hands, nodding in satisfaction. You're quite the expert. It seems I won't need to teach you anything. Do come find me in Magic City when you have the chance. Zhao Feng chuckled, then pulled out a map from his backpack, handing it to Lin Yichen. All right. Lin Yichen accepted the map, glancing at it to discover that it not only marked 39 secure bases, but also indicated other uncontacted military installations, which he promptly stowed away. We shall take our leave now. The sooner this information is submitted, the more beneficial it will be. Once Chu Jian had set everything down, Zhao Feng effortlessly lifted the mutated spider's corpse, waving goodbye to Lin Yichen as he departed. Witnessing Zhao Feng's ease in carrying the over 2-meter-tall mutated spider left Lin Imo astonished, her mouth agape. The others, however, were oblivious, as their attention was fixated on the firearms scattered on the ground. With the 2 girls no exception, after Zhao Feng left, each took a firearm and began experimenting with it. Observing their enthusiasm, Lin Yichen chose not to disrupt them and reclined once more. Before long, helicopters vanished one after another into the distant sky. The zombies drawn by the helicopter's roar were subsequently lured away, leaving behind only a few remnants and a scene of chaos. Chapter 49. The mysterious disappearance of the shelves. Go ahead and give it a try. If you keep rubbing it, sparks might fly. After a while, noticing that the enthusiasm of the group had not waned in the slightest, Lin Yichen shook his head. Hee, I was just waiting for you to say that. Yao, let us go. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Lin Imo chuckled and grabbed Sui Weiyao, dashing towards the safety passage where Zhao Feng and the others had retreated. By the way, Yao, can you handle this? No, that's all right. I'll teach you. I was the sharpshooter on our street when I was little. Imo Ziming and the others followed suit, excitement evident on their faces, while Mu Chunfeng maintained a calm demeanor. Trailing behind them, after hearing Lin Mo's words, Luo Yunxi approached Lin Yichen. Aren't you going to give it a try? As he looked at Luo Yunxi standing beside him, Lin Yichen set down his book. Of course, but I'd like Aiken to teach me. Luo Yunxi smiled, reaching out to pull Lin Yichen, who was lounging in the chair. Say it again. Aiken. All right, let me teach you. Lin Yichen chuckled, ruffling Luo Yunxi's hair before leading her toward Lin Mo and the others. When holding a gun, keep your body steady. Your shooting hand must be steady as well. Finally, align your aim through the sight and you can fire. Bang. As Lin Mo's words concluded, a gunshot rang out, and a zombie collapsed downstairs in response. Bang, bang, bang. Following this, several more shots were fired, yet this time no zombies fell. Some bullets struck their targets, while others completely missed. As Lin Yichen and the others approached the safety passage, they heard Lin Mo's instructions, followed closely by the sound of gunfire. As they approached a few individuals, it became apparent that the staircase leading to the second floor had been damaged by Zhao Feng and his companions. No wonder there had been no zombies entering the supermarket earlier. Mu Chunfeng had already tested the firearm, and after Mo Ziming fired the first shot, they adjusted their movements accordingly. Go. Upon seeing Lin Yichen bring Luo Yunxi over, Lin Mo and the others made some room for the pair. Well, when handling firearms for the first time, remember to prioritize safety and avoid pointing the muzzle at your teammates. Lin Yichen offered a reminder before proceeding to instruct Luo Yunxi on how to use the gun. This is the safety, which you can rotate to select between single fire and automatic. This is the trigger, which fires with a single pull, and here is where you aim. Once you have your target in sight, you can pull the trigger. Bang! Lin Chen, guiding Luo Yunqi, pulled the trigger, and a zombie collapsed in response. Wow, Chen, you're amazing! Luo Yunqi exclaimed, her smile radiant as she gazed at the fallen undead. You're impressive too. Why not give it a try yourself? Lin Chen leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. He then released his hold and stepped back to stand next to Mu Chenfeng. While Luo Yunqi nodded and dashed over to Su Yueyao, observing the interaction between Lin Chen and Luo Yunqi, Imo Ziming and the others suddenly found their firearms less enticing. Lin Imo, however, cast a resentful gaze at Lin Chen, lamenting, "This is the perfect moment for my feelings to deepen, brother." Pfft. Unable to contain himself upon witnessing Lin Mo's forlorn expression, Mu Chenfeng chuckled. As Lin Mo's gaze shifted to him, he quickly turned to Lin Chen and suggested, "It's noon. Ego, how about I start preparing lunch? They can indulge a bit longer." Zhao Feng left behind plenty of supplies. Lin Chen disregarded Lin Mo's look entirely, chuckling softly as he surveyed the multitude of zombie corpses below. "This certainly presents quite a task," he remarked. Understanding his intent, Mu Chenfeng smiled knowingly, waiting for the enthusiasm of Imo Ziming and the others to wane. Finally, after each person had fired off a magazine, their enthusiasm began to diminish, yet the smiles on their faces were impossible to conceal. Except for the initial shots that had been somewhat clumsy, they grew increasingly adept, hitting their targets with precision, resembling a team of sharpshooters in the making. "Perfect, just enough for each of us to have a magazine. Let us descend to gather crystal cores and repay our debts," Mu Chenfeng announced, eyeing their beaming expressions. "Ah, no way, Ego." Upon hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, everyone turned their hopeful gazes to Lin Chen. Under the eager stares of Lin Mo and the others, Lin Chen simply smiled and nodded. An icy slide then unfurled from beside them down to the ground, presenting an opportunity too good to refuse. "Now, don't say I'm not joining you. I'll leave the choice to you. Do you want me to accompany you down, or, at this point?" Mu Chenfeng deliberately paused before continuing, "Or shall I prepare a meal for you, so you can enjoy a hot dish upon your return?" Upon hearing Mu Chenfeng's proposition, Lin Chen remained noncommittal, tacitly agreeing. What a shameless person. This was the collective first reaction of Lin Mo and the others after hearing him. You. Lin Mo stammered, pointing at Mu Chenfeng, unable to articulate his frustration. After a moment of contemplation, Imo Ziming and the others decided to slide down the adjacent slope, reasoning that a hot meal upon their return was worth the wait, and one less person wouldn't hinder their efforts significantly. As they descended one by one, Mu Chenfeng thought to himself, "This is going smoothly. Now to ponder what delicious meals to prepare for them." Glancing at Mu Chenfeng's cheerful demeanor, Lin Mo approached him with a grin. "Why haven't you gone down yet?" Upon noticing Lin Mo suddenly at his side, Mu Chenfeng's smile faltered, a sense of foreboding washing over him. "Go down. Go down now," though Lin Mo verbally urged him. In the next moment, he hoisted Mu Chenfeng onto his shoulders. Hey, Xiao Mo, what are you doing? This isn't fair. What are you talking about? I'm just helping you down." Lin Mo laughed, tossing Mu Chenfeng into the nearby slide before jumping in after him. Seeing that everyone had gone down, Lin Chen made his way to the entrance to keep watch for any disturbances. Mugo, why are you down here? Mu Nanfeng asked knowingly, having witnessed Lin Mo's antics. Mu Chenfeng shot him an exasperated glare before joining them in their quest for crystal cores. With Lin Chen overseeing the operation, their pace was swift, as they had no need to worry about zombie ambushes. Nevertheless, it took them approximately an hour to thoroughly scour the corpses before they felt utterly exhausted. They hurried back up the ice slide constructed by Lin Chen to the second floor, tossing their collected crystal cores to him before rushing off to freshen up. 218 cores, Lin Chen summarized the group's haul, storing it in his space before heading toward the warehouse they had previously discovered. Inside, he found a treasure trove: rice, self-heating hot pots, instant rice, dried fruits, water, various seasonings, and even some clothing suitable for spring and winter. He gathered quite a lot until the space was at capacity before exiting the warehouse. Aside from reserving some space for the crystal cores, the rest of the area was filled to the brim, more than sufficient to provide for the entire Chenfeng team for a year or two. "What's wrong, Chenfeng?" Lin Chen asked as he stepped out of the warehouse to find Mu Chenfeng waiting at the door. "Did he go? Come see this," Mu Chenfeng said, pulling him downstairs. Noticing Mu Chenfeng's expression, Lin Mo and the others, who had just finished their baths and were chatting, curiously followed suit. Upon arrival, Everyone was left dumbfounded. The first floor, where 8 shelves brimming with supplies had once stood, was now a vast empty space. Realizing what had happened, Lin Yichen immediately instructed the group to inspect the supermarket's doors and walls, even removing several floor tiles to check for any signs of tunneling. However, the ground remained unchanged. The doors showed no signs of tampering, and the walls were intact. They collectively fell into contemplative silence, recalling that they hadn't seen Li Xingyan and the others take the shelves when they left. So where had those 8 shelves, which should have been filled with supplies, vanished to? Let us disperse. Where there is one instance, there will be another. The fox's tail will eventually show itself, Lin Yichen concluded after their musings bore no fruit. Waving his hand and turning back toward the second floor. Also, I'll prepare lunch. Feel free to gather any ingredients you want. Upon hearing Mu Chunfeng's suggestion, the group scattered, each seeking their preferred ingredients. Just as Lin Yichen and the others dispersed, 2 figures, one tall and one short, emerged from a shop less than 20 meters away. Ugh, I could barely breathe. Can't you be a bit more enduring? The shorter one spat, expelling the mud from his mouth. Hey, if you had run faster, we might have caught up with the military's retreat. The taller one waved off the dust from his clothes. Can you blame me? There were so many obstacles on the way. It's quite fortunate we made it here safely. Let us just head back. At least we have something to show for it. Otherwise, sigh. The mention of returning caused a frown to spread across the shorter one's face. Hearing this, the taller one fell silent, and they began their journey back in the direction they had come. Having traversed the route once, their return was significantly quicker, and they arrived back at their base, a lavish KTV, in about half an hour. Knock, knock, knock. After tapping out a long and 2 short signals, they waited at the entrance. Shortly, the KTV doors swung open, and they were ushered inside, taken to a VIP room filled with revelry and debauchery. The room was occupied by the higher-ups of their small group, and at the forefront sat the leader Peng Fei. Boss, as soon as they entered, the 2 bowed respectfully to Peng Fei, though their expressions remained unchanged. Did you catch up? Peng Fei slowly extinguished the cigar in his hand, and the others ceased their activities. Awaiting a report from the duo, the military was too swift. By the time we arrived, they had already retreated. Doug. Before the taller one could finish, he was struck to the ground by a thrown bottle. The liquid mingling with blood soaking his upper body. However, we discovered a large supermarket. Not only was the stock largely untouched, but it was also quite secure, with minimal zombies nearby, likely due to military clearance. The shorter one quickly knelt to provide corroboration, pulling out a shelf laden with supplies to prove his honesty. Upon seeing the shelf filled with food before him, Peng Fei turned to the shorter one and inquired, "Is there more?" "Yes, indeed. Though my storage is limited, I managed to gather 6. This room cannot accommodate them all." The shorter one nodded vigorously. "Good. Well done this time. Place the supplies in the warehouse and then go check on your families." Peng Fei replied, sauntering over to the shelf and casually tossing several loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water in front of the pair. "Thank you, boss." The shorter one bowed deeply, signaling to the taller one with his eyes. "Thank you, boss." The taller one, understanding the cue, winced at the pain in his head as he mimicked the shorter one's gesture. "All right, you may leave." Peng Fei waved his hand, dismissing them. Hearing the dismissal, the shorter one gathered the fallen items and assisted the taller one out. "Zhang Fu, keep an eye on them." After the 2 individuals exited, Peng Fei handed a set of keys to his trusted confidant, Zhang Fu, who nodded in acknowledgement, took the keys, and followed suit. "Next time, get straight to the point." "Now look, you're injured," remarked the shorter man as he produced a roll of bandages at the doorway to tend to the taller man's wound. "How was I to know? If it weren't for—" Be gentle." The taller man's words were abruptly interrupted as the shorter man pressed down harshly on the wound, causing him to grimace in pain. "All done. Wait here for a moment while I stow away the supplies. And then we shall visit our families together." The shorter man handed the bandages to the taller one, gesturing towards the space behind him, to which the taller man nodded in understanding. "Master Zhang." The shorter man called out to the emerging Zhang Fu, having heard others address him in such a manner. Zhang Fu replied, nodding as he produced the keys to unlock the nearby warehouse. Then stepped aside to allow the shorter man to place the items inside. The shorter man nodded, approached the warehouse door, and raised his hand to put in the remaining 5 shelves, without stepping inside himself. "All right, you may leave now. Today, you are permitted to stay with your families, and we will call upon you if needed." Observing the 5 shelves brimming with supplies, Zhang Fu nodded in satisfaction and waved the two away. Understood, Master Zhang. The two responded before making their way towards the family quarters. Those who had been absorbed into this group resided separately, with the elderly and children lacking mobility housed together, while the others lived in proximity. Those with relatives were dispatched to seek supplies, while those without or who were indifferent to the fates of their kin were assimilated into roles managing the elderly and children, despite their harsh treatment of those sent to gather supplies. They were relatively kind to the elderly and children, ensuring they were well fed daily without arbitrary punishment. They understood that the better the elderly and children fared, the less inclined their subordinates would be to rebel. Thus, as more supplies were brought back, they would enhance the treatment of the families of those successful in their ventures. Conversely, if someone failed to return or perished outside, their family would be expelled in front of everyone. To avoid such a fate befalling their loved ones, those seeking supplies would go to great lengths to survive and bring back as much as possible. Once the figures of the two men vanished at the corridor's end, Zhang Fu locked the warehouse door and returned to the earlier private room. Brother Ping, indeed, there are 5 shelves filled with supplies, Zhang Fu whispered into Ping Fei's ear upon entering. Everyone dispersed out at Zhang Fu's words. Ping Fei's eyes brightened as he waved away the women in the room. Yes, boss, the women responded before retreating. Zhang Fu confirmed the existence of 5 shelves brimming with supplies, indicating that the two young men had not lied. They had indeed discovered a large supermarket not far from them. What do you all think? Peng Fei inquired once only his trusted associates remained in the room. Boss, I believe we should go. Our current supply sources are precarious, and a large supermarket could sustain us for quite some time. Of course, safety remains paramount, replied the individual seated to Peng Fei's left. He was Peng Fei's strategist, the mastermind behind their management plans, thus held in high regard by Peng Fei. Big brother, we concur, the others chimed in, especially eager for a change from their monotonous diet of bread. All right, Zhang Fu, go fetch those two. You all prepare as well. We will depart as soon as they arrive. Upon hearing the agreement from his comrades, Ping Fei decisively nodded. By the way, bring their families along too. You know what to do. As Zhang Fu reached the door, Peng Fei made a throat-cutting gesture. Zhang Fu nodded in understanding, stepped outside, and soon returned with the two men in tow. The two brought back appeared bewildered, as not only had their families been summoned, but the guards who usually watched over the elderly and children accompanied them as well. The shorter man was especially anxious, sweating profusely, fearful that his earlier oversight regarding the 2 shelves would be discovered. What are your names? Do you wish to join us? Just as the two were feeling uneasy, the prepared Peng Fei spoke up. Boss, I am Wu Xingyu. May we? The shorter man responded quickly, relieved that he had not been caught for hiding supplies. Boss, I am Xiao Xiuqi. We certainly wish to, declared the taller man without hesitation. Wu Xingyu, correct. How vast is your storage space? Peng Fei inquired, pleased with their reactions. Approximately 30 square meters, Wu Xingyu understated, as it was actually 40 square meters. Very well, return these items to your space, and take as much as you can. After calculating internally, Peng Fei led him to the warehouse. It's full, boss, Wu Xingyu announced after retrieving 6 shelves and a few additional supplies. You remember the route to the supermarket, right? Peng Fei asked, patting Wu Xingyu's shoulder after he had finished storing the supplies. I remember, Wu Xingyu nodded. Then lead the way. Upon arrival at the supermarket, you, all of you, and your families will become part of us. Rest assured, we will ensure your families are well protected along the way. Noticing that Wu Xingyu seemed about to say something, Peng Fei waved a hand to interrupt and pushed Xiao Xiuqi beside him. Good. Wu Xingyu and Xiao Xiuqi exchanged glances before heading towards the supermarket, as they had no choice. Seeing them set off, Peng Fei followed closely with his fully armed team as for the laborers who had yet to return. Peng Fei paid them no mind. They could be captured once they arrived at the supermarket. It'd be by the time Peng Fei and his group arrived at the supermarket, Lin Yichen and his companions had already finished their lunch and were comfortably lounging on the second floor, basking in the sunlight. Chapter 51. The news of the survivor base Qinfeng as Peng Fei's group approached the supermarket. Lin Yichen, holding a crystal core, opened his eyes. What's the matter, Igu? Upon hearing Lin Yichen call him, Mu Qifeng also opened his eyes. We have guests. Let us treat them well. They are almost here, Lin Yichen said before continuing to absorb the crystal core. Although a considerable number of individuals were approaching, he felt that a transformed Mu Qifeng would suffice, especially with a firearm in hand. Understood. Hearing of the guests, Mu Qifeng cheerfully picked up the dual pistols beside him and proceeded downstairs. since firearms needed to be readily available to maximize their effectiveness. Lin Yichin had allowed them to manage their own ego. Let us go check it out too. The others, intrigued by Lin Yichin's words, jumped off their loungers, armed with their weapons, and followed Mu Qinfeng. Boss, we can enter the supermarket through here. Wu Xingyu pointed at the wall ahead, indicating they were now at the left side of the supermarket. Ping Fei nodded in acknowledgement, and the others visibly relaxed upon realizing they had arrived. Their gazes instinctively drawn towards Wu Xingyu and Xiao Xiuqi. They were well aware of the numerous zombies encountered along the way and were curious how the two had managed to traverse such distances. Unperturbed by the group's attention, Wu Xingyu nodded to Xiao Xiuqi, signaling him to proceed. Xiao Xiuqi understood, placing his palm against the wall, which began to visibly cave in, shortly forming an entrance wide enough for passage. Boss, let the metal-type ability user handle the steel bars, and then we can enter. I will seal it afterward. Once the opening was created, Xiao Xiuqi stepped aside, allowing the others to glimpse the supermarket's interior. Gazing at the supermarket teeming with supplies, Ping Fei and his companions were elated and immediately instructed their awakened metal-type subordinate to remove the steel bars from the entrance. After the steel was dealt with, Peng Fei entered first, followed closely by the others, while Wu Xingyu and Xiao Xiuqi managed the rear and repaired the entrance. You, the last one, come here. Were you the one who stole the shelves at noon? You made us search high and low. Xiao Xiuqi heard this as he finished repairing the entrance, bewildered by someone daring enough to speak so boldly. Turning around, he found a dark muzzle aimed at him. His body stiffening at the sight, realizing he had inadvertently trapped himself within the newly repaired entrance. The others held their breaths, fearful that a single misstep might lead to disaster. Peng Fei mentally cursed Wu Xingyu and Xiao Xiuqi's ancestors as he pondered. Was this place supposed to be safe? Where did all these armed individuals come from? Brother, is there an issue? Xiao Xiuqi swiftly navigated through the crowd to Lin Mo, wearing a sincere smile. Did you come here during that time at noon? Are there any accomplices? Lin Mo asked, patting his face. Hearing Lin Mo's inquiry, Wu Xingyu clenched his fists, casting a worried glance at Xiao Xiuqi's back, silently urging him to hold strong. I didn't come. I swear. Xiao Xiuqi shook his head vigorously. Oh really? You can too. Mu Qinfeng patted Lin Mo's shoulder, indicating his turn, while pointing at Wu Xingyu, who stood behind the crowd. He had noticed Wu Xingyu's subtle reaction earlier. Brother, whatever you need, just say it. Wu Xingyu stepped forward to join Xiao Xiuqi, feeling a bit helpless at the heightened scrutiny. Did they come or not? Mu Qinfeng did not interrogate the two, but instead aimed his firearm at the first to enter, Peng Fei. Come closer, and bring along the 6 large shelves brimming with supplies that you took with you. We were misled by the treachery of those two, and thus arrived here, unaware that this place was already claimed. By the way, these are their family members. We hope that you, esteemed adults, will show mercy upon us, as this is our tribute to you. Within, Peng Fei was seething with hatred for the two, and he commanded that their families be pushed forward. The child of about 7 or 8 and an elderly man were presented. The child, upon being pushed out, remained silent, quietly nestling in the old man's embrace. Subsequently, he removed his backpack, revealing it to be filled with crystal cores, before tossing it aside. Truly, he was a capable leader of the group, adept not only at taking but also at relinquishing, and even at pleading for mercy. Listening to Peng Fei's words and observing the family members being thrust forward, Wu Xingyu and his companion were filled with indignation. Yet they recognized that their arguments would be futile, so they chose silence. Glancing at the backpack laden with crystal cores at their feet, Mu Qinfeng nodded and inquired, "What else do you know?" "I do know that approximately 10 kilometers from here lies a small survivor base that is not military-controlled, housing around 1,000 individuals. There, food, women, and even management rights can be exchanged for crystal cores. Currently, it is overseen by a formidable fire-type ability user named Su Hufeng." Peng Fei pointed in the direction from which they had come. Is there anything more, aside from the abundance of zombies on the way here? "There is nothing else. If you strike me, I shall grant you a chance at survival." Once he had exhausted all useful information, Mu Qinfeng tossed the gun he held to Lin Mo and beckoned to Peng Fei with a finger. "Your fists and feet are indiscriminate. I am afraid you have offended me." Seeing Mu Qinfeng's audacity, Peng Fei stepped forward with all his might, hoping to deliver a decisive blow or even subdue him, thereby coercing the others into disarming. Observing Peng Fei's intentions, Mu Qinfeng saw through his plan and met his full-force punch with one of his OWN.SO. "You are also an awakened one?" Peng Fei exclaimed, astonished by the force that rebounded from their fists. Mu Qinfeng offered no reply and launched a fierce assault, a flurry of punches, kicks, and elbows overwhelming Ping Fei in no time. A powerful strike sent Ping Fei hurtling backwards, crashing into two shelves before finally coming to a stop. That Wu Xingyu and his companion felt a sense of satisfaction at seeing Peng Fei sent flying. He got what he deserved. Spitting out a mouthful of blood upon rising, Peng Fei stained the ground with a crimson splash. Bang! Just as Zhang Fu attempted to advance, a bullet hole appeared at his feet. Lin Mo waved away the smoke from the gun's muzzle, making it clear that no one else was permitted to intervene in the ensuing scuffle. Following the gunfire, the previously restless crowd, stirred by Peng Fei's fate, fell silent once more. Not a problem, let us go again. Peng Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took a deep breath, and charged toward Mu Chenfeng once more. However, this time he exercised greater caution, and the exchange of blows became reciprocal. While Lin Mo and the others attentively observed the combat, learning from the experience, Xiao Shouqi, standing nearby, began to engage in covert actions. The onlookers, including Luo Yunqi, suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. Out of curiosity, she probed with her telekinesis, discovering someone was using their abilities to dig a tunnel. Looking up, she spotted the closed eyes of Xiao Shouqi and immediately fired a bullet that pierced through his arm. Ah! Xiao Shouqi yelped in pain, only to see the gun aimed at him and swallowed his cries. Xiao Shouqi's grandfather, witnessing his grandson's injury, though oblivious to the circumstances, immediately set down the child he was holding and knelt before Luo Yunqi, hoping she would spare his grandson. The child, released by the elderly man, burst into silent tears, unable to contain his sorrow but refraining from voicing it. Cease your petty actions, otherwise, the next bullet will not be aimed at your arm. Seeing the old man's gesture, Luo Yunqi sidestepped and retreated to stand beside Sui Weiyao. Xiao Shouqi nodded, enduring the pain in his arm as he helped his grandfather to his feet, offering a reassuring smile to indicate he was unharmed, and gently patted the head of the small child beside him. What's wrong, sister-in-law? The sound of gunfire drew Lin Mo and the others' attention, prompting Luo Yunqi to provide a brief explanation. Upon learning that Xiao Shouqi dared to engage in secretive antics, they raised their guns, prepared to deliver a few more shots to his head. However, witnessing him comfort the elderly man and child, they silently lowered their weapons. Let us spare him this time, they thought. At that moment, the battle reached its conclusion, with Peng Fei collapsing after Mu Chenfeng landed a powerful blow to his throat. Brothers, let us fight them. Seeing their leader fall, Zhang Fu and the others realized that the individuals before them had never intended to let them go. In an instant, they surged towards Lin Mo and the others, some utilizing their abilities while others took cover among the shelves, waiting for their chance to strike rat-a-tat-tat. However, Lin Mo and his companions were prepared, raising their weapons to unleash a barrage of gunfire. After a round of shooting, the foremost ability users fell, their bodies riddled with bullets. With the most dangerous among them eliminated, Mu Chenfeng led Lin Mo and the others into the shelves in pursuit of any remaining threats. Make sure to clean up thoroughly. Once everything was settled, Mu Chenfeng, now stained with blood, ascended to the second floor. Lin Mo and the others nodded, ignoring the trembling Wu Xingyu and his companions huddled in the corner. It turned out that upon first seeing Peng Fei and his group, Mu Chenfeng had already discerned their true nature and had no intention of allowing them to leave alive. Chapter 52. Consecutive Transformations. Brother E. They have been entertained. They harbor no objections. Upon returning to the second floor, Mu Chenfeng approached Lin Yichen directly. Yes, go and clean yourself up. Even from afar, I can smell the stench of blood on you. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, Lin Yichen chuckled lightly, and Mu Chenfeng nodded in response, grabbing his backpack and retreating to the restroom. When he emerged, he collided with Lin Mo and the others, who had just finished cleaning the battlefield. At this moment, Mu Chenfeng had washed away the filth and donned a pristine white outfit. With a smile that felt as refreshing as a spring breeze, he transformed back into the genteel figure they had first encountered. As if the ruthless killer from downstairs was a different person entirely. Little Chun, come here, let Brother Mo admire you, Lin Mo exclaimed with a grin, extending his grimy hand toward Mu Chenfeng. Away with you. I just bathed, and I don't want your hands touching me. Mu Chenfeng deftly dodged Lin Mo's advances, casting a glance at Wu Xingyu and the others trailing behind them. Had it not been for the elderly man and the child, he would have dispatched them as well. At Mu Chenfeng's gaze, Wu Xingyu and his companion shivered, instinctively shrinking back. Let us show the fox to Brother E. What else could we do? Lin Mo shrugged. Indeed, a cunning fox, 6 in total, correct? Mu Chifeng remarked with a smirk, glancing at Wu Xingyu. 8. We are merely trying to survive, even if we hand everything over. We won't gain much. Wu Xingyu quietly defended himself and his companions. All right, you all should go wash up too. You reek of blood, and brother, you won't appreciate that. I'll take these two over first. Mu Chifeng waved his hand at Wu Xingyu, signaling him to be silent. He had no interest in hearing explanations. Understood. Lin Mo and the others nodded, swiftly locating their backpacks and rushing off to cleanse themselves. Watching them depart, Wu Xingyu and his companions felt a chill settle in their hearts. The strength exhibited by Lin Mo and the others seemed formidable to them, yet there loomed the specter of Brother Yi, who instilled fear even in their hearts. Indeed, in Wu Xingyu and his companions' eyes. Lin Mo and the others hurried away, fearing that their blood-soaked state might displease the enigmatic Brother Yi. Unbeknownst to Mu Chifeng, who led them toward Lin Chen, he positioned them not far from the reclining chair before returning to his original spot to lie down. Awaiting the return of Lin Mo and the others, left to their own devices, Wu Xingyu and his companions dared not speak, remaining quietly seated. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Mo and the others returned one by one, resuming their places on their respective recliners. After a while, Lin Chen opened his eyes, and the crimson crystal core in his grasp vanished without a trace. The moment Lin Chen's eyes fluttered open, the temperature around him dropped slightly before returning to normal. Brother Yi, noticing the subtle shift in temperature, Mu Chifeng approached and softly recounted the events that had transpired downstairs. Brother, we have obtained 323 remaining crystal cores. We have already collected our share for today, and the fox from this morning is set aside as well. After Mu Chifeng spoke, Lin Mo tossed the backpack filled with crystal cores beside Lin Chen and waved the cores in his hand. Upon hearing Lin Mo mention them, Wu Xingyu and his companions instinctively stood, knowing they were powerless and could only await their fate. After Mu Chifeng and Lin Mo finished speaking, Lin Chen nodded. Gesturing to absorb the crystal cores Lin Mo had tossed into his space, he then turned his gaze to Wu Xingyu and the others, two young individuals only slightly older than himself, along with an elderly man and a child. Under Lin Chen's watchful gaze, Wu Xingyu and his companions felt even more anxious than before, knowing their lives rested in the hands of the young man before them. Let us go. Observing the tense demeanor of Wu Xingyu and his companion, Lin Chen merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away, his voice drifting to the ears of the three. In such dire circumstances, those who still express concern for their loved ones cannot be all that bad. Since they managed to survive the clutches of Mu Chifeng, he felt no inclination to inquire further. Lin Mo and the others, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, displayed no surprise. They retrieved the freshly acquired crystal cores to absorb, eager to undergo transformation as soon as possible. Concurrently, a crimson crystal core appeared before Mu Chifeng, who nodded in acknowledgement before reclining back. Wu Xingyu and his companion, however, were momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe their ears that they were allowed to leave without any inquiries, nor was there any mention of the supplies they had taken. Stunned, they lingered in place, and by the time they gathered their wits to ask something, they found no one was concerned about them. Sensing the shift, Wu Xingyu seemed to grasp the situation, cradling his sleeping brother as he departed with Xiao Xiuqi. The grandfather and grandson duo. Once their footsteps faded from the second floor, Luo Yunxi opened her eyes and nestled into Lin Chen's embrace. In the presence of outsiders, she perpetually maintained an aloof and untouchable air, only revealing her true self before those she considered kin. Lin Chen gently encircled Luo Yunxi in his arms, having sensed her emotional unrest from the very beginning that my initial target was indeed his head. You handled it remarkably well. Even if I were to take your place, I doubt I could have managed better. Now, absorb the crystal core. Dear. As Luo Yunxi's melancholic tone reached his ears, Lin Chen softly interrupted, affectionately ruffling her hair. Really? Luo Yunxi pushed aside the hand that was playfully disheveling her hair, casting a skeptical glance at Lin Chen. Lowering his gaze to meet her eyes, he smiled. Of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? All right, I believe you. Though Luo Yunxi remained unconvinced, recognizing Lin Chen's attempt to console her, she playfully kissed his cheek with a smile, resolving to remain steadfast next time, and then began to absorb the crystal core. Watching Luo Yunxi commence her absorption, Lin Chen closed his eyes as well. He understood what she had been on the verge of saying and hoped that throughout her growth, she could preserve her innate purity and kindness. As Lin Chen and Luo Yunxi settled into silence, the entire second floor fell into a profound stillness, with time slipping by until only a sliver of the sun lingered on the horizon. The once bright supermarket grew dim. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes flew open, brimming with excitement. He had sensed the opportunity for transformation. Just as he intended to rise, a plethora of crystal cores appeared before him. After accepting them, he nodded at Lin Yichen with a grin and continued his absorption. That it turned out Lin Yichen had not been asleep at all, vigilantly overseeing the others as they absorbed their crystal cores. The moment he observed Lin Mo's exhilaration, he understood that the crystal cores had reached their limit. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mo Ziming also awoke, his face mirroring Lin Mo's enthusiasm. He too had sensed the chance for transformation. The intense battle earlier with Mu Chunfeng had left him envious. Lin Yichen duly provided him with the necessary crystal cores to facilitate his transformation as the first rays of moonlight filtered through the glass. Luo Yunxi completed her absorption and awakened. Perhaps due to the initial 2 days without absorbing crystal cores, she did not perceive the opportunity for transformation this night. Are they about to transform? She softly inquired, glancing at Lin Mo, who had absorbed his crystal cores before her but had yet to finish. Indeed, Lin Yichen replied close to her ear. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Luo Yunxi's body tingled, and she promptly buried her already flushed face into his embrace, choosing silence. Lin Yichen's focus remained on Lin Mo and the others, oblivious to Luo Yunxi's unusual behavior, and he merely held her gently. Eventually, after absorbing 15 crystal cores, Lin Mo slumped onto the lounge chair, and judging by the expression on his face, it seemed he was in considerable discomfort. Oh no. Just then, Mu Chunfeng also opened his eyes. Startled by Lin Mo's appearance, it wasn't until he noticed the scattered crystal cores on the floor that he comprehended the situation. He then proceeded to tease Lin Mo, hoping to divert his attention. TSK, little Mo, why is your mouth agape like that? What an eyesore. By the way, weren't you quite the talker? Why are you silent today? After this exchange, Lin Mo's attention remained fixed, his eyes wide open. Mu Chunfeng's voice roused Sui Weiyao and Mu Nanfeng, who had truly fallen asleep. Upon awakening, Sui Weiyao was immediately concerned for Lin Mo, but feeling helpless, she could only pace back and forth, observing this. Luo Yunxi emerged from Lin Yichen's embrace to console her. Meanwhile, Mo Ziming, after absorbing 16 crystal cores, also collapsed onto the lounge chair, with Mu Nanfeng anxiously pacing beside him, equally powerless to assist. Precisely 20 minutes later, Lin Mo wearily closed his eyes, yet faint murmurs escaped his lips. Little point one, don't run. Hearing Lin Mo's semi-conscious threats, the group chuckled softly, feeling at ease. Shortly thereafter, Mo Ziming followed suit, managing to persist for 2 additional minutes longer than Lin Mo. After checking on him, Mu Chunfeng confirmed he had merely fainted, allowing everyone to relax. Chapter 53. Farewells and new members. Once assured that Lin Mo and the others were fine, Mu Chunfeng began preparing dinner. The others also took the opportunity to reorganize their backpacks, adding some essentials. Without anyone fueling the generator, it had long ceased operation, plunging the supermarket's first floor back into its usual darkness. Suddenly, a beam of flashlight pierced through the gloom. It was Mu Chunfeng, returning from his quest for ingredients. We can take you to the survivor base. We know a safer route. A voice emerged from the darkness to his right as he reached the spice section. Recognizing the voice as belonging to the group of Wuxing Yu he had released earlier, Mu Chunfeng continued selecting his spices without sparing them a glance. We have no ulterior motives, we just want to thank you. And we can guide you. Wuxing Yu persisted, noticing Mu Chunfeng's indifference. No need. Do as you please. The supermarket supplies are yours to use. But remember this. Don't trouble us, or I won't hesitate to personally escort you on your way. Mu Chunfeng replied, having gathered his needed spices before turning to leave, disregarding their reactions. This kid. Just then, the elder Xiao interjected. All right, Grandpa, with such a vast supply in the supermarket, it's a tremendous piece of news. Isn't it? Hearing Mu Chunfeng's words, Elder Xiao was about to respond when he was cut off by Xiao Xiuqi. Indeed, Grandpa Xiao, after such a long day, you must be exhausted. Rest well tonight, and tomorrow you can eat whatever you desire. Wu Xingyu quickly chimed in, both of them cautious that Elder Xiao might say something to provoke Mu Chunfeng. In truth, they had no other intentions but to express their gratitude to Lin Yichen and the others. Hearing Wu Xingyu and his companion say this, Elder Xiao ceased speaking, leaning against the floor and soon drifting off to sleep. Listening to Elder Zhao's steady breathing, Wu Xingyu and his companion unwound from the tension they had held throughout the day, eventually succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Mu Chunfeng returned to Lin Yichen's side, carrying a steamer, and within moments of opening it, The aroma of the meal wafted throughout the entire second floor. The scent drew everyone's attention, prompting them to pause their activities and gather to enjoy dinner. Due to the perishable fresh meat, the meal was rather simple, consisting of steamed rice and some stir-fried vegetables. However, no one complained. Each person savored their food, knowing well how enviable it was to have a warm meal every day, something many could only dream of. Meow, 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 meow. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent cat meows echoed, tinged with a hint of irritation. The diners looked up toward the source of the sound. In the moonlight, they could clearly see a large orange cat stuck in a small window that had only been opened a crack. Struggling to free itself, the cat seemed to notice it was being watched, freezing in its movements and opting to play dead, completely oblivious to the fact that its hindquarters were still wedged outside. Ha ha! The comical sight of the orange cat sent Sui Weiao into fits of laughter, and smiles spread across the faces of the others. Meow meow. Hearing the continuous laughter, the orange cat, playing dead, lifted its head again, meowing as if pleading for assistance. Yaij, Mu Chifeng, intrigued by the anthropomorphic antics of the orange cat, turned to Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen nodded. Only then did Mu Chifeng rise and approach the window, where the orange cat, sensing an approach, ceased its struggles and simply stared at him. Mu Chifeng reached the window, gently stroked the cat's head, and then opened the window wider to pull it inside. Meow, the liberated orange cat let out an excited cry. No longer resisting, and quietly allowed Mu Chifeng to hold it in his hands. Mu de Guanjia, give me a hug. Upon seeing Mu Chifeng bring the orange cat over, Sui Weiao displayed the most exuberance, for she had always adored cats and dogs. With a smile, Mu Chifeng handed the orange cat to her. Meow. The large orange cat's eyes shifted as it recalled that just moments ago, this very person had laughed the loudest while waving its paw at her. Observing the outstretched paw of the orange feline, Mu Chifeng retracted his hand, bringing the cat closer to his gaze. Upon meeting Mu Chifeng's eyes, the large orange cat decisively withdrew its paw and promptly leaped into Sui Yao's embrace, nuzzling affectionately against her. How adorable, right, Luo Luo? Sui Yao was unconcerned about the cat's earlier display, instead playfully waving its paw toward Luo Yun 11. It truly is quite charming. Luo Yun, she replied with a smile and a nod. Ego, this orange cat appears to be a mutated creature. Aside from its remarkable sensitivity, its strength must also be considerable, otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to leap to the second-floor window. Yet, why does its size remain unchanged? Mu Chifeng, having resumed his seat, stroked his chin. You should know that the mutated spider grew over 100 times its original size. If you're interested, then go ahead and keep it. After all, maintaining a cat is manageable. Lin Yichen remarked, casting a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. That I know you understand. If you wish to follow me, meow once. If not, meow twice. Mu Chifeng nodded, grinning as he waved at the large orange cat that had scampered from Sui Yao's arms to munch on food beside Mu Nanfeng. Meow. I'll grant you another opportunity to reorganize your thoughts. Noting the cat's lack of response, Mu Chifeng promptly slammed his chopsticks on the table, conjuring a fireball in his hand. Meow. Observing Mu Chifeng's assertive gesture and the fireball in his hand, the large orange cat let out a startled yowl and leapt back into Sui Yao's embrace. Are you implying that you wish to accompany me? Sui Weiao, bewildered, held the large orange cat and exclaimed. You were just waving your paw at me, little one. The cat, being lifted, nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner. Receiving an affirmative answer, Sui Weiao chuckled and turned to Mu Chifeng, saying, Mu de Guanjia, do you see? It's just like anyone else. Mu Chifeng shook his head with a smile, dispersing the fireball in his hand and resuming his meal. Well then, you shall be one of us from now on. We shall call you Xiao Qi, Sui Weiao exclaimed, shaking the large orange cat with excitement. Meow. The large orange cat responded with a soft meow, indicating its approval. Xiao Qi. Meow. Xiao Qi. Meow. After finishing breakfast, we shall rest. Tomorrow we will visit the survivor base. Tonight, I will keep watch, Lin Yichen stated calmly once both the person and the cat had settled down. Yes, Ego. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Mu Chifeng and the others nodded, quickly finishing their dinner before preparing to rest. The night passed without incident, and soon the morning arrived. Xiao Chenzi, you shall meet your doom. The first thing Lin Imo did upon waking was to pounce on the soundly sleeping Mu Chifeng. Hey, I did that last night to distract you. Mu Chifeng quickly rolled to evade Lin Mo's assault, and soon the two were engaged in a playful exchange of punches and kicks. The commotion roused the others. who, rather than intervening, watched with great interest. Neither combatant gained the upper hand. Mu Chifeng ended up with a bruised left eye, while Lin Mo's right cheek swelled up like a dumpling. Eventually, both exhausted, they exchanged smiles and collapsed onto the ground. Their unspoken camaraderie evident. Yao Yao, where did that orange cat come from? Wasn't it absent yesterday? At the breakfast table, Lin Mo inquired, eyeing the orange cat nestled in Su Yueyao's arms, whose right cheek had returned to normal. It's called Xiao Qi, and I snatched it from Mu Guanjiao last night. Su Yueyao replied with a smile, tossing a bun to the cat. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's envy was palpable as he bit into his bun with fervor. Then turned to Mu Chifeng. Don't look at me. Xiao Qi came running from outside the supermarket on its own and chose its owner. Mu Chifeng leisurely sipped his soy milk, his left eye's bruise nearly faded. He certainly wouldn't divulge the embarrassing truth of how he had coerced the cat. Lin Mo, upon hearing this, transformed his frustration into appetite, devouring several more buns. After breakfast, Mo Ziming took the opportunity to approach Lin Yichen while the others were tidying up. Bringing Mu Nanfeng along. Go. We are here to bid farewell. We are preparing to search for my parents. Take this, crush it in case of danger, and you will instantly appear 2 kilometers away. Lin Yichen nodded as 2 transparent spheres, identical to the one given to Li Xingyan, manifested before Mo Ziming and his companion. Lin Yichen had anticipated Mo Ziming's transformation last night, so he had condensed 2 of his maximum range space orbs overnight, while the one given to Li Xingyan had a range of only 1 kilometer. Thank you, Igu. Take care. Mo Ziming and his companion earnestly nodded, accepting the spheres as they prepared to leave. TSK, aren't you going to say goodbye? Upon hearing Mu Chifeng's voice, Mo Ziming's steps hesitated, and he turned back with a grin. How could we not? We were just about to find you. Too lazy to argue. Take care. Mu Chifeng stepped forward, delivering a light punch that sent Mo Ziming back 2 paces, after which he tossed him a backpack. Take care, don't die, and I look forward to our next meeting. Lin Mo also approached Mu Nanfeng, patting his shoulder and handing him a backpack. Thanks, Mo Go. I've learned a lot during this time. Take care. Mu Nanfeng smiled as he embraced Lin Mo briefly. Everyone, take care. Aware that the more they spoke, the more reluctant they would become, Mo Ziming donned the backpack Mu Chifeng had thrown, turned his back, waved goodbye to the group, and walked away. Rest assured, Mo Go, we will meet again. I promise, Mu Nanfeng echoed, accepting the backpack Lin Mo had given him and following in Mo Ziming's footsteps. Chapter 54. The Shady Safe Zone. What did you pack for him? Lin Mo asked, hooking his arm around Mu Chifeng's shoulder as they watched Mo Ziming and his companion fade into the distance. Nothing much, just 10 fully loaded rifle magazines, for handgun magazines, and some high-calorie food. What about you? Mu Chifeng waved his hand casually. Wow, packing so much. Aren't you worried it will hinder his movement? I kept it simple, just half a backpack of grenades. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly that it won't. I considered the weight when I packed. But what about you? Aren't you worried Nanfeng won't be able to move? Not at all. That kid is as agile as a monkey. This little weight is nothing to him. Huh? The 2 exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. Watching Lin Mo and his companion's childish antics, Su Yueyao covered her eyes with Xiao Qi, expressing her disbelief at their behavior. Luo Yunqi chuckled and gently patted Su Yueyao's head. Lin Yichen, meanwhile, gazed at the retreating figures of Mo Ziming and his companion. His thoughts unknown. As Mo Ziming and his companion vanished amidst the clutter of shops, those standing by the window finally withdrew their gaze. It is a good thing they have their own goals. We should take action as well. Today's objective, the survivor base. Once Mo Ziming and his companion were out of sight, Lin Yichen spoke slowly and descended the stairs. Woo! Let's go! Let's go! Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Lin Mo exhibited the most enthusiasm, swiftly snatching Xiao Qi from Su Yao's arms to follow suit. Lin Mo, give me back Xiao Qi, Su Yueyao shouted, chasing after him the sister-in-law. Please, Mu Chifeng chuckled, signaling for Luo Yunqi to proceed first as he took up the rear. Luo Yunqi nodded with a smile, accustomed to Mu Chifeng's and Lin Mo's nicknames. If you plan to visit the survivor base, I suggest you steer clear of that zoo on the way. I've heard that no one who entered came back out alive. They all perished. Noting Lin Yichen and the others passing by, Wu Xingyu offered a warning, having mentioned it to Mo Ziming and his companion earlier. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen and the others did not slow their pace, continuing toward the back door of the supermarket. Only Lin Mo paused his petting of the cat, retrieving 2 leftover crystal cores from his pocket and tossing them to Wu Xingyu as a token of gratitude for the warning. Before exiting the supermarket, Lin Mo returned Xiaoqi to Su Yueyao. Lin Mo, what did you say to Xiaoqi? Su Yueyao asked, observing the cat perched on her shoulder, looking around curiously instead of returning to her embrace. I didn't say anything. Really? Lin Mo insisted. Seeing Xiaoqi's demeanor, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, having quietly conversed with the cat all the while. Essentially, he had assured it that if it protected its owner well, he would provide it with delicious treats. Otherwise, he would give it a grooming session, allowing it to experience the thrill of being bare. After exiting the supermarket, the group summoned their supernatural weapons and headed towards the left, toward the survivor base. Lin Yichen's purpose in switching weapons was primarily to intimidate any nefarious individuals and to break through large hordes of zombies, rather than to clear them out, thanks to the significant enhancement of Mu Chenfeng and Lin Mo's abilities. The group's progress was swift, arriving at the entrance of the zoo Wu Xingyu had mentioned in less than 20 minutes. The first large wildlife zoo in Modu, welcome everyone to experience the beauty of primal wilderness. Gazing at the silent zoo, Lin Mo recited the promotional phrase at the entrance. Brother, shall we take a look? Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, completely oblivious to the serious expressions on Lin Yichen and the others' faces. Aiken, do not go. Luo Yunqi tugged at Lin Yichen's hand, shaking her head in warning. A profound sense of crisis enveloped her within. Yaij, Mu Chenfeng also called out seriously, sharing a similar unsettling feeling. Let's take a detour, Lin Yichen declared, moving aside. Even without the reminders from Luo Yunqi, he would have taken this course of action, for the atmosphere instilled a sense of dread in him. Entering would surely spell disaster. Observing the seriousness etched on their faces, Lin Mo, despite his usual dullness, grasped the gravity of the situation and followed suit. Once they distanced themselves from the zoo, the oppressive feeling finally began to dissipate, and everyone exhaled in relief before resuming their hurried journey. After approximately half an hour, they spotted a small survivor base, bustling with activity not far ahead. Their detour had been relatively smooth, the only encounter being a tyrant that Lin Mo and his companion used for practice. With no other new types of zombies in sight, we finally arrived. Lin Mo exhaled, gazing at the survivor base in the distance. Su Weiyao leaned against Luo Yunqi, nodding in agreement. Among the five, she possessed the weakest physical constitution and was nearly exhausted after running for almost an hour. Meow. Xiaoqi nuzzled against Su Yuyao's feet but was promptly lifted by Lin Mo, who, upon seeing the crystal core in his hand, immediately settled down. Well done. Lin Mo ruffled Xiaoqi's head and fed it the crystal core. For many zombies had perished beneath its claws along the way. Meow, Xiaoqi exclaimed as it swallowed the crystal core, emitting a contented purr. Let us go and take a look. After surveying the surroundings and confirming there was no danger, Mu Chenfeng proceeded towards the survivor base. Ever the reliable one, the others followed suit, only to discover that the survivor base was in a state of utter disrepair. The perimeter was merely a wall less than 2 meters high, hastily constructed from sandbags and gasoline barrels, with some areas lacking even barbed wire. Behind it stood an exceedingly ordinary office building, prominently displaying the words Shengyin Safety Base. Is this base truly secure? This was the first thought that crossed everyone's mind upon seeing the sign. Xiao Qinzi, can this even be considered a base? Lin Mo stood frozen, still holding Xiao Q. Mu Chenfeng did not respond. His expression equally perplexed, and he stepped forward to enter for a closer inspection. Halt. Upon noticing newcomers attempting to enter without submitting supplies, the two guards barked sternly. New arrivals must surrender a certain quantity of supplies to gain entry. Residency is a separate matter. Seeing Mu Chenfeng pause, the guards added. The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Mu Chenfeng pointed at the office building behind the guards, momentarily rendered speechless, clearly taken aback. Entry into such a place requires supplies? I just want to take a look. No intention of staying. How much is needed? Mu Chenfeng took a deep breath to compose himself. Each person requires 1 crystal core per day, if you leave early. There is no refund. Of course, other supplies can suffice, but in greater quantities. Do you require pets? Mu Chenfeng produced 5 crystal cores from his pocket, a reward from the journey. Not necessary. Simply place this in your sleeve for automatic attachment. Inside, enforcers will conduct checks. If they miss it, the consequences vary. Mildly, expulsion, severely. Well, you understand. After accepting the crystal cores, the guard's demeanor visibly softened, handing Mu Chenfeng 5 metal discs the size of coins, indicating the motion to place them in their sleeves. Oh, and if you decide to stay beyond a day, remember to register on the 2nd floor. What is this? Mu Chifeng curiously examined one of the discs before distributing the rest to Lin Yichen and the others. These are timing medals. They automatically start counting down from the moment you wear them, detaching after 24 hours. Do you know who invented them? Mu Chifeng placed the small disc in his sleeve. Discovering it indeed adhered as the guards indicated, instantly piquing his interest in the creator of this gadget. We don't know. You can inquire on the 4th floor, where information is exchanged. The guards replied in unison with a shake of their heads. All right, thank you for your assistance. Mu Chifeng smiled at them before stepping past into the office building behind. Lin Yichen and the others followed suit after donning their metal discs. Chapter 55. Intelligence acquired on the 1st floor of Shinin Safety Base. As Lin Yichen and his companions reached the entrance, they immediately caught the attention of a dedicated staff member. Upon noticing their bulging backpacks, the staff member's eyes gleamed with eagerness, and their excitement escalated upon witnessing them effortlessly produce 5 crystal cores. Thus, as Mu Chifeng stepped inside, he was quickly surrounded by a throng of people, some attempting to take advantage of the chaos to reach for his backpack. Get lost. All of you, stay 2 meters away from me, or face the consequences. Mu Chifeng kicked a middle-aged man who was about to touch his backpack to the ground, then stomped down hard on his outstretched hand. The excruciating pain shot through the man's palm, eliciting a wretched scream. Shut up, or I'll end you. Mu Chifeng coldly glared down at him, unbothered by the potential repercussions of killing someone within the base. As the middle-aged man, once howling in pain, fell silent under Mu Chifeng's icy stare, the surrounding crowd, recognizing the young man's ferocity, wisely retreated to a safe distance. With the crowd dispersing, Mu Chifeng observed the scene behind them. The corridors and rooms were teeming with people, some in ragged clothing, others emaciated, and even a few engaging in lewd acts in plain sight. Yet, they all appeared devoid of hope, resembling mere shells of their former selves, starkly contrasting with the group surrounding Mu Chifeng. What's going on, Xiaoqinzi? Did you really kick someone? While Mu Chifeng continued his observations, Lin Mo and the others, lagging a step behind, entered the building. It's nothing. This person had sticky fingers. Mu Chifeng shook his head, retracting his gaze. Ladies and gentlemen, would you care for some companionship? Lolas, mature women, handsome men, charming boys. We have all types, absolutely loyal. Affordable prices, buy one get one free. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and the others grimaced. Had humanity truly been reduced to mere commodities? Only Lin Yichen and Mu Chifeng remained unfazed. Mu Chifeng even expressed disdain for the notion of absolute loyalty, survival of the fittest. We cannot change the current circumstances, noting Lin Mo's grim expression. Lin Yichen assured, don't worry, brother, we understand. Lin Mo smiled in response, handing Xiaoqi to Suyueyao, who gently patted its head, not even flinching at her glare. He retracted his hand with a chuckle. Luo Yunxi smiled at Lin Yichen, signaling that she was fine. Young brother, how about customized weapons? Just 5 crystal cores, guaranteed quality. The perfect tool for slaying zombies. Young brother, interested in resource exchanges? Crystal cores for food. Food for crystal cores, satisfactory exchange rates guaranteed. Young brother, considering residency at the base. Enjoy a 50% discount for a limited time. Young brother, do you accept commissions? Compensation is negotiable. Ladies, interested in clothing? Stylish new arrivals at reasonable prices. Guaranteed to captivate these charming young men. Gentlemen, need a guide? Only 1 crystal core. We can save you a considerable amount of time. As someone initiated the conversation, the previously surrounding crowd began to chatter excitedly. Quiet. This is unbearable. Annoyed by the noise, Mu Chifeng activated his powers, launching several fireballs towards the chattering crowd. Upon seeing the incoming fireballs, the previously raucous group scattered, the fireballs crashing into the ground, creating sizable craters. Witnessing the destruction wrought by the fireballs, the crowd fell silent. Where are the stairs? After the noise subsided, Mu Chifeng inquired with satisfaction. Upon hearing his question, a clear path to the stairs was swiftly made. Noting the route leading upstairs, Mu Chifeng stepped down to break the arm of the middle-aged man on the ground as a form of punishment. Ignoring the man's wails, Mu Chifeng kicked him out the door and ascended the stairs with Lin Yichen and the others. Observing Mu Chifeng's nonchalant demeanor, the onlookers on the 1st floor felt a chill run down their spines and only relaxed slightly after he and his companions had disappeared upstairs. As they passed the soulless individuals, Lin Mo and the others were filled with profound thoughts, yet they remained silent, proceeding directly into the stairwell. Upon entering the 2nd floor, they encountered the enforcers mentioned by the guards. Likely drawn by the earlier commotion, However, the enforcers merely glanced at the metal discs on their sleeves before moving on without uttering a word. Wow, they are quite aloof. Lin Emo scoffed at the enforcers who had said nothing and walked away. Haha, they probably assumed we were intruders. Once they saw we weren't, they just let us pass. Let us go directly to the fourth floor. Mu Chenfeng smiled upon hearing the words, then proceeded to the fourth floor. As their purpose for this journey was specifically to gather information, the entire third floor had been transformed into an entertainment venue, where the sounds of curses and wagers echoed, reminiscent of the bustling marketplace before the apocalypse. Upon entering the fourth floor, the atmosphere swiftly returned to the predominant tone of the post-apocalyptic world, silence. Those who possessed information were seated, each in front of a cardboard sign detailing what they knew. Available for selection. Adjacent to them were designated rooms, where one could enter to negotiate upon discovering an intriguing piece of information. Xiaoqinzi, haven't you found anything yet? What exactly are you searching for? After a while of wandering on the fourth floor, Lin Emo observed that Mu Chifeng had yet to locate the desired information and, with a playful arm around his neck, inquired, I've found a few. But the one I'm most interested in hasn't surfaced yet. Mu Chifeng replied with a smile. A few. What are they? Lin Emo asked, puzzled, as he had also scrutinized most of the cardboard signs and found nothing particularly noteworthy. One sign mentions a giant zombie, possibly a tyrant. Another speaks of a shadowy zombie, which should be a stalker for sure. Yet another describes a bloated zombie, possibly a new type we haven't even seen. And one states that zombies are unusually gathering, indicating there might be a lord nearby. Just as Mu Chifeng was explaining softly to Lin Emo, he suddenly halted, staring at the cardboard sign before him, which bore just 8 brief words. Inventor of the timing disc. You all go wait for me at the entrance, he instructed, gently removing Lin Mo's hand from his shoulder and nodding to Lin Yichen behind him. Lin Yichen nodded in return, leading Lin Emo and the others toward the exit. As Lin Yichen turned, a bag of crystal cores appeared out of thin air in Mu Chenfeng's backpack, feeling the added weight in his bag. Mu Chifeng guided the others toward the designated room. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mu Chifeng emerged from the room and nodded to Lin Yichen and the others at the entrance, then, discreetly glancing back, he quickly descended the stairs. Lin Yichen understood and followed closely behind with Lin Emo and the others. Upon seeing Mu Chifeng return, the people on the first floor promptly cleared the way, allowing the group to exit the safety base without obstruction. Chapter 56. Resolving loose ends. After exiting the Qingyin safety base, Mu Chifeng led Lin Yichen and the others through various shops, ultimately climbing to the rooftop of a 4-story establishment. There's nothing here. Xiaoqinzi, are you sure we're not lost? After stopping, Lin Emo, believing they had arrived, looked around the rooftop only to find nothing but a few scattered zombies. Igu, pass me the gun. Mu Chifeng first requested his firearm from Lin Yichen before addressing Lin Emo. Don't rush. You wouldn't want a horde of tails following us, would you? What do you mean? Are you saying someone is tailing us? Lin Emo quickly grasped the situation and scanned the surroundings with a serious expression. Indeed, someone has designs on us. Care to join in? Observing Lin Mo's serious demeanor, Mu Chenfeng raised his rifle with a smile that he then drew a dagger from his waist, severing the sleeve containing the timing disc and tossing it into a nearby shop with open windows. Subsequently crouching at the edge of the rooftop, Mu Chenfeng cut his sleeve. Lin Yichen also removed the timing discs from the others, tossing them into the same shop. Absolutely. How dare they set their sights on me? They must be seeking a swift end. Lin Emo, infuriated, demanded his rifle from Lin Yichen and mimicked Mu Chifeng's actions, crouching at the rooftop's edge to observe the surroundings through the gaps in the various potted plants. Seeing Lin Mo's demeanor, Lin Yichen opted not to intervene, allowing him to gain experience while he and Luo Yunqi found a place to sit. Before long, Mu Chifeng and Lin Yichen spotted figures slowly approaching the shop with the timing discs from different directions. Seeing that there were indeed fearless souls daring to follow them, Lin Emo prepared to send them to their demise, but was halted by Mu Chifeng pressing down on the muzzle of his gun. Confused, Lin Emo glanced at Mu Chifeng, who, sensing his gaze, merely shook his head while keeping his eyes fixed on the approaching individuals. He was not showing mercy, but rather calculating how many had come, preparing to capture them all at once. 1. 2. As Mu Chifeng whispered softly, Lin Emo quickly understood and began to scrutinize the situation. 10. 1 for each. Before long, Mu Chifeng and Lin Yichen exchanged glances, instantly comprehending each other's intentions, and nodded. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, and 9 of the 10 approaching individuals collapsed immediately. The remaining one, touching the blood on his face, dropped his machete and fled, realizing too late that the others wielded firearms. He was fortunate, as just as Lin Mo fired, he happened to lose his footing, tilting his head just enough to escape with his life. Ha! Xiao Mo, your marksmanship needs work, Mu Qinfeng chuckled, glancing at Lin Mo, who had initially agreed to split the targets evenly but refrained from claiming more for himself. That was a fluke. Who knew that fool could stumble like that? Lin Mo pouted, rising to aim at the fleeing figure. A green whirlwind materialized in his palm, encircling the escaping individual below. Watching the struggle within the vortex, Lin Mo clenched his fist, causing the whirlwind to dissipate instantly. The larger whirlwind also unraveled, releasing a torrent of swift air currents that brutally tore the man apart, who gradually fell to the ground, bloodied. Wow, that move is impressive. Once you're stronger, you could wipe out a crowd with just a wave, Mu Qifeng praised, observing the gruesome scene below without a hint of remorse. In his eyes, those who dared to target him deserved a swift end. Lin Chen, who had witnessed everything, nodded in agreement and moved to the edge of the rooftop as Lin Mo and Mu Qifeng fired their weapons. Of course, this is the result of a night's worth of brainstorming, and if we continuously inject your flames, Xiao Qinzi, it will become a super fiery furnace. After receiving praise, Lin Mo was in high spirits. Enthusiastically patting Mu Qinfeng's shoulder, Mu Qifeng pondered the feasibility of Lin Mo's idea, first shaking his head, then nodding. Their current strength likely couldn't sustain such consumption, but it was worth trying in the future. With this in mind, he raised a hand to block Lin Mo's next attempt to pat his shoulder. All right, whether the consumption is significant or not, let's move on. Let us go. The consumption isn't too great, only about 10%. Lin Mo replied with a grin, retracting his hand. Okay, let us head to the nearest location and aim to settle things today. Time is of the essence and the task is heavy, Mu Qifeng declared before jumping off the rooftop. Whoa, when did you become so bold, Xiao Qinzi? Lin Mo gasped, peering down over the railing as he watched Mu Qifeng leap from the 4th floor. What are you making a fuss about? Hurry up and follow, Mu Qinfeng said, gripping the anti-theft bars on the 3rd floor window and casting a bemused glance at Lin Mo, then continued to jump down to the 2nd floor. Cough, cough. I was just worried about you. Lin Mo awkwardly scratched his head, following suit. After both Mu Qinfeng and Lin Mo had jumped down, Lin Chen waved to the Luo sisters and retrieved a safety rope from his spatial storage. Lowering it down, the sisters nodded, descending along the safety rope. Once they landed safely, Lin Chen stowed the rope and jumped down to join the others. On the way, Mu Qinfeng made a point to circle back. Passing by each of the bodies they had just slain, the Luo sisters walked calmly past the still bleeding corpses, showing no signs of distress, adapting remarkably quickly. Observing the sisters from the back, Lin Chen nodded inwardly, contemplating, next time, I should let them try their hand at combat. Although Mu Qifeng led the way, he remained vigilant of the situation behind him. Seeing the sisters' calm demeanor, he nodded in approval and quickened his pace toward their nearest destination. Since the information was all gathered from the Qingyin safety base, it was not far to travel in less than 5 minutes. Lin Chen and the others arrived at their closest target, a CAF named Feiji Le, where a black zombie had been seen frequently, with no ordinary zombies congregating nearby. Mu Qinfeng pointed at the CAF's sign and relayed one of the pieces of information he had just acquired. I suspect it's a stalker. All right, Xiao Mo, you go ahead, Lin Chen said, gesturing for Mu Qinfeng to take the rifle from Lin Mo. No problem. I'll handle it easily, Lin Mo replied confidently. Lin Mo unleashed his extraordinary abilities. Swiftly dashing to the entrance of the CAF, a cerulean longsword materialized, cleaving the door as he strode inside. Ego. Lin Mo observing Lin Mo's reckless demeanor, Mu Qifeng suddenly felt a pang of concern. Lin Chen, aware of his unspoken thoughts, waved a hand to interrupt. There is certainly danger, but it lies within a manageable scope. Moreover, what we require now is precisely this controllable risk, for it shall fuel our growth, enabling us to carve a bloody path when we eventually confront uncontrollable perils. I understand. Ego. Upon hearing this, Mu Qifeng nodded solemnly. Indeed, his recent surge in strength had made him somewhat complacent. Well then, that tyrant is yours to handle. Huh, all right. The abrupt shift in topic nearly caught Mu Qifeng off guard, prompting an immediate response. Chapter 57. Double decapitation crack. Just as Mu Qinfeng acknowledged, a resounding crash echoed from within the CAF, indicating that Lin Mo had engaged the lurking assailant. Meow. Sensing her master's anxiousness, Xiaoqi nuzzled against Su Yueyao. I'm fine. Xiaoqi.Su Yueyao gently stroked Xiaoqi's little head. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the CAF not far away. Luo Yunqi stepped forward, placing her small hand into Lin Yichen's, knowing well that he was not as unperturbed as he appeared. Fear not, I hold no concern for that troublesome lad. After all, I've been thrashing him since childhood. Even if he cannot win, he can certainly flee. Feeling the warmth radiating from Lin Yichen's palm, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Hearing Lin Yichen's words, Luo Yunqi nodded gently. Yet her hand did not retract. Instead, Mu Qifeng and the other two exhaled in relief. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous crash reverberated from the second floor of the CAF, causing the hearts of Mu Qifeng and his companions to leap once more. As the CAF's upper windows were made of tempered glass, Lin Yichen and the others could only vaguely discern the chaos within. They could make out a heavy impact against the upper glass wall, which was soon riddled with countless cracks. From the indistinct shadow, it was evident that the attacking party understood the principle of striking a downed opponent, launching a fierce onslaught. Thud, 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 following several heavy impacts. The already cracked glass shattered completely. Then, Lin Yichen and his companions beheld a lurking assailant hurtling through the air, accompanied by a shower of glass shards, only to have its head severed by a gust of wind. "Pa, with such speed, you dare attempt to ambush me? Do you not know that speed is my forte?" Soon after, Lin Mo's figure appeared on the second floor of the CAF, spitting disdainfully at the fallen body of the assailant. Though Lin Mo appeared dusty and disheveled, it was clear he was largely unscathed, allowing Lin Yichen and the others to breathe a sigh of relief that I recall someone relied on their looks to make a living. How has it shifted to speed? And if speed is the case, why do you resemble a little calico cat? Mu Qifeng jested, observing Lin Mo's appearance. At this, Lin Mo, who was about to collect his spoils, stumbled and fell from the second floor. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, activating his powers to hover in midair, though his nose grazed the ground, resulting in a visage spattered with blood, resembling a little calico cat even more. Ha ha! The sight of Lin Mo's plight brought Mu Qifeng immense joy. Meanwhile, Sui Weiyao set Shao Qi down and approached, gently dabbing at Lin Mo's face with a tissue. "I can manage myself." Lin Mo, blushing as he turned his face away from Sui Weiyao, reached out for the tissue. "Don't move." Sui Weiyao stepped back, evading Lin Mo's outstretched hand while softly admonishing him. "Oh, all right." Lin Mo's hand lingered in the air, suspended between indecision, suddenly feeling a wave of warmth as he summoned a gentle breeze to circulate between them. Mu Qifeng's smile abruptly vanished, shifting to Luo Yunqi's face. "Chun, look." Observing Sui Weiyao and Lin Mo's interactions, Luo Yunqi excitedly tugged at the arm that Lin Yichen held, for indeed, witnessing others in love was far more delightful. "I see it. They are merely awaiting the right moment. This is progressing quicker than I had anticipated." Smiling at Luo Yunqi's enthusiasm, Lin Yichen affectionately ruffled her hair. Meanwhile, Mu Qifeng felt a pang of envy, sensing he could no longer linger in this place, and thus sought to excavate crystal cores. Meow. Ultimately, it was Shao Qi's presence that shattered the tender atmosphere between the two, for otherwise, they might have remained in their reverie all day. Upon noticing Shao Qi at her feet, Sui Weiyao snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson as she hastily wiped Lin Mo's bloodied face, scooping up Shao Qi and fleeing. After Sui Weiyao dashed away, Lin Mo, grinning foolishly, sought a place to change his clothes. Yao Yao. Just as Sui Weiyao returned, she was intercepted by the grinning Luo Yunqi, and Shao Qi was unceremoniously handed over to Lin Yichen. Observing the two sisters whispering to one another nearby, Lin Yichen shook his head. Catching the incoming Shao Qi as he examined Shao Qi, noting the speed of its muscle rebound and the sharpness of its claws, he nodded in approval. It had undergone a thorough evolution. Meow. Shao Qi, held in Lin Yichen's grasp for inspection, did not resist, displaying remarkable docility, clearly aware of who the true leader of the group was. Once Lin Yichen finished his evaluation, Mu Qifeng returned from his crystal core excavation, prompting Shao Qi to be tossed back to him. "Have you also been cast aside?" "Ha ha ha ha." Mu Qifeng caught the flung Shao Qi, chuckling as he ruffled its little head. "Meow," Shao Qi protested, "that's not true. Be careful. I might accuse you of slander." Before long, Lin Mo reappeared, now dressed appropriately. "Is it all right?" Upon seeing Lin Mo's new attire, Mu Qifeng nodded. "Rest assured, I can hold my own." Lin Mo confidently patted his chest. "Then let us proceed." Mu Qifeng nodded in agreement, aware that the need for Lin Mo's prowess would soon diminish as they advanced towards their next destination. To conserve their strength, Lin Yichen took the lead in dispatching the zombies they encountered along the way. Even so, it took them over 10 minutes to reach their second destination, a large clothing market. Upon arriving at the entrance, they unexpectedly collided with a tyrant that had ventured out to scavenge. Roar, Spotting its prospective meal, the tyrant let out a deafening roar, seizing a small electric scooter parked at the door and hurling it towards Lin Yichen and his companions. Chenfeng, this one's yours. As the scooter hurtled towards them, Lin Yichen summoned an ice wall to intercept it, guiding the other three to a safe distance. Mu Chenfeng nodded, launching 3 fireballs aimed at the tyrant's face, swiftly followed by the manifestation of a flaming longsword that surged towards the tyrant. The tyrant raised a hand to block the 3 fireballs, sending sparks flying without sustaining significant harm. As Mu Chenfeng approached, the tyrant's colossal fist descended, halting his advance. Mu Chenfeng sidestepped the attack, simultaneously sending a fireball toward the tyrant's eyes while the flaming longsword aimed for its head, hoping to conclude the encounter swiftly. The tyrant ignored the fireball aimed at its eyes, instead raising its hand to deflect the flaming longsword, while its other hand swung violently toward Mu Chenfeng's head, although the flaming longsword was blocked. It nearly severed one of the tyrant's arms. Sensing the gust from the punch, Mu Chenfeng relinquished the flaming longsword lodged in the tyrant's arm, propelling himself backward to narrowly evade the blow. Though the force of the punch left a gash on his cheek, blood trickling down, the fireball detonated above the tyrant's head, inflicting damage that momentarily stunned it. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Chenfeng rolled to his feet and quickly distanced himself from the beast. Once at a safe range, he inhaled deeply, reconstituting the flaming longsword. However, this time, he summoned not the ineffective fireballs, but rather a spear renowned for its piercing capabilities. Roar, regaining its senses, the tyrant charged at Mu Chenfeng. With a wave of his hand, dozens of flaming spears shot forth towards the tyrant, while he concealed himself behind the barrage, seeking an opportunity. The impact of the flaming spears was immediate and devastating, embedding themselves deep within the tyrant's body before exploding, igniting it in a conflagration that surrounded the beast. The spears lodged in the tyrant's legs caused it to topple, allowing Mu Chenfeng to capitalize on the moment by channeling all his remaining energy into the flaming longsword. The once crimson blade transformed into an orange hue, and in the instant the tyrant raised its head, Mu Chenfeng delivered a decisive blow, severing its head. Well done, little Chenfeng, though you still fall slightly short compared to me. As Mu Chenfeng concluded the battle, Lin Emo was the first to approach, helping him to his feet. Wiping the blood from his face, Mu Chenfeng shot Lin Emo an exasperated glance, urging him to comprehend the situation. Your timing in battle was commendable, Lin Yichen praised. Ha ha ha, Ige, danger indeed accelerates growth. That punch from the tyrant deepened my understanding of my abilities. Mu Chenfeng grinned, leaning against Lin Emo. This is merely the beginning. Let us take a moment to rest that we will address the remainder after lunch. Listening to Mu Chenfeng's excited words, Lin Yichen smiled lightly, then shifted the subject, saying, now you can go and choose some clothes you like. With the enhancement of his abilities, his space had expanded significantly, making it effortless to carry some garments. Kagogo, upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Lin Emo dragged the exhausted Mu Chenfeng into the nearby clothing market. Luo Yunxi and the others, equally elated, nodded in agreement before embarking on their own quest for apparel. Chapter 58. The zombie tide approaches. After a while, Lin Emo and his companions, having selected their garments, found Lin Yichen at the checkout counter of the clothing market, and on the counter were also the prepared self-heating rice and water. Spotting the steaming self-heating rice, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with delight. He discarded the neatly packed clothes without a second thought. With a swift motion, he dashed to the counter and began to eat. Slow down, no one is competing with you. Observing Lin Mo's antics, Mu Chenfeng chuckled and picked up his bag of clothes. You wouldn't understand. If one isn't eager to eat, there is something amiss. Lin Mo, however, relished the meal even more. Ege.at this, Mu Chenfeng rolled his eyes, setting down 2 large bags of clothes beside Lin Yichen, and joined in on the feast. Lin Mo, Mu de Guanjia, come lend a hand, would you? Just as he took a couple of bites, Su Yueyao's voice echoed from afar. Coming. Hearing Su Yueyao's call, Lin Mo immediately set down his self-heating rice and rushed over. Mu Chenfeng shook his head at Lin Mo's retreating figure, amused by his double standards, yet he too put down his meal and followed. When the two reappeared in Lin Yichen's line of sight, all that was visible were 4 legs, as their upper bodies were obscured by an assortment of bags. Lin Yichen glanced at the various bags they carried and then at the 2 bags beside him. Taking a sip of water, after Lin Mo and his companion deposited their bags next to Lin Yichen, they made 2 more trips until the counter was overflowing. Observing the counter, which had become cluttered to the point of being unmanageable, Lin Yichen waved his hand, collecting all the bags in one sweep. Eventually, Lin Mo returned with the 2 sisters, Luo Yunxi, looking somewhat unsatisfied. After all, which girl could resist the allure of so many beautiful outfits? Let us eat. After finishing, we shall rest a while before setting off. As Lin Yichen's words fell, the bags held by Lin Mo and the others were also taken away, nodding in response. They gathered around to enjoy their lunch. The most exhausted, Mu Chunfeng, quickly polished off a portion of self-heating rice, refreshing himself with a sip of water immediately after. Wow, Xiao Qinzi, you're quite the hidden gem. Witnessing Mu Chunfeng's speed, Lin Mo, the self-proclaimed foodie, expressed his astonishment and swiftly finished the remainder of his meal, also drinking some water to recover. Noticing that Lin Yichen and the others had closed their eyes, Luo Yunqi and Su Yuliao exchanged glances, slowing their eating pace while remaining attentive to their surroundings. As Lin Yichen was gathering the bags from everyone, he took out a crystal core to absorb. Ensuring his own strength did not fall behind. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Mo was the first to open his eyes. Though he had expended considerable energy, his natural recovery was also quite rapid. After approximately another 20 minutes, Mu Chunfeng regained his optimal state and opened his eyes. Following his transformation, absorbing the crystal core no longer required his full concentration, allowing him to remain aware of his surroundings. Thus, when Mu Chunfeng opened his eyes, Lin Yichen followed suit. Let us go. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, everyone nodded, checking their backpacks as usual before following Mu Chunfeng to the next destination. As they progressed, the number of zombies encountered grew increasingly alarming, indicating that they were nearing their objective. After turning another corner, a hotel surrounded by a horde of zombies came into view. Looking at the vast number of undead, Lin Yichen and his companions swiftly retreated to the previous alley, observing before making their way into a large building directly opposite the hotel. My goodness, this must be at least a couple of thousand. Upon reaching the rooftop of the building, Lin Mo gasped at the sight of zombies crowding the street. Indeed, the informant only mentioned a gathering of zombies but did not specify their quantity. I didn't anticipate this many. Mu Chunfeng, gazing down at the throng of zombies, felt a headache coming on. Hey, look, there are survivors inside the hotel. Hearing Luo Yunqi's words, the trio's attention shifted from the zombies to the rooms across the way, where they indeed saw individuals moving about. Only Lin Yichen remained focused, searching for any potential leaders among the throng below. The rooftop of 3 floors showed no signs of zombie activity, likely having been cleared previously, with the access to the upper levels presumably blocked. Since only a small fraction of the hotel rooms had drawn their curtains, Mu Chunfeng quickly deduced the situation. Could it be that the gathering of zombies is due to their presence, rather than the leaders? Lin Mo chimed in. This is quite possible, Mu Chunfeng replied with a wry smile, realizing that this excursion might have been in vain. At that moment, within the hotel rooms, some occupants noticed Lin Yichen and his group and retreated. Shortly after, sounds of banging on the door echoed from the hotel's rooftop. I bet a chocolate bar that someone will definitely seek our help soon. Hearing the noise, Lin Mo poked Mu Chunfeng's arm with a grin. Before Mu Chunfeng could respond, an elderly man with a youthful appearance approached the rooftop, locking eyes with the group. Good afternoon, young friends. I am Wang Wenchang. The elder stepped to the edge of the rooftop, introducing himself to Lin Yichen and his companions, who bore various expressions. Mu Chunfeng, glancing at the smiling Wang Wenchang, Mu Chunfeng instinctively adjusted his glasses, only to remember he was wearing them. Lowering his hand with a chuckle. A fine name, Mu Xiaoyu. Unrestrained yet elegant. Oh, it pales in comparison to you, Elder Wang. The meaning of Wenchang surpasses my own. Ha ha ha, I am already half buried in the earth. Such praise is unwarranted. One must not speak so. You clearly possess the vitality of youth. Far too humble. After exchanging numerous pleasantries devoid of substance, Wang Wenchang finally broached the main topic. Might I trouble you, Mu Xiaoyu, for a small favor? Please, Elder, do not hesitate. I require assistance in pulling a line. Wang Wenchang gestured to illustrate the distance between them. The risk involved is not insignificant. Mu Chunfeng feigned deep contemplation. It's merely a small line. There is hardly any risk. Mu Xiaoyu, Wang Wenchang, aware of Mu Chunfeng's insinuations, pretended not to understand. Such words cannot be uttered, Elder Wang. We are but 5 individuals, and 2 of them are girls. They cannot withstand the slightest upheaval, Mu Chunfeng said earnestly. Then, Mu Xiaoyu, do you possess any means or items to mitigate the risks? If you are willing to assist, I will certainly comply. Seeing that Mu Chunfeng was not easily swayed, Wang Wenchang had no choice but to set conditions. Crystal cores, they can help us avoid risks. Noting Wang Wenchang's swift concession, Mu Chunfeng grinned, expecting a lengthier negotiation. Very well. As long as the elder reaches safety, I shall present you with 100 crystal cores. The risk is still somewhat high, 200. Wang Wenchang struggled to maintain his smile, as this was a significant portion of their income over the past few days. Elder Wang, you are being too courteous. We are always eager to assist. Wait for me a moment. Realizing he had succeeded, Wang Wenchang, no longer addressing Mu Xiaoyu, turned and descended from the rooftop to gather his thoughts. Impressive. After Wang Wenchang vanished from the opposite rooftop, Lin Mo gave Mu Chenfeng a thumbs up. The dialogue between the two had captivated Lin Mo and the others, all seasoned veterans in their own right, akin to characters in a fantastical tale. It was merely a casual gesture. Mu Chenfeng waved his hand, unbothered as long as their interests were not compromised. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo chuckled, just as Lin Chen, who had been motionless on the rooftop, suddenly stirred. With a subtle smile, he produced 2 hand grenades, pulled the pins, and concealed them once more. Boom. 5 seconds after the grenades vanished, a thunderous explosion echoed from the hotel lobby. Moments later, a crimson crystal core appeared in Lin Chen's hand, which he swiftly stowed away. It took Lin Mo and the others a moment to register that the leader had been dispatched. Mu Chenfeng wore a broad grin. This excursion had not been in vain. What is happening? Hearing the explosion, Wang Wenchang, who had initially retreated, returned to the rooftop, this time accompanied by others. Not sure, Mu Chenfeng and the others replied in unison, their responses harmonized as if choreographed. Observing their demeanor, Wang Wenchang felt a twinge of confusion but said nothing, instead tossing a backpack with a rope to Mu Chenfeng. This is worth more than 200. Hurry, since the moment the explosion rang out. Wang Wenchang had felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, sensing the need to vacate the hotel promptly. Mu Chenfeng weighed the backpack, confirming the contents were satisfactory before fastening the rope to a sturdy pillar. Retreat. The zombies are closing in. Upon witnessing Mu Chenfeng acquire the crystal core, Lin Chen took the lead downwards. Although he had not seen it himself, he had certainly heard the commotion. Lin Mo and the others swiftly followed, while Mu Chenfeng glanced into the distance and noticed the zombies converging towards their location, prompting him to hasten his descent as well. Nevertheless, the sound still gradually reached Wang Wenchang's ears. A friendly reminder. The horde approaches. Chapter 59. The transformation of Luo Yunqi. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words and the escalating chaos below, Wang Wenchang was the first to spring into action. Moving with the agility of a monkey as he effortlessly descended the rope to the building where Mu Chenfeng and the others were situated. Upon reaching the adjacent building, Wang Wenchang glanced back and saw that the noise generated by those left behind had already attracted the zombies upward. Damn it. Move faster. Hurry up. Are you planning to serve yourselves as a feast for the zombies? Observing this, Wang Wenchang frantically urged his team, each of whom he trusted implicitly. Losing even one would cause him great distress. The remaining members, hearing his words, quickened their pace towards the building. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and his group, who had departed earlier, encountered trouble when they reached the 6th floor, coming face to face with the oncoming zombies. Fortunately, Lin Chen reacted swiftly, erecting a formidable ice wall that effectively sealed off the staircase, temporarily halting the advancing horde. Brother Yi, should we retreat upstairs? Mu Chenfeng inquired, his expression grave as he observed the trembling ice barrier. Lin Chen shook his head, understanding that retreating upwards would yield little benefit. In contemplation, he glanced through the staircase window and spotted the neighboring rooftop, suddenly struck with an idea. Stay close to me. As Lin Chen's words fell, the wall of the staircase was instantaneously torn apart, and a pristine white bridge materialized beneath their feet, extending directly to the adjacent rooftop. Leading the way, Lin Chen ascended to the neighboring rooftop, where the ice bridge continued to form, facilitating the escape of Luo Yunqi and her companions from the encircling zombies. The ice bridge would shatter immediately after Mu Chenfeng crossed, disintegrating into fragments that scattered to the ground. Consequently, several of the first zombies to follow plummeted to their demise, yet the sheer number of zombies below was evidently greater. Relentlessly pursuing Lin Chen and his group, should a bold survivor dare to glance outside at that moment, they would witness a scene of 5 young individuals desperately sprinting across the rooftops, a vast horde of zombies tirelessly trailing behind. Lin Chen led Luo Yunqi and her companions in a series of leaps and bounds across various rooftops, utilizing the ice bridge to traverse longer distances. After nearly 20 kilometers of frantic running, they finally evaded the pursuing horde. Along the way, Luo Yunqi's 2 companions, who had not undergone the transformation, could no longer endure and were carried on the backs of Lin Chen and Lin Mo, who continued their flight. Once they had distanced themselves from the zombies, Lin Chen, along with the others, lay side by side on the rooftop of a flat-roofed building, utterly exhausted from their prolonged exertion. Especially Lin Chen, who not only had to continuously survey the surrounding terrain, but also had to create bridges without pause. His abilities, stamina, and energy were all being depleted at an alarming rate. At that moment, he was merely sustaining himself through sheer willpower. Meanwhile, Luo Yunqi and her companions took Little Seven to explore the house below, as they were in dire need of a safe and quiet place to rest. Phew, that was incredibly exhilarating. The military's grenades pack quite a punch. There must have been at least tens of thousands of zombies pursuing us, Lin Mo exclaimed, sprawled on the rooftop, after taking a sip from a bottle of water. He splashed it over his head, summoning a refreshing breeze that swept over the three of them. We should have a rough estimate now. The numbers are simply too many to count. I even spotted over a dozen mutated zombies. And there were several we had never seen before. Originally, they believed their strength was considerable, but it became evident that it was still woefully insufficient. Mu Chenfeng sighed, pulling out a water bottle from his backpack to quench his thirst. Then let us strive to enhance our abilities. Next time, I shall ensure we leave no survivors. Lin Mo chuckled as he tossed his empty water bottle into the air, summoning a gust of wind to shatter it into pieces. As if I needed to tell you, there's no way I'm letting this slide after being chased so raggedly. Mu Chenfeng smiled lightly, igniting the remaining plastic shards in midair, leaving not even ashes behind. Good brothers. They both laughed heartily, sharing a moment of camaraderie. Lin Chen lay quietly to the side, not engaging in their conversation, though the upward curve of his lips revealed his own contentment. Come down. This place is unoccupied. Soon, Luo Yunqi's voice resonated from the house below. We're coming. After acknowledging her, Lin Chen and the others descended via the rooftop's drainage pipe. You all should rest for a while. The room has been tidied up, Luo Yunqi remarked, directing them towards the open door. Thank you, sister-in-law, brother E. I appreciate your help. Mu Chenfeng and Lin Mo graciously entered the room to rest. All right. Although uncertain of Mu Chenfeng's intent. Luo Yunqi smiled in agreement. After Mu Chenfeng and Lin Mo entered the room, Luo Yunqi turned back, only to realize that Lin Chen had already fallen asleep on the sofa, observing the slumbering Lin Chen. Luo Yunqi stepped into the room, retrieved a thin blanket, and gently covered him, then sat beside him, caressing his face. You've worked hard. Rest well. As night fell, Lin Mo, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly stirred, opening his eyes and stepping outside. At the moment Lin Mo opened the door, Mu Chenfeng was just placing the last dish on the dining table. So you're feasting without me, huh? Lin Mo exclaimed. Ha, brother E, I told you, this kid would definitely wake up before we started eating. Mu Chenfeng pulled out a chair and sat down, not even glancing at Lin Mo. Hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, Lin Chen and the others merely nodded, chuckling at Lin Mo, the renowned foodie, not receiving any attention. Lin Mo pouted and sat down at the table. All right, let us eat first. Tomorrow, we need to ascertain where we actually are. With everyone gathered, Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks. Acknowledging his words, everyone nodded and began to eat. They had spent the day running, leaving them completely unaware of their current location. After the meal, Lin Chen and the others began to absorb the crystal course. Their recent experiences had sharpened their awareness of how inadequate their current strength truly was. After absorbing 2 red crystal cores, Lin Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Sensing the surge of energy within him, he nodded in satisfaction, another substantial improvement. Furthermore, this time, there was no pain associated with the transformation. Everything felt so natural, as if it were a seamless progression to that moment. Luo Yunqi also opened her eyes, and, upon seeing Lin Chen awake, paused briefly before smiling and waving her hand. Observing Luo Yunqi's gesture, Lin Chen smiled in return, and 20 crystal cores appeared above her palm. You can do it. Keep going. As Luo Yunqi grasped the crystal cores, Lin Chen extended his hand towards her, his tone earnest. Of course, brother Chen, just wait for my good news. Luo Yunqi smiled as she embraced Lin Chen, then began to absorb the course. Once Luo Yunqi closed her eyes, Lin Chen gently wrapped his arms around her. Awaiting her good news. As the crystal cores gradually vanished from Luo Yunqi's hands, a hint of anxiety began to stir within Lin Chen. Suddenly, a beam of flashlight illuminated the balcony, capturing Lin Chen's attention. Chapter 60. The Mo family and He Bo. Initially, Lin Chen thought it was merely someone passing by and paid little heed, as nothing was more pressing than Luo Yunqi's transformation at that moment. However, the light did not fade. Instead, it became increasingly frequent, accompanied by indistinct cries of anguish. This indicated that something was approaching, and for safety's sake, Lin Chen decided to send someone to investigate. Meanwhile, Mu Chenfeng was in the midst of absorbing a crystal core when he felt the temperature around him plummet, prompting him to open his eyes in confusion. Almost instinctively, he sensed a pair of blue eyes staring at him in the darkness. and as he attempted to conjure a fireball for an attack. The small flame he managed to gather transformed into a block of ice that fell back into his hand. What's up, Brother E? The icy sensation on his hand made Mu Chifeng realize who was observing him, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Tonight feels a bit unsettling, and it seems to be drawing closer to us. Go check it out, but prioritize your safety, Lin Yichen instructed, diverting his gaze towards the beam of light flashing through the window once more. The light stood out vividly against the darkness of the night, and in that instant, Mu Chifeng noticed it as well, the faint cries of distress reaching his ears simultaneously. Understood. Mu Chifeng replied solemnly before channeling his powers into his eyes. Leaping out of the window with several powerful bounds. As the red hue enveloped his pupils, Lin Yichen retracted the flashlight he had just taken out, opting for the infrared imaging device instead. It was far more effective than a flashlight. Upon emerging from the window, Mu Chifeng spotted scattered beams of light in the distance, heading toward the direction he had just observed. Enhanced by his abilities, nothing within a 15-meter radius escaped his notice, allowing him to traverse quickly. As he drew nearer, Mu Chifeng heard a scream belonging to a human, which was swiftly followed by an eerie silence. Aware that the source was nearby, he sought out a conveniently accessible building to climb, positioning himself on the rooftop while scanning the surroundings. Soon, he spotted a gathering of several dozen individuals encircling two figures, a man and a young girl, at the center, surrounded by a circle of individuals, each wielding a firearm in one hand and a flashlight in the other. They illuminated their vicinity, yet the bloodstains on the ground revealed the heavy toll they had already suffered. Upon discerning the situation below, Mu Chifeng shook his head in resignation. They were merely a group of people, emboldened by their weapons, who had been targeted while traversing the night. It is worth noting that even they would not choose to travel under the cover of darkness, for the uncertainties of the night are far too numerous. However, Mu Chifeng harbored no intentions of rescuing anyone. Actions bear consequences, and he had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. He then calmed his breathing, focusing intently on the group below, for he needed to ascertain the identity of their assailant. Finally, after nearly 5 minutes of waiting, an unseen presence struck. A shadowy figure darted directly towards the elderly man and the youth in the center. Clang! The elderly man, quick to react, conjured a metal shield that swiftly materialized in his grasp, blocking the attack from the indistinct shadow. In that fleeting moment, Mu Chifeng recognized the assailant. It was a stalker, marked by numerous bullet wounds, likely inflicted by the group below. Seeing it was merely a stalker, Mu Chifeng exhaled in relief, for it is only the unknown that inspires fear. Suddenly, another shadow emerged, its arm, resembling a spear, thrusting heavily against the metal shield, sending the unsuspecting elder flying. Another stalker. Quick, protect young Master Mu Xian. The fallen elder wiped the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth and drew the pistol holstered at his waist, firing at the two stalkers. Bang, bang, bang. Yes, although those encircling the scene wished to fire their weapons, the fear of injuring their comrades held them back, prompting them to draw daggers and converge towards the center, intending to besiege the two stalkers. The moment the elder cried out, Mu Chifeng, who had been watching the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, only realizing the significance of young Master Mu Xian upon hearing the name. TSK, two of them, how troublesome. Had I known, I would have summoned Lin Mo. Mu Chifeng rose, stretching his limbs, and then leapt down from the rooftop. Kill. At that moment, a metal lance replaced the pistol in the elder's grip, and he engaged one stalker, while the others launched an assault on the remaining one. Previously, the stalkers had relied on speed to snatch an individual and flee, avoiding direct confrontation, which not only left the onlookers frustrated but also instilled in them a subconscious belief that stalkers were not formidable in face-to-face combat. Thus, they all opted for frontal attacks, thinking that with each person taking a turn, they would surely prevail, neglecting to leave themselves any room for error. However, reality often proves harsh. Before they could close the distance, two individuals had their throats slit by the stalkers. The remaining individuals were left with severed limbs, clutching their wounds and wailing in agony. Witnessing this gruesome scene, the youth named Mu Xian fainted, collapsing to the ground. The cries of despair momentarily slowed the elder's actions, leading to a gash being inflicted upon his arm by a stalker. Fortunately, the pain in his arm jolted him back to reality. He kicked away the stalker lunging for his head, momentarily creating distance. However, the repelled stalker charged again, and the two resumed their fierce struggle. Meanwhile, the other stalker, having dispatched the whimpering victim, began to feast upon the fallen. Showing no inclination to assist, the elder, now visibly injured, was clearly outmatched by the stalker. As the frequency of their clashes increased, so too did the elder's wounds. Just as it seemed the elder would succumb, two fiery lances descended from above, one forcing back the stalker before him, while the other impaled the feasting stalker to the ground. Mu Chifeng, dragging a fiery long knife, soon emerged into the beam of the flashlight. Advancing towards the retreating stalker, roar, upon seeing Mu Chunfeng charge towards him. The stalker let out a furious howl and met him head dash on. In the instant their weapons clashed, the fiery long knife became intangible, passing through the stalker's arm, before solidifying once more to strike at its neck. Simultaneously, a metal shield materialized in Mu Chunfeng's left hand, having been the same shield the elder had summoned earlier. The stalker's head was severed and soared into the air, while Mu Chifeng merely took 2 steps back, the disparity in strength evident. The elder, astonished by how swiftly Mu Chifeng ended the battle, was acutely aware of the stalker's tenacity, prompting him to clasp his fists in gratitude and exclaim, "Thank you for saving my life, esteemed sir. May I inquire if you have a destination? If not, the Mu family." "TSK, I'm not critiquing you, Hebo, but in such circumstances, not only are you unconcerned about the intentions of the newcomer, but you also contemplate recruiting for the Mu family." Mu Chifeng first pocketed 2 crimson crystal cores before smilingly interrupting the elder. For he was the only person from that family he still cared about. Upon hearing Mu Chunfeng's voice, the elder, referred to as Hebo, initially froze, then exclaimed in surprise, "Young master. Ah, it's been a while." "Hebo." "Yes, indeed. Please follow me. This is not a suitable place for conversation." Observing Hebo, who seemed hesitant to speak, Mu Chunfeng waved his hand with a smile and proceeded along the path they had come. As he had many inquiries of his own, Hebo nodded in agreement, lifting the unconscious Mu Xian to follow Mu Chunfeng's lead. Chapter 61. The current state of the Mu family. Talk of ascension. As Mu Chifeng and Hebo hurried back, Luo Yunxi completed the absorption of the 18th crystal core and began her transformation journey. "It's all right. I'm here with you," Lin Yichen softly reassured, sensing the delicate form in his embrace grow suddenly limp, signaling the commencement of Luo Yunxi's transformation. Before long, Mu Chifeng returned with Hebo to the resting area downstairs, confirming the absence of danger before addressing Hebo. "Hebo, please wait for me here." "Understood, young master." Xiaochunzi. As soon as Mu Chunfeng's words fell, Hebo and Lin Mo's voices rang out in unison. It turned out that Lin Mo had already spotted their figures from the rooftop. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but upon seeing them stop downstairs, he descended to investigate, only to discover it was Mu Chifeng. From the rooftop, he could only see vague silhouettes, and since there were 2, he had not considered Mu Chifeng at all. "Who?" Upon hearing another voice, Hebo immediately shifted to cradle the child with one arm, freeing a hand to draw his pistol, warily scanning the surroundings. "It's fine, Hebo, they are our own." Hearing Lin Mo's voice, Mu Chifeng chuckled as he patted Hebo's shoulder, signaling him to lower his weapon. "Lin Mo, what brings you out as well?" After calming Hebo, Mu Chifeng looked up at Lin Mo, who was hovering in midair. "Ahem, it was too stuffy inside, so I stepped out for some fresh air." "And who are these 2?" Confirming it was Mu Chifeng, Lin Mo retracted his powers and redirected the conversation. He couldn't very well admit he was ousted for being too noisy. That would be rather embarrassing. "This is Hebo, who has watched me grow since childhood. And this little rascal here is of no consequence. Hebo, this is Lin Mo, my brother." Mu Chifeng casually introduced the 2, dismissing Mu Xian with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing Mu Chifeng refer to Lin Mo as his brother, Hebo was taken aback, quickly responding with a smile, "Young Master Lin, I am He Jinping, a minor steward of the Mu family. Please do not hesitate to call me Hebo. It is worth noting that during his time with the Mu family, Mu Chifeng despised it when others mentioned the term brother in his presence, let alone when he himself brought it up. "No. Hebo, just call me Lin Mo. Young master sounds strange." Lin Mo hastily waved his hands upon hearing He Jinping's words. "Very well, young master Lin. No, it's Lin Mo." "Understood, young master Lin. Enough with the laughter. Tell him not to call me young master." Lin Mo sighed in exasperation, tugging on the giggling Mu Chifeng beside him. "There's no helping it. Hebo is rather stubborn. Once he sets his mind to something, he won't change it. I personally dislike being called young master as well," Mu Chifeng admitted with a shrug. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo glanced back at the kindly old man, choosing to let it be. If the elder enjoyed calling him what he wished, so be it. "Let us go. We should head up." With both parties having become acquainted, Mu Chifeng prepared to ascend to fulfill his obligations. "What's the matter?" Just as he moved, Lin Mo pressed down on him from the side, prompting a look of confusion from Mu Chifeng. "My sister-in-law is undergoing transformation. Perhaps we should wait a bit before going up." Lin Mo whispered into Mu Chunfeng's ear. "You weren't kicked out, were you?" Observing Lin Mo's guilty expression combined with his previous statement, Mu Chifeng quickly pieced together the situation. Not at all. I merely stepped out for some air. Do you not understand the concept of fresh air? Although Mu Chifeng had discerned the truth, Lin Emo chose to maintain the facade that as long as he did not admit it. He had not been ousted. It was simply too embarrassing. Understanding the situation, Mu Chifeng nodded, choosing not to expose him, and led the two up to the rooftop. Bo, why were you sent out? Were you accompanied by a bunch of good-for-nothings? Once on the rooftop, Mu Chifeng voiced his lingering curiosity. He witnessed the entire battle from start to finish, and those individuals, in terms of combat skills and strength, were leagues behind the bodyguards of the Mu family. Moreover, given He Jinping's standing within the Mu family, it would be highly unlikely for him to be assigned such a perilous task. The fourth young master personally dispatched me to assist young master Mu Xian. And the people accompanying me were also sent by him, claiming that he could not allocate more personnel. Mu Fengheng, do you really believe his nonsense? If it weren't for the fact that I happened to be the one sent tonight, you would have perished, Uncle He. It seems I have taught you nothing. Upon hearing this, Mu Chifeng began to reprimand He Jinping directly. He Jinping listened with a smile, offering no retorts, for he understood that Mu Chifeng was expressing concern for him. As the saying goes, experience breeds wisdom. How could he not be aware of Mu Fengheng's intentions? He was merely fulfilling the duties required of his position, even at the cost of his own life. Eldest master, you have changed remarkably in the time we've been apart. Once Mu Chifeng ceased speaking, He Jinping remarked with a smile, people do change, but you remain as stubborn as ever, observing He Jinping's cheerful demeanor. Mu Chifeng smirked, realizing that he always prioritized family matters. Forget it, I won't dwell on that. How's the Mu family faring now? Has that old coot Mu Yaohong kicked the bucket yet? Quite well. The losses within the Mu family were minimal, and they were swiftly rectified. Additionally, many have successfully awakened their abilities. With our martial advantage and ample food supplies, that entire villa district is under the Mu family's control. However, ever since we lost contact with you, the other 4 young masters and mistresses have been forming factions to vie for the position of head of the family, creating quite the chaotic environment in the villa district. As a prestigious family, each generation of the Mu family boasts numerous young masters and mistresses, yet only the 5 most exceptional among them are eligible to compete for the singular position of family head. The remainder must simply carry their names, such as young Master Mu Xian. Regarding the family head, he ascended to the first tier yesterday and departed for the Magic City safety base. As for his specific intentions, I am unaware. First tier? Lin Emo interjected, perplexed. Lin Xiao, you are not aware? He Jinping inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Emo, as if to say, how can someone as formidable as you be oblivious to this? Uncle He, please enlighten us. Our information channels are rather limited. Observing He Jinping's confusion, Mu Chifeng spoke up. In response, He Jinping nodded in understanding and proceeded to explain. According to the latest official announcement, newly awakened ability users start at the 0 tier. Once they absorb sufficient ability energy, whether through natural absorption or by utilizing crystal cores, their bodies undergo a transformative process, a qualitative shift in their life forms, which is officially referred to as ascending tiers. Of course, this transformation is not without its risks. Should one fail, the consequences would be catastrophic, akin to several grenades detonating simultaneously. Ascend. Upon hearing this, Lin Emo, who had been engrossed in the discussions, abruptly leaped from the rooftop. Mu Chifeng followed suit, yet his voice managed to reach He Jinping's ears. Uncle He, please head downstairs and wait for me. I will call for you shortly. Although He Jinping was uncertain of what had transpired, he complied and descended with Mu Xian. Brother, The moment Lin Emo and his companion entered through the window, they were interrupted by Lin Yichen. The two, caught off guard, exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed, and ultimately settled on sitting on the floor. Time passed in tense silence, thickening the atmosphere in the living room. I did it. Finally, after enduring 26 minutes of the abilities cleansing process, Luo Yunqi's exhausted voice resonated in the living room. Upon hearing this, Lin Emo and his companion sprang to their feet in excitement but remained silent, only vigorously pumping their fists. Excellent, rest now. I will stay by your side, Lin Yichen said tenderly, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Simultaneously, the spatial nodes beneath their feet, including the one under Su Yueyao's bed, began to gradually vanish. Luo Yunqi had overheard He Jinping's previous remarks and had already prepared for any eventualities. With a smile, she nodded and nestled into Lin Yichen's embrace, drifting off to sleep. Chapter 62. Journey to the Mu family. The thick clouds in the sky were parted by a gentle breeze, and the pure white moonlight cascaded upon the earth. As if to celebrate a momentous occasion, once Luo Yunqi fell into a deep slumber, Lin Chen carried her to the sofa in the living room and turned to Lin Mo, saying, "You should go bring the others up." Upon hearing this, Mu Chifeng and his companion realized that Lin Chen had overheard their earlier conversation on the rooftop. Lin Mo nodded, refraining from any further chatter, and swiftly leaped through the window. "Shall we go back for a look?" After Lin Mo departed, Lin Chen lazily glanced at Mu Chifeng, who leaned against the window. It wasn't that he intended to divert Lin Mo. Rather, he had no answer for that question, thus opting to fetch the others instead. "Let's go back and take a look." Mu Chifeng shook his head with a smile. Although he was not particularly fond of that cold-hearted place, he had his reasons for returning. "All right. Then you. Let go of me. Release me at once. Do you know who I am? Do you believe I can have Uncle He eliminate you?" Lin Chen's words were abruptly interrupted by a voice from outside the window. And moments later, Lin Mo jumped back in, gripping the struggling Mu Xian. "Now I can truly believe what you said before, Xia Qinzi. To utter threats of murder at such a young age, truly, you hold no regard for the lives of others." As soon as Lin Mo landed, he tossed Mu Xian to the ground and then patted Mu Chifeng on the shoulder. "He's not too bad. He's just all talk. Another might have resorted to violence." Mu Chifeng shrugged. "Is that really true?" Lin Mo exclaimed, taken aback, while Mu Chifeng merely smiled noncommittally. "How dare you treat me this way? Just wait. I will definitely." Mu Xian, who had been thrown to the ground, continued to bluster, but upon lifting his head and spotting Mu Chifeng beside Lin Mo, he fell silent. "Brother." After confirming that he wasn't seeing things, Mu Xian quickly subdued himself and timidly addressed Mu Chifeng. Noticing that Mu Chifeng was ignoring him, he dared not speak further and obediently remained where he was. If one were to identify the individual most feared by this generation of young masters and mistresses of the Mu family, Mu Chifeng would undoubtedly rank among the top. After all, ascending to the position of eldest master in a cutthroat family like the Mu family is not merely a matter of boasting. Hearing Mu Xian's sudden change in tone, Lin Mo snapped back to reality and hoisted him up again, examining him closely, as if trying to ascertain how such a small figure could have made threats. Completely overlooking Mu Chifeng's earlier remark about another, suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open filled the air, and Su Yueyao emerged, carrying Xiaoqi. She had been awakened by Mu Xian's ruckus. He Zhongping, who had lagged behind Lin Mo, also crawled in. "Lin Mo, what are you doing? How can you bully a child?" The moment Su Yueyao stepped out, she spotted Lin Mo swinging a young boy around. Not. Seeing Su Yueyao's indignant expression, Lin Mo found her utterly adorable, and his explanation faltered. "What are you staring at? Hurry and put him down." I wasn't bullying him. "Yueyao, please let me explain." Only after receiving another glare from Su Yueyao did Lin Mo snap back to attention. Tossing Mu Xian towards Mu Chifeng, while he moved closer to her to clarify the situation. As Mu Xian was thrown toward Mu Chifeng, he braced himself for the worst, covering his eyes with his hands. Yet, the scenario he had envisioned did not occur. Instead, he was caught, only to be tossed onto a chair. Mu Chifeng nonchalantly lowered his arms. While he harbored no fondness for that cold-blooded family, he had no desire to hold a grudge against a mere child. After being unceremoniously deposited on the chair, Mu Xian let out a long sigh of relief, rubbing his backside while thinking, the eldest brother isn't as terrifying as they say. After ensuring Mu Xian was settled, Mu Chifeng joined He Jinping at Lin Chen's side. "Brother Yi, this is Uncle He, who has watched me grow up. Uncle He, this is Brother Yi, our squad leader." Though aware that Lin Chen had heard their earlier conversation, Mu Chifeng introduced them earnestly. "Hello, Uncle He. Could you tell me how far we are from the Mu family?" Lin Chen smiled and nodded at He Jinping, upon realizing that Lin Chen was the leader of their group. He Jinping paused briefly, then quickly responded, "Young Master Yi, we are approximately 20 kilometers from the Mu family." "Wow, my fourth brother really isn't leaving you any room to breathe," Mu Chifeng remarked, clicking his tongue upon learning of the distance He Jinping had been sent. Chifeng, why don't you take Uncle He to get patched up first? We can discuss everything in the morning." Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then conjured a medical kit that appeared before Mu Chifeng. "Understood, Brother Yi." Observing the haphazard bandaging on He Jinping's injuries, Mu Chifeng acknowledged with a nod and escorted him back to a room to tend to his wounds. Meanwhile, Lin Mo recounted the events leading up to this moment to Su Yueyao, peppering in his own insights, successfully leading her astray. The two then gathered around Mu Xian, watching him intently, occasionally discussing him as if he were a spectacle at the zoo. Ultimately, it was Mu Chifeng who bandaged He Jinping's wounds and urged them to rest. For it seemed they could have watched over the night. The following morning, when everyone awoke, they were greeted by a rich aroma of wheat. Upon entering the living room, they discovered an array of firearms strewn across the floor. Did you do this, Butler Mu? Sui Weiyao inquired curiously, gazing at Mu Chenfeng, who had just emerged. Yao Yao, take a seat here. Lin Mo, however, directly sat down and began to eat a bun from the dining table, pulling out an additional chair beside him. Although he was unaware of who had prepared the food, he felt no concern, knowing that no one could poison under Lin Yichen's watchful EYE.IT was prepared by Hebo. Speaking of which, my culinary skills were also taught by him. Mu Chifeng replied with a smile, having recognized the handiwork upon seeing the pile of firearms. Is that so? Then I must savor Hebo's cooking. Sui Weiyao exclaimed with excitement, joining Lin Mo at the table, for they all knew Mu Chenfeng's skills, and as a mentor, Hebo surely could not be lacking. Just as Sui Weiyao finished speaking, He Jinping climbed in through the window, several lightweight submachine guns slung over his shoulders. Good morning, Hebo. Upon seeing He Jinping return, Mu Chifeng and the others greeted him with smiles. Good morning. He Jinping responded with a smile as he removed the firearms from his person. Hebo, your culinary skills are truly remarkable, Lin Mo declared, lifting the lid from the iron pot on the table and tasting the congee. Finding it comparable to Mu Chenfeng's, that he immediately gave a thumbs up. Indeed, it is delicious, Hebo. Your skills are exceptional. It seems even better than what Senior Mu makes. Miao agreed. I'm glad you all enjoyed. With his culinary skills acknowledged, He Jinping was naturally quite pleased. Hey, not like that. Have you grown tired of me already? Do you believe I won't add salt to your meals in the future? Bland enough to make you two suffer? And you, Shao-Chi, are you feeling mischievous? Mu Chenfeng began to humorously threaten Lin Mo, and then shot a glare at Shao-Chi. Ahem, that wasn't me. It was Yao Yao who said that. All right, I admit it, but in my heart, your cooking is still the best. You must believe me, Shao Chenzi. Upon hearing Su Yueyao's playful huff, Lin Mo immediately changed his expression, gazing at Mu Chifeng with deep affection. Meow, me too. Get lost. You. Observing Lin Mo's antics, Mu Chifeng feigned disgust and waved his hand, signaling him to keep his distance. All right, boss, you carry on. Watching the lively scene unfold, He Jinping felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that the young master had garnered wonderful friendships and brothers. Suddenly, Mu Chifeng shifted the topic, looking at He Jinping and asking, have you eaten? I have already, young master. He Jinping quickly replied upon meeting Mu Chenfeng's gaze. Well, then take a moment to rest. Why were you running about so early? If something is lost, it is lost. It matters not. Understood. I will go wake up young master Mu Xian. He Jinping nodded and turned to enter a room. Hey, I told you to rest a bit. Why are you waking him? Observing He Jinping's unyielding nature, Mu Chifeng shook his head helplessly. Hebo truly cannot sit idle, Lin Mo remarked, watching He Jinping's retreating figure, then focused back on his breakfast. Indeed, he has been like this since my childhood. It feels as though there is never a shortage of tasks. Mu Chenfeng nodded in agreement and resumed his meal. As for Sui Weiyao, her small mouth was already stuffed, leaving her no room for reflection. Soon after, He Jinping returned, accompanied by a neatly dressed Mu Xian, who quietly sat at the dining table and began his breakfast. Young master, shouldn't we call Li Shao for breakfast? Noticing that no one had called Lin Yichen from the sofa, He Jinping leaned toward Mu Chifeng and whispered. No need. Mu Chifeng glanced towards the sofa and shook his head with a smile. Seeing this, He Jinping ceased his inquiries and began to organize the firearms he had brought back. After breakfast, everyone began tidying up their belongings, yet 2 portions of breakfast were intentionally left on the table. Not long after, Luo Yunqi lazily opened her eyes, finding herself still nestled in Lin Yichen's embrace and comfortably snuggled closer. Awake, are you? Would you like some breakfast? The next moment, Lin Yichen's voice reached her ears. Upon glancing up, Luo Yunqi found herself staring into Lin Yichen's azure eyes, instinctively nodding. Soon, breakfast appeared before the 2.as Lin Mo and the others opened their room door. They saw Lin Yichen and Luo Yunqi having breakfast and quietly retreated. After feeding the last spoonful of congee to Luo Yunqi, Lin Yichen gently wiped her mouth with a tissue, his calm voice echoing throughout the room. Let us depart. Chapter 63, The Head of the Mu Family. With Lin Yichen's words, 3 doors opened simultaneously, moving in perfect synchrony, and then fully armed Lin Mo and the others stepped out. Upon hearing the sound of opening doors, Luo Yunqi also emerged from Lin Yichen's arms, tidying his clothes. Good morning, sister-in-law. Good morning, sister-in-law. Good morning, Luo. Upon seeing Luo Yunqi rise, Lin Mo and the others greeted her with smiles. Good morning. Luo Yunqi responded cheerfully to each, then turned to He Jinping, who was holding Mu Xian, and said, I presume this is Hebo. I would appreciate your guidance. Earlier during breakfast, Lin Yichen had informed her of the events from the previous night, so she was aware of their destination and who would lead them. Miss Luo, you are too polite. It is my duty. He Jinping, seeing that Luo Yunxi recognized him, was not surprised at all. He nodded with a smile and then led the way outside, having climbed through windows frequently. Everyone opted for the stairs this time. As soon as they stepped outside, they instantly perked up, remaining vigilant to their surroundings, closely trailing behind He Jinping. At first, they encountered several zombies, but as the structures around them diminished, the number of zombies they encountered decreased as well. Xiaoqinzi, your villa isn't in the suburbs, is it? As they neared the edge of the city, Lin Mo asked Mu Chifeng beside him. Not quite the suburbs. It is only about 10 kilometers from the city limits, Mu Chifeng replied, stroking his chin. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent, focusing on their journey. After exiting the city, He Jinping led the group to quicken their pace. With the absence of tall buildings, the presence of zombies became quite apparent, eliminating the worry of unexpected encounters. After approximately 20 minutes of brisk walking, He Jinping pointed towards a patch of artificial forest in the distance and said to Mu Chifeng, young master, the lookout point established by our Mu family is just ahead. Once we reach there, we can take a car back. This was established after the Mu family subdued the first wave of zombie unrest, serving as the first line of defense towards their home. Let us go. Let us go. We are almost there. Lin Mo expressed his eagerness upon seeing their destination within reach. Ibo has returned. Young master has returned. What? The young master has returned. Quickly, notify the head of the family. The rest come with me to welcome the young master. Before Lin Yichen and the others could approach the artificial forest, they were spotted by patrolling guards within the trees, leading to a chorus of startled shouts over the intercom. Although other members of the Mu family had been quite active recently, none could rival Mu Chifeng's status in the eyes of the servants. Goodness, is this truly an artificial forest? These trees must be hundreds of years old. Upon nearing the artificial forest, Lin Mo marveled at a tree so large that it would take at least 3 adults to encircle it. No, this is an ancient pine tree with a history of 500 years. The artificial forest was constructed around this ancient pine, He Jinping explained with a smile. Young master, you have finally returned. The head of the family has been particularly worried about you during this time. Numerous waves of people were dispatched to search for you at school, yet none succeeded. Just as He Jinping finished speaking, several young individuals leapt down from the dense trees and landed before Mu Chifeng. The speaker, Liao Yun, was the son of the Mu family's security team captain and one of Mu Chifeng's supporters. Mu Chifeng responded coolly. Where did he both find the young master? Receiving a cold shoulder. Liao Yun did not take offense and turned to chat with He Jinping, for everyone knew Mu Chifeng's aloof demeanor. Today, is it you, Xiao Yun, who is responsible for the watch? You see, it was not me who found the young master, but rather the young master who found me. Otherwise, this old body of mine might have perished out here. By the way, you should go prepare the vehicle. He Jinping chuckled as he handed Mu Xian to a guard and patted Liao Yun on the shoulder. He and Liao Yun's father had entered the Mu family together, maintaining a good relationship between their families. I have already arranged it. I told you before, Mu Fengheng is not to be trusted. Do you believe it now? Liao Yun said, looking disappointed upon hearing that He Jinping had almost not returned. Be cautious with your words, Xiao Yun. Be cautious. He Jinping hurriedly covered Liao Yun's mouth, shaking his head at him. After all, they were servants, and it was inappropriate to speak freely about their masters. Let us head back first, young master, and a few of you. Please get in the car. It wasn't until the vehicle arranged by Liao Yun arrived that He Jinping released him, respectfully inviting Lin Yichen and the others to board. Young master, please. Everyone, please. Liao Yun, now free, also respectfully urged. However, he still did not take He Jinping's words to heart, for he was an unwavering supporter of the Mu Chifeng lineage. Once everyone had boarded the vehicle, the driver started the engine and headed towards the Mu family villa. Lin Yichen and his companions were embarking on their first car ride since the apocalypse. Every day I travel on this road, I almost forget what it feels like to be in a car. Lin Mo leaned lazily against the seat, expressing his thoughts. The roads in the city were not only riddled with potholes, but also obstructed by abandoned vehicles, making it nearly impossible to drive. Only the roads in the villa area, which had remained relatively unscathed, were passable. With an unobstructed journey, the car arrived at the entrance of an opulent villa in less than 5 minutes. Dozens of luxury cars were already parked outside, seemingly waiting for them, or more accurately, waiting for Mu Chifeng. We have arrived. Everyone please disembark. He Jinping was the first to exit the vehicle. respectfully opening the car doors for the others before quietly stepping aside. At that moment, a window of a luxury car rolled down, and a lean young man with a kind face called out to He Jinping, who was standing nearby. Uncle, I heard that my elder brother has returned. I wonder where he is now." This young man was none other than Mu Fangheng, the fourth young master of the Mu family, who had dispatched He Jinping. "Oh, I wonder what insights fourth brother has." As the voice approached, Mu Chifeng stepped out of the car, his familiar golden-rimmed glasses reappearing on his face after a long absence. As Mu Chifeng exited, the windows of the remaining luxury cars also lowered, eager to confirm whether the person before them was indeed the one they had missed. "Ah, I have truly missed you, my dear elder brother. We've been quite worried with no news of you," Mu Fangheng said with a skin-deep smile. "Ha ha ha. I have missed you all as well. We must have a good chat later." Mu Chifeng grinned as he surveyed the open car windows, then approached Mu Fangheng and patted his face. "Sounds good." Mu Fangheng strained to maintain a smile. Then it settled. "Ha ha ha ha." With Mu Fangheng's agreement, Mu Chifeng laughed heartily and led Lin Yichen and the others into the villa. Once they entered, however, Mu Fangheng's expression darkened instantly. The doors of 3 nearby luxury cars opened in succession, revealing 2 men and 1 woman, the second young master of the Mu family, Mu Ans, the third young lady, Mu Lingxue, and the 5th young master, Mu Chengqian. "TSK, fourth brother, you certainly have some audacity. You must know that he uncle is someone even I would not dare to provoke. Ha! Fourth brother, do not keep the family head and our elders waiting too long." Mu Ans and Mu Chengqian said with smiles as they passed by the glum-faced Mu Fangheng and made their way into the villa, their moods brightened considerably by Mu Chenfeng's return. Hearing this, Mu Fangheng's expression soured even more as he turned to Mu Lingxue, who remained stationary. "Third sister, let us go. Let us see what the situation is inside." Mu Lingxue interrupted him with a shake of her head and walked toward the villa. Frustrated by Mu Lingxue's blatant disregard, Mu Fangheng clenched his teeth but ultimately said nothing, opening the car door to follow her, indicating an unspoken agreement between them. "Little Chinzi, are you all right?" Lin Mo asked with concern. Seeing how Mu Chenfeng seemed a different person with his glasses on. "I'm fine. This is just the beginning. The real show has yet to commence," Mu Chenfeng replied with a smile, shaking his head without elaborating further as he led the group toward the villa's reception hall. Lin Mo glanced at Mu Chifeng, then at his own brother, who showed no signs of concern, and shook his head, resigned to simply wait for the unfolding drama. Upon entering the reception hall, they were greeted by several elder members of the Mu family. Their hair grayed and faces kind, exuding a comforting aura. Below the main seat sat 3 middle-aged men, who, while smiling, conveyed a sense of businesslike formality. Finally, at the head of the table sat a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Mu Chifeng. Yet his expression was stern, emanating a palpable aura of pressure. "Please, take your seats. We are grateful for your care of our Chifeng during the journey." Upon seeing Lin Yichen and his companions enter, the 3 middle-aged men rose in unison to express their gratitude. The head of the Mu family, Mu Yaohong, then turned his gaze toward Lin Yichen, and immediately, the oppressive aura surrounding him surged in Lin Yichen's direction. This was due to the news relayed by He Jinping, which revealed that the leader of this group was not his son, but rather the charming young man before him. Those accompanying Lin Yichen also sensed the pressure that was negligible to them. Humph! With a cold grunt, Mu Chifeng dissipated the oppressive aura in an instant. Luo Yunqi lightly tapped the table, causing Mu Yaohong's chair to shatter, serving as a warning. Lin Mo was even more direct, launching 3 wind blades toward Mu Yaohong, who had been propelled into the air by the broken chair. Left without a means to brace himself, Mu Yaohong hastily conjured a wooden shield to block the attack. Though he ultimately succeeded in deflecting the wind blades, the impact left him crashing against the wall, and upon landing, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Elder brother, are you all right?" Though unaware of why the sudden confrontation had erupted, the 3 individuals seated beside Mu Yaohong quickly shielded him. "Guards, protect the family head." At that moment, Mu Ans and his brother just happened to enter, and upon witnessing the scene in the reception hall, they shouted. With Mu Ans's command, guards rushed in, weapons drawn, aiming at Lin Yichen and his companions stationed by the door. "Everyone, stand down," Mu Chifeng bellowed as he saw the guards closing in, with their elder master present. The guards found themselves at an impasse, unsure whether to advance or retreat, merely exchanging glances in confusion. "It's all right, stand down," Mu Yaohong said, wiping the blood from his lips as he gestured for the guards to disperse. After the brief skirmish, he had gauged the strength of the individuals before him and understood that leaving the guards here would be futile. It was better to dismiss them. Understood. Upon hearing the family head's command, the guards breathed a sigh of relief and quickly exited. It was a case of celestial beings clashing while mere mortals caught the brunt of it. family head, seeing Mu Yaohong dismiss the guards. Mu Ans and Mu Chengqian grew anxious, as this was a prime opportunity to eliminate Mu Qinfeng. Silence. Mu Yaohong shot a glare at the two. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mu Ans and his brother prudently fell silent, exchanging glances that conveyed their understanding that Lin Yichen and his companions were not to be trifled with. I was merely joking with Captain Yi earlier. I trust he won't mind. Mu Yaohong said, straightening his attire before returning to his seat as though nothing had transpired. Certainly not, but family head must take care of yourself. After all, spitting blood indiscriminately is not ideal. Lin Yichen remarked with a smile as he observed Mu Yaohong's seamless transition. You are quite right, Captain. I will ensure to take better care of myself. Now, let us. Just as Mu Yaohong was about to continue, the door of the reception hall swung open once more, revealing Mu Lingxue and Mu Fangting entering. Get out. The previously settled atmosphere was shattered again as Mu Yaohong shouted at the two. Mu Lingxue and Mu Fangting, taken aback by the sudden outburst, froze at the entrance. Observing the two, who had just been scolded, Mu Ans and his brother felt their spirits lift considerably. Indeed, one's pain is lessened by another's misfortune. All right, let us have the dishes served. The kitchen has been waiting for quite some time. I shall go change my clothes. Mu Chunfeng interjected, bringing the farce to an end as he stood and exited the reception hall, heading to retrieve what belonged to him. Hey, little Qinzi, wait for me. I want to see the young master's room. Lin Imo called out as he followed closely behind. Captain Yi, shall we have something to eat in the meantime? Mu Yaohong suggested with a smile. Instructing the staff to bring out the dishes, the two who had lingered at the entrance, Mu Lingxue and Mu Fangting, received a signal from their elder and took seats beside Mu Ans and Mu Chengqian. Upon exiting the reception hall, Mu Qifeng led Lin Imo to the third floor, finally opening a door at the end of the corridor. Is this your room? Upon stepping inside, Lin Imo was taken aback. It resembled a small library. The entire room was filled with various wooden bookshelves, some built-in, some freestanding, and others wall-mounted, leaving one dazzled by the sight. None of the shelves were empty. Each was brimming with books, with the only three substantial pieces of furniture being a large bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. Yes, it's not bad, is it? Well, it is acceptable. But it is certainly not what I envisioned. I imagined a young master's room would either be resplendent or exude an air of high elegance. Even if it were somewhat fresh and refined, I could understand, but I never expected it to be this grounded. Lin Imo chuckled, shaking his head. Ha ha, is my room not elegant? Mu Qinfeng laughed as he walked to the desk and sat down, opening the middle drawer to rummage through it. Before long, the desk surface split apart, revealing a hidden compartment. As he opened the compartment, the first thing to catch his eye was a finely crafted steel dagger, followed by a silver desert eagle, and finally a stack of colorful photographs. Mu Qinfeng gently removed all the items and cautiously picked up the stack of photos to peruse. As he flipped through them, tears began to silently cascade down his cheeks. Observing this, Lin Imo softly placed a hand on his shoulder, silently conveying that he still had brothers and companions by his side. The photographs feature the same woman, transitioning from a vibrant and spirited demeanor to an aura of intellectual elegance, and finally to a radiant smile as she cradles a child. After ensuring that nothing has been overlooked, Mu Chunfeng wipes away a tear from the corner of his eye and carefully tucks the photos into the bottom of his backpack. He then loads the Desert Eagle on the table and secures a dagger to his thigh, declaring, "This gun and dagger were my mother's gifts for my 8th birthday. She has instilled in me since then the importance of taking control of my own destiny. My mother is not only beautiful but also possesses extraordinary insight." Observing Mu Qinfeng's evident relief upon acquiring the items, Lin Imo chuckles. Of course. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to someone as handsome and intelligent as me? WC. How come I never noticed, little Qinzi, that you are even more shameless than I am? Ha, that is not true. When it comes to shamelessness, you're the one to beat. I'm merely stating facts. Oh, please, what I said is also a fact, you know? Lin Imo promptly places Mu Chunfeng in a headlock. All right, I concede. Please let go. I can hardly breathe. Enough? I'm hardly using any force. By the way, do you need to retrieve anything else? Mu Qinfeng gently extricates himself from Lin Mo's grasp, casting one last glance around the room he has inhabited for over a decade, and strides outside without any sense of nostalgia. Nothing more. Let us go. Agreed. In the reception room, the dishes have all been served. Yuan, this first toast is for you, thanking you for bringing little Qin back to the Mu family. And as for my earlier actions, it was merely a matter of habit. I will self-impose 3 drinks as penance, and I hope for your understanding. Once the dishes were laid out, Mu Yaohong was the first to raise his glass in gratitude and apology to Lin Yichen. Although he has other children, Mu Chifeng stands out as the most exceptional and the one with the greatest potential to lead the Mu family to prosperity in this apocalyptic world. Otherwise, he would not have sent people repeatedly to the school, so when he received the news of Mu Chifeng's return, he was filled with excitement, not from the joy of his son's survival, but from the hope of the Mu family's resurgence. You're welcome. Your ability to keep him here is commendable, Lin Yichen responded, raising his glass. What does Yuan mean by that? Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Mu Yaohong frowned. It means that this young master of the Mu family, I no longer wish to be called that. You may give him to anyone you please. Mu Chifeng entered, declaring. Hearing his words, Mu and the others felt a surge of joy internally, though they maintained a facade of calm, continuing to eat in silence. Mu Yaohong then subtly signaled his subordinates with a glance before looking at Mu Chifeng with a measured tone. Little Chen, what do you mean? Are you intending to leave this place that nurtured you for 18 years? His gaze was unmistakably clear. They must not let the opportunity for the Mu family's rise slip through their fingers. Those who received the signal silently exited the reception room. Yes. Have you truly thought this through? You must understand that your mother. Silence. You have no right to mention my mother. At the mention of his mother by Mu Yaohong, Mu Chifeng erupted in fury, drawing his finely loaded Desert Eagle and aiming it at him. Dada. It seems we cannot reach an agreement. Mu Yaohong sighed upon witnessing Mu Chifeng's reaction, then clapped his hands. Chapter 65. Departure. Let the heavens allow birds to soar. With Mu Yaohong's applause, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the reception room, swiftly surrounding it in layers. Crack, crack. At the same time, numerous visible and concealed weapons were aimed at Lin Yichen and the others, including grenades and rocket launchers. Realizing the situation had escalated, Mu and his companions felt a surge of elation, but instinctively withdrew from the reception room, wary of potential collateral damage. Stay, as long as you remain. I assure you they will leave unscathed. Once his people were in position, Mu Yaohong turned his gaze back to Mu Chifeng, not wishing for this confrontation, but knowing that caution was paramount, especially with Lin Yichen present. Stop dreaming. I will not stay. Bang. As soon as Mu Chifeng's words fell, the floor-to-ceiling window of the reception room shattered, 6 bullets hurtling towards Lin Yichen and his companions, aiming to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Luo Yunxi was the first to sense the impending danger. She activated her powers, halting the 6 bullets mid-air, allowing them to lose momentum and drop harmlessly to the ground with a soft clatter. Lin Mo immediately shielded Sui Weiyao, and upon hearing the gunfire, Mu Chifeng quickly moved closer to Lin Yichen's group. Who fired the shot? Mu Yaohong shouted. He sought to retain Mu Chifeng, not a lifeless body. Just as he finished his outcry, he felt a sense of weightlessness, finding himself beside Lin Yichen, who had him by the throat with one hand. No, gazing into Lin Yichen's calm eyes, Mu Yaohong felt his blood run cold. Struggling to utter a few words, release the head of the family. Yuan, let us discuss this. Don't act rashly. The other 2 key figures from the Mu family were equally surprised by Mu Yaohong's sudden capture and hastily interjected. Within a minute, bring forth the shooter and the instigator, or prepare to collect his body. Lin Yichen's icy gaze fell upon them. Understood. Have you retrieved the items? Taking advantage of the pause, Lin Yichen turned to Mu Chifeng, who nodded with a smile. Yes, we are ready to leave at any moment. As they conversed, 6 individuals with their hands bound were pushed into the reception room. The people are here. Quickly release our head of the family, or you won't be getting away either. After ushering the captives into the reception room, someone shouted from outside. And where is the instigator? It seems you did not heed my words. Observing the 6 silent figures before him, Lin Yichen tightened his grip on Mu Yaohong's throat. Wait, we have captured the instigator. We were in the process of apprehending them. Seeing Mu Yaohong on the brink of death, the voices from outside called out again. And soon after, a beaten and battered Mu Fangheng was shoved inside. Brother, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. Spare me. Spare my brother. Mu Fangheng was desperate to avoid death, kneeling before Mu Chifeng in frantic supplication. It seems our reminiscing must be postponed until the evening. Do remember to seek me out, brother. Mu Chifeng shook his head at Mu Fangheng's pitiful state, fully aware of his brother's character, and swiftly drew the dagger from his thigh, granting him a swift end. After resolving Mu Fangheng, Mu Chifeng pulled out his handgun, aiming it at the 6 bound captives at the door, only to be halted by Lin Yichen. Noting Lin Yichen's gaze directed at Luo Yunxi and her sister, Mu Chifeng nodded in understanding and holstered his weapon. These are for you. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Luo Yunxi exchanged glances with Sui Weiyao, but remained silent. both drawing their own firearms, knowing this was a necessary step. Bang, bang, bang. Following a rapid series of gunshots, all 6 at the door collapsed, each riddled with at least 2 bullet wounds, as Su Yueyao emptied her magazine without hesitation. Seeing this, Lin Emo took the gun from Su Yueyao, comforting her. The first time is always like this. It will get easier. Let us go. Lin Yichen glanced at Luo Yunxi, ensuring she was all right before handing Mu Yaohong over to Mu Qinfeng. All right, Mu Qinfeng accepted the subdued Mu Yaohong without resistance, pressing the bloody dagger against his neck as he shouted outside, "Step aside. You know my temper." Hearing Mu Qinfeng's words, the individuals in charge outside understood his temperament and promptly cleared a path. With Mu Qinfeng holding Mu Yaohong hostage, he led the way out, while Lin Yichen positioned Luo Yunxi and Su Yueyao in the center, with himself and Lin Emo bringing up the rear. Once they broke free from the encirclement, they seamlessly adjusted their formation, with Lin Emo leading, while Mu Qinfeng brought up the rear with Mu Yaohong. As they approached the villa's entrance, He Jinping appeared in their line of sight. Lin Emo and the others merely nodded to him as they exited the villa. Mu Qinfeng paused with Mu Yaohong, engaging in conversation with He Jinping, completely disregarding the pursuers behind them. Have you made your decision? He Jinping asked with a smile, looking at Mu Qinfeng. Yes, I now wish to live for myself. Would you like to join me in exploring this splendid world? Mu Qinfeng responded with a grin. I am old now. This world belongs to the youth. This half-buried old fellow shall not meddle unnecessarily. So He Jinping chuckled, patting Mu Qinfeng on the shoulder before stepping aside. Let the young master appreciate this splendid world on my behalf. In truth, upon seeing He Jinping, Mu Qinfeng already had his answer, yet he still posed the question. Very well. Mu Qinfeng replied quietly, then proceeded past He Jinping towards the outside of the villa. As he walked away, He Jinping called out, Little Feng, I wish you a journey where the sea is vast enough for fish to leap and the sky high enough for birds to soar. At those words, Mu Qinfeng halted his steps, turned his back to He Jinping, and waved his hand before hastening towards the waiting jeep not far off. You're the last one. Stop dawdling. Seeing Mu Qinfeng approach, Lin Emo playfully punched him on the shoulder from the driver's seat. This is precisely why we have arrived. With a smile, Mu Qinfeng tossed Mu Yaohong into the car, and then climbed in himself. Once Mu Qinfeng settled into the vehicle, Lin Emo started the off-road vehicle and drove towards the city center. Lin Emo drove at a swift pace, and within 3 minutes, the previously glimpsed artificial forest came into view. Upon reaching the artificial forest, Lin Emo slowed down, and with a swift kick, Mu Qinfeng sent Mu Yaohong tumbling out, simultaneously admonishing him. Take good care of Uncle He, or I shall return and ensure your demise. I always keep my word. Tumbling to the ground, Mu Yaohong rolled a few times, ending up covered in dirt, before being assisted by the pursuing members of the Mu family. Brother, shall we pursue? Inquired one of the responsible figures supporting Mu Yaohong. Pursue? Do you wish to court death? You truly lack discernment. Return home. Mu Yaohong berated him fiercely, casting one last look in the direction where Mu Qinfeng and the others had departed before leading his companions back. Whether he felt relief, regret, or something else entirely, he himself could not ascertain. How do you feel now? After driving for a while, Lin Emo turned to Mu Qinfeng and asked, What do you mean how? Just focus on driving. The safety of the entire vehicle rests in your hands, Mu Qinfeng retorted, twisting Lin Emo's head back towards the front. Who do you look down upon? I am an experienced driver with 18 years behind the wheel. Upon having his head turned back, Lin Emo felt quite indignant but refrained from countering. All right, seasoned driver it is. Just drive safely. I feel splendid, better than ever, Mu Qinfeng replied with a smile. After leaving the Mu family villa, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, not physically, but mentally. Chapter 66, Acquiring Medication. Hearing Mu Qinfeng's remarks, Lin Emo nodded with a smile and then concentrated on driving. As the road conditions worsened the closer they approached the city. Igu, where shall we head next? Mu Qinfeng, feeling relaxed, leaned back in his seat, his tone light-hearted. Is there anywhere specific you wish to go? Lin Yichen responded, producing the map Zhao Feng had provided earlier for everyone to view. Of course, wherever you go, I shall follow. Brother, Lin Emo replied without turning his head. I feel the same. Igu, wherever you go, I shall accompany you. Although Mu Qinfeng was intently studying the map, he chimed in with a smile. Achin, Yao, and I wish to return to Kyoto for a visit, as our families reside there. Luo Yunxi pointed at the Kyoto safe base marked on the map. Indeed. Su Yueyao nodded repeatedly, affectionately rubbing Xiao Qi's head, having recently recovered from the discomfort of taking a life. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichin contemplated for a moment, then pointed out 2 locations on the map before finally resting on the Magic City safe base. First, we shall head to this Rinxin hospital to replenish some essential supplies, as our stock of medications is woefully inadequate. Then we shall spend the night at a chain supermarket named Jiahui. Tomorrow, we will set off towards the Magic City safe base, hoping to catch a ride to Kyoto. Is there any objection? No objections. The others nodded in agreement, as the plan was quite reasonable, and even if a ride to Kyoto were unavailable, they would not have to take a longer route. Seeing that everyone was in accord, Lin Yichin folded the map and awaited their descent. This dreadful road cannot be traversed any longer. Before long, Lin Mo's voice of complaint echoed, and the vehicle came to a halt. Haha, that seems about right. The noise of the vehicle has begun to attract the zombies, Mu Qinfeng remarked with a grin. Seeing this, everyone disembarked to deal with the few zombies drawn in by the noise of the vehicle. Let us move. Rinxin Hospital, as the city skyline emerged in the distance. Lin Yichin stored the off-road vehicle and led the way towards Rinxin Hospital. Mu Qinfeng and the others followed along, chatting and laughing. However, once they entered the city, the initially jovial atmosphere among Lin Mo and the others grew quiet as they hurried behind Lin Yichin towards Rinxin Hospital. Currently, Lin Yichin and his companions were not in need of low-tier crystal cores, thus they avoided the densely packed hordes of zombies, only engaging with scattered ones to allow Luo Yunqi and Su Yueyao to hone their skills. After approximately 2 hours of travel, the group finally spotted the tall building adorned with the characters Rinxin Hospital. Yet, Lin Yichin did not rush inside. Instead, he led the group into a nearby residential area, clearing out the zombies that obstructed their path before heading to the rooftop for a vantage point. Given the unpredictable nature of a hospital, which would likely be teeming with people, it was prudent to assess the surroundings first. Wow, so many. It seems impossible to evade them, Mu Qinfeng remarked, shaking his head as he surveyed the zombies wandering on each floor of Rinxin Hospital. What is there to evade? While each floor has its share. The numbers aren't overwhelming. I say we charge in and eliminate them all. That way, we can search for medications with peace of mind, Lin Mo declared, brandishing his fists. While the number of zombies inside the hospital was indeed not particularly high, they lacked the strength to deal with them silently. Any noise would leave them in a precarious situation. Luo Yunqi too shook her head, gesturing towards the swarming mass of zombies surrounding Rinxin Hospital. Lin Yichin surveyed the situation surrounding the hospital before finally directing his gaze towards the rear of the hospital. Let us take a break and eat something. We will sneak in through the back door, where there are fewer zombies. The pharmacy is typically located on the first floor. Once we procure the medications, we shall retreat swiftly to avoid giving the zombies a chance to gather. Understood. Upon hearing this, Mu Qinfeng and the others nodded in agreement, promptly sitting down to consume high-calorie items such as compressed biscuits and chocolate from their backpacks. After a brief refueling and resting for a few minutes, Lin Yichin led the group stealthily towards the back door of Rinxin Hospital. The zombies that once blocked their path had silently transformed into lifelike ice sculptures after scaling over more than 10 walls. They finally reached the side of Rinxin Hospital. After climbing over the hospital's surrounding wall, the group quietly approached the window of a tightly locked office. Lin Yichin stood outside the window, observing carefully. Once he confirmed that there were no zombies within, he proceeded to remove the window and climbed inside. However, an unexpected incident occurred. When Lin Mo was the last to enter, he accidentally knocked over a glass resting on the desk. The sound of shattering glass rang out. Though subtle, it was jarringly loud in the hospital's tranquil atmosphere. Upon hearing the noise, everyone turned to see Lin Mo standing beside the desk, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yet, before he could utter a word, the sound of zombies crashing against the door erupted. Fortunately, the door was sturdy enough to withstand the initial impact, but judging by the protruding hinges, it likely wouldn't hold for long. The small window on the door, however, was not as resilient, shattering as several zombie arms reached through. Should we fight our way out? Lin Mo suggested timidly. Swiftly resolve the situation, then grab the medication and retreat. Lin Yichin instructed. Following his command, countless ice spikes burst through the door, impaling the zombies gathered at the threshold. As they charged through the shattered door and the bodies of the zombies, the others quickly followed suit, unleashing a spectacular display of wind blades, fireballs, and bullets. Thanks to the zombies clustering together, the battle concluded swiftly. Within 30 seconds, they had been eradicated. However, the noise generated had also begun to attract other zombies from different areas. Time was of the essence. Lin Yichin could not afford to let the group rest and shouted, Chifeng, you three head left. If you find the pharmacy, call out. He then led Luo Yunxi to search towards the right corridor. Mu Chifeng nodded, leading Lin Mo and another person stealthily toward the left corridor. After passing 6 rooms, Lin Yichen and his companion spotted the characters for pharmacy above the door of the 8th room. Shenfeng, we found it. Come gather. Luo Yunxi called out upon spotting the pharmacy. Meanwhile, Lin Yichen was already attempting to open the door. Only to find it locked, he decided to resort to brute force, as there was no time to search for a key. Hearing Luo Yunxi's voice, the 3 of them rushed over, their hearts filled with joy. Once inside, Lin Yichen discovered the pharmacy was shrouded in darkness, prompting him to pull out a flashlight to illuminate the interior. His eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. Rows upon rows of shelves filled with a plethora of medications, many of which he had never even seen before, let alone knew their names. Seeing the newly expanded space from the previous night, Lin Yichen took the initiative to gather all the medications in the pharmacy, planning to have them identified by professionals once they reached the Magic City safe base. He intended to keep only what he needed and trade the rest with the authorities. Let us retreat. After collecting all the medications, Lin Yichen tore down the wall nearest to the hospital's boundary and signaled for the 4 who were holding off the zombies at the door to fall back. Coming, they replied in unison, then filed into the pharmacy in an orderly manner. Once Lin Mo, who was bringing up the rear, entered, Lin Yichen reinforced the pharmacy door with a temporary barricade and led the group to escape through the recently broken wall. Chapter 67. Arrival at Jiahui. The reckless survivors. Though Lin Yichen had temporarily sealed the pharmacy door to block the zombies inside the hospital, the perimeter had already been surrounded. Have the zombies become this swift? Lin Mo exclaimed in shock as he glanced at the horde gathered beneath the wall. They had already been quick, yet they were still encircled. Go. What shall we do now? Mu Chifeng asked. Equally concerned, A.S. Lin Yichen gazed at the ever-accumulating horde of zombies. He promptly declared, we must break through directly. The longer we delay, the more zombies will gather. Xiaomo, clear a landing zone for us. Watch me. Lin Mo responded affirmatively, unleashing his powers to decimate a large swath of zombies, revealing a clear area. Stay close to me. With the newly exposed ground in sight, Lin Yichen leapt down, conjuring his ice blade. Striking at the approaching undead with relentless vigor. Mu Chifeng and the others swiftly followed suit, finding their positions and beginning to eliminate the zombies. Noticing that no one lagged behind, Lin Yichen commenced the breakout. With the group maintaining their formation in pursuit, given the relatively small size of the encirclement, it took less than a minute for Lin Yichen to lead the team out of the throng of zombies, swiftly creating a distance between them. Why are we either being chased by zombies or fleeing from them? Lin Mo lamented after breaking free from the encirclement. Stop complaining and conserve your energy for the escape. Mu Chunfeng gasped, raising his hand to conjure a wall of flames to slow the pursuing zombies. Understood, just a fleeting moment of reflection. Prepare to accelerate, but be careful not to trip. After saying this, Lin Mo activated his powers, a gentle breeze enveloping the feet of Lin Yichen and the others, lightening their steps. What do you mean, Dada? Just as Mu Chunfeng attempted to inquire, he felt a sudden burst of speed beneath him. And thankfully, he quickly regained his balance. Otherwise, he might have fallen. Luo Yunxi also steadied herself, and Sui Weiyao with her telekinetic abilities, while Lin Yichen continued to run with unwavering stability. That's a commendable idea. Mu Chunfeng praised Lin Mo after stabilizing himself, and then turned to Lin Yichen, saying, Brother E, these ordinary zombies have grown stronger. If this were before, they would have perished instantly upon crossing my firewall. Lacking any ability to pursue, that's quite normal. We ourselves are continually growing stronger, and the zombies have no reason to remain stagnant. Thus, our task is to keep evolving until we become the mightiest. Lin Yichen, wielding his ice blade, forged ahead without glancing back. Having sensed this change while at Renxin Hospital, the others nodded in agreement, closely trailing behind Lin Yichen as they dealt with the zombies encroaching from the sides. With Lin Mo's enhanced abilities, they quickly shed the pursuing horde and headed towards Jiahui. Upon arriving near Jiahui, they discovered a considerable number of zombies in the vicinity, prompting them to find a concealed spot to ascend to the rooftop. Preparing to enter from there, don't move, or I'll shoot. As soon as they reached the rooftop, a cold voice rang out from behind. Turning around, they saw a middle-aged man in his 30s at the entrance, aiming a Type 95 assault rifle at them. Behind him, in a small room, huddled 7 or 8 individuals, both men and women, including a little girl. Lin Yichen and his companions merely cast a brief glance before returning their focus to unpacking their supplies of food and water. Sir, you'd best lower that gun. We only seek shelter for the night, and I believe you wouldn't want any trouble, Mu Chenfeng said with a disarming smile. Huh. The middle-aged man had initially intended to demand Lin Yichen and the others surrender their food and water. But upon hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, he burst into laughter, an uproar that lasted nearly half a minute. Finally, he ceased his mirth, fired several shots into the air, and then turned to Mu Chenfeng, saying, "Do you know what this is? Kid, this is a gun. A gun. Pray tell, what do you think might happen?" "Of course I know. I just mentioned it, and even suggested you put it down. As for what might happen. Well, you wouldn't want to find out." Mu Chenfeng replied, his smile unwavering. "I wouldn't put it down for anyone. You lot, kneel down immediately, or I'll make sure your heads bloom with flowers." Seeing that Mu Chenfeng and Lin Yichen showed no regard for his threats, the middle-aged man's expression turned icy, and he shouted, seeking death. Upon hearing his demand to kneel, Mu Chenfeng's expression darkened instantly, and he hurled a fireball at the middle-aged man. With a start, the man instinctively opened fire. But the bullets inexplicably halted mid-air, ultimately falling lifelessly to the ground. The fireball descended unimpeded, igniting the man from the feet upwards. Although Mu Chenfeng could have easily ended his life, he evidently preferred to let him suffer a protracted demise. "Ah, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please spare me. I beg you. Kill me. I beseech you. As the man's pleas echoed, Mu Chenfeng remained unmoved, simply observing him. Luo Yunqi and the others felt a pang of sympathy, opening their mouths to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. "Ha, serves him right. Just desserts, indeed. Ha." Meanwhile, the individuals who had been huddled behind the middle-aged man erupted in laughter. Two women even picked up the fallen Type 95 rifle to strike at him. They continued until the man was beyond recognition, at which point one of the women collapsed to the ground in tears. The other approached Mu Chenfeng with the little girl in tow. "Thank you, benefactor. My name is Huang Manru, and this is my daughter, Lily." The little girl, timidly hiding behind her mother, was visibly shaken by the earlier scene. "Lily, quickly thank the big brother. He avenged your father's death," Huang Manru gently urged, ruffling her daughter's hair and coaxing her forward. Though fear lingered in Lily's eyes, she managed to murmur, "Thank you, big brothered, no need. He brought this upon himself. That I'm not particularly interested in your experiences. But I do have one request. Please do not trouble us," Mu Chenfeng replied, shaking his head. Huang Manru nodded in understanding and led her daughter away. After they departed, Lin Imo observed Luo Yunqi and the others, who had remained silent since Mu Chenfeng took action. With a mischievous glint, she mimicked her tone to Mu Chenfeng, saying, "I greatly appreciate the benevolent rescue, and I have nothing to offer in return but my body. Well, if it's little Xiaomao, I might consider it." Understanding Lin Mo's suggestive tone, Mu Chenfeng chuckled and bantered back, "That I never expected you to be such a little minx." Lin Imo feigned shock, clutching her chest in mock horror. "Come here, darling. I shall treat you well." As Mu Chenfeng opened his arms, pretending to embrace Lin Imo, she deftly rolled away. "Get lost. I'm not into that." Neither am I. Watching the playful exchange between Lin Imo and Mu Chenfeng, Luo Yunqi and Su Weiyao couldn't help but laugh, the heavy atmosphere dissipating, and the earlier events were forgotten. Chapter 68. Rest. Let us take a break here for the night. If you're interested, feel free to explore below, but do remember to prioritize your safety, Lin Yichen suggested at an opportune moment. He then produced a collection of crystal cores and placed them among the group before closing his eyes. As new insights flooded his mind, the speed at which these zombies are evolving is quite remarkable. "Xiaoqi, your turn." Lin Imo picked up a translucent crystal core, inspecting it before tossing it to the little creature. "Xiaoqi, meow." Xiaoqi leapt and swallowed the core whole, then nuzzled against Lin Mo's leg. "Haha, little glutton," Lin Imo chuckled, affectionately stroking its fluffy head while continuing to feed it. "Indeed, they are evolving quickly, but I believe we can surpass them even faster. Let us head down and prepare dinner for tonight," Mu Chenfeng said with confidence. "Absolutely." Lin Imo nodded in agreement, then turned to Luo Yunqi and the others, asking, "Would you like to join us, sister-in-law? I'll stay behind to keep watch." "Let Yao accompany you," Luo Yunqi replied with a smile, then whispered something in Su Yueyao's ear. Understood. Su Yueyao's cheeks flushed at Luo Yunqi's words, responding softly, "Then thank you for your help, sister-in-law." Mu Chenfeng nodded appreciatively at Luo Yunqi and then led Lin Imo and the others towards the rooftop entrance. The two lower levels were teeming with zombies, while the third level had significantly fewer due to the influx of people seeking refuge. However, there were still dozens present. As Mu Chifeng and Lin Mo prepared to descend, Huang Manru, holding her daughter, offered a reminder. Be careful. There are zombies below. Understood. Mu Chifeng nodded and began to clear the debris blocking the rooftop door. Could we join you? The 5 boys who had been huddled nearby quickly approached to help when they saw Mu Chifeng and Lin Mo moving items. They had gone hungry for far too long. Since escaping to the rooftop, they hadn't had a proper meal, especially after running out of supplies 2 days prior. Noticing their gaunt appearances, Mu Chifeng shook his head, saying, "Your legs are your own. Go wherever you wish." Upon hearing Mu Chifeng's refusal, the boys felt a pang of disappointment. However, upon hearing his subsequent words, they became excited and hastened their efforts with their assistance. The debris blocking the door was quickly cleared, revealing a locked iron door. The key has always been carried by that beast. I have seen it before, so you may search the bodies outside. Huang Manru reminded again as she gazed at the locked iron door. We will find it. You rest, brother. Upon hearing Huang Manru's words, the 5-member group quickly nodded and turned to venture outside in search of the key. There's no need for that, Mu Chifeng replied, shaking his head. With a swift motion, a fiery long knife materialized in his hand, leaving Huang Manru and the others astounded. Unfazed by their astonishment, Mu Chifeng directly cleaved the lock, revealing the staircase leading to the 3rd floor before them. However, the sound of the broken lock also attracted the attention of the zombies on the 3rd floor, causing them to converge towards the staircase. After breaking the lock, Mu Chifeng did not cease his actions. Instead, he severed 7 steel pipes and discarded them on the ground. Once he completed this, he led Lin Mo and the others downward. Leave 5, Mu Chifeng instructed, glancing at the advancing zombies while swinging his long knife. Understood, Sui Weiao responded, drawing her pistol from her waist. Got it. Lin Mo echoed, having inferred Mu Chifeng's intentions, teaching one to fish rather than merely providing fish. Consequently, the 3 of them swiftly dispatched the zombies, opened the crystal core blind boxes, and then dispersed, leaving behind 5 dismembered zombies at the staircase, repeatedly crashing against the wind wall. For our brothers, they have already aided us immensely. We cannot falter, observed one of the individuals who had previously urged Mu Chifeng to take them along, as he picked up a steel pipe and charged down. Zhang Jingyang is right. We cannot let them down. Once dead, one hangs in the heavens. Once alive, one endures for eternity. Let's go, my brothers. Onward. The remaining 4 exchanged glances and picked up steel pipes to follow suit. Seeing their determination, Huang Manru comforted her daughter, seized a steel pipe, and prepared to assist. As she reached the staircase, a sudden thought struck her. She dropped the steel pipe and dashed towards the rooftop, soon returning with a Type 95 assault rifle. At that moment, the weakened Zhang Jingyang and his group were being overwhelmed by the 5 incomplete zombies. Huang Manru shouted from the staircase, "Everyone, run towards me." The group looked up in confusion, only to see the weapon in her hands, prompting them to retreat decisively upstairs. Naturally, the zombies would not let their meal escape, pursuing them relentlessly, yet only 3 managed to follow, as the 2 missing legs were tripped on the stairs, still struggling to climb. Once Zhang Jingyang and the others reached safety, Huang Manru aimed at the pursuing zombies and pulled the trigger. In the wake of a barrage of gunfire, the advancing zombies were reduced to a pulpy mess. At the moment the shots rang out, Lin Mo was perusing the snack aisle with Sui Weiao, while Mu Chifeng was preparing dinner by himself. Hearing the gunfire, Sui Weiao abandoned her cart and sprinted towards the rooftop. "Hey, where are you going, Yao Yao?" Lin Mo grasped her hand. There was gunfire. What if Luo and the others are in danger? Sui Weiao explained while dragging Lin Mo towards the rooftop. "Oh, I thought something serious had happened." "It should be fine," Lin Mo said, exerting his strength to bring Sui Weiao to a halt. "Why?" Sui Weiao asked, puzzled. "Because ordinary firearms pose no threat to me at this moment, let alone my brother. As for Sister Yunxi, my brother wouldn't let her get hurt even if he were injured, so there's nothing to worry about." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, then picked up a bag of his favorite spicy strips from the shelf. Tearing it open and offering it to Sui Weiao. Sui Weiao accepted the spicy strips, nodding, her worries transforming into envy of their abilities and strength, although she knew they would not disdain her for lacking powers. She wished to keep pace with them rather than being the one who always lagged behind. Indeed, so there's no need for concern. Lin Mo, oblivious to Sui Weiao's thoughts, continued browsing the snack aisle with her. Meanwhile, Mu Chifeng appeared unaffected by the gunfire, methodically preparing dinner. After the pursuing zombies were dealt with, Huang Manru leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. Facing zombies as an ordinary person required immense courage. Thank you. Sister Manru, the 5 survivors, who had successfully escaped, expressed their gratitude. Having endured oppression together for so long, they had become familiar with one another's names and no need for thanks. We are all striving to survive. The rest is up to you, Huang Manru replied, regaining her composure and glancing at the 2 zombies still laboring to climb the stairs. Rest assured, Sister Manru, that was merely an accident we won't miss again. Zhang Zhenyang chuckled, then coordinated with the others to subdue the 2 legless zombies, each taking turns to strike until they were dispatched, splattering blood across the staircase. At that moment, Lin Mo and Su Yueyao returned. Their hands laden with over 10 carts filled with snacks, as well as one filled with sanitary napkins. Upon seeing Lin Mo and Su Yueyao return, Zhang Zhenyang and his group quickly cleared the staircase, shoving the zombie corpses aside while their eyes remained fixated on the floating carts of snacks. Oh, not bad, Lin Mo praised, in a good mood as he led Su Yueyao upstairs. Sister Manru, I took Lily to eat something. After Lin Mo and Su Yueyao departed, Zhang Zhenyang and the others called out to Huang Manru before hastily making their exit, ravenous after their efforts. When the busy Mu chef returned with an array of self-heating meals, the staircase was left in disarray. Ha! Is this our dinner for today, little Chinzi? Lin Mo chuckled at the sight of Mu Chunfeng carrying various self-heating meals. Is there a problem? There are vegetables, meat, and soup. It's quite a feast. In the future, if we want fresh meat, we might have to hunt mutated animals, Mu Chunfeng replied, smiling as he set the self-heating meals before the group, glancing at the slumbering Xiaoqi in Su Yao's embrace. Meow. Hearing Mu Chunfeng's words, the peacefully sleeping Xiaoqi suddenly opened its eyes and meowed at him. Although the meaning of Xiaoqi's words remained unclear, it sounded rather displeased. Su Yueyao comfortingly patted its little head, though the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement, as Luo Yunqi stifled a laugh beside her. Ha! I think so too. Lin Mo laughed so hard that he could barely straighten up. I didn't say I was going to eat you. Why the dramatic reaction? Try me again with that meowing. Mu Chunfeng chuckled, playfully punching at Xiaoqi before turning to Lin Yichen. Brother Yi, it's time to eat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yichen opened his eyes, and the group felt a sudden drop in temperature around them, which quickly returned to normal. Brother Yi's strength has increased again. Mu Chunfeng marveled. Just a slight improvement. Let's eat. We have to hit the road tomorrow. Lin Yichen replied, nodding as he picked up the self-heating rice before him. All right, the others echoed, also beginning to eat. After their meal, the sky darkened completely, and the group lay together watching the stars, relishing a rare moment of relaxation. Chapter 69. The mutant willow tree. Since the apocalypse began, the stars in the sky seem to have shone more brightly, Lin Mo remarked, gazing at the myriad stars. That's merely your perception. However, Blue Star is indeed expanding. I just wonder what it will ultimately become, Mu Chunfeng said, stretching comfortably. Meow. Feeling Mu Chunfeng's movement, Xiaoqi, who was being used as a pillow, protested, struggling to escape. Don't move. Noticing Xiaoqi's struggle, Mu Chunfeng smiled and placed a few crystal cores beside its head. Indeed, upon seeing the crystal cores, Xiaoqi ceased its resistance and obediently returned to being Mu Chunfeng's pillow. Plants are growing wildly, and animals are undergoing extraordinary transformations. All species globally have joined this evolutionary frenzy, Luo Yunqi remarked, resting against Lin Yichen's arm. Yesterday, I even saw an entire building engulfed by climbing ivy. It's a pity I wasn't part of this evolutionary wave, Su Yueyao lamented. Don't worry, Yao Yao. I will protect you. Lin Mo was the first to respond to Su Yueyao's statement. Indeed, we will all protect you, Mu Chunfeng added with a smile, handing Xiaoqi over. Once we reach the safe base in Modu, we'll inquire. Perhaps the authorities will have a solution. Luo Yunqi also sat up from Lin Yichen's embrace, reaching out to pat Su Yao's head. Hee, I know you all will protect me, and I'm not that fragile. I was just expressing a sentiment. Su Yueyao smiled knowingly at the group, cradling Xiaoqi and gently stroking its fur. Observing Su Yueyao's demeanor, the group exchanged smiles and shifted topics, chatting until midnight before finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, Lin Yichen and the others awoke early, and after breakfast, they set off towards the safe base in Modu. Sister Manru, they have left. After Lin Yichen's group departed, a head peeked out from a small room on the rooftop. Didn't they say last night that they were only staying overnight? To have been saved is already our fortune. From here on, we must rely on ourselves. Huang Manru remarked, watching Lin Yichen and the others swiftly recede into the distance. Understood, Sister Manru. We will definitely survive, right? Yes, definitely. As the crowd passed through a park devoid of zombies, Xiaoqi suddenly accelerated and darted in front of Lin Yichen, halting him in his tracks, observing Xiaoqi's actions. The others immediately became alert, for animals possess an uncanny ability to sense danger far superior to that of humans. What is the matter? Lin Yichen inquired. Meow. Upon seeing Lin Yichen stop, Xiaoqi raised a paw and pointed towards the park beside them. Mimicking a motion of eating, Xiaoqi implied that there were treasures within this park. Su Yueyao interpreted Xiaoqi's gestures. Meow. Hearing Su Yueyao's words, Xiaoqi nodded and then pointed at Lin Yichen, adopting a posture of utmost vigilance. However, there are dangers inside, creatures with strength comparable to Egu. Su Yueyao continued to translate. Meow. Xiaoqi nodded again, then began to circle around Lin Yichen's feet, indicating that the items within were indeed of great value. Intrigued by Su Yueyao's words, Lin Yichen began to ponder seriously, considering that he was not alone and had a team to protect. Yao Yao, how do you understand what Xiaoqi means? Lin Mo asked curiously. I'm not sure, but the moment Xiaoqi spoke, I grasped the general meaning, perhaps due to our close interactions, Su Yueyao replied with a smile. Yet I've fed it plenty too. Why am I in the dark? Lin Mo scratched his head. Hee, I don't know either. Meanwhile, Mu Qinfeng fell into deep thought. During their first meeting, Xiaoqi had already recognized Su Yueyao as its master. And now, she could almost instantly comprehend its intentions. A fleeting, immature thought crossed Mu Qinfeng's mind, but he kept it to himself, wary of the potential embarrassment should he be mistaken. You all should find a safe spot ahead and wait for me. Xiaoqi and I will be back shortly. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yichen resolved to investigate, for treasures are not encountered every day. Go. All right, Qinfeng, lead them to find a safe place to wait for me. Lin Yichen waved, interrupting the conversation, and handed a spatial orb to Luo Yunqi, saying, rest assured, as long as you hold this spatial orb, I can reach you anytime within 10 kilometers. Understood? Ego. Follow me. Upon receiving the spatial orb from Lin Yichen, Mu Qinfeng responded with alacrity, swiftly moving ahead. Return safely. Luo Yunqi tightly clutched the spatial orb, tiptoed, and kissed Lin Yichen on the cheek before following suit. Brother, have the drinks ready for you. Lin Mo chuckled, patting Lin Yichen on the shoulder as he accompanied Su Yueyao. Lin Yichen nodded with a smile. Lead the way. Had it not been for the treasures, I would have let Qinfeng roast you. Watching the retreating figures of his companions, Lin Yichen smiled at Xiaoqi. Meow. Xiaoqi confidently called out, then leaped into the adjacent park, with Lin Yichen following closely behind. Upon entering the park, he was greeted by a profusion of wildly overgrown vegetation. After walking for a while, a green palace woven from an array of plants emerged before Lin Yichen. The moment he stepped into this verdant palace alongside Xiaoqi, an eerie silence enveloped them. Even the sound of their footsteps vanished, prompting Lin Yichen to heighten his vigilance. However, nothing transpired. Following Xiaoqi through the labyrinthine passages of the green palace, they finally arrived at a clearing at the center. In the middle of the clearing stood a flourishing willow tree, perplexingly adorned with a multicolored fruit. As Lin Yichen gazed at the willow tree, alarm bells rang in his mind, for it emanated an aura of unfathomable power. Meow. Yet Xiaoqi seemed oblivious, calling out to Lin Yichen and indicating that the splendid fruit was indeed the treasure. Listening to Xiaoqi's call, Lin Yichen casted a sidelong glance before shaking his head. The disparity in their strengths was too vast, and it was no surprise that Xiaoqi could not discern it. Seeing that the willow tree showed no intention of attack, Lin Yichen decided to sit down, contemplating how to procure the fruit. After all, having come this far, it would be remiss to leave empty-handed. Meow. Noticing Lin Yichen sitting still, Xiaoqi curiously mewed, questioning why he did not retrieve the fruit. Patience, let me think. This is quite a formidable opponent. Lin Yichen gently tapped Xiaoqi on the head. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's words, Xiaoqi nodded and obediently lay beside him. Chapter 70. Success and Escape. Meanwhile, Mu Qinfeng and the others chose to settle in the first house they encountered after crossing the park, ensuring Lin Yichen could make a swift exit once he secured the treasure. Sister-in-law, come sit for a moment. Egan never undertakes risky endeavors, Lin Mo said, observing Luo Yunqi who was gazing intently out the window towards the park. He then retrieved snacks and beverages from his backpack, placing the drinks on the table, reminding her that he had promised to prepare refreshments. Okay, Luo Yunqi replied, though her body remained motionless by the window. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head with a smile, and began to bond with Su Yueyao. While Mu Chenfeng had already ventured out to scout the surrounding terrain. Sensing that the spatial orb on Luo Yunxi had ceased moving, Lin Yichen smiled slightly. It seemed they were safe, and it was time for action. After affectionately patting Xiaoqi's head, he leaned down and whispered a few words in its ear. "Do you understand?" "Meow." Xiaoqi nodded in response and dashed towards the passage behind them. Seeing Xiaoqi run off, Lin Yichen stood up, and as he did, 8 ice spikes began to form around him. The moment the spikes materialized, they shot towards the mutated willow tree from 8 different directions, while chains of ice began to manifest behind him. Realizing that this intruder dared to launch an attack, the mutated willow tree instantly became enraged, its branches thrashing about and shattering the 8 ice spikes into fragments. One of the branches transformed into a whip and lashed violently at Lin Yichen. Watching the whip slice through the air, Lin Yichen's expression turned grave, and he conjured an ice shield to block the impending strike. Though the shield shattered upon impact, seizing this opportunity, Lin Yichen swiftly ensnared the attacking branch with the prepared ice chains. This was the strategy he had devised: provoke the mutated willow tree into attacking, then gradually restrain its branches, ultimately capturing the fruit and making his escape. The situation was unfolding precisely as he had envisioned. When the mutated willow tree saw that its assault had yielded no results, and its attacking branch had been captured, it retaliated by wielding even more branches against Lin Yichen. Faced with this onslaught, Lin Yichen decisively abandoned the idea of resisting and began to dodge around the clearing, all the while controlling the incoming branches with ice chains. However, this required immense effort, and under the strain of his abilities and physical exhaustion, his speed began to wane. With a loud crack, Lin Yichen, slowed by fatigue and unable to evade in time, was struck forcefully by a branch, sending him tumbling across the ground before he finally came to a stop. Yet, upon hitting the ground, Lin Yichen paid no heed to his injuries. Instead, he sprang up and tightly grasped the branch that had thrown him aside. Whoosh! The moment Lin Yichen seized the branch, Xiaoqi, who had been absent for a while, suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. Swiftly making its way to the mutated willow tree, the abrupt appearance of Xiaoqi certainly captured the willow tree's attention, which immediately attempted to command its branches to intercept, only to discover that all of them were firmly under Lin Yichen's control. Once atop the mutated willow tree, Xiaoqi swiftly severed the fruit stem, clutched it in its mouth, and bolted back towards Lin Yichen. Seeing the fruit snatched away, the mutated willow tree went into a frenzy. Its branches swelling in size, shattering the ice chains that had bound them into countless pieces. It then sprouted numerous dark, menacing thorns, sending a chilling shiver down one's spine. Lin Yichen's grip on the branch resulted in several bloody punctures in his palm, but he quickly released it, narrowly avoiding severe injury. Once freed from confinement, the mutated willow tree immediately swung its amplified branches towards Xiaoqi in an attempt to reclaim the fruit, completely disregarding Lin Yichen, the true instigator. Despite Xiaoqi's desperate efforts to evade, the overwhelming power disparity proved to be insurmountable. After dodging the first 2 branches, it soon found itself struggling to keep up. As the third branch came crashing down towards Xiaoqi, Lin Yichen activated his ability to teleport Xiaoqi onto his shoulder, though he himself coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meow. After escaping danger, Xiaoqi collapsed on Lin Yichen's shoulder, barely clinging to life. When the mutated willow tree witnessed Xiaoqi suddenly appear on Lin Yichen's shoulder, it paused momentarily, but quickly resumed commanding its branches to strike at Lin Yichen. As the branches bore down upon him, Lin Yichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling as he said, "This time, you have the upper hand, but I shall return to seek you out. Just don't perish before then." With that, a portal to the spatial realm materialized behind him, and with a backward lean, he and Xiaoqi tumbled through it. The mutated willow tree, witnessing this, attempted to follow through the portal, but the closing entrance severed all its branches, leaving it to thrash its remaining limbs against the ground in a fit of rage. Thud, thud, thud. The commotion from the mutated willow tree was so intense that even Luo Yunxi and the others, several kilometers away, could hear it. What could possibly be within this park? The disturbance rivaled that of a minor earthquake. Upon hearing the commotion emanating from the park, Lin Mo swiftly rose to join Luo Yunxi. Gazing in the direction of the park, it seems this idea has turned out to be somewhat troublesome. I hope Yi can return safely. Just as Mu Chenfeng returned from surveying the terrain, he too looked towards the park. Rest assured, Luo, the captain is exceptionally strong and will surely be fine. Sui Weiyao consoled as she hugged Luo Yunqi. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from behind, reacting quickly to the sound. Lin Mo conjured a wind wall to shield everyone. The other three also turned to investigate, preparing their respective attacks, ready to strike if they confirmed an enemy's presence. Ego. Aiken. Upon turning to see the disheveled Lin Yichen and Shaoqi sprawled on the floor, the group immediately sheathed their attacks and helped him up. Puffed. As Lin Yichen was assisted to his feet, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which he had been suppressing since being struck by the mutated willow tree. After expelling the blood, Lin Yichen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Looking at the concerned faces around him, he chuckled. It's nothing, just need to rest a bit. The idea was a bit troublesome, but I did manage to get what we needed. After all this effort, if it weren't something valuable, I would have roasted Shaoqi. Meow. Shaoqi weakly responded, utterly devoid of energy. Thank goodness, seeing Lin Yichen still in high spirits. Lin Mo and the others sighed in relief, petting Shaoqi's small head, especially given the glaring wound on his chest. Luo Yunqi remained silent, gently enveloping Lin Yichen in her embrace. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just a minor mishap. A little rest and I'll be fine, Lin Yichen reassured her, enduring the pain in his chest as he held her back. Yes, nothing serious. Captain Lin is the best. Shouldn't you take a look at your own chest while you're at it? Luo Yunqi shot him a glare in response to his chest, then turned to Mu Chifeng, saying, Chifeng, fetch some iodine and bandaging supplies. All right, sister-in-law, Mu Chifeng replied with a smile, retrieving the items from his backpack and handing them to Luo Yunqi. As she began tending to Lin Yichen's wound, he noticed that his shirt had been torn apart, exposing the gruesome injury that everyone had already seen, which made him awkwardly avert his gaze. Don't move. This small motion earned Lin Yichen another glare from Luo Yunqi, prompting him to behave and allow her to treat his wound. Meanwhile, Mu Chifeng and the others exchanged knowing smiles, amused by Lin Yichen's uncharacteristic vulnerability. Just as Luo Yunqi finished dressing Lin Yichen's wound, Mu Chifeng spoke up. Ego, what was that thing in the park? Do we need to evacuate the area? Yes, brother. What exactly was in that park to injure you like this? Lin Mo asked, inserting a straw into a can of drink and holding it to Lin Yichen's lips. No need. It can't come here. It was a mutated willow tree, likely of tier 3 strength. Lin Yichen replied after taking a sip. Hiss. The revelation of a tier 3 willow tree caused the group to collectively gasp, with Lin Mo nearly dropping his drink in shock. If they were to engage, they might not even qualify to be a mere nuisance. You mustn't be so reckless next time. After wrapping up Lin Yichen's wound, Luo Yunqi, at a loss for words, merely bit down on his hand in frustration. All right, I'll heed your advice, Lin Yichen chuckled in agreement. Luo Yunqi remained silent, placing Lin Yichen's hand against her cheek. She understood he was trying to spare her worry, and she also acknowledged that in these times, survival demanded continual striving. Rest assured, I know my limits. You should have a bit of faith in your man. Lin Yichen gently caressed Luo Yunqi's face with a smile. Puffed. You're not my man, Luo Yunqi retorted. Her cheeks flushed, shooting him a glare. So, that good thing Shaoqi mentioned is at this moment, Lin Mo, having regained his composure, interrupted their conversation, only to be met with a sharp glance from Lin Yichen, causing him to shiver and lose his train of thought. Observing Lin Mo's foolishness, Lin Yichen shook his head and produced a multicolored fruit, saying, Here it is, plucked from the mutated willow tree, though I'm unclear about its specific effects. Intrigued, the group gathered around to examine the fruit, concluding it was indeed a vividly colored specimen. Shaoqi, regarding that good thing you mentioned, do you know what this fruit is capable of? Lin Mo lifted Shaoqi, who was lounging nearby, and placed him before the fruit. Meow. Shaoqi first mimicked eating, then pointed his little paw at Luo Yunqi and the others, finally indicating Lin Yichen, who was sipping his drink. The group was left puzzled by Shaoqi's gestures. The first action was easy to interpret as eat, but the subsequent gestures were baffling. Yao, what does Shaoqi mean? Lin Mo inquired of Su Yao. Unable to decipher the meaning, Shaoqi implies that consuming this fruit will grant you abilities similar to his, and if you eat it, your powers will increase. Meow. Shaoqi nodded in affirmation. Are there any side effects? Lin Yichen asked, placing his drink down to look at Shaoqi. Meow. Shaoqi shook his head, indicating he did not know. Would you dare to eat it? The side effects are unknown. Lin Yichen turned his gaze back to Su Yao. Me? I think it's better suited for Luo and the others. Su Yao shook her head, believing that any of them would benefit more from the fruit than herself. No need to be modest. You must also bear the corresponding risks, Lin Yichen replied with a smile. Take it. Our strength will enhance rapidly, and we don't need this. Lin Mo cheerfully handed the fruit to Su Yueyao. Both Luo Yunqi and Mu Qinfeng nodded encouragingly at Su Yueyao, signaling her to accept it. All right, I won't let you down. Touched by their support, Su Yueyao smiled as she accepted the fruit from Lin Mo and promptly consumed it. Chapter 71. Awakening and Ascending. We can understand. Hey, Yao Yao, why did you eat it so quickly? Upon seeing Su Yueyao take the fruit from him, Lin Mo intended to advise waiting until they understood the side effects before consuming it, but was taken aback when she swallowed it immediately. Su Yueyao merely smiled at Lin Mo and then closed her eyes, bracing herself for the energy coursing through her body from the fruit. It truly didn't have to be done so hastily. Watching Su Yueyao, who was biting her teeth tightly and trembling, Lin Mo murmured, "All right, don't worry too much. Perhaps there are no side effects at all." Mu Qinfeng patted Lin Mo's shoulder, articulating the very concerns he harbored. Indeed, perhaps Yao Yao will awaken some extraordinary ability, Luo Yunqi added, attempting to reassure herself. Yet, the way she tightly held Lin Yichen's hand betrayed her inner turmoil, which was not as calm as her demeanor suggested. I know, your master will succeed, right? Lin Mo nodded, cradling Shaoqi in his arms and giving him a gentle rub. Meow meow meow, annoyed by Lin Mo's incessant fussing. Shaoqi leaped from his grasp only to be caught again, repeatedly escaping and being caught. Eventually, he lay in Lin Mo's arms, utterly exhausted, resigning to whatever fate awaited him. Pfft, you should just leave Shaoqi alone. How about we go for a stroll outside? Mu Qinfeng suggested with a smile, recognizing Lin Mo's attempt to distract himself, albeit in an absurdly childish manner. We can patrol. Why go for a walk? Honestly, Lin Mo scoffed, but made no objection, setting Shaoqi down and following Mu Qinfeng outside. With the two having exited, Lin Yichen produced the remaining 8 Tier 1 crystal cores, handing them to Luo Yunqi. You three can divide these later. I'll rest for a while. Call me if anything comes up. All right, I'll make you a bed, Luo Yunqi replied as she accepted the crystal cores, assisting Lin Yichen into the room. Although Lin Yichen wished to protest the fuss, watching Luo Yunqi's earnest organizing compelled him to remain silent, allowing her to arrange everything before he settled down to rest. Rest well. Call me if you need anything. After Lin Yichen lay down, Luo Yunqi bent down to kiss his cheek, only to be pulled into his embrace the next moment. What are you doing that as Luo Yunqi began to speak, Lin Yichen silenced her with a kiss, swallowing her words, and soon their passionate response ensued. Who am I? After nearly 5 minutes of kissing, Lin Yichen finally released Luo Yunqi, gently nibbling her lip. At that moment, Luo Yunqi's face was flushed, her body melting against Lin Yichen. Panting softly before adopting a reprimanding tone, "Do you not realize you're injured? What if your wound opens up again?" Not having heard the answer she desired, Lin Yichen feigned the posture of leaning in for another kiss. However, to his surprise, Luo Yunqi was completely unafraid and playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Observing Luo Yunqi's demeanor, Lin Yichen was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly deduced her thoughts. She believed he was currently incapacitated by his injury and unable to act against her. With a smile, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Sister Yunqi, it's merely my chest that is injured. Everything else is perfectly fine." Upon hearing this, the smile on Luo Yunqi's face faltered. It was evident she understood the underlying implication of Lin Yichen's words. "What's the matter, Sister Yunqi?" Lin Yichen feigned ignorance, aware of her reaction. Nothing, she replied, though her body took advantage of Lin Yichen's momentary distraction to slip out of his embrace. Unfortunately, she unwittingly fell into his trap. He had deliberately feigned a weakness. Just as she broke free, he swiftly pulled her back into his arms. "Why are you running away, Sister Yunqi?" he asked with a grin as she returned to his embrace. "I simply don't wish to disturb my dear boyfriend's rest," Luo Yunqi replied with a smile, leaning in to plant a kiss on Lin Yichen's cheek. At that moment, she realized that this cunning man had been playing with her all along, and she decided to surrender. "Go on, I shall rest now." Satisfied with her response, Lin Yichen smiled and kissed Luo Yunqi again before releasing her. "Is your wound all right?" Luo Yunqi inquired as she stood up, tugging at Lin Yichen's shirt while her hands mischievously explored his abs. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Lin Yichen said with a smile, enjoying her touch. "Hee, not at all. Just let your boyfriend have a good rest," she replied playfully. Seeing that Lin Yichen's injury was not serious, Luo Yunqi spent a delightful moment playing with his abs before happily exiting the room, having intentionally teased him for his earlier antics. It was only after Luo Yunqi left and closed the door that Lin Yichen smiled, and lay down to rest. As soon as Luo Yunxi exited the room, she hurried to find Mu Qinfeng and the others. Sister-in-law, is Yi Ge resting? Mu Qinfeng asked upon seeing Luo Yunxi. Yes, this is what Yi Chen sent you. Converted into strength while resting, Luo Yunxi replied, nodding and handing each of them 3 first-tier crystal cores. Keeping 2 for herself. Thank you, sister-in-law, they said as they accepted the crystal cores. Each one is worth 8 hours, so call me when it's time. After they received the cores, Luo Yunxi re-entered the room. Hearing this, Mu Qinfeng and the others did not respond, clearly having no intention of making Luo Yunxi take a shift. You first. After watching Luo Yunxi enter the room, Mu Qinfeng turned to Lin Mo. All right, I'll switch with you once I'm ready. Lin Mo nodded, patting Mu Qinfeng's shoulder before entering the room. Just as Lin Mo stepped inside, Su Yueyao collapsed painfully to the ground. Yao Yao. The sight of Su Yueyao falling did not escape Lin Mo's notice, and he rushed over to help her, only to be stopped by Luo Yunxi. Sister-in-law, why are you stopping me? Yueyao needs assistance. Lin Mo exclaimed anxiously, ready to intervene. Lin Mo, calm down. Doesn't Yueyao look just like how we did when we ascended? Luo Yunxi replied, prompting Lin Mo to observe more closely. Indeed, she resembled them during their own ascension. Then he picked up the sleeping Xiaoqi and gave her a gentle rub, knowing that ascension could only be achieved through one's own efforts, without external intervention. Their commotion attracted Mu Qinfeng from outside. Upon seeing what transpired, he remarked, that fruit is truly remarkable. Remember how we struggled for 4 or 5 days absorbing crystal cores to ascend? I wonder what abilities Yueyao will awaken, whatever it is. As long as she can endure it, that's what matters, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head in agreement. Luo Yunxi and the others nodded, choosing to remain silent as they awaited Su Yao's ascension. That feels wonderful. Sorry to have worried you all. After 15 minutes, Su Yueyao stood up, brimming with vitality, and smiled at Luo Yunxi and the others. The sight of Su Yueyao standing and speaking astonished Luo Yunxi and the others. They remembered how they had felt utterly drained after their own ascension, unable even to stand. Yao Yao, how do you feel now? Lin Mo was the first to regain his composure, concerned about any side effects from the fruit. Yes. Yao Yao, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Luo Yunxi echoed, inspecting Su Yueyao closely. I feel great. I'm filled with energy and have no discomfort whatsoever, Su Yueyao said, embracing Luo Yunxi while answering their questions. Could it be that you were right after all? Lin Mo exclaimed, feeling elated at Su Yueyao's revitalized state, and he hugged Mu Qinfeng, grinning. What do you mean? Mu Qinfeng, still recovering from the earlier shock, instinctively replied, there are no side effects. Just look at Yueyao. She doesn't seem to have any side effects at all, right? Lin Mo insisted, shaking Mu Qinfeng slightly, realizing the truth in Lin Mo's words. Mu Qinfeng returned to reality and looked at Su Yueyao, asking, Yueyao, are you sure you're all right? What ability did you awaken? Housekeeper Mu, I can assure you I'm perfectly fine. As for the ability I awakened, Su Yueyao replied confidently, leaving them in suspense regarding her new power. What is it? Lin Mo prompted, eager for the revelation. Su Yueyao smiled at Lin Mo, then walked over to the balcony, where several pots of wilted red roses awaited her attention. As she activated her ability, her hand glided over the roses, and they instantly transformed into vibrant, stunning blooms. Wood-type ability. Luo Yunxi, Lin Mo, and Mu Qinfeng exclaimed in unison, now understanding the earlier phenomenon. After all, the wood element symbolizes vigorous life. So it was no surprise that she appeared so spirited. Bingo! You got it right. Luo, this largest one is for you, Su Yueyao said with a smile, plucking the biggest rose and adorning Luo Yunxi's hair with it. Thank you, Yao Yao, Luo Yunxi replied, gently touching the rose atop her head. Here, these 2 are for you. Not neglecting Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng, Su Yueyao returned to the balcony to pick 2 more roses for them. We have some too. Hee, thank you, beautiful Yao Yao, Lin Mo exclaimed, happily accepting the rose from Su Yueyao as he tossed Xiaoqi aside. Thank you, Yueyao, Mu Qinfeng added, grinning as he took the vibrant rose. Hee, no need to mention it. Meow, meow, meow. Just as Su Yueyao was about to finish her sentence, Xiaoqi, whom Lin Mo had tossed aside, scampered to her feet to complain. All right, Xiaoqi, be good. He didn't mean it. I'll make you something beautiful, so don't be upset, okay? Su Yueyao laughed, picking up Xiaoqi and weaving a lovely garland with the flowers and plants on the balcony, watching the plants rejuvenate under Su Yueyao's touch. Lin Mo remarked, with those skills, we'll never be short of fresh vegetables. I just hope Yi Ge brought some seeds. Otherwise, we'll have to make a trip to the farmer's market. Ha ha ha. At this, Mu Chifeng and Luo Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. Although Lin Mo's statement was valid, it sounded oddly amusing coming from him. Su Weiyao, busy crafting on the balcony, paused at Lin Mo's comment, not out of anger, but reflecting on why she hadn't thought of that herself. She then gave Lin Mo an approving glance. Observing their exchange, Mu Chifeng sighed, realizing they were both quite the food enthusiasts. Before long, a small floral hat was completed. It fit Xiaoqi perfectly when tried on, and Su Yueyao nodded with satisfaction. Meow meow. Wearing the little floral hat, Xiaoqi nodded in approval and playfully called out to Lin Mo. Flaunting its new accessory, Lin Mo understood the cat's intentions without needing translation. It was showing off. However, since Xiaoqi was in Su Yueyao's arms, he couldn't do anything about it. Instead, he fixed a determined gaze on the cat, silently warning it not to get caught. Meanwhile, the little cat, now under protection, was undaunted, and the two stared each other down. All right, you're both grown-ups. Stop being so childish, Mu Chifeng said, patting Lin Mo's shoulder. He then turned to Su Yueyao with a smile, saying, Yueyao, you've just awoken your powers and directly ascended. Take this time to familiarize yourself with your abilities. Once Ego wakes up, there may be action. Understood, housekeeper Mu, Su Yueyao replied solemnly, nodding. What action? Shouldn't we wait until Ego's injury has healed before taking action? Lin Mo interjected, shifting his focus back to Mu Chifeng. You really can't guess. Can you? Mu Chifeng asked, looking at Lin Mo. Nope. Lin Mo replied honestly, shaking his head. Hearing this, Mu Chifeng looked at Lin Mo with disdain, then pulled out the 3 first-tier crystal cores Luo Yunqi had given him earlier. Waving them in front of Lin Mo, what about now? Still nothing. And could you please tone down that disdainful look of yours? Under the gaze of Mu Chifeng, Lin Mo felt so awkward that his toes almost dug into the floor. While Su Yueyao beside him couldn't help but chuckle. Despite this hint, Lin Mo remained oblivious, prompting Mu Chifeng to express his disinterest in continuing the conversation and turn to go on duty. Sister-in-law. Lin Mo cast a pleading glance towards Luo Yunqi, seeking assistance. Go absorb the crystal core. What Chifeng said isn't definite, so there might not even be an operation. Even if there is, your brother won't personally get involved. Luo Yunqi advised, making a gesture to indicate the potential reasons for action. Understood, sister-in-law. Upon hearing Luo Yunqi's words, Lin Mo grasped the situation and, as he prepared to absorb the crystal core, noticed the rose that Su Yueyao had given him. Not wanting to set it down, he tucked it behind his ear and then began to absorb the crystal core. Observing Lin Mo treating the rose with such care, Su Yueyao felt an indescribable joy within her heart. Yao, what's the matter with you? Luo Yunqi, having not noticed Lin Mo's action with the rose, waved her hand in front of Su Yueyao, who was grinning foolishly beside her. Nothing's wrong, Su Yueyao quickly replied, waving her hands in denial upon being startled by Luo Yunqi's voice. If there's anything, make sure to tell me. Luo Yunqi, sensing something amiss with Su Yueyao, urged her with concern. Don't worry, Luo, if there's anything, I will definitely let you know. I'm just going to familiarize myself with my abilities, Su Yueyao said, taking Xiaoqi and heading to the balcony. Although a bit puzzled by Su Yueyao's demeanor, Luo Yunqi didn't dwell on it and began to absorb the crystal core herself. The house fell silent, with the only interruption being the brief moment when Lin Mo and Mu Chifeng switched posts. Otherwise, everyone was quietly enhancing their own powers. Chapter 73. Hunting Corpses, Part 1. When Lin Chen awoke, the sky outside had already darkened and he stretched his limbs and pushed open the door to step outside. At that moment, Luo Yunqi and the others were gathered around the dining table, enjoying dinner made from the ingredients they had found in the house. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Lin Mo pointed at the dishes and laughed. You're awake, brother. Come eat with us. These vegetables were all cultivated by Yueyao using the seeds left by the original owner. They're really sweet. In their quest for a fresh meal, Lin Mo and Su Yueyao had thoroughly searched the entire house during their leisure time, ultimately discovering some seeds in the storage room. Cultivated? Is it thanks to the awakened wood abilities? Are there any side effects from eating this? Lin Chen asked, looking at Su Yueyao. Yes, it's the awakened wood abilities. And there's no side effect. By the way, this is for you. Ego. Su Yueyao quickly set down her bowl and chopsticks, handing Lin Chen a red rose that was sitting on the table. They preferred to call Lin Chen Ego instead of Captain because it felt more intimate. Thank you. As long as there are no side effects, I'm hungry and eager to taste how sweet the vegetables are. Lin Chen said, glancing at the red rose Lin Mo had tucked behind his ear, smiling as he accepted the flower from Su Yueyao, and then sat beside Luo Yunqi. Of course, they are incredibly sweet. Lin Mo, oblivious to the deeper implications of the conversation, boasted proudly, completely unaware of Su Yuiao's flushed face beside him. Then why don't you serve some rice? Just talking won't get it done. Mu Chunfeng chuckled, casting an eye at Lin Mo, who had yet to take action, and began serving rice from the prepared bowls. Hey, isn't there you? Muda Guanjia here. What need is there for me? Lin Mo replied cheerfully. Mu Chunfeng rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to engage further. The red rose suits you well. After sitting down, Lin Yichin presented the rose he had just received to Luo Yunxi. Smooth talker, Luo Yunxi pretended to be disdainful as she accepted the rose, yet the smile at the corners of her mouth betrayed her delight. Here you go, go. At that moment, Mu Chunfeng handed Lin Yichin a bowl of rice. Lin Yichin nodded at Mu Chunfeng, accepting the rice and starting to eat that. So, how are you feeling? Is the injury better? Does it still hurt? After toying with the rose in her hand for a while, Luo Yunxi inquired as she watched Lin Yichin eat. It's almost healed. The wounds have all scabbed over. I estimate they'll be completely healed by tomorrow, Lin Yichin replied with a smile and a nod. How could it heal so quickly? Luo Yunxi paused, puzzled by his statement. Lin Yichin's wounds were treated by her personally, and even with the enhanced physical condition of an awakened individual, she had anticipated it would take at least 3 days for full recovery. It's because of the crystal core. I just absorbed some low-tier crystal cores, and if I had a mid-tier one, I would have healed instantly, Lin Yichin explained, swallowing his food. Can crystal cores also heal wounds? Hearing that it was due to the crystal core, Luo Yunxi was even more perplexed. They had all sustained minor injuries during this time, so no one had discovered that crystal cores had this healing effect in addition to absorption. Yes, I stumbled upon it by chance. At the time, I was trying to restore my abilities, and I didn't expect the energy from the crystal core to flow directly toward the wounds while it coursed through my chest. The wounds nourished by the energy from the crystal core scabbed over in no time. Lin Yichin continued, so we need to hurry to the safety base in Modu. Our understanding of crystal cores is still too limited, and their future utility will likely increase, Lin Yichin said, handing his bowl back to Mu Chunfeng, signaling for a refill as he felt genuinely hungry. Understood, Luo Yunxi and the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Lin Yichin shifted the topic. By the way, Yueyao, how familiar are you with your abilities now? At this, Luo Yunxi and the others perked up, realizing that since Lin Yichin had asked, tonight's operation was certainly set in stone. I've been familiarizing myself all afternoon, and I promise I won't hold us back. Su Yueyao replied seriously, there's no need to belittle yourself. As long as you're familiar, that's sufficient. Lin Yichin waved his hand dismissively, then took the bowl from Mu Chunfeng, saying, everyone eat more. Tonight, I'll take you out to spar. Ha! At his words, everyone laughed and then dug into their food, all the while contemplating what opponents they would face that night. After satisfying their hunger and tidying up, the group returned to the living room of the house, waiting quietly for Lin Yichin to speak, observing the ready-to-go expressions of Luo Yunxi and the others. Lin Yichin smiled, saying, on this dark and windy night, let us embark on our hunt. With that, Lin Yichin took the lead, stepping into the night. Yes, the group erupted with excitement, quickly following in Lin Yichin's footsteps. Chapter 74, Hunting Corpses, Part 2. Once outside, an ice bridge led directly to the roof, and under Lin Mo's ability, the 5 of them glided across the rooftops like specters. Brother, where are we heading? I'm about to be drained. After about half an hour of intense travel, Lin Mo shouted out. He had been using his powers to maintain their speed, and now his energy was nearly depleted. Hearing this, the others couldn't help but chuckle, understanding that he was suffering from overexertion. Lin Yichin also paused at the edge of the rooftop, gazing into the distance before tossing a crystal core to Lin Mo. Let us take a break. You should recover your energy. Understood, everyone replied, gathering around Lin Mo to sit and rest on the rooftop. Go. I think we should check out places that used to have a lot of people. Mu Chunfeng suggested after sitting down, knowing Lin Yichin's intentions. Yes, Lin Yichin nodded. That was precisely what he had in mind, and they had been heading towards such locations. The last place was too remote, and there was a tier 3 willow tree there, so we didn't see many zombies, not even the low-tier ones. Just as Luo Yunxi began to speak, a shadow darted across the rooftop, not far away, instantly putting everyone on alert. While the others were on guard, Lin Yichin smiled, saying, our first guest of the night has arrived. Who wants to greet them? He had already discerned the shadow's true nature. It was merely a stalker, likely drawn in by Lin Mo's earlier shout, I'll go. Hearing Lin Yichin, Luo Yunxi and Mu Chenfeng exchanged knowing glances, both eager to take on the challenge. Why don't I go? Sui Weiyao timidly suggested. Noticing the standoff between Luo Yunxi and Mu Chenfeng, in a way, stalkers can exhibit up to 200% of their strength at night, and you're still too new to your abilities. It's too dangerous. Luo Yunxi immediately countered. Haha, sister-in-law, I'll take care of this one. I promise I won't compete with you for the next. Taking advantage of Luo Yunxi's momentary distraction, Mu Chenfeng grinned and leaped off the rooftop. Clearly pursuing the stalker. Be safe, Luo Yunxi called after him, then continued to guard Lin Emo with Sui Weiyao, knowing that they had plenty of time ahead, and even if they wanted to rest later, they might not have the opportunity. Boom. Less than 3 minutes after Mu Chenfeng left, a tremendous explosion resonated from the street nearby, accompanied by a towering blaze. Luo Yunxi and Sui Weiyao rushed to Lin Yichen's side, looking toward the street engulfed in flames, and Lin Mo was jolted awake by the commotion. What is happening? Boom. Before Lin Mo could finish his question, the explosion sounded again. How much have you recovered? Observing Lin Mo approach, Lin Yichen inquired. About 60%. Goodness, what on earth has transpired? And where has little Chinzi gone? Lin Mo followed the gazes of the others and noticed the street ablaze with flames. Follow me. Upon hearing Lin Mo mention a recovery of 60%, Lin Yichen nodded and hastened towards the street where the explosion had occurred. Chenfeng just went there. Luo Yunxi pointed towards the street and, accompanied by Sui Weiyao, followed suit. Hey, wait for me. Realizing the situation, Lin Mo quickly chased after them. Roar. Bang. Help me. Save me. No, as they drew closer, the cacophony of zombie growls, gunfire, and anguished screams filled Lin Yichen's ears, alongside the horrific sight of zombies feasting upon the flesh of the living. Yet, undeterred, the group remained tightly clustered behind Lin Yichen. After traversing an icy bridge across the street, the explosion site came into view. Several craters were left in the wake of the blast, now teeming with a horde of zombies, who relentlessly surged towards a nearby inferno-engulfed building. Brother, there are people inside that building. Lin Mo pointed at the individuals fleeing to the rooftop of the blazing edifice. Let them be. We must first locate Chenfeng. Lin Yichen replied, his gaze unwavering as he sought the figure of Mu Chenfeng that he had already spotted him, and given the proximity of 2 rooftops adjacent to the building, it was certain he wouldn't escape. It was simply fate. Understood, Luo Yunxi and the others acknowledged, dispersing to search for Mu Chenfeng. Go. Over here. Suddenly, Mu Chenfeng's voice resonated, and Lin Yichen's group turned to see him waving from the rooftop of the flaming structure. In response, Lin Yichen offered a faint smile, and an ice bridge materialized between the 2 buildings as he beckoned. Mu Chenfeng, grinning, stepped onto the ice bridge and joined Lin Yichen and the others, dismissing the disheveled survivors behind him. What happened? You ran quite a distance alone. Mu Chenfeng was greeted with a punch to the chest by Lin Mo the moment he descended from the bridge. The stealthy ones were far too cunning. I accidentally detonated a few gas canisters. Mu Chenfeng merely chuckled and shook his head, saying nothing further, then called out to Lin Yichen, Go. Next time. Could you let us join as well? Before Lin Mo could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the survivors atop the burning building. All right, let's go, Lin Yichen responded, and an ice bridge extended directly to the building across the street. Disregarding the survivors entirely, observing that Lin Yichen's group had ignored them, the survivors took the opportunity to flee across the bridge, driven by the urgency of their situation. Those who had jumped to the adjacent rooftop, but remained there, leapt back, cognizant that the farther they ran, the greater their chances of survival. Thank you, Igu. The first survivor who crossed the bridge turned back to shout at Lin Yichen before hastily retreating. The majority followed suit, echoing their gratitude before making their escape, though a small fraction fled in silence, too preoccupied with their escape to voice their thanks. It's quite pleasant to hear such expressions of gratitude. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Lin Mo remarked with a smile, listening to the continuous thanks from the survivors. Lin Yichen, however, remained silent, swiftly shaping spatial orbs in his hands. Once all the survivors had vanished from the rooftop, Lin Yichen grinned and tossed the spatial orbs to Luo Yunxi and the others, instructing, select your targets. Should you exhaust your abilities or encounter danger, shatter the orb to return here instantly. The hunt for corpses begins now. Subsequently, he produced 2 grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them towards the street below. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's command, Luo Yunxi and the others exchanged glances at the throng of zombies below, their lips twitching. Nevertheless, they said nothing as they accepted the spatial orbs handed to them, 3 for each, granting them 3 chances to air. Boom, boom. The explosions echoed, prompting the group to begin selecting their adversaries. That tyrant is mine, Lin Mo exclaimed, spotting his target and activating his powers to descend. That lord is mine, Luo Yunxi chimed in, similarly launching herself into the fray. Oh, another tyrant has appeared. Yueyao, I'm going. Spotting his target, Mu Chenfeng greeted Sui Weiyao with a smile before leaping down. You can provide them with some support. After all, Wood-type abilities are not suited for direct confrontation at this stage, Lin Yichen advised Sui Weiyao, observing her remaining. It's fine. Ego. I have Xiaoqi to assist me. Sui Weiyao responded with a smile, affectionately patting Xiaoqi's head. Meow. Xiaoqi nodded proudly, as if to say, leave it to me. Just ensure your safety. If danger arises, shatter the spatial orb that I have plenty to spare. Lin Yichen assured her with a smile, not a problem. Xiaoqi, let us go, Sui Weiyao replied, smiling as she led Xiaoqi down. Meanwhile, Lin Yichen remained atop the building, surveying the battlefield to anticipate any unforeseen developments. Chapter 75, The Hunt for Corpses, Part 2. Upon hearing the explosions, several nearby survivors felt a surge of hope, mistakenly believing a rescue force had arrived. They peered out of windows, and some bolder souls edged closer towards the source of the explosions under the cover of night. Yet, they conveniently overlooked a critical detail. How could a military unit conduct rescues at night? Moreover, apart from the 2 explosions, there had been no gunfire, ensuring that those who ventured forth would return disappointed. Only the survivors who had fled the blazing buildings sensed the gravity of the situation and sprinted in the opposite direction, muttering, "Goodness, what a bunch of lunatics." Meanwhile, Mu Chenfeng and his companions were engaged in an intense battle with the zombies. However, Lin Yichen was taken aback when the first to shatter their spatial orb was none other than Luo Yunxi, albeit she was also the quickest to conclude her fight. As she grappled with the horde, she steadily approached the Lord Zombie. Upon reaching the effective range of her abilities, she unleashed all her remaining power, temporarily immobilizing the surrounding zombies, including the Lord. Then, she dashed across the heads of the zombies, reaching the Lord and sending it to its demise with a dagger, swiftly collecting the crystal core before smashing the spatial orb and returning to the rooftop. That was reckless. Had anything gone awry, you would have had no chance to escape, Lin Yichen chided, noticing Luo Yunxi's fatigued state. I know. It's because you were there. Had I been alone, I would never have acted so impulsively, despite Lin Yichen's displeasure. Luo Yunxi was unfazed and even threw him a flirtatious glance. Next time, you must always leave yourself an escape route. Seeing her playful demeanor, Lin Yichen's lips curled slightly, yet he still offered a warning. Pulling out a sizable collection of crystal cores and placing them before her, there were approximately 200, sufficient to sustain the 4 of them for an entire night. Understood, Luo Yunxi replied with a smile. Tossing a first-tier crystal core back to him before resuming her recovery, Lin Yichen caught the crystal core she tossed and continued to monitor the battle below, without compromising his own combat effectiveness. He dispatched several ice shards to assist Lin Mo and the others in clearing the zombies encroaching upon them. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo and Mu Chenfeng each succeeded in defeating their targets. Yet they did not immediately return to the rooftop. Instead, they circled around with the horde. Both understood that if they retreated, Sui Weiyao and Xiaoqi would find themselves besieged. Nonetheless, their energies were waning. So they tacitly agreed to maintain their circle to buy time for Sui Weiyao. Although Sui Weiyao had recently awakened her abilities, her coordination with Xiaoqi was seamless, allowing them to effectively suppress a first-tier zombie. Had it not been for the need to guard against other zombies, they might have concluded their battle even more swiftly than Lin Mo and Mu Chenfeng. Noticing their circling maneuver, Sui Weiyao realized they were buying her time. She and Xiaoqi quickened their assault, and in no time, a wooden spear pierced the skull of the first-tier zombie. Done, she exclaimed, holding up the crystal core. Upon hearing her, Lin Mo and Mu Chenfeng nodded in acknowledgement, and the 3 of them returned to the rooftop, refraining from using their spatial orbs, recognizing that such items were meant for emergencies, not for casual travel. Little Chinzi, why are you always slower than me? You were slower in killing zombies too. Should we have a little competition later? Lin Mo teased as he reached the rooftop first, tossing a first-tier crystal core at Mu Chenfeng, who had just landed. Mu Chenfeng chuckled at the remark, eager to engage in a friendly rivalry, and tossed a first-tier crystal core to Lin Yichen, saying, "Then let Ego be our witness." He then moved to the pile of white crystal cores to recover. Just be careful, Lin Yichen replied, catching the crystal core and allowing them to enjoy their playful competition. Seeing this, Lin Mo nodded and tossed his first-tier crystal core to Lin Chen before settling down next to Mu Qinfeng to recover. Igu, here, the last to arrive, Su Yueyao, offered her first-tier crystal core to Lin Chen. Meow, Shao Qi proudly raised his head, but upon catching sight of the crystal core pile, he lost his composure in an instant. Scampering over to show off, quite impressive, go ahead and recover. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. He had witnessed their earlier battle and noted their significant progress. Indeed, Su Yueyao responded cheerfully, then rushed to Luo Yunxi's side to recuperate. As the feeling of being acknowledged always brings genuine joy, observing that the four of them were recovering, Lin Chen occasionally conjured ice spikes to attack the nearby burning building, creating a tremendous commotion. This ensured that the zombies would not disperse, while simultaneously attracting more of them. Soon, Lin Mo and Mu Qinfeng, having completed their recovery, simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes brimming with combat fervor. After exchanging a glance, they charged downstairs. Once their abilities were exhausted, they returned to the rooftop, covered in grime, and after presenting their spoils to Lin Chen, they hurriedly resumed their recovery. Next were Su Yueyao and Luo Yunxi, continuing the cycle until the morning sun bathed the rooftop, at which point the group finally collapsed in exhaustion. Many survivors had passed by during the night, but upon seeing the throng of zombies, they ultimately lacked the courage to investigate further and chose to retreat. Chapter 76. News from the safe base in Magic City. At this moment, Lin Mo was so fatigued that he could not lift a single finger, every cell in his body clamoring for rest. Yet, his competitive spirit compelled him to speak. "I say we're even this time. Let us have a rematch next time. You are quite shameless. While we both dispatched first-tier zombies, I certainly eliminated far more ordinary ones than you." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, the Mu Qinfeng was equally exhausted. He couldn't help but raise his hand and give him the middle finger. "Little Chen, don't sweat the details. Huff huff." However, Lin Mo's words trailed off into soft breaths, clearly indicating his exhaustion. "Brother E, I'm resting now. Thank you." Listening to Lin Mo's snores, Mu Qinfeng smiled and waved at Lin Chen before drifting off to sleep. As for Luo Yunxi and Su Yueyao, they had already succumbed to slumber the moment they lay down. In response, Lin Chen nodded, raising his hand to erect a spatial barrier to protect the four who were sound asleep, then set about clearing the battlefield. In the end, he collected 1,200 zero-tier crystal cores and 19 first-tier crystal cores. Beside a road winding through the mountains, 5 individuals were gathered around a map, diligently discerning their direction. It was Lin Chen and his companions, having completed their rest and now heading toward the safe base in Magic City. We haven't overshot, have we? We've at least traveled this far. Lin Mo pointed at the scale on the map. "Not yet, but we should be quite close. Look, this building here must be it. I just wonder why it has turned into ruins." Mu Qinfeng pointed at the debris ahead, then indicated a landmark on the map. It's likely related to the expansion of Blue Star. The speed is astonishing. It hasn't been long, yet the distance between the two locations has nearly doubled. Luo Yunxi remarked, shaking her head as she surveyed the map. Realizing Luo Yunxi's point, Mu Qinfeng also came to the understanding, recalling that he had initially brought it up himself, wondering how he had forgotten. "But this confirms we haven't taken a wrong turn. If we proceed east for a bit longer, we should arrive." Mu Qinfeng pointed eastward. "Then what are we waiting for?" "Shao Qi, charge," Lin Mo exclaimed, leading Shao Qi into the forest. Ever since entering the woods, Shao Qi had been frolicking about, following Lin Mo in a wild dash. Thus Mu Qinfeng entrusted the scouting to the two of them. Suddenly, a group of people on bicycles appeared on the road, trailed by a small horde of zombies, approximately 100 of them. "Lin Mo, no need to pursue. The guides have come right to us." Mu Qinfeng called out to Lin Mo, who had not yet run far. "What? They've delivered themselves." Lin Mo, upon hearing this, turned back with Shao Qi, following Mu Qinfeng's gaze to see the group on bicycles and the zombies pursuing them. Their combat prowess is lacking. Lin Mo shook his head at the sight of the frantic cyclists. Over 10 people being chased by 100 zombies. How embarrassing. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that any one of them could easily wipe out this wave of zombies. It was merely a matter of time. "Brothers ahead, run." As the distance closed, the cyclists spotted Lin Chen and his companions standing by the roadside and shouted, "Doh, what a kind-hearted bunch, albeit lacking in strength. Just wait over there." Hearing the shout, Lin Mo soared to their front, brandishing his azure sword to signal them to wait aside. Seeing Lin Imo hovering in the air, the cyclist obediently paused by the roadside. They had encountered ability users before, some even among them, but it was their first time seeing someone fly. These zombies are so weak, they can't withstand even a single blow from me. Lin Imo deftly maneuvered among the horde, his sword effortlessly dispatching several zombies with each swing. Brother E, I'll go inquire about the situation. Observing Lin Mo's flashy display, Mu Chifeng shook his head. Lin Yichen nodded. As Lin Imo single-handedly faced off against the 100 zombies, the cyclists, who had halted by the roadside, were left astounded. When Mu Chifeng approached, they wasted no time in expressing their gratitude, with one even pulling out a pack of cigarettes, offering to light one for him. Seeing this, Mu Chifeng waved his hand in refusal, as none of the 5 smoked. The man took the rejection well, putting the cigarettes back in his pocket and patting it lightly. Noticing how highly they regarded the cigarettes, Lin Yichen suddenly remembered that he had also collected some cigarettes and alcohol, which could be exchanged for crystal cores at the base. Brother E, I've confirmed, they are indeed from the Magic City safe base, and it's less than 10 kilometers away from us. The base currently has a population of about 500,000. Mostly original residents of Magic City, governed by the military with strict discipline. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mu Chifeng returned, summarizing some key information. Chapter 77. Entering the Magic City safe base. All right, let us move. We might still catch dinner. Lin Yichen glanced at the sky and, taking Luo Yunqi's hand, began to walk forward. Why are you still standing there? Lead the way. Do you expect me to guide you? Lin Imo called out to the bicycle squad lingering by the roadside. Not at all. Upon hearing Lin Imo, the cyclists shook their heads in unison, then mounted their bikes, ready to lead the way. Wait, are there any bicycles left? Lin Imo, noticing the cyclists mounting their bikes, shot a furtive glance at Suyu Weiyao and then held them up. Yes, we have 6 bikes. The man who had previously warned Lin Yichen about the zombies spoke up. Okay, Captain. The one named Liuzi responded, only to be suddenly embraced by Lin Imo in a flash. Bro. What's up? Liuzi stammered nervously as Lin Imo held him. Nothing. I just wanted to ask how many bicycles you have left. Lin Imo smiled and discreetly flashed a 3-finger gesture. Bro, we lost quite a few in this operation. Now we only have 3 left. Understanding Lin Mo's gesture, Liuzi quickly replied earnestly. Then retrieved 3 mountain bikes from his space and set them before him. Bro, let us ride too. It's been ages since I last rode. Lin Imo, managing to control the wind, sent 2 mountain bikes to Lin Yichen and Mu Chifeng, while he took the remaining one and approached Suyu Weiyao. Yao, we don't have enough bikes. Let me carry you. Hearing this, Mu Chifeng, who had just mounted his bike, looked at Lin Imo incredulously. Little brother, your intentions are as clear as day. Suyu Weiyao, her face flushed, shot Lin Imo a glare, making it clear that she had seen his earlier antics. Seeing this, Luo Yunqi chuckled and leaned closer to Lin Yichen, whispering, let us go ahead. Yao is definitely thinking the same. And more importantly, I want to. Hearing her soft words, Lin Yichen nodded, then mounted the nearby bicycle, patting the bar in front to signal her to hop on. With a smile, Luo Yunqi climbed aboard and planted a quick kiss on Lin Yichen's cheek. Exclaiming, let us charge, let us go, Lin Yichen replied with a smile, pedaling after the leading group. Xiaoqi, hold on tight. We're charging too. Meow. With Lin Yichen and Luo Yunqi leading the way, Mu Chifeng placed Xiaoqi on his shoulder. Pedaling to catch up. Yao, why don't you ride? I'll follow behind you. After receiving a glare from Suyu Weiyao, who ignored him, Lin Imo awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had likely messed up. Hurry up, or we'll fall behind. Unexpectedly, Suyu Weiyao suddenly perched herself on the crossbar of the mountain bike, her soft voice reaching Lin Mo's ears. We can definitely catch up. Lin Imo, ecstatic, nodded vigorously and pedaled with all his might to chase after Lin Yichen and the others. As dusk fell, the bicycle squad led Lin Yichen and his companions deep into the mountains. Under the shadow of the surrounding mountain ranges, a vast base of steel and concrete emerged before them. Everyone, this is the Magic City safe base. The captain of the bicycle squad pointed towards the imposing base before them, staring at the secure compound. Lin Yichen and his companions were rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of it all. The height of the surrounding walls alone reached 20 meters, with watchtowers positioned every 5 meters and guard posts every 10, all fortified with Gatling guns and heavy artillery. The countless firing ports along the walls invoked a chilling sense of dread merely by their contemplation. Come, I shall lead you into the city. Noticing the astonishment on Lin Yichen's group, the captain of the bicycle squad guided them towards the entrance of the base. He had been similarly awestruck upon his arrival. But over time, Such feelings had dissipated at the entrance. A throng of people milled about, with vehicles constantly coming and going, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As Lin Chen and his companions drew near, they observed that although the individuals gathered at the gate were clad in tattered clothing, their eyes gleamed with shrewdness. Considering the dire circumstances of the apocalypse, it was hardly surprising that only the astute had managed to survive. Hey, Wei team, did you manage to unearth any treasures this time? Upon seeing Wei Gaoyang return with his team, the captain on duty at the gate greeted him with a smile. Captain Liu, don't even get me started. We were pursued by zombies the entire way. And not only did we lose the supplies we painstakingly gathered, but we also suffered casualties among our brothers. If it weren't for a stroke of luck, I wouldn't even know if I could stand here chatting with you. Wei Gaoyang replied, waving his hand dismissively, leaving the truth of his words known only to him and his teammates. Life is unpredictable. Go ahead and register before you head off to rest. I'll treat you to drinks when you return. Captain Liu said, shaking his head. Since he had taken on the duty of guarding the entrance, he had witnessed far too many such occurrences. His acquaintance with Wei Gaoyang had merely grown from the fact that he consistently returned alive after each excursion. Please assist in processing identification for these brothers, Wei Gaoyang requested, prompting a nod from Captain Liu. He then produced 2 white crystal cores and handed them over. Just a minor task. You there, take them to get their paperwork sorted. Captain Liu said discreetly, pointing to a nearby soldier. Yes, Captain, please follow me, the designated soldier responded, gesturing for Lin Chen and the others to follow. Farewell for now. Thank you once again. Wei Gaoyang waved to Lin Chen's group as he and his team departed. Lin Chen nodded slightly at Mu Chenfeng, holding on to Luo Yunqi's hand as they trailed behind the soldier towards the registration office. Until we meet again, that Mu Chenfeng retrieved a cloth bag from his backpack. Tossing it to Wei Gaoyang before catching up with Lin Chen, Wei Gaoyang caught the bag with a bittersweet smile. He could guess its contents without even peeking inside. Captain, what's in there? Liu Zi asked curiously. Eyeing the bag in Wei Gaoyang's hand. Nothing of consequence, Wei Gaoyang replied, shaking his head at Liu Zi before turning to Captain Liu with a grin. Captain Liu, we shall take our leave. I look forward to your drinks tonight. Rest assured, I won't let you down, Captain Liu responded with a chuckle, returning to his post. With the soldier leading the way, it wasn't long before Lin Chen and his group emerged from the registration office. Each clutching an identification card the size of a credit card that bore their photographs and basic information. Though the strength section was uniformly marked as first tier, a prudent choice to avoid unnecessary complications. Let us proceed into the base, Lin Chen declared, tucking away the ID cards and guiding Luo Yunqi into the compound. Chapter 78. Settling in. Upon entering the Magic City base, the first thing that caught their eye was a massive notice board. Followed closely by various administrative offices. The board was filled with important notices regarding the base's regulations. It seems that to live comfortably in the Magic City base, contribution points are indispensable, Luo Yunqi observed. Reading the board's contents. Should we also take on a few tasks? Earning a little extra would be beneficial, Lin Mo suggested with a smile. Contribution points can be exchanged for crystal cores and supplies, which we have in abundance, so there is no need to waste time on that. Our immediate priority should be to find a place to stay and gather intelligence about the base. Mu Chenfeng remarked, shaking his head as he pointed to the housing rental office nearby. Mu Chenfeng is right. We do not lack in contribution points. Let's secure our lodging for now. There's no rush for information. Lin Chen agreed, nodding in affirmation that he then produced a bag containing 100 low-tier crystal cores and tossed it to Mu Chenfeng, indicating that he should arrange their accommodations for the duration of their stay in the Magic City base. They did not plan to linger, and 100 cores would be more than sufficient. Mu Chenfeng understood his implication. Understood, Mu Chenfeng replied, fully grasping Lin Chen's intent as he entered the housing rental office. With the crystal cores in hand, the process went smoothly, and within 10 minutes Mu Chenfeng completed all the necessary paperwork for their rental. He emerged with a base administrator, ready to guide them to their rented accommodation for the next half-month. Igu, we secured a military 6-person dormitory. It's ready for immediate move-in, and living alongside the military ensures our safety, Mu Chenfeng informed Lin Chen upon his return, nodding in satisfaction. As they made their way, the base administrator reiterated the importance of abiding by the law, warning them that violations would incur severe penalties. It wasn't until they reached the dormitory door that the administrator hurriedly departed, having emphasized compliance once more. Wow, that guy could talk a mile a minute without taking a breath. He could out-chatter me any day, Lin Mo exclaimed, collapsing onto the bed after the administrator left. Having been bombarded with the incessant reminders of legal compliance, hearing Lin Mo's remark, Su Yuyao and the others chuckled. It was a rare occurrence for him to feel outdone. I'm starving. I want to eat meat, Lin Mo declared suddenly, jumping up and grabbing Lin Yichen's hand. After a long day of travel and the auditory onslaught from the administrator, he felt the need to indulge in a hearty meal. At his words, Luo Yunqi and the others also glanced at Lin Yichen, realizing they had not had fresh meat in quite some time. Here you go. Lin Yichen chuckled, shaking his head as he conjured a platter of beef ribs and other cuts of meat before Mu Chifeng, along with some fruits and seeds for seasoning. The cow had been located by Shao Qi in the forest earlier that day, and thus had been physically converted into their reserves, while the seeds were scavenged from a supermarket. Hey, Yigu and sister-in-law, you two take a break while we handle the cooking, Mu Chifeng said with a grin, taking Lin Mo and Su Weiyao with him to the balcony to prepare the meal. Before long, Lin Mo, who had no culinary skills, was shooed back inside, a plate of juice in hand. Yigu, sister-in-law, enjoy this juice I freshly squeezed. He beamed, handing the juice to Lin Yichen and Luo Yunqi before dashing back to the balcony to assist. As time passed, the aroma of the simmering beef wafted through the dormitory. Which brother is stewing meat? Can I have a taste of the broth? Wow, that beef smells incredible. Is there any chance the brother cooking could spare a piece of meat? I can trade crystal cores or supplies. As the delicious scent spread, fellow residents in the military dormitory began to call out. Unfortunately, the cook was too engrossed in his meal to pay them any mind. Suddenly, as Lin Yichen and his group were enjoying their meal, a series of knocks echoed at the door. How did they find us so quickly? Lin Mo wondered aloud, still savoring Mu Chifeng. Go see who it is. We have guests, Lin Yichen calmly instructed, placing a piece of beef in Luo Yunqi's bowl before sipping his juice. Though unsure of the visitor's identity, Mu Chifeng rose to open the door. Well, if it isn't you fine folks. Good to see you again. Zhao Feng greeted with a hearty laugh upon seeing Mu Chifeng. I heard the soldiers at the gate discussing a group of handsome men and beautiful women arriving today. Instinctively, my mind recalled the last rescue mission when I encountered Lin Yichen's team. After all, looking good in this apocalypse isn't a mere coincidence. One must possess the means to back it up. And Lin Yichen's group certainly fits that description. After inquiring about their appearance from the gate soldiers, he discovered that aside from 2 missing individuals and an additional cat, their group was largely unchanged. Thus, he had made his way from the housing rental office to find them, pleasantly surprised to confirm it was indeed Lin Yichen's group. That I was curious who our esteemed guest might be. Welcome, Captain Zhao. Please come in, Mu Chifeng said, momentarily taken aback before smiling and gesturing for Zhao Feng to enter. No need for such formality. I merely came to catch up. Young brother, it seems we've crossed paths again. What is your name? Zhao Feng said, waving his hand before pulling a chair next to Lin Yichen. Lin Yichen, have you eaten yet, Captain Zhao? Would you care to join us? Lin Yichen asked, appreciating Zhao Feng's straightforward demeanor. Is that permissible? I just returned from a mission and could use a bite, Zhao Feng replied, patting his stomach with a grin. Not an issue. I'll fetch some utensils, Lin Yichen assured him, shaking his head dismissively. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation. Zhao Feng, with a smile, took the bowl and chopsticks from Mu Chifeng's hands and promptly began to eat heartily. The enticing aroma wafted towards him from afar, and his stomach had long been growling with hunger. Observing the speed at which Zhao Feng wielded his chopsticks, Lin Mo was left utterly astonished and soon felt compelled to showcase his own eating prowess. After all, he could not afford to tarnish his reputation as the king of gluttony. Witnessing this, Zhao Feng let out a disdainful chuckle, realizing that comparing one's eating speed to someone with a military background was a fool's errand. He then unleashed his full potential, his chopsticks creating a blur in his hands. Lin Mo was completely outclassed. The 4 onlookers, including Lin Yichen, could only shake their heads in disbelief, remarking on the childishness displayed by both. Chapter 79. Military recruitment. Not long after, the satisfied group gathered together for a chat. Captain Zhao, you are remarkable. In the realm of eating, I, Lin Mo, humbly concede defeat. Lin Mo gave Zhao Feng a thumbs up and tossed him an apple. Just luck, just luck? Ha! Zhao Feng chuckled as he caught the apple and took a bite, then turned to Lin Yichen and said, Little brother Lin, my visit here serves 2 purposes. One is to reminisce, and the other is to inquire about your future plans. Have you considered joining the military? Now that the meal was over, it was time to address serious matters, for he had come with a mission. What does the higher-ups mean? Lin Chen, currently enjoying a post-meal massage from Luo Yunxi, did not lift his head. While I was inquiring about your accommodations, I was summoned by the higher-ups, who instructed me to recruit you into the military. They can currently offer you the rank and benefits of squad leaders. Zhao Feng nodded, not concealing anything, and directly revealed the information he had received. Clearly, the military had begun monitoring them since their arrival at the Magic City base. Given that Zhao Feng knew them, the task of recruitment naturally fell upon him. We are just an ordinary small team. Why would the military pay attention to us? Mu Chifeng asked in confusion upon hearing it was the higher-ups' intention. They just arrived today and haven't even settled in yet. How could the military be aware of them? Moreover, based on Zhao Feng's words, it seemed the military held them in high regard, as they were being offered 5 squad leader positions right off the bat. The others wore equally puzzled expressions, clearly baffled as to why the military would focus on their small team of just 5.5 members. The Magic City base currently boasts a population of approximately 650,000, and even after excluding the majority of ordinary people, there are still around 150,000 ability users. Though you know how many have successfully advanced in their abilities. Zhao Feng observed the perplexed expressions of Mu Qinfeng and the others before shaking his head. How many? They all asked in unison, as they were neither part of the management nor military personnel and had no knowledge of such matters. There are only 417 registered, and while some may have concealed their advancements, it still amounts to fewer than 500. Now do you understand? Upon hearing the statistics Zhao Feng provided, everyone fell silent. However, recalling the excruciating experiences they had endured during their own advancements, they suddenly found it less difficult to accept. They soon grasped why the military's higher-ups would take an interest in them. After all, they were not only 5 successful ability enhancers but also a team that had arrived at the Magic City base unscathed, demonstrating their formidable combat prowess. Any sensible manager would seek to recruit such a talented group, as such elite teams are a rare find in the apocalypse. A success rate of less than 1/3? Well, it seems we have quite the reputation, having not a single failure among us. After a brief silence, the more easygoing Lin Mo chuckled, breaking the quiet atmosphere of the room, that we currently have no intention of joining the military. However, during our stay at the Magic City base, feel free to seek our assistance if needed, though we cannot promise to accommodate every request. Lin Chen waved his hand in refusal, while also giving the military a face-saving gesture, indicating that he would lend a hand if necessary. All right, I will relay your message to the higher dash-ups. By the way, what about the 2 younger brothers? Why haven't I seen them this time? In response, Zhao Feng nonchalantly waved his hand, as he had anticipated that Lin Chen and the others would decline. Nevertheless, the necessary formalities still had to be observed. They went to find family members, and if all goes well, they should also be coming to the Magic City base. Please keep an eye out for them. Captain Zhao A.S. Mu Qinfeng took over the conversation. He stood up, knowing it was time to see their guests off. Indeed, Zhao Feng also rose as Mu Qinfeng did, for he had enjoyed a meal and completed his task, leaving him with no reason to linger. No problem. What are the names of those 2 younger brothers? I will have my subordinates look into it as soon as I return. While speaking, Zhao Feng's gaze inadvertently swept over the fruit platter on the table, and he realized he had forgotten the last time he had tasted such fresh fruit. This action did not escape Mu Qinfeng's notice. Although they were not lacking in fruit, the proper etiquette must still be observed. He looked to Lin Chen for guidance, but found him blissfully enjoying the massage from his sister-in-law. Fortunately, Luo Yunxi had been attentively listening to their conversation and understood Mu Qinfeng's intent, giving him a slight nod. With the cue, Mu Qinfeng smiled and replied, "One is named Mo Ziming, and the other is Mu Nanfeng. Moreover, Mo Ziming is also a first-tier ability user, specifically in the metal category. I appreciate your help, Captain Zhao," he continued, "and could you also take care of the fruit platter for us? We overindulged earlier and can't eat anymore. Leaving it out too long will spoil it. Hee. I won't be modest then. I will inform you of any news as soon as I have it. Please, take care," Zhao Feng cheerfully declared as he carried the fruit platter out, fully aware of Mu Qinfeng's intention to save face for him. Wait, just as Mu Qinfeng closed the door, Zhao Feng's voice rang out from outside. "What is it?" Mu Qinfeng, still holding onto the doorknob, opened the door again to inquire. "I was so comfortable eating that I forgot to mention 2 things. Zhao Feng awkwardly stood outside, still holding the fruit platter. "What is it?" At that moment, Lin Mo, munching on a snow pear, sidled up to Mu Qinfeng. Seeing the snow pear in Lin Mo's hand, Zhao Feng suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't he just flaunting it right in front of him? This fellow can really eat. Go ahead, Captain Zhao. Mu Chifeng also felt a bit embarrassed and kicked Lin Mo back playfully, signaling for Zhao Feng to continue. The first matter is contribution points. These are universal across all military bases. Therefore, when you have the time, you might want to check out the task hall. We could also undertake some missions together. Having more of these points is never a bad thing, right? The second matter is that the base has internet and electricity. But you will need to handle the registration in person. Mobile phones are also available at the registration point. Here is my contact information. We can connect via phone later. After finishing, Zhao Feng pulled a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it to Mu Chifeng before hastily departing with the fruit platter. Thanks, Mu Chifeng called out as he watched Zhao Feng disappear down the staircase. No need to mention it. You can inquire about it tomorrow, and you'll find out. Hearing Zhao Feng's voice echoing in the corridor, Mu Chunfeng chuckled as he closed the dormitory door. Chapter 80. East Market. West Market. The base has internet and electricity. Should we go register right now? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, Lin Mo jumped up from the floor, enthusiastically suggesting, for he had not interacted with electronic devices in quite some time, that let's take the night off. We can handle it tomorrow, Lin Yichen replied, having just opened his eyes. This base is massive, and there is still much to learn. Resting well is the priority. Yes, Brother E, the others responded in unison, quickly moving to tidy up the room in preparation for rest. Lin Yichen nodded, then took Luo Yunxi's small hand, which was resting on his head, and headed off to rest. Luo Yunxi offered no resistance, obediently following Lin Yichen to rest. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming envy and stealthily glanced at Sui Weiyao, silently plotting his next move. What's wrong? Are you envious? Then why not take action? Observing Lin Mo's furtive glances, Mu Chifeng leaned in and whispered in his ear with a chuckle. I'm not. I have no idea what you're talking about. The sudden voice startled Lin Mo, causing his volume to rise several notches, and the little scheme he had been plotting crumbled in an instant. What's wrong? Seeing Lin Mo's sudden reaction, Sui Weiyao asked curiously. She had only noticed Mu Chunfeng whispering to Lin Mo, but had not caught the specific content in nothing. Yao Yao, you should also get some rest early. We have a busy day ahead tomorrow. Lin Mo, realizing he had overreacted, shot a glare at Mu Chunfeng before swiftly diving into the freshly made bedding, even covering his head, opting to feign sleep. No one knew just how embarrassed he felt at that moment. Not only had his little secret been exposed, but the very subject of his affections was right beside him. All right then, sleep well, Sui Weiyao said, though her gaze still unconsciously drifted towards Mu Chunfeng, revealing her curiosity about their earlier conversation. Noticing Sui Weyao's gaze, Mu Chunfeng chuckled and shook his head before poking the tightly curled up Lin Mo, signaling her to ask him. Observing Mu Chunfeng's actions, Sui Weiyao curled her lips in disdain, thinking to herself that if Lin Mo were capable of speech, there would be no need to inquire of him. She then climbed up to the upper bunk to rest, urging, "You better hurry, Xiaomomo." After Sui Weiyao settled in, Mu Chifeng, from beneath the covers, teasingly addressed Lin Mo. However, aware of Lin Mo's temperament, he swiftly retreated 2 paces as soon as he finished speaking. Clang, hiss. Indeed. In the next moment, Lin Mo's arm swept past Mu Chunfeng, making intimate contact with the steel ladder of the bunk, prompting him to gasp in pain. Ha ha! Watching Lin Mo grimace in agony, Mu Chunfeng found himself even more amused. You are so. Noticing that Mu Chunfeng continued to laugh without any sign of stopping, Lin Mo felt compelled to voice his irritation. Yet, Mu Chunfeng was already prepared the moment Lin Mo opened his mouth. He dove under the covers, mimicking Lin Mo's earlier gesture, even covering his head. Well played. Observing Mu Chunfeng's smooth maneuver, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, ultimately expressing his frustration with 3 words before once again burying his head beneath the covers. After a long day of travel, the group soon succumbed to slumber, and the dormitory fell into a tranquil silence. The following morning, Zhao Feng was already waiting outside Lin Yichen's dormitory. Consequently, Lin Mo, who had risen early to prepare for internet access, was startled and nearly kicked him. Ouch, Captain Zhao, what are you doing here? Yawn. Good morning, Lin Mo, my young brother. I'm here to assign you a mission. Upon seeing Lin Mo emerge, Zhao Feng stood up while stifling a yawn. So early? Is it early? Not really. Usually, we would have already left the base by this time. All right then, but you might be disappointed because we probably won't have time for missions in the next couple of days. Upon hearing that Zhao Feng typically set out for missions at such an early hour, Lin Mo was somewhat surprised, yet he still declined on Lin Yichen's behalf. After all, they had only just arrived in Modu and needed time to acclimate. Well, all right then, what are you planning to do? Upon Lin Mo's refusal, Zhao Feng did not press further regarding Lin Yichen's intentions and shifted the topic. You mentioned last night that the base has internet and electricity. So I plan to take care of that. Lin Mo tossed the crystal core he held in his hand. Then let us go together. Having me along might give you a discount. Saving a bit is always worthwhile. Right? Haha. What about your mission? Aren't you anxious? Haha. Not at all. Only the rescue missions dispatched by the military are urgent. Most of the ones I take on my own are not time-sensitive. I see. Then I appreciate it. Zhao Gu. With that, they felt a sense of familiarity and left together. Not long after Lin Mo and Zhao Feng departed, Mu Chenfeng also opened the dormitory door and swiftly made his way out. Heading in a determined direction, he had come out on a mission to gather basic intelligence about Modu and to find a professional medical personnel to bring back. After all, Lin Yichen possessed a substantial supply of medicines in his space, which needed to be exchanged at the base. After some inquiries, Mu Chenfeng finally arrived at one of the two trading markets in Modu's safe base, the East Market. Established by the military, transactions in the East Market were guaranteed by them, alleviating concerns about goods or payments being misappropriated. However, as it was an official establishment, service fees were unavoidable, which meant prices tended to be slightly higher, yet safety was assured. The other trading market stood in contrast, the West Market, which was entirely organized by survivors. Transactions there were free, leading to comparatively lower prices, but without any guarantees, and in the event of theft, one could only accept their misfortune as long as no severe violent incidents occurred. The authorities would not intervene, for the balance of power must be maintained. Otherwise, they would not tacitly allow the West Market's existence. After surveying the East Market, Mu Chenfeng grasped the purchasing power of a low-tier crystal core, equivalent to a person's daily rations. Thus, he began to call out at the entrance of the East Market. Hiring a professional medical personnel must be familiar with various pharmaceuticals, offering 2 low-tier crystal cores per hour. Over here. I'm a student at Jinghai Medical College. Look at me. I'm a student at Shanghai Medical College, well-versed in the pharmaceuticals circulating in the market. Young brother. I've studied traditional Chinese medicine for a few years in my hometown and know quite a lot about medicinal herbs. Upon hearing Mu Chenfeng's call, a considerable number of people gathered around, representing various medical schools. However, when questioned, Mu Chenfeng discovered that most of them did not even recognize the labels of commonly used medications, prompting him to kick the charlatans away in frustration. Yet, in the end, no one passed the examination. After nearly 10 minutes of calling out again, a shy girl approached Mu Chenfeng and said, Do you still need someone? I am a 4th-year graduate from Moda Medical College. My name is Xia Zining, and here is my student ID. I may not know all the pharmaceuticals on the market, but I'm familiar with at least 80 of them. Having finished her explanation in one breath, Xia Zining lowered her head. Xia Zining, is it? Mu Chenfeng glanced at her student ID, confirming her identity before asking her some basic questions, satisfied with her fluent responses. He smiled and extended his hand, saying, You're hired. Yay. Upon hearing she had successfully secured a position, Xia Zining excitedly clenched her fist. I'll probably head back around noon. You can wait here or return. But if you choose to go back, be sure to find me here before 12. Observing Xia Zining's excitement, Mu Chenfeng nodded in agreement. He still needed to gather intelligence and could not afford to return so soon. And no need, I'll just wait for you here. After hearing Mu Chenfeng's words, Xia Zining shook her head and sat down next to the soldier stationed at the entrance of the East Market. As a prepayment for your first hour, here are 2 crystal cores. Go buy yourself something to eat and drink. Noting that Xia Zining had opted not to leave, Mu Chenfeng tossed her 2 crystal cores before turning to head towards the West Market. As gathering information required venturing into the more chaotic areas, upon entering the West Market, Mu Chenfeng's initial impression was one of filth, disorder, and squalor. Although bustling with activity, it stood in stark contrast to the East Market, representing 2 extremes. One was a peaceful hustle, while the other was a cacophony of chaos that resembled a lawless land, with arguments, thievery, and brawls occurring everywhere. Seemingly uncontainable, Mu Chenfeng found a bar, casually ordered 2 beers, and began to mingle within the establishment. Have you heard? Yesterday, the deputy leader of the Phantom Team's mistress was stolen away by a member of the Sharpwing team, and the 2 teams ended up fighting outside the base. The Phantom Team? Is that the one listed on the mission board? The first-tier team? Yes, that very first-tier Phantom Team. Survivors arriving in Modu would form various teams for exploration, but the vast majority were low-tier teams, only capable of undertaking simpler missions, such as mapping and transporting supplies from areas already cleared by the Modu military. To elevate to a first-tier team, a group must not only have at least one first-tier fighter, but also complete a first-tier mission issued by the Modu authorities. The simplest first-tier missions often involve facing opponents several times stronger than a first-tier fighter, and some even require rescuing individuals from hordes of thousands of zombies. Thus, the difficulty is self-evident. Only a handful of first-tier teams are officially registered in Modu. Wow, does that mean the Sharpwing team is in serious trouble? After all, I hadn't even heard their name before. They might not even have a single first-tier ability user. Indeed, however, I must admit I admire the audacity of the Sharpwing team for challenging a first-tier team. The Phantom team has the strength to rank among the top 10 first-tier teams. Perhaps they just happened to acquire a first-tier ability user and got carried away. Hearing someone speak up first, those nearby chimed in with their opinions. No. According to my neighbor's brother's distant cousin, the Phantom team suffered significant losses. The deputy leader was outright eliminated, and team members either died or fled. They were likely to be downgraded from the first tier. What? That's impossible. A no-name team managed to put the Phantom team in jeopardy of demotion. Impossible, according to a friend of mine who works as a civilian staff in the military. This was actually a setup targeting the Phantom team, orchestrated by the 10th-ranked Dark Scorpion team. Their captain feared being surpassed by the Phantom team, so he colluded with the 9th-ranked Bloodblade team to pin down the Phantom team. Why? Just because of the fear of being surpassed. A newcomer, much like Mu Chenfeng, inquired, astonished by the explosive news. Why? Are you new here? The person who had shared the gossip turned towards the questioner. Yes, big brother. I just arrived in Modu today. I figured as much. Once a team makes it into the top 10 on the Modu mission board, their treatment and the rewards they receive upon task completion significantly improve. The informant shook his head and continued, for instance, when we take on missions now, we only receive contribution points, while they earn additional shares alongside those points. For instance, upon completing their mission, a team that secures a ton of rice would receive a 2.5 share if they rank 10th on the leaderboard, which amounts to £50. The 9th-ranked team enjoys a 5 cut, and so forth, with the top-ranked team reaping a quarter of the total. Provided they accomplish the task independently, if multiple teams collaborated, the distribution would be recalibrated. Now, do you understand why? The informant glanced back at the newcomer who had posed the question. Yes. The newcomer eagerly nodded. Then turned to the informant and asked, Brother, are you not afraid of retribution from the Bloodblade squad and the Dark Scorpion squad for revealing this? Head out in response. The informant merely smirked disdainfully and replied, Let them come for me. I hold the utmost contempt for those who resort to underhanded tactics behind one's back. By the way, my name is Chun Junyao. Oh wow. Chun Junyao. A big shot is right beside me. I seek your guidance. Upon hearing the identity of the informant, the veterans in the bar erupted in astonishment, followed by a flurry of flattery. Mu Chenfeng also cast a surprised glance at Chun Junyao, who seemed quite famous, but quickly averted his gaze to gather information about the top 10 first-tier teams in Magic City. What's up with Chun Junyao? Is he really that well-known? Observing the commotion in the bar triggered by a single name, a youthful figure, modestly dressed yet with a spark in his eyes, turned to the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man, Mu Chenfeng, happened to overhear the boy's remark and subtly took a seat behind them to listen in. It is not he who is famous, but rather his older brother, Qin Junxing. Qin Junxing. Is he the captain of the White Tiger squad who is competing with my brother for first place? Indeed, he ranks second on the leaderboard, just beneath your brother, Qin Junxing. I see. I would like to challenge him to a duel. Can you arrange that? Why, do you harbor animosity towards him? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by the boy's inquiry. Not at all. I simply believe that as the younger brother of Qin Junxing, I must not fall short in comparison to my elder sibling. Ha. The middle-aged man burst into laughter upon hearing the boy's reasoning, then pulled him along as they headed out of the bar, saying, Let us go. Although I lack the qualifications, your brother certainly does. Watching the two depart, Mu Chenfeng stroked his chin, recalling that the boy was named Su Bolin. The captain of the top-ranked first-tier squad in Magic City, Qinglong Squad, is Su Chenjing, his brother. After bidding farewell to the duo, Mu Chenfeng surveyed the modest bar, pondering what allure it possessed that attracted the younger siblings of the top two squad leaders in Magic City. Having lingered in the bar for quite some time, he was no longer in the dark. he had at least grasped the relationships among the 10 strongest squad leaders in Magic City. Shortly after the departure of the boy and the middle-aged man, Shun Junyao received a phone call. The moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression swiftly turned icy, and he hurriedly exited the bar in a few swift strides. Observing Shun Junyao's exit, Mu Chenfeng, aware of the insider information, was not surprised and continued to meander through the bar. After spending about another hour inside, Mu Chenfeng acquired further insights into the structure of the Magic City base. Various teams composed of survivors thrived upon the solid foundation established by the military. Finally, after gleaning the public's opinions and reputation regarding the top 10 squads in Magic City from the bartender, he exited the bar. Upon stepping outside, Mu Chenfeng looked up at the sky and noticed the sun was nearing its zenith, prompting him to head straight out of the West City towards the East City. "Follow me." Spotting Xia Ziqing still waiting at the East City entrance, Mu Chenfeng waved her over as he returned from the West City, then proceeded towards their rented accommodation. "I'm here." Upon seeing Mu Chenfeng return, Xia Ziqing acknowledged him and got up to follow in his footsteps. Chapter 82. Aspiring to be first. Knock, knock, knock. Upon returning to the rented military dormitory, Mu Chenfeng raised his hand to knock on the door. "Why are you back so late?" The door was opened by Lin Mo, who initially intended to tease Mu Chenfeng for his tardiness, but upon catching sight of Xia Ziqing behind him, he was momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Lin Mo inquired again, "Who is she?" "Guess," Mu Chenfeng replied with a grin, understanding Lin Mo's misunderstanding without needing to clarify. "Hello, I'm Xia Ziqing." It was Xia Ziqing who introduced herself upon hearing Lin Mo's question. "Hello, I'm Lin Mo. Are you related to Xiaoqinzi?" Observing the exceedingly shy girl before him, Lin Mo initially intended to ask about her relationship with Mu Chenfeng but ultimately refrained from voicing the question. And no. Witnessing Lin Mo's hesitance, Xia Ziqing understood his misconception but, due to her introverted nature, was at a loss for how to explain, simply shaking her head repeatedly. "All right, let us all come in. Chenzi, you too. You know Xiao Mo is a bit slow-witted. Yet you still tease him to at that moment." Luo Yunqi's voice came from behind Lin Mo, providing a reprieve for Xia Ziqing. "Hee, okay, sister-in-law." Hearing Luo Yunqi's words, Lin Mo realized his misunderstanding, first delivering a playful punch to the still chuckling Mu Chenfeng before turning to Xia Ziqing and saying, "Sorry, I just misunderstood. Please come in. Its. All right. Day by day, I remain oblivious to what goes on in my mind. Ziqing is a professional medical personnel sent by Brother E." After playfully teasing Lin Mo, Mu Chenfeng ushered Xia Ziqing into the dormitory, giving him a light punch in the process. Watching Mu Chenfeng's retreating figure, Lin Mo clenched his teeth, closing the door while mentally noting down this incident. Brother E. Upon entering the dormitory, Mu Chenfeng led Xia Ziqing directly to Lin Chen, who was on the balcony. "Here, this is what Xiao Mo picked for you." Lin Chen first handed a pink phone to Mu Chenfeng before turning to Xia Ziqing, saying, "Please categorize these medications and separate out the daily essentials, like cold medicine and anti-inflammatory drugs." Soon, a sizable stack of medications filled much of the dormitory, and this was merely half of what he had. If all were to be brought out, the entire dormitory would likely be insufficient to contain them. Understood. Faced with such a substantial workload, Xia Ziqing said little, turning to immerse herself in the task at hand. Of course, given her character, she would not voice much. Mu Chenfeng accepted the pink phone from Lin Chen's hand, then glanced at Lin Mo with a somewhat unfriendly expression, noticing Mu Chenfeng's displeasure. Lin Mo cheerfully raised the black phone in his hand, thinking that he had finally regained some ground. Resisting the urge to deliver a few kicks to Lin Mo, Mu Chenfeng began narrating the intelligence he had gathered that morning. "And that is how it is, Brother E. The squads, the profit sharing, the treatment." After Mu Chenfeng concluded, Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, softly murmuring, "It appears that to access the secrets of Magic City, we must strive to elevate our squad's rank." "I share the same sentiment, Brother E. The higher our squad's level, the closer we will get to the core of Magic City. I believe touching upon the core of Magic City is just one aspect. Remember what Zhao Feng said about contribution points being universally applicable across all military bases. This means that as long as our squad's rank improves, we will be esteemed guests at any base." Upon hearing Lin Chen's musings, Mu Chenfeng and Luo Yunqi also expressed their views. "Shall we register our squad now? Let the name of Chenfeng resonate throughout Magic City, and even among all official bases." Upon hearing the trio's discussion, Lin Mo exclaimed with excitement, "We can. but I think it's best to wait until Zicheng organizes all the medications in Brother ES space. This way, we can exchange these medications for contribution points during registration. Then, if we swiftly complete a first-tier mission, we could instantly become a first-tier squad. Coupled with the contribution points from the medication exchange, we might even ascend to the pinnacle of Magic City. After considering Lin Mo's suggestion, Mu Qifeng first expressed his agreement, then proposed an even better solution. Absolutely. Let it be known that the registration day of the Qifeng squad will mark our rise to the top of Magic City. Upon hearing Mu Qifeng's improved proposal, Lin Mo raised both hands and feet in agreement. We concur as well. Perhaps influenced by Lin Mo's enthusiasm, Luo Yunqi and Su Yueya also nodded excitedly in affirmation. All right, we shall follow Qifeng's plan. Once the medications are all sorted, we will proceed to register the squad. Great, I'll lend a hand. Upon hearing Lin Yichen's decision, Lin Mo jumped up in excitement and dashed back to the dormitory to assist. After all, if Xia Zicheng were to manage it alone, she would likely be occupied until evening and still not finish sorting all the medications. Count me in. Me too. I certainly cannot be left out. Following suit, Luo Yunqi and the others hurried into the dormitory. With the assistance of the 4 individuals, Luo Yunqi, within a mere 2 hours, Xia Zining meticulously catalogued the plethora of medicinal supplies that filled more than half of the dormitory, amounting to over 100 varieties, each serving various therapeutic purposes. Observing the neatly arranged medications, Lin Yichen nodded approvingly and, with a wave of his hand, gathered them all up, only for another batch of supplies to emerge. Once again overwhelming the dormitory space, staring at the newly appeared items, Xia Zining was momentarily taken aback. Was this an entire hospital being raided? However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts and, after taking a deep breath, plunged back into her work. This time, however, her progress was noticeably slower. Even with the help of Luo Yunqi and the others, it took them over 3 hours to finally complete the cataloging. Phew, it's finally done. I am utterly exhausted. Hurry and prepare a meal. Xiaoqinzi, your brother Mo is famished. Lin Mo's loud exclamation drew no response from Mu Qinyun, who instead turned to the truly hardworking Xia Zining and said, "You've worked hard, Zining. Here's your reward." He handed her a generous sum of 20 crystal cores, nearly 1.5 times what they had initially agreed upon. Thank you, but you've given too much. According to our earlier agreement, 10.14 would suffice. It's not too much. Take it, you've earned it, Mu Qinyun replied with a smile, shaking his head. They weren't lacking in crystal cores, and Xia Zining's work had indeed been commendable. Thank you. Upon hearing Mu Qinyun's words, Xia Zining no longer declined but expressed her gratitude once more. She carefully accepted the cores and stowed them away in her pocket. By the way, where do you live? Perhaps I could escort you home. Noticing Xia Zining's cautious handling of the crystal cores, Mu Qinyun realized that for an ordinary person without awakened abilities, 20 cores were indeed a significant sum. Prompting his offer to accompany her, in no need. I live nearby. It's just a short walk. Xia Zining hastily waved her hands in refusal upon hearing Mu Qinyun's offer. Well, all right then, but do take care. Observing her reluctance, Mu Qinyun shook his head and escorted her to the dormitory entrance. Thank you to all of you. Mu Qinyun was momentarily taken aback by Xia Zining's repeated expressions of gratitude, unsure of what she was thanking them for. Even until her figure vanished beyond the dormitory walls, he remained in a daze. What's wrong? Are you lovesick? You should go after her, Lin Mo teased, leaning closer to Mu Qinyun. Should it? You're the one who's lovesick. No, I shouldn't say that. I should wish you a lovesick fate instead. Lin Mo's playful banter snapped Mu Qinyun back to reality, and he shook his head as he watched Xia Zining leave the door. You're quite malicious, Xiaoqinzi, wishing me a lovesick fate. You want to escape a lavish meal today? What? Not registering for a team? Huh? Do you think I'm foolish? It's already so late. Even if I registered, there wouldn't be time to complete a first-tier task. I'll definitely go tomorrow. I don't know you feel the same. Oh, when did your brain become so sharp? It's a bit surprising. Get lost. My brain has always been sharp. Now hurry and cook. I want tea. Hee. Then suffer the consequences. Chapter 83. Nomination of Qifeng. Wake up. Brother. Wake up, Xiaoqinzi. The next morning at the crack of dawn, Lin Mo roused everyone, his face brimming with excitement. It's only 5 o'clock. Why the rush? The office might not even be open yet. Mu Qinyun, jolted awake, glanced at his pink phone on the bedside and felt as if the sky had fallen. He hadn't even slept a full 6 hours. Impossible. The official office must be staffed 24/7. Hurry and get up to make breakfast. Lin Mo disregarded such concerns and yanked Mu Qinyun out of bed. Fine, Fine, I concede. Just get out of my way. You're obstructing my view. Mu Qinyun sighed, pushing Lin Mo aside as he prepared to rise. That's more like it. I can't wait to make our name, Qinfeng, resound throughout the Magic City. Hearing Lin Mo's enthusiasm, Luo Yunqi and Su Yueyao, both already awake, shared a smile as they climbed out of bed. Get up? Aiken Luo Yunqi mischievously started to squish Lin Yichen's face into various shapes, determined to keep him from getting up. However, the already sitting Luo Yunqi was abruptly pulled back into Lin Yichen's embrace. Don't move. Just lie here for a moment. Lin Yichen gently wrapped his arms around Luo Yunqi, planting a kiss on her forehead. All right. Feeling the warmth on her forehead, Luo Yunqi nodded absent-mindedly. Meanwhile, Su Yueyao, witnessing the scene from the upper bunk, wore an amused smile before heading off to wash up. By the time Lin Yichen and Luo Yunqi were both up, Mu Qinyun had already prepared breakfast, setting it on the dining table. After a swift meal, the group made their way to the official office in the Magic City. Recruiting for a team, we have 2 first-tier captains, 1 gold and 1 water. Currently seeking 8 powerful teammates for exploration outside the base. Looking for a team, just advanced to first tier last night. Fire-type ability user, seeking a strong team. Hey, Fire-type brother, join us. We are the Lionheart team. Private commission. Generous rewards, but requires at least 5 first-tier ability users. Teams and individuals welcome. Interested parties can inquire for details. Recruiting. The Bloodblade team is looking for members, with several exploration experiences and 2 final spots available. First come, first served. As soon as they approached the office entrance, various voices flooded Lin Yichen in the others' ears. However, upon closer inspection, the messages were essentially the same. Recruiting, forming teams, rescuing people. Recruiting, forming teams, rescuing. Upon pushing open the door, they were greeted by an enormous screen displaying not various tasks but the 10 strongest teams in the Magic City along with their captains. Qilong Team, Captain Su Chenjing. Baihu Team, Captain Shenjun Xing. Zhuke Team, Captain Xu Ming. Xuanwu Team, Captain Mu Xingyan. Bloodblade Team, Captain Chu Tiandao. Dark Scorpion Team, Captain Xiaohe. Wow, they look so impressive. You'll be up there soon enough. After all, it'll be your turn to step down tonight. Lin Mo remarked, glancing at Su Chenjing's photo at the top of the screen. However, upon seeing the picture of Mu Xingyan, the captain of the 4th-ranked Xuanwu team, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, the captain of the Xuanwu team is actually a girl. And she's from your family too, Xiao Chenzi." Hearing this, Mu Qinyun's lips twitched as he tuned out Lin Mo's voice, leading the group through the bustling hall toward the small team registration window tucked in a corner. Could she possibly be an illegitimate daughter of your family, perhaps even your sister? Lin Mo continued, undeterred by Mu Qinyun's silence. Shut up. Finally, Mu Qinyun turned back to glare at him. Okay. Seeing Mu Qinyun's reaction, Lin Mo made an okay gesture and mimed zipping up his lips. Hello. Registering a team to the registration window, Mu Qinyun handed the staff 10 zero-tier crystal cores. He had inquired about the requirements beforehand and knew that registering a team necessitated 10 cores, which not only represented the maximum number of team members but also included the processing fee. Half of the fee would be stored as contribution points in the military system, effectively activating the team's name. Good, comrade. I'll take your 10 zero-tier crystals. The staff accepted the cores and proceeded to operate the computer, retrieving a tablet from beneath the desk and handing it to Mu Qinyun. Please name your team. Yaij, you should handle this. As the staff presented the tablet, Mu Qinyun laughed and stepped back, looking at Lin Yichen. Indeed, brother, it's fitting for you to take charge of this, as you are our captain. Lin Mo chimed in, grinning. Although Luo Yunqi and Su Yueyao remained silent, they too smiled encouragingly at Lin Yichen. All right. Under the attentive gaze of Mu Qinyun and the others, Lin Yichen gently tapped Lin Mo's head, then stepped forward to take the tablet from the staff, writing down the name. Qifeng. Chapter 84. Renowned in the Magic City. All right, the Qifeng team has been successfully registered. Wishing you all a smooth journey on your path of abilities. As Lin Yichen inscribed the name Qifeng, it simultaneously appeared on the staff's computer, automatically recorded by the system. Huh, that's it. We don't need to fill in any personal information, Luo Yunqi asked in confusion. And Mu Qinyun mirrored her bewilderment. Yes, it's all done. The staff maintained a neutral expression, internally puzzled as well. He had been in this position for nearly a week and had never encountered an automatic entry before. Woohoo! Qifeng team, riding the winds with swords, let us go take on a first-tier task. Lin Mo exclaimed, oblivious to everything else, fully focused on the fact that the Qifeng team was officially established. Ha 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 ha. As soon as the words left their lips, an unabashed laughter erupted from behind them. With just the likes of you, dare you aspire to undertake a Tier 1 mission? Do you not fear the mockery that follows such audacity? Ha ha ha. Hearing that unrestrained laughter, everyone turned to look behind. There stood 8 individuals, seemingly just returned from their assignment. Though their attire was dusty and sullied, their bulging backpacks unmistakably testified to a bountiful harvest. Leading them was a corpulent man, his weight easily estimated at close to 200 pounds. And who might you be, you rotund fool? What concern is it of yours what missions we take on? Or perhaps you simply resort to derision because you cannot reach the grapes. Lin Emo, knowing precisely who he was, refused to indulge their insolence and retorted on the spot, emanating the pressure of a Tier 1 aura towards the 8. I am Lin Emo, and I shall not change my name, nor my lineage. Zhou Li. Oh, so it is a Tier 1. No wonder you speak with such confidence. But confidence alone cannot sustain you, for venturing beyond the borders of Magic City invites peril. With that, Zhou Li stepped forward, his own Tier 1 aura radiating outward, effectively neutralizing Lin Mo's pressure. Just as the two sides were on the precipice of conflict, Zhou Li stole a glance at the surveillance camera in the corner and, with a smile, retracted his aura. He then turned to Luo Yunxi and Su Yueyao, saying, I shall not impede their quest for self-destruction, but I hope the 2 beautiful ladies will join my team. By the way, our squad has just completed a Tier 1 mission and only needs to submit it to officially become a Tier 1 team. After speaking, he gallantly extended his hand towards Luo Yunxi and Su Yueyao. Gauging their interest in joining him, he was indeed captivated by their beauty. Yet he was not foolish enough to stir trouble within the confines of the base. Such actions would only invite unnecessary strife. Brother, I can hardly contain myself. As long as he is not killed, it should be fine, right? Observing Zhou Li's face adorned with an air of misplaced confidence, and his hand reaching towards Su Yueyao. Lin Emo felt his fist tighten. Noticing Lin Yichen's nod of approval, Lin Emo charged towards Zhou Li. How dare a defeated foe act so brazenly? Had he not retracted his aura moments ago, he would likely have been left bloodied and defeated, yet he possessed the audacity to flaunt such arrogance. As Lin Emo rushed towards him, Zhou Li was taken aback. There was indeed someone bold enough to act within the most strictly monitored task hall of the base. By the time he regained his senses, a heavy punch had already landed on his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Having lost the initiative, and with Lin Mo's relentless assault, Zhou Li found himself unable to rise. Desperately shielding his face while shouting, Enforcement team. Where is the enforcement team? Someone is openly assaulting me. Will no one intervene? As for why he did not use his abilities to resist, one was charged with inciting a brawl, while the other was armed and injuring. Did one truly need to think deeply on that? Excellent strike. Lin Emo, keep going. Deliver a thorough beating to that chubby face. Su Yueyao, ever eager to incite chaos, continued to fan the flames from the sidelines. Zhou Li's comrades exchanged glances, hesitating whether to assist. After all, this situation could escalate significantly. If they intervened, it would undoubtedly blow up. Yet if they remained passive, it could be contained. After a moment's deliberation, none stepped forward. Firstly, because their captain had instigated the conflict, thus he deserved the consequences. And secondly, since their captain had not called for help, which was the primary reason. I was wrong, brother. Spare me. I will never undermine you again. Who told you to mock us? What? I swear on my honor, brother, I did not mock you. Then why were you laughing? Please, brother, I initially thought of something joyful. After all, we just completed a Tier 1 mission. It is only natural to feel elated, right? Yet you just said I mistook confidence for sustenance. That was before I witnessed your prowess, brother. My vision was narrow. Your strength truly warrants confidence. Lin Emo, go on. Why are you still hitting me, brother? There is no reason. I simply wish to strike. It was only when Zhou Li's visage bore the marks of a thorough beating that the enforcement team finally arrived. Albeit tardily, the enforcement team did a violation, an assault. Upon seeing the enforcement team, Zhou Li clung to one of them like a lifeline, launching into his grievances that you've worked hard. Are you not weary? Not weary. Yaoed. As for Lin Mo, he was already reveling in the attentions of the beautiful ladies attending to him. What transpired? Though he had witnessed the entire episode through the surveillance footage, Chu Jian could not suppress a smile at Zhou Li's plight and turned to Lin Mo. Indeed, the system recorded everything, including the enforcement team's belated arrival, all orchestrated by my superior. Zhao Feng. Did I have no idea? He charged straight into my fist. Can I sue him for seeking to provoke me? Upon realizing Chu Jian was present, Lin Mo quickly seized the opportunity to embellish his account. You jest? Zhou Li nearly fainted from disbelief. Good heavens, do you not draft a script before lying? Are you about to claim that I assaulted you in pursuit of a monetary gain? Logically, such an assertion should not hold. But, Boucher, sir, upon witnessing that the enforcement team genuinely believed Lin Mo's absurd narrative and were even considering corroboration, Zhou Li swiftly interrupted. Yet soon after, he sensed the gravity of his situation. Collapsing to the ground, his voice trailing off. Oh no, I am doomed. I have angered a powerful connection. Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhou Li's once vibrant eyes dim, Lin Mo and Chu Jian erupted into laughter. While Luo Yunqi and the others could hardly contain their amusement. What a pitiful rotund fellow, utterly outmatched. Yichen, Zhao Feng awaits you. After sharing a hearty laugh, Chu Jian turned to Lin Yichen. Indeed, let us depart. Lin Yichen nodded, having sensed the watchful eyes from the surveillance. Follow me. Chu Jian nodded and led the way towards the second floor of the task hall. No1 paid heed to Zhou Li still seated on the ground. As his comrades had contemplated, this incident was minor, now reduced to insignificance. Their arrival was swift, and their departure even swifter. Within mere moments, they vanished at the staircase's entrance, leaving behind a flurry of astonishment. Did they just disregard military regulations to engage in combat, with enforcement officials personally guiding them? How astonishing! Dressed impeccably, exuding great strength, and most importantly, a gathering of striking men and women. Who knows which affluent scion is out here honing their skills? Not necessarily. Perhaps they are a clandestine team cultivated by the authorities? How could they be a secret team cultivated by the government? I just witnessed them register their squad. Would the government require them for such trivial matters? Oh, did you catch sight of their team name? I did see it, but I was a bit far away. I am not certain if what I saw was correct. What was it called? Tu Feng.